Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909. In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Sponsored by Patriotic Hearts.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Number 8.
Let's put it together.
Hall of Famer Steve Young, Wednesdays at 5 on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
This would be the first complete game shutout, and there it is.
Shohei Ohtani goes all 9. The soon-to-be two-time AL MVP, Shohei Ohtani, his first career complete game shutout. Oh, he got another one. Ohtani has done it again. Complete game shutout, check. 2 homers in the nightcap, check.
And this one to right center. That ball is gone. 3 home runs already for the Braves. A solo jack for Riley, a 2-run jack for Albies, and now a 3-run blast for Ronald Acuna Jr.
Quinones missing the 3, and that will do it. Thunder never took their foot off the gas. OKC finishes 19 of 32 on threes.
Jackson throws to the middle of the field. It's deflected, and it's picked out of the air by Aguilar. He's running to his left, breaks the tackle to the 15, near side to the 5, and he does a somersault into the end zone. Jackson out of the gun, takes the snap, drops back to pass, looks to his left, throws to his left side of the end zone. Caught, touchdown. Rashad Bateman, an 11-yard touchdown reception. The Baltimore Ravens win it by a final score of 34-20, and that should do it.
That should do it for an action-packed Thursday night of sports. Week 11 of the NFL season kicks off with Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens taking down the Cincinnati Bengals. And meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors have lost 5 in a row now, while Draymond Green is serving his 5-game suspension. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave on the board as always, getting you ready for Week 11 of the NFL season. Thursday night football last night, but I think we're all waiting for Sunday. And the 49ers Week 11 matchup against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where we thought there were going to be some juicy storylines between Bosa and Baker Mayfield and Chase Young joining the other buckend on this 49ers defensive line. Well, it sounds like they squashed their beefs, but hey, who knows? Maybe it ramps back up this weekend as the 49ers are a double-digit favorite to take down the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in kind of a reunion anniversary party for Brock Purdy, who has officially now started 17 regular season games in the NFL with a record of 14-3, all circling back to last year, where he made his first career start against Tom Brady. And the 49ers put a beat down on the Buccaneers. I mean, how about that just for a second? Brock Purdy was the first quarterback ever to beat Tom Brady in their first career start, and they won 35-7 last year in San Francisco against Tampa Bay. So will we see the same thing this year? Because I think we all know the team's a little bit different from going from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield. But hey, Baker's nothing to laugh at. He's having a good season. We'll break down all those matchups, look at the 49ers offensive line and who's actually going to be available this weekend and if they'll be able to run on a Tampa Bay defense that is ranked top 6 in the NFL, only allowing 90 rushing yards per game, with our guy Vita Vea from Milpitas High School right in the middle of that defense. But we're going to spend a lot of time taking a look at this matchup. But I did want to start with Thursday Night Football last night and Lamar Jackson getting the better of Joe Burrow and the Bengals once again. Because it was something that I was thinking about the other day when we talk so much about the elite quarterbacks and who's in the discussion and who's not. And I think Lamar Jackson is borderline an elite quarterback. Now, I would like to see him have better performances in the playoffs. I think he only has 1 win. That's been the difference between guys like Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow to me is they've gone to the AFC Championship games. Lamar Jackson has not. But if we're looking at the head-to-head records of a Joe Burrow versus a Patrick Mahomes or a Joe Burrow versus Josh Allen, how about that head-to-head record of Lamar Jackson versus Joe Burrow? I mean, Lamar is not bad for a running back, right?
Not bad for a running back.
I say he's not bad for a quarterback either. Not bad for an MVP candidate. And last night, obviously, he was the better quarterback. I mean, hell, he was the only quarterback that escaped the game without injuries, because that's the other big news that we got to look at from this game is Joe Burrow leaving in the second quarter right after that drone delay last night, him going to the locker room, and then him being rolled out for the entire second half. And now there's some questions being asked about this injury that was not disclosed on the Cincinnati Bengals injury report. Joe Burrow, we know, had the calf injury earlier this year. Seems like he's dealing with a little bit of a wrist injury. So I'm sure that's something that the NFL is going to investigate. I don't know if the bookies out in Las Vegas are going to investigate it at all because it didn't really matter. The final score is the final score. Baltimore Ravens won by 14 points, covered that 4-point spread. They're back on top in the AFC North. And another really interesting AFC North divisional matchup this weekend between the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers, where we might be having to flip our pick of picking the Browns to win this past Wednesday because the news came out that they're not starting P.J. Walker. They're going with Dorian Thompson-Robinson again. We saw how that played out earlier this year, so maybe that's a game we'll look at in one of Bobby Boucher's best bets, where we're going to go around the league, look at all the top matchups from Week 11 of the NFL season, and, of course, give you our winning pick for the 49ers as an 11, damn near 12-point favorite now against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A lot of big spreads this weekend, even with the Las Vegas Raiders traveling across the country to take on the actual McDaniels, who's still coaching the league, Mike McDaniel. Now, the Raiders have been riding a nice little 2-game winning streak since firing Josh McDaniels, but I don't see that winning streak continuing this weekend, to be honest with you. Dolphins are coming off a bye week. Raiders traveling to the East Coast. We could take a look at that game. We could also take a look at another 10-point spread between the Dallas Cowboys and the Carolina Panthers. Actually, we won't spend too much time talking about that game this morning, but how about the Arizona Cardinals? A 5-point underdog against the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud. We've talked a lot of C.J. Stroud over the last couple of weeks. I mean, hell, National League, he's getting a lot of talk about maybe him having the best rookie season in NFL history. But that's also a topic I brought up the other day with Brock Purdy. The fact that he has played 17 games. But because it was not consistently, I guess, because he didn't start week 1 and finish week 17, I don't know if people are going to give credit for his career stats overall. But you look where Brock Purdy ranks over these last 17 games, it's at the top of the charts at a lot of these quarterback metrics. So that's something we can discuss today as we kind of reflect on the one-year journey that has been Brock Purdy, compare his rookie season to somebody like C.J. Stroud, maybe get into that discussion if you would still take a guy that was picked 262 over someone who was a top 3 draft pick. But that's going to be one hell of a matchup this weekend between C.J. Stroud and Kyler Murray. And elsewhere out in the NFC West, you've got another matchup of the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. Now, we know going back to week 1 or week 2 of the season, the Rams got a huge upset victory up in Seattle. They're now a 1-point underdog at home this weekend at SoFi Stadium, but I don't know if the Rams are going to sweep the Seattle Seahawks, who have not been playing their best ball over the last couple of weeks, but have still found ways to win the game. Still kind of question marks about Matthew Stafford with that injury coming off of their bye week. I know they went out and signed Carson Wentz. Sounds like Stafford's going to give it a go this week, but that's a game we'll be keeping an eye on this week also. So a lot of NFL talk this morning. As we mentioned, we've got some fresh sound from Brock Purdy talking about his journey in the NFL, going all the way back to last season. Also got some great sound from Kyle Shanahan breaking down this Buccaneers matchup. But there's a few other things we got to talk about this morning also. One would be the Golden State Warriors being embarrassed last night at home. I mean, this was a game they really never had a chance to win. 128-109 to the young, up-and-coming Oklahoma City Thunder. There's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. There's our guy Chamalay, Josh Giddey. There's Chet Holmgren putting up, 20-something points, or at least he had 22 rebounds and points combined, because I only know that because I took that as a prop bet yesterday. I mean, how could you not when Draymond Green's not on the court? The Warriors were out here starting Jonathan Kuminga and Dario Saric.
Guy Santos.
And our guy Guy Santos actually got some playing time yesterday, Dave. So at least that's one positive. But there wasn't a lot of positive to talk about with this Dubs team last night, especially not with our guy Klay Thompson, who had the golden opportunity without his boys Draymond and stuff on the court to kind of take control of this offense. He shot 1 for 10 yesterday. Still throwing up bricks, as Dave likes to say, with one of his drops. Man, oh man, it's been a tough start for Klay Thompson.
Still throwing up bricks?
I think we're all hoping that some of those bricks turn into buckets soon, but somebody's got to score some damn points. Yesterday, Jonathan Kuminga was your leading scorer with 21. But hey, at least he's joined that elite club this year of the 3 other guys besides Steph Curry that scored 20 or more? I mean, come on. What are we doing here? Andrew Wiggins, where the hell are you at? Chris Paul, again, another 15-point performance. Woohoo. I'm not jumping through my hoops for that. I don't know. Dubs have now lost 5 games in a row. The gravitational pull to 500 is back for the Dubs this year. 6-7 actually have a sub-500 record, and now they got to take on OKC again this weekend. A little baseball doubleheader back-to-back. That's tomorrow night, and probably a game that's going to have the same results without Steph and without Draymond Green on the court. So that's your Warriors update for the day. But there were also some baseball updates yesterday. You heard Overnight Dave start the show with a Shohei Ohtani highlight. And yes, despite the fact that he shut down the last month of the season because of a torn ulnar lateral ligament in his elbow, he still won the MVP for the second time in his career and still really put up godly MVP-type numbers. You're talking about a guy that had 44 home runs, 95 RBIs, a 304 batting average. How about that? An actual player with the batting average above 300. And he added 20 stolen bases. But wait, there is more. As a pitcher this year, he went 10-5 with a 3.14 ERA. Like, there's a real possibility where Shohei Ohtani in the future, not next year because he won't be pitching, but he could be in the competition for a Triple Crown Award and the Cy Young in the same year. That's how good of a player that he is, and that's why he's probably going to be racking up these MVPs year after year after year, unless you have an outlier season, someone like Aaron Judge hitting 62 bombs that kind of take that record away from him. But it's also the discussion that we got into in the bullpen the other day when we were comparing the American League and National League. If there really is a difference now since both teams have a designated hitter, and if they went to only having one award versus an American League and NL MVP. Now, I don't know if they'd ever change that because historically they've been doing it forever in baseball. But I do think it's an interesting conversation because, as I just said, I think Shohei Ohtani is the MVP every single season unless there is an outlier. Now, my question is this morning, would Ronald Acuna's season been enough of an outlier, enough of a historic season to take that MVP award away from Shohei Ohtani? I would probably say yes because he was the first player ever to have a 40-70 season. 40 home runs, 70 stolen bases. Actually, his total numbers, if you want to get into the details, 41 home runs, 73 stolen bases. 25-year-old Ronald Acuna hitting in the middle of that Braves lineup, a Braves lineup that's now rumored about adding Shohei Ohtani, a lineup that would be actually stacked and a lineup that won a World Series without Ronald Acuna. Man, oh man, it must be nice to be the Braves. It must be nice to be Ronald Acuna. It must be nice to be Shohei Ohtani. But hey, maybe next year the Giants will have the MVP, Shohei Ohtani, out in left field on opening day. Now, we all know he doesn't even play outfield. He's a DH anyways. But hey, a lot of talk about Shohei Ohtani. A lot of talk about Blake Snell, who took home the Cy Young Award. Would be nice to have the number 1 and 2 NL Cy Young candidates in your rotation. Hell, it would be nice to have the guy that finished third in the American League, Kevin Gausman, still in the middle of this rotation. But that's neither here or there. I do want to give a shout-out to Bob Melvin, new skipper of the San Francisco Giants, who came on yesterday with Murph and Mack, actually had a really great conversation about some of the free agents that the Giants are interested in. Actually let on a lot of more information than I thought he would. Maybe Bob Melvin was out here throwing subliminal messages, talking about his relationship with Matt Chapman, how they've already met and had a meeting, and also talked about how they're planning to have a meeting with Shohei Ohtani. So those are things that we're going to be keeping an eye on this offseason. But since we mentioned Bob Melvin, new skipper of the San Francisco Giants, that's the old skipper of the Oakland A's, or the team that's going to be soon known as the Las Vegas A's, because maybe that was the biggest news that came out yesterday, and it's really not that surprising. It's kind of impending news that we've all been waiting for. We all have been talking about it for the last year plus. The John Fisher kind of scam that he's running out in Oakland. I'll say it. This is one of the worst kind of travesties in sports history that I remember in my lifetime. I mean, a guy that intentionally tanked the value of his team, refused to sign a single free agent, refused to sign anybody on his own damn team, always traded away their superstars for prospects and then flipped those same prospects for more prospects, the never-ending train of prospects. Literally, the last year or 2 years ago, they had a $33 million payroll when you got pitchers like Garrett Cole and Max Scherzer making $35, $36, $38 million per year. I mean, it's an absolute joke. And the fact that all 30 owners unanimously voted for them to move, yeah, that tells you what they think about their good old boys club, the interest of their pockets. It's ridiculous how anybody could see what John Fisher is doing and how Las Vegas could be dumb enough to say, yeah, this is the team we want in Vegas. A guy that doesn't care about investing into his future, doesn't care about investing into his community. A guy that literally has fans showing up with T-shirts that say, sell the team. Well, he'll probably sell it, but not until he's out in Vegas. Not until the market's at an all-time high. Then he'll get out of town and go back to running Gap. Well, that's if any of these Gaps are even open anymore. I know they closed down the one in San Francisco, but man, oh man. What a bad day for Bay Area sports. What a bad day for the city of Oakland, if we're being honest with you. A city that used to have the Warriors, a city that used to have the Raiders, in a city that's looking like it will no longer have the Oakland A's in the near future. That is, of course, until the A's figure out where the hell they're going to play for the next 4 years. I mean, what kind of organization's like, yeah, we're going to go to Vegas in 2028, and our lease is up this year. Now they're talking about maybe the A's coming over and playing at Oracle Park here in San Francisco. This was the same Giants team that wouldn't allow the A's to play down in San Jose's, but now they're just going to open the doors and letting them play in the ballpark. Like, come on, what the hell are we doing here? It's a joke. It really is. And going back to that lease that the A's signed back in 2014 to hold the Coliseum hostage, when Mark Davis and the Raiders, credit to them at the time, actually tried to demolish the Coliseum. And what I believe is they tried to build 2 new stadiums, one for the Raiders, one for the A's, on that Coliseum land. And no, the A's decided they didn't want to work with the Raiders. They wanted to hold the Coliseum hostage, sign that stupid-ass 10-year deal. And now before even the 10-year deal was up, before it's up next year, here they are following the Raiders' footsteps to Las Vegas, kind of just trying to hang on by their coattails. After they're a big reason why the Raiders left the Bay Area. So that's why I'm not a fan of John Fisher and the A's, going back to 2014. I know there's always been bad blood between the Giants and the A's, but man, oh man, this is just a bad day for Bay Area baseball. I mean, literally, I was out there on opening night last year watching Shohei Ohtani pitch against the A's. My whole entire lifehood, I'd go out to Yankees games, met Derek Jeter, got an autograph. It's baseball, man. This is just a bad day for baseball. So I did want to make sure to mention that, and what might be the final battle of the Bay next year, the next 4 years, I don't know. Seems like we're talking about the final kind of chapter of a lot of things, Dave. And this weekend, it's the final chapter of the big game in the Pac-12. Stanford and Cal down at the farm this weekend. I'm going to try to get out there. Now, we all know that Stanford and Cal are both going out to the ACC next year, so they'll continue playing this game, but it feels like it's going to be a little different with this being the final Pac-12 big game. So shout out to everybody going down to Stanford tomorrow to check out the game. I got my Marshawn Lynch t-shirt on this morning. I was wearing my Stanford hat yesterday. No, I'm not going to go split fan with my half A's, half Giants hat. But man, oh man, I'm excited for the game this weekend, and I'm still kind of torn up about this news about the Oakland A's, but it's a football Friday, so let's get back into the 49ers. I know a lot of people are waiting for this preview against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We got Sal from Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan coming up to you next. It's the Water Boy on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
They have 3 left, and George Kittle right. Purdy back. Time. Pumps. Now going to throw for the end zone. Wide open. Brandon Ayuk. First NFL starts. Quarterbacks to start their first game ever against the GOAT. The previous 6. Luke McCown, Matt Flynn, Tyler Palko, Jake Locker, E.J. Manuel, Luke Falk, all lost. First start of Brock Purdy's career, 7th one to go up against Tom Brady, his first ever start. Tim, he's the first one to beat him.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Brock Purdy and the 1-year anniversary of his NFL career. 17 games ago, he took on Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they won 35-7 at home. And now here we are a full year later, and it's no longer Tommy Brady running the Buccaneers. It's Baker Mayfield coming to town, which comes with its own storylines. Of course, going back to college, the Oklahoma versus Ohio State days, the planting the flag between Baker Mayfield and Nick Bosa. Now, we did play some sound earlier this week of Nick Bosa saying, yeah, we met up at the Waste Management. He said hi. He's a nice guy. So it sounds like the beef is squashed. But when you're an NFL defensive end, I don't want you being friendly with any quarterback, for being honest with you. I don't care what your past history is. I want to see Nick Bosa put Baker Mayfield on his back, and I want to see Chase Young do the same exact thing. So hopefully both of them are planting the flag this weekend on Baker Mayfield, and hopefully the 49ers are keeping Brock Purdy upright and slowing guys like Vita Vea on the inside and Shaq Barrett on the outside from slowing down Brock Purdy. Because going into this week, the 49ers are mostly healthy. Now, I say mostly because everybody is still dealing with bumps and bruises. We heard Trent Williams last week say that he was 75-80% healthy and ready to go last week. Maybe those numbers increased this week, and we all saw how much of an impact that Trent Williams had on that offensive line last week. Look at Christian McCaffrey going for what was it, 95 yards? 49ers ran for over 100 yards against what was the 3rd best rushing defense in the league, Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, after that game, the Jags fell down to 5th in the league, while right behind them are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who allowed 90 yards per game. So, of course, with that offensive line, it's not just for the protection of Brock Purdy, but it also helps guys like Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, if he's ever really going to get started, Jordan Mason, his carries have disappeared. But in general, the entire 49er run game all starts with that offensive line. And we know Aaron Banks is out still with that turf toe injury. John Feliciano should get the start again. Colton McKivitz was actually back at practice yesterday in limited fashion, so he could be playing this week. And if not, they have backup options in Matt Pryor and Jalen Moore also. So again, this all comes down to protecting Brock Purdy, which his 49ers team has done a pretty good job of this year. Hell, but if you want to go back to last year, that first game of the year, he did take a couple hits. And if you remember correctly, that's the game where he broke his ribs. And it actually wasn't until the offseason when we sat down with Brock Purdy with the Murph and Max show at 49er training camp where he revealed that he did play the entire season last year with broken ribs, which makes it even more impressive that he went on that winning streak, took the 49ers all the way to the NFC Championship game. And as we were just talking about in the first segment, you look at his 17-game career now in the NFL, which, of course, accumulates to one full season, and check out these career numbers of Brock Purdy. 68% completion rate, which is pretty good in the NFL, for 3,703 yards, pretty close to that 4,000-yard mark that the elite quarterbacks always aim for. Hell, in this day and age, a lot of quarterbacks damn near get 5,000 yards. But check out this interception to turnover rate. 28 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. If we get to the end of the season and we're talking about a guy like C.J. Stroud going 28-9, then maybe we are talking about the greatest rookie season ever. Because that's kind of the dialogue and the narrative surrounding a guy like CJ right now, who I believe has 16 touchdowns and either 2 or 3 interceptions. Well, it was CJ and Brock Purdy who had the longest streaks to start this season without throwing interceptions. And that's been the key thing for me with Brock Purdy is how he takes care of the ball. Now, does he go off script sometimes and plays a little backyard football like he's a young Brett Favre? Of course he does. We saw that last week with that first touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk. We've also seen him improvise, but we've also seen him take care of the ball better than quarterbacks that have previously played in this Kyle Shanahan system, and I think that's a big reason why he's been so successful. But I did want to take some time this morning to hear some sound from Brock Purdy reflecting on this one-year journey, going all the way back to last season when he beat Tom Brady in his first career start.
Yeah, it's huge. Just like the confidence, that came from that, knowing that, all right, I can play in this league. We were on a roll too. We had our sights set on, finishing out the season strong. So I was more excited just to show my teammates and the guys in this building that, I can be the guy to help do that. And so it was a huge game for myself, my confidence, and looking back on it, it's always, sort of fun just to see, where I was, as a backup trying to make my way in the NFL, and then, sort of making a name for myself. So, it's always good. It's a good memory for sure.
Yeah, you want to talk about your welcome moment to the league? Now, obviously, it started previously in the matchup against the Miami Dolphins when Jimmy Garoppolo went down with an injury, but this was technically his first career start. And to do it against Tom Brady, to beat Brady, and not just beat Brady, but it was a 35-7 beatdown. Now, Brock Purdy was 16 for 21 in that game, 185 yards, did have 2 touchdown passes. 49ers also ran for 209 yards in that game. But if I remember correctly, that was a game that did not have Vita Vea right in the middle of the defense, who we've been talking about all week long, whether it's my high school stories playing against him at Milpitas High School, or just talking about the fact that he is one of the better rush defenders, especially on that interior defensive line in the entire NFL. Here's Brock Purdy talking about how this year's Tampa Bay defense compares to last year's defense.
I think the scheme and everything is similar. Last year we obviously didn't get a whole lot of Vita Vea, Winfield Jr. So it's like those guys, man, they make a huge difference in that defense. They're the generals on the field, and then obviously the backers. We played against them last year, but with all of them playing together, man, it's definitely different for us. But in terms of the scheme, the coverages, and what they do, it's similar, but every year is a little different. So, yeah.
Yeah, and this is also a Tampa Bay defense that I'll say helped carry Tom Brady to another Super Bowl. That defensive line was dominant that year with Vita Vea right in the middle of it, with Shaq Barrett on the outside causing pressure. And you heard Brock Purdy refer to the backers. We've been talking about it all week. You look at Levante David and Devin White, I think that's one of the best duos in the league. We talk almost every week about Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. Last night you saw Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. Even Jermaine Pratt and Logan Wilson, even though he's out here dropping his hip on people and taking out Mark Andrews and everybody. There are some really good linebacker duos in the league. Shout out C.J. Mosley and Quincy Williams in New York. That's a great duo also. But Levante David has been doing this for a minute, and Devin White is a one hell of a linebacker too. That's going to be a huge matchup this weekend against George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield. And now that I think about it, was it one of those linebackers that hit Brock Purdy that actually injured him? I'm not sure. Let's hear from Brock Purdy himself. Here he was last year breaking down the rib injury that turned out to be a broken rib in his first career start.
Yeah, it was the third down where I scrambled and dove. I dove for the first down. There was a holding on the play, so it didn't even count. But I remember when I extended, my body just sort of twisted against itself on the ground, and I felt a pop. And but I had so much adrenaline and stuff. I was like, all right, I'm fine. I'll keep playing. And then every drive, it just got more painful and more painful. And then in the second half, I was like, yeah, this is killing. So, yeah.
Yeah. And how about the fact that he played through that game and played through the remainder of the season?
Yeah.
Without telling anybody that he had a broken rib. And not just that, he then played against the Seattle Seahawks on a Thursday night football game up in Seattle on a short week. Well, Dave, guess what happens after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers matchup this week? You play the Seattle Seahawks on a short week on Thanksgiving Day. So, man, the similarities are off the chart. Brock Purdy's 17-game season. I think now people can finally kind of discuss on whether or not he's an elite quarterback or a system quarterback. I don't really care. 17 games, has a 14-3 record, and he has shown to me that he is more productive, more elusive, and just a better quarterback than anybody else that's played in this Kyle Shanahan system while he's been here in San Francisco. I'm not going to name names this morning because people get mad when I do. But it's been
a hell of a ride, guys.
Dave, why are you out here sending subliminal messages? People don't like that, Dave. But I like Brock Purdy. The dude's a baller. even if he does play some of these backyard football type plays where he might get himself in trouble. I mean, hell, Kyle Shanahan criticized his touchdown pass earlier this week, said it was one of the worst throws of Brock Purdy's career. But hey, it resulted in a touchdown, so it's really not that bad of a pass. Here is Kyle Shanahan yesterday with Tolbert and Copes reflecting back last year to Brock Purdy's first action in an NFL game against the Dolphins, his first start against the Buccaneers, and how he doesn't mind him being aggressive because he wants a quarterback that wants to go out there and win the game versus letting the rest of the team win the game for him.
I want a guy who gives us a chance to win the game, not a guy who's just hoping everyone else wins it for him. That's where you want it to start. I am not worried at all about Brock not being that guy. Brock makes plays. He lets it rip. He's done that since the first game he got in Miami halfway through, and he's done it every game since. So Brock, we have zero concerns about that. Brock sometimes, if we're down to stuff, he's not going to take what's given because he's going to do whatever he can to make plays to get us back in. So, he's everything you want in that aspect. But what's cool about Brock is he does see things. He has that poise. He can't talk to you when he comes to the sidelines, and he knows when it's a bad play too. Yeah. And that one to me wasn't as much of it's kind of there. It's like, what the hell are you doing that isn't there? Oh my God, we are the luckiest people ever. And that's to me what was a little bit bothersome about it. But he doesn't have too many of those, but he makes a lot that are kind of there. And he doesn't sit there and think about it all. He doesn't hesitate. He will let it rip, and we expect that from him because he's so consistent with it. That one was just a little bit different, but like I said to him after I got all my words out of the way, I said, oh, and by the way, thank you very much for the touchdown. We love touchdowns. That's great. If I was a fan, I'd buy his jersey after the play.
Yeah, thanks for all those touchdowns, Brock. Again, 17 games into his regular season, 28 touchdowns, 9 interception. Making plays with his legs, improvising, extending the Kyle Shanahan system. And hell, we see when this team is fully healthy and ready to go, it's the Purdy for 30 show. And with this weekend, getting the return of Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel last week, you saw this 49er offense get back to putting up 30 points per game. Here's our last cut from Brock Purdy talking about the energy that Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel bring to this 49er locker room.
They've been huge pieces in the last couple of years for this offense. Guys that we could all look to in terms of, creating the energy, the spark. Honestly, even before the game, Trent is the one that breaks us all down before we go out to the field. And, when he's not playing, he doesn't do it. So even just having that kind of aspect and energy, he's a huge piece of this culture, man. And then Deebo as well, obviously being able to get him the ball, make plays, feed off his energy and his swagger that he plays with. They've had so much success and helped build this place to what it is now over the past couple of years. So having those guys back, they're huge. They're a part of our offense. And for me as a quarterback, it's those are two of the guys that I always want to be playing with. And for me, it helps out with my confidence and stuff every play. So they're definitely huge for us.
And I know we just had Kyle Shanahan say that Brock Purdy wants to go out and win the games himself and not let the guys around him win games. Well, he's surrounded by a lot of guys. Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, and of course Christian McCaffrey, who's had himself a hell of a 17-game stretch that ended last week without him getting into the end zone. I think he gets back into the end zone this weekend. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers do cover that 11-point spread. They beat Tom Brady last year in the Buccaneers 35-7 in Brock Purdy's first regular season start. He's only improved. He's only gotten better. And this 49er roster has only gotten better with guys like Chase Young being on that defensive line. The former Ohio State Buckeye. We'll see if he's looking for his own personal revenge against Baker Mayfield planting the flag. See if Nick Bosa gets a couple sacks. This is going to be a good matchup. Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Buccaneers backdoor cover, but I'll do it, Dave. I'll lay the 11.5 points. We'll see if Baker Mayfield turns the ball over, even though he's thrown 14 touchdowns and only 5 interceptions this year. Again, Baker Mayfield kind of giving himself a second chance after signing with the Rams last year on Thursday Night Football and beating the Raiders. Who knows if Carson Wentz will have that same path, but it sounds like Matthew Stafford's playing this weekend, and it sounds like we're starting to talk about other games, Dave. So how about on the other side? We talk about these other games with our Bobby Boucher's best bets. We like the 49ers minus 11, 11.5, 12. I think they win by 2 touchdowns, but it's not one of my best bets. Buccaneers are still a talented team. Rashard White in the backfield, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans. They got some talent on offense and some talent on defense. So I'm going to go in a different direction with my 3 best bets this weekend, and we'll give you those bets on the other side. It's the Waterboy Bobby Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday morning, a football Friday. It's 5:43, which means one thing and one thing only. It's time for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, where we take a look around at the entire Week 11 NFL slate. On Wednesday, we give you our winners. On Friday, we give you our best bets against the spread. Last week, we had a winning week with a 2-1 record, which now brings us up to 17-13-1 against the spread. And in case you're new here, we'll tell you that last season we went 34-17-3 against the spread, which means over the last 2 years here on air in this very time slot on the leadoff spot, we are 51-30-4 against the spread last 2 seasons. So let's see if that trend continues with some winners this weekend after hitting on the Colts last weekend out in Germany against the Patriots and the Raiders and the Jets under 38 points. With those primetime unders hitting left and right. Actually didn't hit last night between Baltimore and Cincinnati. Probably not going to hit this Monday night between the Eagles and the Chiefs. But maybe Sunday night between the Dolphins, between the Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings. And that's actually where I want to start with our Bobby Boucher's Best Bets. Because on Wednesday, we go through all of our winners. And this is usually my strategy to find underdogs and to find my dog of the week. Well, Dave, the Vikings are barking at me this week because on Wednesday, I picked the Vikings to straight up win against the Denver Broncos. Everybody's hyping up the Broncos all of a sudden because they've won back-to-back games against the Kansas City Chiefs and Buffalo Bills, who, I'll give them credit, were 2 teams that had Super Bowl aspirations before the season started and were 2 of the biggest Super Bowl favorites. Well, you can go back a couple weeks ago and dive into the storylines of the Kansas City Chiefs team being sick, not being healthy enough to play that game against the Broncos, whatever. I'll chalk that up to just a random divisional game. Happens once at every blue moon. Last week against the Bills, the Broncos should not have won that game. Josh Allen, 2 interceptions. James Cook, 2 fumbles. Buffalo Bills, 12 guys on the damn field. They had 2 opportunities to kick a field goal. They missed the first one, made the second one. I'm not buying the hype with the Broncos. I think they're fraudulent. I don't think they're a good team. We've seen them lose this year to teams like the Raiders. Hell, they've lost 8 games in a row to the Raiders. All of a sudden, this team is good and Russell Wilson's back to being old Russell Wilson. No, I ain't buying it. And that's why I'm taking the Minnesota Vikings, who are a 3-point underdog this week, going out to Denver. And we've seen Josh Dobbs not just cover the spread, but get back-to-back victories in his first 2 starts with the Vikings. Hell, the first game, he didn't even start. It was Jaron Hall, and he came in without knowing the plays. Vikings have got back-to-back wins. They now find themselves in a playoff push in that NFC North with the Detroit Lions, currently one of those wild card teams. I love the Vikings this week as my dog of the week. I'm taking them +3. I'll be taking them on the money line. Sunday Night Football, I like Josh Dobbs to continue this hot streak, especially if Jay Jetta makes his return. Justin Jefferson was back at practice this week for the Minnesota Vikings. Now, we all know the Vikings don't run the damn ball. Alexander Madison, Cam Akers, all banged up. It might be Ty Chandler. But regardless, I like Josh Dobbs to use his legs. And if Justin Jefferson's back on the field, I absolutely love this bet. But even without Jay Jetta, I still think the Vikings find a way to win this game. Give me the Vikings Sunday Night Football +3 points as Bobby Boucher's best bet of the week. For our second matchup, I'm going to pick out a divisional matchup because there are a lot of them this weekend. But I want to stick close to home, and I'm going to stick in the NFC West in the second matchup of the season between the Seattle Seahawks and the LA Rams. Now, in case you forgot, the Rams actually won the first matchup of the season up in Seattle, 30-13. It was one of the most shocking wins of the first week of the season. I just don't think they're going to sweep the Seahawks. And this is only a 1-point spread. And let's be honest, the Rams really don't have a home field advantage playing at SoFi. There's probably going to be more Seahawks fans than there's going to be Rams fans, so I don't really chalk that up to anything. And I just can't see this Rams team sweeping the Seahawks this year. Seahawks are a better team. They might not be playing like it right now after not covering the spread last week against Sam Howell and the Washington Commanders, but they still ended up winning the game. And this is a Seahawks team that's been putting up 30 points left and right. I mean, look at the shootout they had a couple weeks ago, whether it's against the Detroit Lions or whoever. Seahawks can put up some points. I don't know if the Rams can match that, especially with Matthew Stafford not being fully healthy. Sounds like he's going to play this weekend. He's got a torn UCL in his thumb, something that he has played through before. But I also want to point out in that first matchup, where they won 30-13. The Seahawks did not have their first-round draft pick, top 5 pick, Devin Witherspoon. So I think him with Quandre Diggs, the Legion of Boom 2.0, even though they weren't shutting down anybody last week, I think they slow down Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp enough. I like the Seahawks -1. It's a divisional game. Damn near pick 'em. I'll take the Hawks to win outright in L.A. as Bobby Boucher's best bet, number 2. And then number 3 is where things get interesting, Dave, because there are a few games that I was taking a look at. I was looking at the Detroit Lions taking on the Chicago Bears after getting into a shootout last week with the LA Chargers. But that spread has now gone up to 7.5, 8 points, which I don't like being more than a touchdown in a divisional game, despite the fact that the Detroit Lions have covered in 11 straight games against the NFC North, which is a little surprising since, Aaron Rodgers was just in the NFC North last year. But, hey, credit to the Detroit Lions where credit is due. But this weekend, Justin Fields is coming back. I don't know if that makes a big difference with the Bears offense. If this was a 6.5 or 7-point spread, I would be taking it with the Lions, but it's ballooned up a little bit over the last couple of days, so I'll stay away from that divisional matchup. The one that I'm going to dive into this morning is the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns. And Dave, we got to make the official announcement this morning that we're changing one of our Wednesday winner picks from the Cleveland Browns to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because when we were breaking this game down on Wednesday, it sounded like Deshaun Watson would be shut down for the rest of the season, which the news came out that he did. But I also just assumed that P.J. Walker was going to start. No, not so fast. It's Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the rookie that we saw a few weeks ago start the game against the Baltimore Ravens. And I think they maybe put up 3 points that game. I mean, it was an absolute mess. And so I really don't understand the decision-making right now from this Cleveland Browns organization to bench P.J. Walker, who arguably has been playing better than Deshaun Watson this season, to go with DTR. I'm not buying it, guy. Against Mike Tomlin, against his Pittsburgh Steelers defense, I'm officially changing my pick from the Browns to the Steelers, and it's only a 1-point spread, so you must be thinking, well, Waterboy must be taking the Steelers +1 then. No, not so fast. Follow me to the land down under. That's right, we're sticking with the NFL under trend. And last week we told you to take the Raiders and the Jets -38. This one's even lower. We're down to 34 points now this week, and it's actually a spread that opened up at 36. But with the news of Deshaun Watson not playing and them going to DTR over a guy like P.J. Walker, it's now dropped down to 34, which means I'm going to be sweating it out this weekend. But I'm betting that both these teams don't eclipse 2 touchdowns. I don't think they score more than 17 points. We might be looking at a 17-13 game, something like that. That would hit on the under, and that's what I'm betting this weekend. Not looking like the best weather out in Cleveland this weekend. Small chance of rain, but a high chance of wind. Seems like it's always windy out there in Cleveland. It's right next to that damn lake. And this weekend, they're talking about 12-mile-per-hour winds. Check out this stat I found. Games with 10-plus mile-per-hour winds are actually 15-4-1 to the under this year. And that under is actually covered by 6 points per game. So we're sticking with the stats. We're sticking with the trends. Steelers actually beat the Browns week 2 earlier this season, 26-22. That was with Deshaun Watson. That was with a healthier squad. I think this weekend, Mike Tomlin shuts down a rookie quarterback. Kenny Pickett can't find a way to get into the end zone. I'll take the under 34 points. Boy, oh boy, is it a small one, but I don't mind laying it. I'll take the under, and those are your 3 Bobby Boucher's best bets. The Vikings +3 on Sunday Night Football, Seahawks -1 against the Rams, and the under 34 between the Steelers and Browns this weekend. Also, some other games I did want to mention. We got the Cardinals taking on the Texans. Last week, we told you to take the Cardinals for the upset victory. They're getting +5 points this week against the Houston Texans. I think that could be an interesting game with 2 bad defenses and 2 good quarterbacks. That's if you classify Kyler Murray as a good quarterback. However you want to classify him, he won last week. They could put up some points. I thought maybe the Cardinals would have a chance of covering, but that's a game I didn't want to get into. Also, Chargers and Packers this weekend. Chargers a 3-point favorite out in Lambeau. Always worry about the LA teams traveling out and playing outdoors. So that's the reason why I did not pick that as one of our best bets. But I do think the Chargers cover that 3-point spread. And Dave, we always got to give some love to the Raider Nation. I'm just not going to be giving any love to them on the bets this weekend. They are a 13.5-point underdog against the Dolphins this week, which means Mike McDaniel, Tyreek Hill will have an opportunity to cover a 2-touchdown spread and they might do it. I think this is the end of the fairy tale story right now for the Raiders. A couple tough games against the Dolphins and Chiefs back-to-back. But, hey, we'll break down the Chiefs game for you on Monday night. Andy Reid coming off a bye week to take on the Eagles. It's the Kelsey Bowl. It's the rematch game of the Super Bowl last year. It's the Andy Reid revenge game. But, hey, we're looking to get some revenge on the bookies this weekend with Bobby Boucher's best bets. We'll get the Friday football forecast from Murph and Matt coming up soon in the next hour. And that's it. That's the show. Fun show this week, Dave. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody listening. And shout out to the 49ers as an 11-point favorite this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the Sports Leader.
That's a wrap for another week of the leadoff spot with my guy Overnight Dave. Fun show today, getting you ready for the 49ers taking on the Buccaneers this weekend. Brock Purdy making his return to the same place that he had his first career start, taking down Tom Brady and the Buccaneers last year. This weekend, he's taking on Baker Mayfield, Nick Bosa, and Chase Young, maybe looking for some revenge for the planting of the flag. I know that's a narrative that kind of got dispelled earlier this week, but I'm still buying it. I want to believe it. I'm still searching for some bad blood this weekend, and I want to see the 49ers cover that 11-point spread. It's a big one, Murph, but they beat Brady like 35-7 last year. They should be able to do it again this year.
That's an outstanding logic. If you beat Brady 35-7, you should be able to cover 11 against Baker Mayfield. That should be the theory
With
right there.
Mr. Irrelevant making his first NFL start, he's only gotten better over the last 17 games.
Brock Purdy.
You know,
I will
if you
never stop that soundbite.
Yeah, it's a celebration. Yeah, Brock. I'm thinking maybe that was like a nail in Tom Brady's coffin, and I'm not even kidding because, like, he was probably thinking about retiring. Let's see how this season goes, bro. When you get a 35-7 L handed to your by a rookie quarterback starting his first game ever, maybe that sent him back into the bowels of the vise, saying, like, maybe it's all done.
You know
maybe,
what, Paulie Mack?
Maybe it's time for me to walk away.
I'm buying that, and that makes me an even bigger Brock Purdy
I'm throwing
fan.
it out there, yeah.
What was his last game? Did they make the playoffs last year? Did he make the playoff game?
They did, and then they lost. I think he threw an interception at the end of the game. Did they lose to the Cowboys? I think it was. Before the Cowboys lost to the 49ers.
Was that his last game?
Before Ezekiel, he got planted on his ass by Drake Greenlaw.
People don't remember the last. I mean, they don't remember the last game.
I'll remember his last game in New England where he threw an interception in the end zone.
He threw a pick six. That's right.
I remember those things. People
but
don't
then
forget.
he won a Super Bowl right after that. That's the thing.
Yeah, we don't talk
Next
about
thing you know,
that.
he's blowing .18 on a boat and chucking the Lombardi Trophy across a river.
How about that? But that's the thing to remember. Like, there's a lot of good pieces from this Buccaneers Super Bowl defense that is still there in the middle of that D.
So you've mentioned a few times Vita Vea was at Milpitas when you were there. You guys the exact same year or what?
No, he was a freshman when I was a senior, and I got to say, thank God he was only a freshman because he was huge back then, and they had him playing running back as a freshman at Milpitas.
Oh my God. Was he ragdolling dudes as a freshman?
Dude, he was ragdolling people back and forth, and this is actually a story that I've stayed away from most of the week. I almost got into an altercation with him because I was playing defensive end, and I was like a young Max Crosby collapsing the line of scrimmage. I chased him down in the backfield, and I tackled him by his hair. Oh, which is legal. It's part of the uniform, but it's
young. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's legal. You're allowed to do it.
It's a little scary, yeah.
You know, people don't like it when you pull them down by your hair, Murph.
Yeah. So did he object?
So next thing you know, we're going back and forth. And this is before I even knew who the hell Vita Vea was because he's just some freshman. I have no idea. Next thing I know, he's up playing at Washington, and Dave told me about his highlights his senior year when he was still playing running back, looking like a man amongst boys.
He's coming for you, Waterboy.
Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't want to tell the story. I don't know who's listening in the Bay Area right now. I'm not going to Milpitas this weekend.
Don't repeat that story.
Yeah, I know Santa Clara is right next to Alviso, right next to Milpitas. You'll probably get a lot of the Vita Vea family at Santa Clara
Mark is coming with a peace pipe, baby.
That's it, dog. I'm the peacemaker. I'm Rudy Gobert. I'm not looking to get choked out here.
All right. Well, let's get for Dave home on a Friday. Let's get going, baby.
That's it, Dave. You have a great weekend. So as well for all of our listeners, because you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Football Friday starts right now.
I'll tell you what that is. Larry just sent that out.
Your mic's on. Your mic's on.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. I was just showing Paulie Mack out of nowhere.
OD would appreciate this. Overnight Dave will like this.
I just signed on, and out of nowhere, Dennis Leary, the comedian and actor who we all love, he's on Twitter. I follow him. He doesn't tweet much. He just tweeted just now, out of nowhere, a picture from about, I don't know, the mid-19 to late 1970s of a hockey player being interviewed by a man in a red blazer. The hockey player looks like Sly Stallone. He's wearing an old sweater. I said, Paulie, there's no caption.
I got you.
Just it. And
I got you covered.
What do you got here?
Well, that's the great Phil Esposito, one of the all-time great Paisan goal scorers in NHL history. For real, he was like the guy. Gretzky had to pass Esposito on his way up the ladder. So that was, and the great thing about that photo, let me finish this, all the details. Phil Esposito was most famous for playing with the Boston Bruins. He won that Stanley Cup with Bobby Orr when he was flying through the air. Espo was part of that team. Then he ended his career as a New York Ranger, and he played with Ron Duguay and Ron Greschner and all those guys. But that picture Leary put up is Phil Esposito, wearing his Canada Cup jersey. Bro, Overnight Dave, are you with me on the Canada Cup? That's some old school NHL. That was like a tournament they would have in the offseason where all the countries would compete, and it was like, and that's the Canada Cup jersey with the leaf. Yeah.
Shout out Canada Cup. Dennis Leary this morning, I don't know if he waked and baked or something like that, but that's his tweet. He's like, I'm going to throw this out
Phil
there.
Esposito's like a god in Boston.
Yeah, but it's 6:05 in the morning.
Yeah, you let Leary do his thing. Let him roll. Let him roll. Yeah.
I just sent it to you and Dave for your
it makes sense, too, because remember in Rescue Me, like when he gets into his feelings, he throws Mickey Mantle into VCR. Like, he'll do stuff like that.
So maybe he's on one this morning.
Maybe he's still up from last night. Yeah.
Maybe he's still up. Anyway, happy Friday morning, everybody.
All right, man.
It's better to talk about that than it is.
I know. Don't even mention it, man. I don't think we should even bring it up anymore. With the 5 straight. I know.
Golden State Warriors.
Calling Klay Thompson. I mean, I'm throwing the signal up in the air like I'm calling Klay Thompson. The bat signal is up. I need you.
And the thing is, like the cooler heads prevail. They say, hey, listen.
Long season.
Yeah.
Big dogs are out.
But it's not good.
It's not good.
Not good. Yeah.
You know, there were times, man. I mean, honestly, I hate to, bro. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody who loves Klay Thompson more than me. I'm a huge admirer of him and his career and what he's done. But I got to tell you, there were days like when Steph would be out, where Klay he could step it up. He could kind of carry the team for a night or two. And boy, that's not been the case these last 2 games at all.
He's in his last year of his contract.
I know he's having a hard time, man.
Warriors chose not to. So I'm looking at him right now. Through 12 games, he's shooting 40% from the field.
It's rough.
Okay,
it's rough.
In his career, he shoots 45%. So he's 5 points below. He's also, a career 41% 3-point shooter, and right now he's shooting 32%. So he's well below his career numbers. And last night he went 1 for 10 from the field, and that was part of a desultory Warriors lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder 128-109.
Yeah.
Gary Payton got hurt in the first few minutes.
I hate seeing that.
Ankle.
I hate seeing the whole vibe, dude.
No Steph, no Dre,
the whole
vibe.
vibe. No.
Kuminga 21. Can I offer you 21?
I'll take it. I mean, that's something to hang your hat on, but overall, just another bad loss at home. That's 5 straight L's now, Murph. They really got to do something to snap out of this funk.
At what point? I mean, I can't even believe I'm saying this.
Where are you going?
But I think at some point, Steve Kerr has to wear a little of it, just a little.
Go ahead.
Like, okay, he's not finding the right combinations. Whoever he's playing, he didn't play Moody for the whole first quarter. Moody wasn't having a good game.
I know.
So anyway, I'm just saying, listen, am I calling out Kerr at 6:07?
A lot of ball left. That's the thing. The NBA season, it goes on forever.
But digging themselves a hole in a competitive West
no
here.
question. And you'd like to see him play better, at the very least at home.
So that was no good.
No.
We can get into that. But the other part is the Thursday Night Football was surprising. I thought it would be a closer game.
I know you hate seeing Joe Burrow leave the game. That's the thing.
We do hate seeing that. And the Ravens, they're explosive. They'll score big plays on you.
You know what the crazy thing about the Burrow injury was? Prior to him leaving the game, he was making throws out there. Like he was making plays, moving the offense up and down the field, and then suddenly on the sideline. So I don't know when it happened or what that injury was. They really haven't told us. But once he left the game, I mean, that was it.
Sprained wrist.
That was a wrap. I mean,
sprained right wrist. And that could be it for their season.
Well, he obviously couldn't throw the ball. You saw him double over in pain when he tried to. Did you see that on the sideline?
Yeah. And Mark Andrews, the big tight end for the Ravens, too, who's Lamar's #1 guy. He got hurt, too.
By the way, shout out to Mark Andrews. We actually had a creative director at KNBR, the guy who replaced Rick Ganji back in the late 90s. Shout out Mark Andrews.
His name was Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
All right.
A colorful guy.
And he's now...
colorful guy.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's now wearing
I'll give you
purple.
some highlights off the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that for sure.
Mark Andrews, man. I think he's in Colorado now.
And then, of course, the 49ers getting ready for Tampa Bay on Sunday. Actually, it's all good news down there. Everybody seems to be healthy.
We're feeling good.
Trent Williams was a full participant at practice yesterday. That's great news. I guess McKivitz remains a little bit of a question mark going into the game. We'll see what happens there. Aaron Banks stays out at left guard, so John Feliciano will play there. And listen, be honest, how often are we watching the guards on every play? How often how's your guard eyeball? Do you watch it, John Ayers, Paul?
Ever since the days of Guy McIntyre, I started saying, I got to keep my eye on these guards, man. Well, Guy was fun to watch, though, because he'd get up and run around the line and stuff. He was very athletic.
So keep your eyes on Feliciano.
I will. I definitely will.
But the Niners feeling good. And, the kind of the story the writers are going with is that's the 17-game anniversary of Brock Purdy, the 1 year. And see the stats Eric Branch compiled. that if you take his 17 games as a full season, and, so it's like the last 5 of last year or the first 12. What are the Niners' story? What's their record right now?
Right now they are, great question.
What's their record?
6-3. 6-3.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I was stuck too. Sorry. Me too.
6-3. Wait, 17 career. He didn't start 8 games last year. I'm getting confused here on the math.
Well, it depends. Are you counting playoff games with this? Or
I guess we're counting playoff games.
Because it was confusing.
No, they're obviously on a Friday. A lot of confusion.
Anyway, this will be he has 17 career starts.
Yeah.
He's thrown for 3,996 yards, so call it 4,000. 29 touchdowns to 8 picks. Okay. His 9.1 yards per attempt for a single season would be second best all time among the 49ers.
That's crazy.
His passer rating of 111 for a single season would be the third best season in Niner history. And his completion percentage of 68.4% for a single season would be the fourth best mark in Niner history. How about that? So if you took his first 17 starts, I know it's weird because it's broken up over 2 seasons, but if you did, all of his numbers would be among the top 2, 3, or 4 in 49er single season history, dude. What? Now, Kyle's offense, because Jimmy had some numbers that were pretty good too.
He did.
But anyway, it just speaks a lot. And he says interesting comments from him. He said he was watching the film of the game last year, and he saw how much he was playing with a chip on his shoulder. He was trying to get that mentality back. He said he has to remind himself to play with a chip on his shoulder every game.
Do you do every show with a chip on your shoulder?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I do. I have a major chip on my shoulder.
A young lady
I got chips on each shoulder. That's how pissed off I am.
Young lady from Boston College who's a San Francisco gal.
Go Eagles, Murph. Go Eagles. That's where Frank Pepe is.
Was interviewing me for her sports media class.
Yeah.
And she was asking me these questions. She's like, do you have the chip on your shoulder every day? I was doing this interview yesterday. She forced me to reckon with my career. And I was like,
no, that's the best way to perform, with a chip on your shoulder. You know what David Lee Roth said? Great. Somebody asked him, he goes, this is a true story. Somebody said, Dave, what is back in the day when he was like a rock god? And somebody goes, what's your biggest motivation for when he goes on stage? And he goes, 2 things. Fear and revenge.
Okay.
Fear that I'll lose my place in the Pantheon, and revenge on all those a-holes who told me I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So every time I go on stage, I dance them further into the ground.
You know what, Paulie?
Fear and revenge.
I'm thinking about both of those, and now I'm pissed, and we're going to have a great freaking show today.
That's what I'm talking about, Murph. Me and you, let's go. I got the fear, I got the revenge, let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Filled with fear and revenge.
Hell
it's
yeah.
the Murph and Matt
I'm getting
show.
fired. I'm going to flip this table over.
Marcus, get the guest list
Yeah.
on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Purdy! St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday for his weekly hit with Tolver and Copes to preview the 49ers matchup this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, it's huge. Just like the confidence, that came from that, knowing that, all right, I can play in this league. We were on a roll too. We had our sights set on, finishing out the season strong. So I was more excited just to show my teammates and the guys in this building that, I can be the guy to help do that. And so it was a huge game for myself, my confidence, and looking back on it, it's always, sort of fun just to see, where I was, as a backup, trying to make my way in the NFL, and then, sort of making a name for myself. So, it's always good. It's a good memory for sure.
There he is, the unmistakable voice of everybody's favorite now, Brock Purdy. 1 year later, man. 1 year ago at this time, if I had asked anybody for a Brock Purdy take, we'd have zero takes.
How could you have a take?
Other than
Nobody
Kerry
knew
Crowley
him.
making him a hum baby.
Well, there you go.
Which goes down as one of the more legendary moments. Paulie takes a random Monday off in May. We do the NFL draft. Kerry Crowley's filling in for him, and I said, hey, he goes, I want to pick my own hum babies. I said, okay, fine, I'll do my bums, you do your hum. He comes up and he's like, and hum baby number 3 is Brock Purdy. And I was like, wait, what? Why? I still don't understand why he made him a hum baby.
Who?
Like, what made him a hum baby? The fact that he got drafted, or the fact that he liked his game, or I don't know, but all I know is Kerry Crowley's looking like a god.
Yeah, Casey felt something out there.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Waterbury, I see you working there too, because number one, we do like the way Purdy moves. His escapability is one of his more underrated qualities.
Agreed. Yeah.
And number two, Marcus, you were telling me that the Andre 3000 has a new album dropping today.
Yeah, Murph, I know you're a big Outkast guy. Andre 3000 solo album, and from what I'm hearing is it's an instrumental album where it's just Andre 3000 playing the flute the entire time.
Hold on now. Time to blank out. What are you talking about playing the flute the whole time?
It's called New Blue Sun, and from the clips I've seen, it's just Andre 3000 just not even rapping, just playing the flute the entire time.
Are there beats underneath? And
I haven't heard it yet. It just came out this morning.
Murph, if I may, here's a sentence I never thought I'd say on the Murph and Mac show. I believe I would say great flautists. Is that the term? You're a flautist?
Mount Flutemore.
Well, you got to go.
I got it for you right now.
I got to go Jethro Tull, because he incorporated the flute big time.
Jethro Tull 1, Lizzo 2, Outkast 3, and then easily it's got to be the guy limping along in the Revolutionary War painting.
Well, I was going to say Anchorman too. Will Ferrell playing jazz flute.
You got to give me the Revolutionary War painting guy.
Yeah, throw him in the mix too. But I don't know. I never thought we'd put together the greatest flute players, but it's happened.
I'll tell you a funny story.
It's finally happened.
6th grade, when California public schools had more money and music class was part of our curriculum.
I know.
Now you have to raise money on the outside to bring it in.
I hate that. I know.
Anyway, I missed the first day of music because I was sick when they assigned instruments. So for the entire quarter or trimester we had, I had to play flute.
Yeah.
Play flute. So your boy has history.
You got to hold it out sideways and stuff.
And you got to blow it out I never got it. You have to blow out
I got to say, you got
out of the side of your mouth.
You got to make like a very uncool face.
Yeah.
When you blow the flute. Yeah.
Shout out my neighbor up the street.
Not a good look.
I had a neighbor named Pat McCarthy who was a crazy flute, a prodigy.
Is it flautist? Is that the word?
I guess.
Like you're a pianist, you're a guitarist, you're a flautist?
People would be like, he would drive by and be like, hey man, that's that guy. He plays the flute. That guy's incredible.
Yeah.
Pat McCarthy.
Yeah.
Shout out Pat McCarthy and the flute. Where are you today, buddy? Anyway, man.
Who would have known? I never knew that's more Murph trivia I learned this week. I didn't know that.
Actually, I think we actually had a kid. No, he was a violinist. Never mind.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is we're looking forward to Andre the 3000's
okay, fair enough. Yeah, bring it on.
We'll look for it. I wonder if Brock Purdy has any flute knowledge. I don't know, because that's the guy right
Doubtful.
there.
Oh, we know Christian McCaffrey plays the piano, but I don't know if he can play the flute.
Yeah.
So did D. Ford. D. Ford was a piano player.
D Ford.
Yeah, too bad it never happened with him. He was a great guy, great guest on the air. Only gave us a couple meaningful snaps though. He was never on the field.
He was tremendous on the air. Yeah. So is there any scenario where the Niners don't take care of business this week?
I think and just throw the spread out the window. Let's just talk like football for a second. Niners win this game. I mean, this is a team they should beat, and I believe they will beat. With all due respect to the Bucs, I just think the Niners have too much. As long as they bring that brand of ball we saw last week, they'll be fine.
Well, to me, it comes down to their energy and their effort level.
Yes.
Are they gonna? Because obviously last week they had talk about playing with fear and revenge.
Fear and revenge, yeah.
That was the Niners last Sunday.
Well, totally. No question. Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the great get off the ball
hair
games.
On fire. Came out of the tunnel, hair on fire.
Now, can you repeat that? That's kind of what Brock Purdy was saying actually in his media availability yesterday. Was I need to learn to. Because he's watching himself playing against the Bucs, and he was like, wow, I was really playing with a chip on my shoulder. I got to do that. Maybe, Paul, you and I should review film of some of our shows from 2007 when you were doing Satan.
Well,
get back to fear and revenge.
We had some good bits back then. Yeah, shout out Satan, hashtag Satan.
But anyway, so can they do that every week? That's the question. That's that championship standard you have to have.
And that's also what Brock Purdy talked about yesterday at the podium was the fact that Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel bring the energy from walking out with the boombox before the game even started.
Did he mention that?
Oh, yeah. He said it's the way that they set the tone for the culture of the 49ers. Just having Trent and Deebo back leading the boombox walkout changed the energy.
I agree. I totally agree.
First of all, I'd love to hear that because as a viewer, I felt like it was cool. But, I was like, am I being manipulated by the director? I don't know.
Well, think about how much stronger and more confident you feel when you have Trent Williams to your left or right. Like, if I'm walking down the street in a bad neighborhood alone, I'm extremely nervous. If I'm walking down the street in a bad neighborhood with Marcus on my left, I'm fine. I feel confident. You know what I'm saying? That's like the mindset. Like, Trent is there, Debo's there, bringing that physicality. So the Niners regained their identity last week.
You say that having him walk down the street with you because I remember doing. I mentioned this is the second time I've mentioned this guy this morning, which is so random. Yeah. Ray Brown.
Yeah, man. Shout out 65, Ray Brown.
There's a guard on the Niners in the 90s named Ray Brown. They signed him from the Washington Redskins.
I'm a Ray Brown fan.
And he was a really good player. And Bob McKittrick was his biggest advocate.
See, of course.
And Ray Brown was a great guy to talk to as a beat writer.
Nice.
I was doing a story on him.
Gentleman, right? Big gentleman.
Well, McKittrick said to me, he said, well, the best way I can describe Ray Brown is that were I to go into a dark alley late at night, and there were unsavory characters in the alley, the first man I would want with me is Ray Brown. And he said,
this is what I love. Tell me these stories all day.
And he said, conversely, if I had an opportunity to have a wonderful dinner and have a conversation with a man over a fine meal, the first person I would think of is Ray Brown.
Wow. Ray Brown checking multiple categories. Yeah.
So he wants him in the alley. And he wants him over a fine meal.
I love when you tell me these things. I miss McKittrick, and I always love Ray Brown, dude. Big number 65.
I wonder how Trent Williams is over a meal. He's probably pretty good. He seems like he's got a fun personality.
You know what I love about those O-linemen? They're like some of the biggest humans on the planet, and like you say, off the field, they're all pretty cool guys.
I'm telling you, as a beat writer, the most reliable unit to talk to is the O-line. The most reliable. They are the friendliest. They give you the best quotes. They don't duck the media as much. There's no divas.
And look at the guys we've talked to, even on our show, from those days, like Jesse Sapullo, awesome dude, right? You just told the Ray Brown story. You've had Gogan on. These guys, we've had some great ones in San Francisco. And you mentioned Bob McKittrick, man, that whole era, the McKittrick era. He was about accuracy, pinpoint speed, and technique. We didn't have the biggest lines back then in San Francisco. Those guys weren't hulking guys, but they were very athletic.
He was controversial because he taught the cut block, and Howie Long didn't like it.
Hey, listen,
the Raiders wanted to.
We're trying to win some ball games out here, okay?
I know. It wasn't against the rules, I don't think, at the time. Anyway.
Yeah, Howie Long didn't like it. That's
true.
What
else went on Thursday night, Waterboy? Why was your Thursday night, buddy?
I was a little disappointed by the Joe Burrow injury, if we're being honest, because I thought it was going to be a shootout back and forth between the Ravens and Bengals. Kind of an interesting storyline that Joe Burrow was actually hurt getting off the bus and he had a splint or a brace on.
Picture, yeah.
And the fact that the NFL and the Bengals did not list him on the injury report. I just saw Schefter tweet out that the NFL is going to investigate that.
Ooh, yeah. So, you can't. I mean, it's funny about injury reports because it is why would I tell you? It's like when McCaffrey says, I'm not going to tell you where to hit me. But the NFL requires you to report your injuries.
But it's also funny because they're required to disclose these injuries. But how about us finding out that Brock Purdy had a broken rib earlier this year at training camp? The 49ers never disclosed that it was a broken rib that he was playing with last year.
I'm trying to remember, what was the injury report going into that game? Did they have something on him?
He was just questionable that entire week with just
was it ribs?
Rib injury. Yeah, but we never knew it was broken.
Yeah. By the way, Lamar got hurt last night, too. There was a time he was going to leave the game. He had an ankle thing.
You know, I heard Marcus on your show today. You were talking Lamar Jackson as potential MVP candidate, and that's actually not a bad call. When you look around at some of the so-called elite, especially in the AFC, like where have all the good times gone? Josh Allen down on his luck, Joe Burrow injured, Pat Mahomes not having the year he's used to having. Right. That's not a bad call, Marcus.
Well, you know who it is, and I don't know why people are pushing up against this, but I'm taking a hard look at C.J. Stroud.
What a story. What a story he is.
Think about what he's done.
Yeah, it's insane.
Think about that team's roster and their expectations.
And shout out to Miko, man. What a great job he's done down there. Nobody expected this.
Hey, they have an interesting game this week. They play the...
who are they playing?
They play the Arizona Cardinals. They could win that game.
I'm saying they're going to win that game.
Go to 6-4. They're 4.5-point favorites against Kyler Murray. But Kyler's back. I don't know what to think. You're getting 4.5.
Kyler Murray, But
I don't know. I haven't done my pro picks yet. I was going to do them after, but maybe I could do them live here on the air.
We got a forecast coming up, too.
My gut, as I look at that one, with respect to Kyler.
Yes.
After I saw what Stroud did in Cincinnati.
Yeah, man.
That was a whoa.
Very impressive.
You talk about playing with fear and revenge. That's a guy who's motivated every game.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to take the Texans and lay the points.
I ain't mad at you.
I think I'm going to.
You know what I mean?
But Kyler's Kyler. He's dangerous because he can break something. But dude, I think this kid's special.
I don't have a lot. Yeah.
Question is, it's a consistency thing. Can he answer that game? He's had 2 wonderful games in a row, 2 huge wins in a row. But I think, I'm going to go ahead and take the Texans.
Yeah, I would too. I like the Texans too.
4.5.
And it's also interesting since this morning, I was talking about on my show, you brought it up in the first segment, the fact that we are looking at the first 17 games of Brock Purdy's career. I know everybody's talking about C.J. Stroud maybe having the greatest rookie season in NFL history. Well, if you look at the stats that you just mentioned in the first segment about Brock Purdy, I think he's in the conversation for maybe having one of the best rookie years that we've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, this is true, but he doesn't get any love because it's split up over 2 seasons.
It's split in 2 seasons.
Yeah, it's really too bad. So, this is going to be, by the way, Houston's trying for their first 3-game win streak since 2018. Okay, so they've been terrible. Actually, in 2019, they won 10 games. So,
and also, how about the fact that C.J. Stroud is not really doing this with like a dynamic wide receiver or really any weapons like Tank Dell and like
name the Texans' weapons. Even as fantasy football heads, it's hard to name the Texans' weapons. Their leading rusher is Devin Singletary, with 359 yards. The leading receiver is Nico Collins.
Shout out Nico.
Okay,
yeah.
So I mean, these are not household names.
No.
So all right, let's get the
give me the horns, Marcus.
List
on a Friday.
Friday before Thanksgiving, guys.
Friday, y'all.
Oh, Candace found pictures and sent me screenshots. We had mac and cheese last year.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Wow, and you forgot.
It was the very first time.
You have a great memory, too. I'm shocked you forgot that.
My memory's toast.
Well, mine, unless it's Niners or the Grateful Dead.
The Texans won 10 games in 2019.
I have a great memory. Yeah. Only specific categories I can help you. Dead and Niners. Outside of that, I'm in trouble.
She said we all liked it. And
it sounds very appealing because I don't think I've had that traditionally, but I would love to get a big bowl of that on the table. Now, do you spice it up with some? Do you throw some meats in there, like ground beef or anything like that?
Or chunks of bacon?
You can do a lot of stuff with mac and cheese.
Breadcrumbs on top, make it nice and crispy.
You can get it all glamorous.
You guys, there's that place in Berkeley or Oakland that serves nothing but mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Called Homeroom. You can just get I read you guys 10 different varieties.
What's the purpose of Homeroom, by the way? Just go sit in there for 5 minutes and then scatter.
They don't have homeroom anymore.
Yeah, what was that about?
Kids, what's homeroom? They're like, what's homeroom?
What the hell was that about? I don't even know why we did that.
Paul, you got to have a home business.
I got to go to homeroom.
Paul, you got to have a nest. It's like a nest.
And then you fly away. You leave the
then
nest.
You go back to the nest.
Crazy scene, homeroom. Yeah.
I like a homeroom.
Yeah, do you?
I do.
It's where you first start the day.
Why do your homeroom is the studio where your homeroom is definitely Tony's studio.
Well, no question. Yeah, that is my homeroom. I take attendance in there. Yeah.
All right. The guest list starts in about 20 minutes with the Friday football forecast every Friday, 6:50 a.m. Learn from Matt Gibb there, NFL and college.
Rock and roll. This guy's as hot as I was going to try to find a warrior, but there's no warrior that's hot.
Oh,
he's as hot as who's the hottest scorer right now in the NBA? Who is it? I don't even know.
That's a great question.
Who's the hottest? He's as hot as the Boston Celtics. You know the Celtics are playing.
How about you say I'm as hot as Phil Esposito was in the Canada Cup? I'll take that.
I'm going to say as hot as the T-Wolves and Anthony Edwards. They're won 7 or 8 in a row now.
Yeah, the T-Wolves are starting to bother me. I know.
Every now and then on Twitter, somebody brings up the that incredible Ant Edwards interview he did with that woman about his youth sports career. Have you seen? You remember that one? I think we had it in the Cooler of Content a long time ago. And he's so funny. He's like, "What do you need? I'll do it." And she's like, "Baseball." He's like, "Baseball. I play short. I play pitcher. I play center field."
Wow.
He's like, "You feel me?
What do you need?"
And then she goes, "Where'd you bat? 4th and 5th. You feel me?" She goes, "Clean up." He goes, "Clean up on aisle 3." And he's like, he's really funny.
All right.
And she goes, what else? He goes, what do you need? Darts, swimming. He's like, swimming. I got
Darts.
you. He goes, I'm Michael Phelps. He's really funny.
Competitive darts.
Yeah. No, he was going through. He goes, what do you need? He goes, I got you, and I'm the best.
Well,
That's what he
hey,
said.
listen.
Joel Embiid is the leading scorer.
All right. Well, Paulie Max to the Joel Embiid of making picks on a Friday.
For something like, I want an outside. Who's the best outside shooter leading right now? Well, Steph. Steph's the second leading scorer in the NBA right now. Then Luka's third. Kevin Durant's fourth. Jokic is fifth. The only surprising name in there would be Giannis is 6. Donovan Mitchell's 7. SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is 8. Jason Tatum's 9. And Tyrese Maxey is 10. Those are your top 10 NBA scorers right now.
All right. Well, Paulie Mack is a top 10 picker right now. 2-0 last week. We'll try to improve those numbers with his picks and Murph's picks for college football this weekend.
Yeah.
Then at 7:35, it's time to come to Papa on a Friday. Greg Papa, as we always do, to get you ready for the 49ers.
We get a lot of G-Pops in person lately. He comes in with his hat game. His hat game is second to none, by the way.
Number one hat game going.
Comes in with hats literally stacked up. And then he decides which hat he wants to wear for any given segment, depending on the subject matter. It's like Michael Jackson live with costume changes.
That's it. We got Greg Papa with different hats and Anthony Edwards playing different sports.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, you were the best player on your team.
Yes, now we talking.
You could hit the ball.
But I was 4th, 5th hitter. You know what that means.
Clean up. Yeah.
Straight clean up on aisle 3. Come get it.
Sounds like you're just an athlete.
Yeah.
Ping pong, baseball, football, basketball.
Tennis, swimming, lacrosse, whatever you need me to play, I'm going to go do it. If there's some money on the line, I'm going to go do it.
I don't know why. We need to hear that like once a week.
It's incredible.
You name the sport,
funny.
I'll do it.
It's so funny. He's in his uni, too. The woman interviewing him was like she's like a young journalist.
Clean up on aisle 3. Wow. That's my guy right there.
I tell you what, I'd use him in a Giants uniform. Really could, yes.
For real, he'd be my 3-hitter. We'll talk to Greg Papa at 7:35.
He's like kind of pissed.
He can do it lacrosse, too. Lacrosse.
Yeah, lacrosse. What do you want?
Yeah, everybody knows Anthony Edwards, one of our greatest cross-platform athletes of our generation, but maybe we throw John Lynch into that conversation also. Played baseball at Stanford, and of course we know NFL Hall of Famer John Lynch stops by at 8 a.m. this morning.
And and then one last, we're going to do the big game hit with Platzy.
Well, that's the thing. We could talk big game with John Lynch. We talk big game with Platzy this morning also at 8:40-ish is what my guest list tells me this morning.
All right, sounds good. Okay, Wilks on the ground. Everybody talking about my Wilks on the ground. Steve Wilks spoke yesterday about the new defense. We'll hit that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Straight clean up on aisle 3. Come get it.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They've been huge pieces, the last couple of years for this offense. Guys that we could all look to in terms of, creating the energy, the spark. Honestly, even like before the game, Trent is the one that breaks us all down before we go out to the field, and when he's not playing, he doesn't do it. So even just having that kind of aspect and energy, he's a huge piece of this culture, man. And then Debo as well, obviously being able to get him the ball, make plays, feed off his energy and his swagger that he plays with. They've had so much success and helped build this place to what it is now over the past couple of years. So having those guys back, they're huge. They're a part of our offense, and for me as a quarterback, it's like, man, like those are two of the guys that I always want to be playing with, and for me, it helps out with my confidence and stuff every play. So they're definitely huge for us.
There he is, man. Brock Purdy talking 71-19, who will be coming out of the locker room with the boombox. This isn't the song they come out to, is it? It is. All right. Help me out, Marcus. What do we got?
This right here is NBA Youngboy B. Let's do it again. And you can figure out what the B word is. It's 5 letters.
Okay.
It's not hard to figure out.
I understand. I got you.
Bread, let's do it again. All right. Hey, Matt Mayoko joins Pop on Lunch today at 11:50. I like the beat. We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. I got to say, the beats of the modern hip-hop era make me laugh, because they're at their essence, they're kind of like these little melodic sort of jingles. They're like these little...
That's like the hook, yeah.
Yeah, but they're like almost like I said, there's almost like that Willy Wonka vibe to some of them,
Yeah, hip-hop had gone through a lot of changes. When it first was like an earlier thing, like in the 80s, early 90s, a lot of James Brown samples back in the day, like Public Enemy. Their records are littered with James Brown samples, so that was like a big thing early on. And then guys just started kind of dropping their own hooks and stuff. I don't know if guys sample as much anymore. Do they, Marcus? Or rappers?
Oh, yeah, people are still sampling. Okay. It's weird now, because now people are sampling stuff that I used to listen to in like early 2000, and now like my music is like throwback music.
Yeah, sure.
It's weird, but like talking about like the evolution of hip-hop and the beats, it's funny how Murph brings up the Willy Wonka flute on a day where Andre 3000 literally releases an instrumental album playing the flute. You're still saying this.
I need to see this thing to believe it. You're telling me every track on this album, he's blowing a flute. Is that what you're telling me?
It's nothing but flutes, Paul.
Okay, I still don't think I believe you. I need evidence.
Stay tuned.
I need evidence.
Okay.
Maybe rejoin. Give me a rejoin with some flute.
All right. We're just killing time, by the way, until we get to the Friday football forecast, which is in the next segment. But what happened was Steve Wilks spoke for the first time since the game. Now, after games, interestingly, beat reporters don't get access to these coordinators. I don't know why. I don't know. They just don't. So we don't get to hear. They go down to Jacksonville. They win 34-3. Everything's unbelievably great with the defense. Wilks is on the ground. He makes the lineup change at the slot corner. He opens with the 5-man front. Has Chase Young standing up over center. They're disguising coverages in the secondary. I mean, I can call it a masterpiece, but it was damn near a masterpiece. Bosa and Chase Young, the Buckeye boys, the Buckeye bros, the Buckeye bookends do their thing. I mean, it was just incredible. We hadn't heard from Wilks, though, since that day. So he finally speaks on Thursdays, Coordinator Thursdays. So let's hear what he had to say in terms of, this being on the sideline situation. By the way, I want to tell you from my perspective, just as a viewer, as a fan, I enjoyed seeing him. I was like, hey, look at you.
I liked it too. I like seeing him too.
I was like, he's out in the fresh air.
Yeah, he's walking around. Yeah.
He's walking around. So here he is. And of course, he doesn't want, this guy's been coaching in the NFL for a long time. He doesn't hear it from a bunch of guys with notebooks about how he needs to be on the sideline. So here he was on the sideline.
It was fine. I enjoyed the interaction with the players. I think it was, in that regards, it was good to be able to look in their eyes and communicate and, create some clarity in my thoughts moving to the next series.
Okay.
Nice pipes, by the way.
It was
He
fine.
could easily be doing some radio with us.
It was fine. He's like, don't tell me how to coach defense.
No, he knows. Yeah.
But that's what he says. The next question is, or the next answer is that he says that him being on the grass was not the reason why they held Jacksonville to 3 points.
I believe me, that wasn't nowhere near the reason why. We got good players, and me being down on the sideline had nothing to do with it. I was just really excited once again how they responded. I'm not living in the past. I felt like we were a little tired. and we needed that bye. And you could see when we came back on that Monday that they were fresh with their legs. Their attitude was completely different, and we played to our standard this past week, and we got to be consistent moving forward.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's the key.
Yeah, give me more Silk Wilks. I like it.
And can they bounce? Can they bring that same energy in sort of a, I don't want to say a nothing game against the Tampa Bay Bucs, but you got the Seahawks on Thursday at Thanksgiving.
You know, and there is actually a track record of the Niners having trouble with games like this. I could point to the Falcons game that they lost at Levi Stadium a couple seasons ago. Remember that, the last-second touchdown and all that?
I'm totally with you on this.
They have a tendency.
They have these weird,
yes. And Denver, I think it was Denver
games,
last year that got them, and that kind of doesn't make any sense. So they do have a history with fumbling around in games like this.
Yeah. I almost want to say, I know it was the Bengals. The Bengals are, they're theoretically good, but now they're 5-5. My gosh. But that Bengals game felt that way to me when they went 3-0 in the first series.
Yeah.
I said, I've had these October games where Levi's isn't that hyped, and they don't do anything to get the crowd hyped early.
Yeah.
And it gets kind of quiet there, and all of a sudden then they break a touchdown. I hope that my goal is that this not be one of those games on Sunday.
I'm with
Meanwhile,
you.
more Wilks on what specifically did he do on the sidelines communicating?
Again, I was in the box in Carolina. I was on the field in Cleveland. I think the advantage is just that direct communication with the players, where I thought our communication was great with the coaches. But being able to talk to each position group and hear their thoughts, tell them my thoughts, it just projects how I think the next series for us calling the game.
Okay. So he's like, okay, dude, I got you. Meanwhile, we got a text in from the 415 saying he is a producer of music, like Marcus's brother. And he says there's an unspoken sampling integrity.
Okay.
When I first started making MPC beats in 2002, hey, 415, I don't even know what MPC is. When I started making MPC beats in 2002, I wouldn't sample something that was less than 25 years old. No sampling full 16-bar grooves, only sampling individual chords, notes, and drum sounds.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
We cobble them together and make new magic from dusty records.
I'll buy that, man. I'll buy that.
He said I would sample 70s jazz folks like Bob James, Earl Klugh, Grover Washington, Billy Cobham, Roy Ayers.
Billy Cobham, yeah, dude. Shout out Billy Cobham. He's a great drummer.
Right.
Billy Cobham.
Meanwhile, Steve Wilks
knows what he's talking about.
On his shiny new toy, number 92, Chase Young.
Yeah, it's my guy.
John Lynch told us last Friday looks pretty in a uniform.
Yeah, did he? Nice.
Did he say that? He is. They're saying even by NFL standards, the guy's body is ridiculous.
Yeah. Him and Bosa, the Body Brothers.
Yeah. So here's Wilks on the new toy here.
I thought he went out there and played well. It was a Buckeye meeting at the quarterback per se. So I thought he did some great things. Kasarik is, in my opinion, the best D-line coach in the league, and he's getting the best teaching. And, he's continuing to progress in the things that we want him to do in regards to stopping the run and how we play it. But I think right now he's playing well. I'm excited to see what he does this week.
Yeah, I am too. Meanwhile, Buccaneers can't run. Trust me, I have Rachaad White on my fantasy team. And by the way, he's a heart and hustle guy. I got to give him a lot of credit. He busts his ass every week. He tries. He's not a superstar, but he'll catch a lot of balls out of the backfield. But they don't really run the ball. So he's talking about stopping the run. You better have no problem shutting down Tampa Bay's run game. They have that streak where nobody runs for 100 on them. I can almost guarantee you that streak stays intact this week.
Yeah, and when we look at the Buccaneers offense, you mentioned it, Rachaad White, a receiving threat out of the backfield. You look at Chris Godwin and Mike Evans on the outside, two still really good wide receivers. And so to me, it comes down to your coverage against Baker Mayfield, who's actually having a pretty good season. But going back to what Steve Wilks was just talking about, that Buckeye meeting in the backfield, the thing that stood out to me about that play was it was a three-man pass rush.
Yeah,
it was Hargrave, it was Bosa, and it was Chase Young, which means you could drop 8 guys back in coverage. That probably had a bigger impact than Steve Wilks moving down to the sideline.
Great call, man. They got to him. Well, that next cut we have for you is about the adjustment of coverages and schemes and how they maybe created a little different looks in the secondary, and that helps the pass rush.
Again, I thought we complemented each other well. Also, coming out of the bye, just trying to evaluate, our coverages, our front, most importantly, how they look, and what I had been calling previous weeks. And what we tried to be able to do is just work on our disguise a little bit more and try to create some confusion, to where maybe he thought we were coming when we weren't. We're not coming, and then vice versa. We're sitting back, and all of a sudden we bring pressure. So it's just definitely trying to take the game out of the coordinator's hand and allow the quarterback to be able to see certain things post-snap.
Yeah, all right, man. Wilks is, as you said, Paulie, we need more Wilks in our lives.
Silk Wilks, man. Do your thing.
We have one last cut from Silk Wilks here as we catch up with the 49er D coordinator who was the star of the game in the 34-3 win over Jacksonville. See if he can repeat it Sunday against Tampa Bay. And it's about the part where they were feeling themselves after Dallas and then having the losing streak and how they finally, as Paulie Mack likes to say, played with fear and revenge.
That's what I'm talking about.
I hope we all were taking it personal being 0-3. I know I was. And I do agree that those guys were getting criticized. But if you understand and know the game and watch the tape, we got a lot of pressure on the quarterback. So there was different things, yes, probably within the secondary that we could do differently, starting with maybe the calls and allowing those guys at certain times to be a little bit more sticky in their coverage, or as I just talked about this past week, giving a different look, which confuses the quarterback and makes him hold the ball a little longer. And that's all we really need sometimes with the guys that we have up front is just that second hitch, So, again, it was great to see those guys compliment one another.
All right, Steve Wilks, take a bow, buddy, and see if you can do it again Sunday. And he's absolutely right. The different looks that he called. So what Trevor Lawrence prepared for on film, he didn't see, and that's why he said what he just called that second hitch. And when Trevor Lawrence didn't have the look he looked at, he wanted, that was that extra 1 second.
Yep.
Because they kept talking about how Bosa's close, he's close. Well, if Trevor Lawrence doesn't get rid of the ball in that extra second, kaboom. You're going to meet 97, 92, 98,
Show him a different
91.
look. I love it. I love it, man.
And by the way, following up on 415, the guy's he says it's your boy Hunter.
Yeah.
He says, I'm not a professional producer. I'm too underground for the Bay Underground.
Ooh, I like
Beats
that,
for
man.
days and a funky jersey. Sent a picture of himself.
Yeah.
Nice looking lad holding his machine.
Right on, Hunter.
All right. So
yeah,
anyway.
man. Keep dropping beats. I love it.
Hey, Hunter, send us some of your beats. We'll play them as rejoins.
I like all the stuff he was saying. That was cool.
Give me my theme music.
All right. Oh, look, I wake up in the morning on a Friday, and I just kill time until 6:50.
That's why the only reason I came in.
Friday. Freaking fabulous. Phenomenal forecast. Next. You know where you are, baby. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, girl. Hey, girl. You good?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
know what I said to him, Paul? I said, welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees.
KNBR presents Murph and Mac's Friday Football Forecast.
Football.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby. It's America's favorite time of the year. It's Friday morning at 6:58 on the Murph and Mac Show, which means somewhere in the plus-minus window of 10 minutes, we'll get you guys to Friday Football Forecast. Sometimes it's 6:50, sometimes 6:53. Let's just say it'll be between 6:50 and 7 o'clock at some point. What are we, a machine?
Right.
We give you the same break every time? We can't. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All I know is,
what are we, machines?
It is the most fun that you can have with your clothes on. All right, my friends.
By the way, Murph asking the world essentially, like, what are we, machines? You know what that just brought up in my mind? It reminded me of shout out the Elephant Man, John Hurt. I am not an animal. I am a Friday football forecaster. Don't confuse me with the Elephant Man.
That was actually played very nicely by Leslie Nielsen in a scene from the short-lived show Police Squad, where he's shaking down a dentist.
I am not an animal.
The dentist has him all numbed up and has a bunch of tubes in his mouth. And then he's grilling. He thinks the dentist is a suspect in a crime. And then he's grilling the dentist. And then he eventually gets the dentist he gets out of his chair and gets the dentist up against the wall.
Yeah.
And he still has all the tubes and the Novocaine in. And the dentist says, "You're an animal." And Leslie Nielsen with all the tubes and the cons says, "I am not an animal."
Very good. Maybe laugh. I haven't even seen the scene, but that was funny. See, I am not an animal.
Because he's at the dentist with a bunch of
Shout out Howard Stern bidding on the Elephant Man's remains back in the early 80s. He was in a head-to-head with Michael Jackson. It was insane. Those were early days of Howard. It was funny. Do you remember that, Murph? The Elephant Man remains?
I do remember.
Yeah, he was bidding on
Mac, I'm actually surprised since we're talking machine, you went with the elephant instead of, the Giants' new hitting coach.
I know. He means people were asking, are you going to ask Bob Melvin about the machine?
Some things best left unsolved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the answer to you texters, no, I'm not going to ask Bob Melvin.
No, we're not going down that road, kids.
As they say, some things are best left unsaid.
Unsolved.
All right.
Yes,
all right, well, listen. What's unsolved is Paulie Mac's hot streak.
Wow.
Don't even ask. Just keep shooting, kid.
Okay.
Because last week he rode Brock Purdy and sidelined Steve Wilks to a win in Jacksonville. And then he rode Man Campbell and the kneecap-biting Detroit Lions. Not without a sweat. You laid 2.5. You won on a last-second field goal.
I did have a sweat. You ain't kidding about that, man.
Next thing you know, this man's won 4 in a row.
Well, everybody gets lucky once in a while.
He's now 11, 8, and 1.
Yeah.
You're over 500, well over 500.
Okay, for now. You know what I mean? It's
come on.
Well, the forecast is
you
tough.
Need some Anthony Edwards cockiness,
I do.
Dude.
I don't have the confidence. You're right about that.
Clean up in aisle 3, man.
I got to get my fear and revenge on. I do.
Paulie, stay hot, kid.
Okay.
What you got?
Well, I'm going to stay hot with one of the teams that helps me succeed, the aforementioned Detroit Lions. Now, there's a lot to this, and I want to kind of walk through this with you, Murph. For starters, I'm very happy to say that I have now walked the streets of the Motor City. And shout out Overnight Dave. He's driving home right now. That's a great town. That's a great town, man. I really enjoyed Detroit. I thought there were some of the friendliest people.
I'll be honest with you now. It's not a great town.
I think it is.
Okay, all right.
I think it is. I enjoyed my experience in Detroit.
Okay, I know. Listen, I'm
very much. No, I really do. I'm not just saying
around the word great. Like, to me, Boston,
listen,
New York.
There's a lot of great history in that town.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
808
KNBR, Murph hates Detroit. We'll take your calls next.
No,
but I'm saying.
You just dropped the G-bomb.
I did. I really did. I think it's a great town.
Okay.
And I had a great time there. So anyway, I have a lot of Detroit particles and magic still kind of coursing through my bloodstream. And let's be honest, the football team is a great story in that city. Everyone's got Lions fever. The flags are out. The bars are repping. Everybody's talking Detroit Lion ball. And why shouldn't they be? Murph, they're 7-2. They really are one of the better stories, if not maybe the best story in the NFL this year. They are in first place. You jokingly said week 1 or 2. Pardon me. Murph said something like, the road to the Super Bowl is going to run through Detroit. That's a fact.
You think I was joking?
No, that ain't no joke anymore. Now, who are they playing this week? They're playing Bob Fitzgerald's Chicago Bears. Okay, now the Bears are 3-7. The Lions are 7-2. There's a big spread in this game. The Lions are giving Chicago 7.5 points. But the Lions are coming back to the cozy confines of Ford Field, which, by the way, is a really cool joint to go watch a concert. Where I saw Metallica last week. I can only imagine.
You're going to watch your Thanksgiving game Thursday morning then.
You're damn right I will. I'll be watching Detroit Lion ball on Thanksgiving just a few days from now. So I still feel the Detroit in my bones, the musical history. See, to me, Murph, that's what makes it great. What are we talking about? Iggy Pop and the Stooges, MC5, Bob Seger, the White Stripes, Ted Nugent. I'll go all day. I'll go all damn day if I have to. Detroit's a great musical town. And Motown. Didn't even mention Motown. Hello. But anyway, the Chicago Bears. Murph, you remember in Seinfeld when Jerry took his, I think it was like a Saab. He took his Saab to the mechanic, and the mechanic basically was like yelling at Jerry for not taking care of the car. And he like pulls a piece out of the engine, and he goes, "You see this gasket, Jerry? I have no confidence in this gasket." And he spikes it in the garbage can. That's how I feel about the Chicago Bears. You see this team? I have no confidence in this team. Who are the Chicago Bears? Well, they're a 3-7 team, just kind of limping along. Injuries all over the place.
Is now the time we tell you Justin Fields is back at quarterback this week?
That's fine. That's fine. Justin Fields can come back. He can do whatever he wants to do. I don't think he has enough around him to really challenge the Detroit Lions in the magic carpet ride that they're on right now. I think the Lions are going to play really well this week. Shout out Jahmyr Gibbs. Shout out David Montgomery. Shout out Jared Goff, Marin County's own.
Shout out your boy Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's having a monster year.
See what I'm saying? Throwing a good, solid defense behind all this. How's this sound, Murph? Lions 34, Bears 13. How's that sound? Because that's where I'm going. I'm taking the Lions back-to-back weeks, and I'm feeling pretty good about it.
All right.
While I do that.
Honolulu Blue, baby.
What are you going to do? I got Lions fever.
By the way, I just realized I didn't even know who they're playing on Thanksgiving. It's the very boring Green Bay Packers. Packers are dull. But anyway, that's a game for another day. Paulie Mack riding with the Honolulu Blue. Yeah. 7-2 Lions, laying 7.5.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I'm going to give the 7.5. On to the second game of the week. Now, this is the one where I told Marcus I'm definitely rolling the dice on this one, but it's just a feeling I have, and sometimes a feeling can be all you need when you're making these picks. So let's look.
Paulie, a feeling is something that can be sung about. Shout out Boston's iconic 70s hit, More Than a Feeling.
Shout out Tom Schultz, MIT student turned rock star, yeah.
Or the legendary sappy ballad that for some reason ruled the roost in the mid-70s by Morris so-and-so, Feelings.
Nothing more than feelings.
And Waterboy, you would not believe this song was number one for weeks and weeks
you don't want any
weeks.
part of it.
Maybe one of the most sappiest ballads you've ever heard.
Hey,
Feelings.
Our guy Hunter who texted in, he ain't sampling that one.
Feelings.
I promise you that. He ain't sampling that.
All right, so
anyway, but let's look at the AFC East for a second. Let's talk about Jeremiah Crow's New York Jets. Our former PD. Shout out JC, Jeremiah Crow. They're going up to Buffalo to take on the 5-5 Buffalo Bills. I got to tell you.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're going to this game, huh?
I really am. I told you I'm rolling the dice on this one. 7-point spread. The Bills are giving the Jets 7 points. Now, I do like that Jet defense. I think we all do. If you've seen them play, they are good enough to keep the Jets in games, generally speaking. Even when the Jets are totally outmanned offensively, their defense lets them hang around in games. You know, oddly, the Jet offense is so bad, and it's a damn shame. And I don't think it's just about Aaron Rodgers. Their offensive line stinks. They have a really hard time getting the ball downfield in passing situations. Only the Patriots and New York Giants have scored fewer points than Bobby Saleh's New York Jets. But again, I default back to that defense, and then I look at the Buffalo Bills. Meanwhile, who are these Bills? They've lost consecutive games. They've only mustered 24 points in back-to-back efforts. They've lost to Cincinnati, and then they lost to Denver, the game we just all watched.
Dude, they just fired Miramani High's Ken Dorsey.
They fired their OC. It's all disjointed up there, man. And Josh Allen looks kind of lost in space at times, like he doesn't know where guys are supposed to be or where guys are going on their routes. So it's an odd time for the Buffalo Bills. I would expect a very desperate team, kind of like we saw the Niners last week, because they're trying to avoid a 3-game losing streak. And then, you got Zach Wilson over there. But here's the thing with the Jets. Like I say, 7 points just might be enough for them to hang around. Now, I think the Bills are going to win this game, but I think I might take the Jets and that 7 points. I don't know, give me 2-3 field goals. Maybe Zach Wilson finds a way to get a touchdown in this game. That might be enough with the additional 7 and the way the Bills have been playing, Murph. I told you I'm rolling the dice, but I'm taking Bobby Saleh's Jets on the road up in Buffalo with those 7 points. I think that might be enough to steal me a win with the spread.
All right, Paulie.
That's
listen,
all I can do.
Tell you? You're
I
like
don't know.
Freaking Joe Dumars filling up the bucket.
I told you,
Vinny the Microwave Johnson.
I told you it's a risk.
Shooting, buddy.
Sometimes you got to risk it, right, Marcus? You
risk
gotta,
it for the bit. No risk it, no biscuit.
No,
is that what they tell you? Know what they tell you?
I like that. So I'm going Jets plus 7.
As a newly bearded man myself, I'm going to ride with Bob Saleh and his new beard.
Well,
by the way, did that thing appear like overnight?
In a day. You can't compete with that. It's jet black. Jet black.
All right, Paulie. Well, again, I'm just going to be in awe of you until the football gods say otherwise. All right,
okay, yeah.
So we go over to Saturday Murph. which is ironic because in that big money pool that I'm in every week where I'm trying to win a lot of money, I'm significantly better on Sundays than I am on Saturdays. All that said, we're barely keeping our nose above water at 10-9-1. All right, so we are above 500. Last week, the Oregon Ducks let me down. They did not cover against USC. But despite the guy telling us on the text line that his cousin plays for Colorado and Prime lost the locker room, Colorado damn near beat Arizona and certainly covered 10.5 last week. So I went 1-1. So I'm 10-9-1. And then we're just staying west, buddy. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west. You know the deal.
I love it.
Give me more West songs, buddy. There was a bad 80s band called Go West.
I think it was in the Doors 5-1 where Jim Morrison just comes out and goes, "The West is the best."
Okay.
Like in one of his little poetry slams.
Listen, whether California loved Tupac and Biggie and the
Knows how to
Tupac
party.
and Dre and all that.
Yeah.
So we're going to stay in the West and we're going to go to what's one of the best college football games of the weekend. It's the number 5 University of Washington Huskies at the number 11 Oregon State Beavers. This is a great game, guys, and it's a hell of a game for implications for the college football playoff, Pac-12 championship, and oh, by the way, for the Pac-12 in general, because people talking, so I know we haven't talked about this much, but, this is the last year of the Pac-12, and Oregon State is one of the schools being left behind. And they were in court as recently as this last Tuesday saying that they want to control the Pac-12's asset. It gets very legalese, but the point is Oregon State and Washington State are pissed because everybody's left them behind. And Washington's like, yeah, well, we're going to go to Michigan and Ohio State. We're going to leave you behind. Oregon State's like, we're the scrappy Beavers out here in Corvallis. And oh, by the way, when I say in Corvallis, that's where they're 9-0 in their last 9 games. 9-0 at home.
Okay.
They've won every game this year at home by 12 or more points. And here come the Washington Huskies with college football national championship aspirations, coming off a huge win over Utah Saturday. And I look at the spread, and Oregon State's favored by a point over the number 5 Washington Huskies. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a no-brainer. I got to ride with the Huskies. Do I? Do I have to ride with the Huskies?
Okay.
Because if you start looking a little deeper, John Smith, future UCLA head coach Jonathan Smith.
Ooh, listen to Murph.
You heard it right here, baby.
Ooh, Murph's been on Bro.
Well, you know I'm a Jonathan Smith guy. They've only had one disappointing game all year. They lost at Washington State. That was weird. Other than that, go look at Oregon State's resume.
All right.
It's pretty damn impressive. And go look at Washington's resume. Not as impressive as you think. Yes, 10-0, but barely beat Stanford. Triple E will tell you all day Stanford should have won that game. All right. Barely beat a lowly Arizona State team. And now you got the pissed off Oregon State Beavers at home where they're great. A wobbly Washington team that's 10-0 isn't as good as it won. I'm going to shock the world. And the Washington Husky dream dies in Corvallis as I take Oregon State, and I even lay a point. I'm laying a point and taking Oregon State to shock the world on Saturday. I guess they wouldn't be shocking the world if they're favored by a point, but to me, it's a shock the world. So there you go. There's one.
All right, man. No, I like that.
And then,
I like
Paulie,
it.
come on. I saved this one. For our buddies, for our homeboys, for the Mikey Silvers of the world, for the California Kyles of the world, for the Platzes of the world, the Troy Clarities of the world, the all-time spotter Triple E's of the world. We're going to pick the big game. That's right. By the way, it is not a big game, as we all know.
It's a big game, man.
This is the 4-6 California Golden Bears against the 3-7 Stanford Cardinal. It's so sad. It's the 2-5 Conference Bears against the 2-6 Conference Cardinal. So sad. So sad. It is, however, the big game. You see the same helmets. Now, Cal's won the last 2, okay? And what it comes down to right now is Stanford's just not that good. Stanford's just not that good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something very unusual, Paulie. I'm going to start talking about Cal football. They lead the Pac-12 in takeaways.
Hey.
They've scored 40 points 4 times this year.
Look at Murph.
Okay, Jaden Ott is the conference's leading rusher against the Stanford defense. They can't stop the run. All right, they cannot stop the run. Stanford's last 23 conference games, they're 3-20.
Oof.
They're 3-20,
Oof.
okay? Stanford has not won a home game this year. They're one of only 2 teams in the nation not to win a home game this year. I know it's the big game. You throw it all out the window, right?
That's a big game, man.
We needed that. And we're going to run out, give them the X, all that stuff. Nope. And these poor guys, the ACC West championship is on the line, as Mike Silver says. I'm going to go ahead and go chalk on this one, buddy. Cal is a 6.5-point favorite, which is a pretty big spread, actually. It's a pretty big spread for a big game like this, but I'm going to go ahead and say Cal covers it. I'm going to say Stanford is that dead. And you know me, I love Cal.
You guys are Cal, and you'll forever be Cal.
I've always loved the California Golden Bears.
Shout out to the Greek Theater.
The sturdy Golden Bear. Sing it loud and proud. Even down on the farm.
Wow.
Give Mikey Silver his axe.
Okay.
Give Tripoli his Beast Mode t-shirt.
Yeah.
They're going to score a lot of points. They're going to win their third big game in a row.
Wow,
That's a big game, man.
No.
The sturdy Golden Bear.
And you'll forever be Cal. This is awesome. Murph is... Hey, man. I love this. You guys are Cal. Hey, shout out Tom Holmoe, by the way, too.
I will admit, I've always liked Roll On You Bears.
This is a fascinating day for Murph.
It's a good chant.
I am fascinated.
When they pack Memorial Stadium, they were good, and when they get a drive going, and they get like another first down, and the crowd goes, Roll On You Bears. I'm like, that's a good chant.
All right, wow, big day for Murph. This is interesting.
Go Bears. Cal covers. That's for Bob Melvin, baby. That's for my guy, Bob.
Okay.
Melvin.
Whatever it takes.
Tripoli thinks Chip Kelly's pissed me off so much I'm now a Cal fan.
Well, that'd be a big stretch, I think.
This is just for the purposes of the forecast.
Yeah, we're doing a show, right.
Top 5 couch potato guide.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Mac, here
Help
you
me
go.
out.
You know me. I always start out with the Ivy League Bruising Classic, Harvard-Yale
Great
at
ball
9
game.
a.m. on ESPNU.
Watch these Ivy Leaguers.
Waterboy. You
Bro,
won't believe
it's a
it.
bloodbath.
These guys out there crushing
You
each
want
other.
to see Ivy Leaguers
I'm
getting
telling you
carried
the
off
truth.
on stretchers? Tune into this game.
By the way, you see NFL players in this game.
Shout out Kyle Juszczyk.
The linebacker for the who's the linebacker for the Jacksonville? That's right.
Lukin.
Yeah, he's leading the league in tackles. I've watched this game every year.
Hey,
and
I like it too.
Guys are out there destroying each other. So
we talk about bad blood that goes back generations. You know what I mean?
Plus, you know what I mean? You got to do it for the lockjaws, right? You know, the game's at 9 a.m. on ESPN.
That was a legal procedure.
I told you the story, Waterboy. I went to Candace's reunion, right? My first time ever at Yale. I was like, damn, look at this place.
Yeah, fancy pants.
My 2 stories. One, I wandered. I had my cocktail in the big lawn, and like we're milling around. And there's a statue. I walk over, it says Nathan Hale, class of 1763.
See what I mean?
I said, hey, hey, we got a statue. It says Bill Walton, class of 1973, dude. All right. So anyway, and then I'm talking to Candace's friend, her roommate. And she's going like, oh, yeah, it's nice for me. So I go to her later. I said, hey, what's up with your roommate? She goes, what do you mean?
Would she have like dental surgery or something? Yeah.
I said, that's really funny. I said, does she have something in her mouth or something? She goes, oh, you experienced the lockjaw. I said, what? She goes, oh, yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
The Waterboy, they do talk like that.
Shout out James Spader. He's like one of those lockjaw guys.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
have you ever met a lockjaw?
No, sure. Yeah. Well, you would see that, I think, a lot in the Ivy Leagues, actually. It's
have you
not
ever met
unusual.
a lockjaw down in San Jose, Homestead High?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, Murph. No.
You talk like this.
How are things going, Marcus?
I mean, that's why Thurston Howell and Lovey Howell talk like that.
No question. All you need is an ascot and a lockjaw, and you're
anyway,
in.
That's at 9 a.m. on ESPNU. It's
Very
always
good.
a fun way to start your Saturday. It's always, to me, also signifies the Saturday before Thanksgiving. All these rivalry games, right?
Yeah.
My 2-star pick is the aforementioned Washington-Oregon State game. That's a good one, man. That's at 4:30 on ABC and on KNBR.
Okay.
I used to say on Jeremiah Crow's KNBR. I used to say on Kevin Graham's KNBR. And now I say on Adam Copeland's KNBR. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm still, I'm blown
You got to
away,
process
baby,
that. I
blown
hear you.
away.
Let it sink in.
My
Let it sink in.
3-star pick is a game. That's
Put a drum beat under that.
That's
We got
a really
track.
good game, by the way.
Yeah.
Check it out. The 3-star game is a game I just stayed away from because if I talked about it, I would break something. But it's a great rivalry and a great helmet game. UCLA, USC, 12:30 on ABC.
Here we go.
Watch Chip Kelly die before your eyes. Watch a man get killed.
What is it, a
right
USC
before your
team that's
eyes.
kind of
His
flopping
career,
around?
of course, his career. Yeah, I'm staying away from that game. I want nothing. But 2 great unis, 2 great helmets.
Yeah.
Got to watch it.
Okay. I'm in. What's the matter, Marcus?
I'm just surprised that Murph is straight up telling Chip Kelly,
You're going to die.
He must have missed the forecast, guys.
Wow. You're going to die. I meant his coaching career. Actually, we have one more game after this. We actually play Cal a week after this game. You're going to die. My 4-star pick is the big game for Tripoli, for Platzy, for Troy Clarity, for Mike Silver, Cal, Stanford, 3:30. It's on the Pac-12 network, but it's also on 8:10 and 10:50.
That's a big game, man.
If you want to go on 8:10, you get your blue and gold. If you want to go on 10:50, you get Triple E spotting. All right, so there you go. That's it. And then finally, so I went with 4 college games. I dissed the Raider-Dolphin game at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Well, listen, Marcus might have his hands full on that one.
And my 5-star pick is 49ers Tampa Bay. 1 o'clock on Fox and KNBR.
Yeah.
You got to ride with the Niners on a Sunday before Thanksgiving.
Hells
Those are your 5 couch potato games.
My favorite.
Those are your Friday football forecast picks.
Boy, it went so fast. I feel like we just got started.
Pre-Thanksgiving style.
Thank you.
Pass the mac and cheese, everybody.
Sure.
And I'd just like to say 2 words to everybody out there. You're welcome. You're welcome. Greg Papa, come to Papa at 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. If you missed the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health, world-class healthcare set amid world-class beauty. We know the North Bay is awesome, but it's also even more awesome because of the world-class secret we're calling Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot. You know, last year going into that game, it's like everyone's eyes were on me. Like, I feel like the guys in the locker room and stuff, like, how's this rookie going to handle it? You know, the preparation. Like, it's one thing to get thrown into a game and you know, not all the pressure and stuff's on you. It's like you sort of have that outlet of, I just got thrown into the game. Give me a week to prepare. But now you got a week to prepare, and it's like, all right, let's see what you can do with it. So I feel like there definitely was some, expectations and pressures and stuff that I felt just naturally. But, compared to now, it's like, I put that pressure and expectation on myself in terms of I have to play at this standard now, trying to get better every single week. But last year going into this game was definitely on another level.
You guys are killing me, man.
I'm blown away right now.
Last time I heard music like this, it was when we were on a Hawaii trip last year. Now, you know how, Murph, I always duck out and get a massage when you guys play golf? I love to go down there and get rubbed down and everything. This is the kind of music that they're playing, like in those spas and stuff, dude, where you're like drinking herbal tea, you're waiting to go in, you're in your robe, and you got... You're telling me this is a new Andre 3000? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
So, yes, Paulie Mac, this morning, Andre 3000 launched a new instrumental album called A New Blue Sun.
How'd you get word about this? Where did you read about it?
Oh, I saw it going around on Twitter because it's Andre 3000.
God,
it's one of the greatest rappers of our generation.
Yeah, listen.
He ain't rapping now.
And here he is playing the flute. And get this, boys. The name of this track is I Swear. I really wanted to make a rap album, but this is literally the way that the wind blew me this time.
Well, I don't know. Okay.
That's the name of the track, Paulie Mac.
That's a very lengthy title.
You can't really write that on when you...
No, on a cassette, no.
When you make your mixtapes for your girlfriend, you try to write the song title on it.
Way too many words.
This is also a 12-minute track of just him playing the flute, Paulie.
Did you what he just said?
12-minute track.
What are we doing?
Now, I got to ask you, I mean, does this appeal to you?
Well, here's the thing. Judgment is still out. I got to listen to the entire album. I'll probably roll up a couple ones and, enjoy my weekend, Murph.
Well, I mean, you surprised me when you embraced Faye Webster, so...
I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I usually do roll up to, Paulie Mac, if we're being honest.
You go, okay.
Try to set the mood. It's all about those vibes.
Yeah, I like vibes too.
Can we get him to play Sound Summit with this?
Oh, how great would that be? Sitting on a stool playing this, doot, 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 up on the mountain.
Unbelievable, guys. Okay, hey, we have a couple minutes here before we get to, here it is, all of the wild song titles from Andre 3000's New Blue Sun.
Today, it debuts today, comes out today. There he is. Look at this. Wow, okay. I don't know. Good for him. He's trying something different. I'm saying a 12-minute flute track, though.
Here's one of his songs. It's called Gandhi, Dalai Lama, Your Lord and Savior, J.C. Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and John Wayne Gacy.
Well, you got a lot of conflicting kind of personalities there.
Dreams. Another one's called Dreams Once Buried Beneath the Dungeon Floor Slowly Sprout into Undying Gardens.
Dungeon Floor?
Here's one called That Night in Hawaii When I Turned into a Panther and Started Making These Low-Register Purring Tones I Couldn't Control. S was wild.
That was his ayahuasca thing. I just heard him do an interview about that. He said he took, like Aaron Rodgers, he said he took ayahuasca and he turned into a panther. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Eric knows what I'm talking about.
This is so bizarre. Holy moly.
Very strange turn career-wise. I bet you his agent was like, bro, don't do it. Don't do it. Because he's like, I want 10% of your action. This is going to be 10% of nothing.
I'm not sure how I feel about this.
He's like,
okay.
12 minutes to play. I got wind chimes going.
You're 100% right. You're getting a rub down in Hawaii right now.
Yes, dude. And I'm dozing off. Like they're working on my neck. I'm like, oh, thank you. And I wake up. They're like, Mr. McCaffrey, it's over. I'm like, oh, sorry.
All right.
Drooling on the table.
Can we go from that to anything mildly serious? Can I do that?
It's hard to transition after the flute.
About the Carissa Thompson story?
Yeah, dude. What? Yeah, go ahead.
Come on, Carissa Thompson. So she's Fox Sports, Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football. You see her on hosting the show last night. So she went viral. She went on Pardon My Take. So that's the problem. You go on Pardon My Take, and those guys, Big Cat and PFT Commenter, they get you a little too loose, right? Because they're kind of very non-serious and they riff a lot and all that stuff. But people like to go on them because they're cool and they have a lot of listeners and all that stuff. So she got I don't know. She just kind of let her guard down a little bit. Here's what she said. This caused quite the firestorm.
I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime, or it was too late. And I was like, I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up because first of all, no coach is going to get mad if I say, hey, we need to stop hurting ourselves. We need to be better on third down. We need to stop turning the ball
Pressure
over.
the quarterback.
We need, yeah, exactly. and do a better job of getting off the field. Like, they're not going to correct me on that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's fine. I'll just make up the report.
Oh, boy. She got buried for this.
She probably should get buried
and
for
I
that.
wonder, actually, I would never want to call for anybody's job. My gosh, but I wonder, how can you?
You can't. Yeah, I'm with you. That's grounds for dismissal, 100%.
Absolutely.
100%.
It's fine. I'll just make up the report.
Ugh. And so, the sideline report community came out in full force.
Well, they should. It's a serious job, man. I mean, a lot of people would love to have that job and they would love to hustle and get actual information as opposed to just making stuff up. That's, you
really
can't
bad.
have that.
It's really bad. And she deserves, I don't know. But she was on our TV last night.
Yeah.
So obviously for female journalists, this sets them back a long time, a big ways. Lisa Salters, who's so good, she sent out a scolding tweet. Molly McGrath, who's out of St. Ignatius, don't you know?
Yeah.
She sent out a very upset and angry tweet too, and the whole thing. I mean, listen, I mean, of course, do sideline reporters change the world? No. But do you sometimes get, interesting little tidbits?
Of course. You get a lot of injury updates, stuff like that. Yeah, man.
I don't know how she survives this.
Yeah, I don't think she should.
She worked last night, though.
Yeah.
She was on the TV.
I actually don't think she should retain her position. I think that's grounds for dismissal. To me, find somebody who can do the job accurately and who wants to take it seriously.
Yeah.
That's all. There's a million people that would love to have that job.
I mean, at some point, listen, we're all about riffing, right? We love to riff and everything, but at some point you got to take some pride in your professionalism, as we were just saying to Triple E.
Yeah, see what happens. And plus,
I'll just make up the report.
Here's what Lisa Salters wrote. She said, I'm shocked, disappointed, disgusted. What we heard today called all sideline reporters into question. My job is an honor, a privilege, and a craft at which I've worked so hard for trust and credibility.
There it is.
Everything
That's
to
it.
a journalist, and
That's
to
it.
violate either one in any way not only makes a mockery of the profession, but is a disservice to players, coaches, and most importantly to fans.
Couldn't have said it better. That's a perfect statement from Lisa Salters. And she's great at that job.
She is great at it, too.
And you trust and believe what she says. And that's what you have to have as a viewer. Like, you gotta be able to trust that person. And now forget it, man. It's over.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. So I just wanted to condemn and tell the kids out there, take your job seriously.
Yeah, man.
Take your
no
job
matter what
seriously.
you do. Yes.
Seriously.
It ain't a joke out here.
No,
No,
exactly.
you got to pay your rent.
So there
You'll
you go.
see.
We go from Andre 3000's flute to that.
It's fine. I'll just make up the report.
We are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Time to come to Papa.
Let's go.
On a Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Next Level Sports. It is, of course, the Youth Sports League sweep in the Bay Area, and flag football is underway. So flag football registration is underway, and this is for I'm talking to all you youth sports parents out there. I know we got millions of you. Kindergarten through 8th grade. As low as kindergarten, and then 8th grade gets real, man. Guys are running routes, making the OBJ catches. Anyway, it's really, really fun. It's flag football. It's nextlevelsports.com, and it's at a location near you. Every community around the Bay Area seems to have a league that has a high school near you, and you go play Sunday mornings. You strap on the flags, you keep score, you're playing for the trophy, there's playoffs, the whole deal. It's a really, really fun deal. Both Murphy boys have played Next Level Flag Football. It's a really, really fun deal. Nextlevelsports.com is the website. Teams are filling quickly, though, so go get registered. Upcoming flag football season starts after the new year. It's nextlevelsports.com. By the way, they also have basketball and volleyball, so those are fun, too. Check it out. Best youth sports experience right here in the Bay Area. nextlevelsports.com.
Hey, Murph and Mac, time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30. That will be a colorful segment after that loss last night. But it is time to come to Papa on a Friday, breaking down this 49ers Tampa Bay Bucs game on Sunday at Levi's Stadium. G. Papa, bright and early. Good morning.
Brian Murphy. How are you, bro? What's up, Paulie Mac?
How you doing, Greg? Man, we're good. We're so
I'm ready.
We're talking. We're our only angle on this game right now is like we like everything about the 49ers going in. Our concern is like, can they play with that same energy and hair on fire, shot out of a cannon thing that they did?
Yeah, that's what we want,
Jacksonville.
Greg.
I think they learned their lesson. John Lynch will join you guys coming up, and he has obviously a better handle on the team than I do. But I think so. I think they learned their lesson that they're not good enough. Really, nobody in this league is. It's a week-to-week league, and you see the wild fluctuations in teams' performances. And if you just show up and throw your helmets out there and shoulder pads and think you're going to out-talent and out-scheme and you're better and smarter than everybody, you're going to lose. That's the bottom line. Tampa Bay is a challenge in a regard. I mean, they got Mike Evans is very quietly building a case to be cantonized. You just don't realize how good and consistent he's been, and he's an issue. Baker Mayfield, I kind of gone full circle on him. A little bit of the Oklahoma grabbing in the crotch and planting the flag and all the histrionics in school. Who is this little guy? And then he gets drafted number 1 overall. I just couldn't believe it. And he got off to a shaky start, but then he got that team into the playoffs in Cleveland and beat Pittsburgh and put up a big number in a playoff game. And then, they bring in Deshaun. He gets upset. He leaves. But then he went to the Rams, and that Thursday night game he had against the Raiders last year was epic when he arrived like 48 hours before kickoff and won the game. So I've kind of gone full circle on that. And their defense, Levante David and Devin White in the middle and Vita Vea. Antoine Winfield Jr. I mean, they got good players. They're up and down. They started a little bit like the 49ers. They were 3-1 to start the year, and then they had a losing streak in the middle of 4 in a row, and they lost their way a little bit in the very winnable NFC South, but they won their last game. So the thing about this whole thing is we're kind of heading into the gauntlet, and I don't even know if I'm going to chat with you guys next week on Thanksgiving week, but it's this game Sunday, and then boom, you're right up into Seattle. And then it's on, and it's hard. I mean, you see the game last night. Looked like Joe Burrow was hurt coming into the game, but he's hurt coming out of the game, and that changes everything for them. And then Baltimore loses Mark Andrews, one of the best players and tight ends in football, I think, with Travis and George, and Dallas Goedert's hurt in Philadelphia as well. He's on a short list of the most complete tight ends in football. They lose him for the year? Wow. So those Thursday night games, getting ready for them, coming out of them. So you obviously want to win this game on Sunday. You'd like to do it, and it's hard to say. It's difficult in football. But when they got off to the 5-0 start, they were winning by 20 points a game or more.
Right.
Average of 20. You'd like to be able to win this game on Sunday with a low snap count in the second half because you've got that short turnaround to play Thanksgiving night in Seattle.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe get greedy and he even rest some of the guys going into that game. You're 100% right. We were talking earlier today on the show too, Greg, about the defense, and Wilks spoke yesterday, so it was our first chance to hear from him since Sideline Steve made his appearance, and he was talking about making Trevor Lawrence have that quote second hitch. The way they disguised their coverages enough or changed the look enough or played their coverages well enough. That seemed to be the answer, right? I mean, if the way to beat the Niners was to get it out quick, and Lawrence did not, right? So
he did not.
That'll be what you watch with Baker this Sunday, right?
Yeah, coming into the game last week, Trevor was 2.41 seconds from snap to release, second quickest in football to Tua. There was one game he played against New Orleans on a Thursday night with a bad knee, and he knew he couldn't stand in there, so he got it out that night in under 2.3. But I was very disappointed in his play. I think he's one of the great pure talents in the league, obviously at his size and his throwing ability. I mean, wow. Watching him warm up, nobody throws a better out than Trevor Lawrence. But he's young. He's just a kid. And I know he won a national championship at Levi's as a freshman at Clemson, but he hasn't played in the NFL, and he was... I know, speaking to some of the Jacksonville coaches after the game, they thought he was just awful in the game. He just could not process. He was confused by everything. I think they were confused as a staff when the Niners jumped into the 5-man line. I don't think they knew exactly what the Niners were doing post-snap, as you say, changing coverages. It took them a while to figure out the Niners changed their cornerback rotation and put Demo in the slot and Ambry outside. I thought they'd attack that much earlier than they did. They did coming out at halftime, but you're not watching. It's like, I was just perplexed by their whole plan. So from their perspective, they're young. He's young. They're a young team around him. They're going to have their day at some point, but it's not today. I don't know if it's tomorrow or next week or whenever they arrive. They're going to get there, you'd think, unless something happens. But he just didn't play well, and everything you're saying is right. And the 49ers and Steve Wilks played everything. I mean, from a 5-man line to a 3-man line. When, Bosa and Chase Young arrived on the blitz and forced the fumble, they only rushed those two guys outside and the gravedigger inside, Javon Hargrave. He got like tripled on the play, and they just varied everything. Now, Baker's a little more seasoned here, but I think that's what you want to do game to game, even with Geno, even with Jalen Hurts. Brock Purdy, how do you play Brock Purdy? Don't give him the same thing. Don't blitz him every play. Don't drop in his zone every play. These guys are too smart. You've got to vary it. So I love the Niners' game plan. Chase Young is just huge. And to be able to use him, I love when they stood Nick and Chase up together right over the head of the center, Fortner in the A-gap. I mean, come on. How daunting is that? I mean, you see inside linebackers, and Fred and Dre do that a lot, and they mug in the A-gap. You do it with 97 and 92, and they're staring on centers like, help me. I mean, how do you block that? You got to, most teams double Bosa. Now you got one, him standing over the center, so it's daunting. And Young's size is just, he looks more like a D tackle than a D end, so he fit in beautifully. And I like the adjustment as far as putting Demo in the slot. I had a long talk with Diamador Lenore yesterday. We'll play it on the pregame show and some in our show with John at 10 a.m. today, and Ambry played, I thought, his best game. So yeah, Trevor Lawrence was overwhelmed, but I think the real thing, Murph, is that the Niners overwhelmed him.
They did, and that's the exciting thing. And that was like, the return of the pass rush, the return of that D-line. And, hey, Chase Young's home debut. So there'll be a little feather in his cap here to show off in front of the...
Niner fans have had time to go out and buy their Chase Young jerseys.
They got 92s.
Yeah, exactly, Greg. They can debut those,
shout out to Roy
We got
Parker.
any Gregory's in the team store? I need a Gregory.
Do you? Okay, well, for you, that's true.
He kind of got shuffled off to the...
Yeah.
Is he shuffled off to the side?
He's still mixing in.
Yeah, he got like 25 snaps or something like that. They continue
Keep him fresh. Come at him in waves.
That's it.
Fresh
legs.
So deep.
We'll ask John Lynch about this. Anything about McKivitz at right tackle? I know he's limited in practice.
I think he's doing well. I think John will tell you where he's at, and he got rolled up on, and we saw it, and he played throughout it. He's a tough guy, and they got Matt Pryor and they got Jalen Moore, but Colton's tough. We'll see, what they designate him today, but I think he got on the practice field enough this week to be able to at least be optimistic he'll play, and he's got Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett lines up over the right tackle. Now, some of these edge guys. A lot of them, going back to Von Miller and Khalil Mack and even Justin Houston back years ago. And Nick was over there right tackle a lot. He was a rookie in Jacksonville. He kind of picks which side. I think Chase likes the other side at right end over the left tackle. But some of these premier rush ends don't always rush over the quarterback's blind side. They go over left end over the right tackle, and Shaq Barrett is over the right tackle almost always. So Colton McKivitz will have him on Sunday if, in fact, he's able to get over this. He's got a little bit of an ankle, a little bit of a knee, but I think he's trending towards playing in the game. We'll see.
Greg Pop, every Friday, 49ers getting ready for a game where they are favored by double digits. I believe 11.5 was the last spread I saw.
Spread.
So
I know.
That
much?
A lot of points,
It's a lot. And Tampa Bay's coming in. Here's a kind of a random one for you since there's really no injury questions that are burning right now. Backup running back. Like McCaffrey has just, obviously, he's leading the NFL in rushing, right? But, how is it important that they get somebody going? I mean, the carries have been minimal for the backs
Eli
behind
Mitchell
McCaffrey.
and Mason.
It's just, if you're Bobby Turner or Anthony Lynn, Murph, McCaffrey, it's like taking Steph Curry off the court.
Yeah.
You got to do it in the non-Steph minutes, and that's why you brought CP3 here and all that, but you don't want him off the court. And basketball, you got to because you play so many games. Just a scenario where do we want to take McCaffrey out?
Yeah.
Third down, hell no. Fourth down, hell no. Short yardage, why? Goal line, no. So, it's just, can he handle it?
That's
and
it.
He's the kind of guy that he handles everything. This guy is so impressive to watch in every single way. Mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, everything, Ali. He's everything. He's one of the greatest pros, he and Bosa. They're all great pros. Trent and George, I don't want to name some, but this just being a second-generation player with his dad and his mom being an athlete, he's just so focused. You almost have to pull him off the field, even when he's hurt. He wants to play, but you got to make him come off, and they do. I think clearly Elijah Mitchell is the backup running back, and Elijah looks fast. I think there are times when he looks a little worn down and he's hobbling and he battles injury. But while he's healthy, and that doesn't always last long because he's a violent runner.
Yeah.
But you want to run him. You want to get him in. But McCaffrey's so good, it's so hard to get him off the field. And then the one guy I think they could give a little sprinkle to, but if you don't have enough to even give to Elijah, how do you have enough to give to J.P. Mason? But I like J.P. Mason. Tim calls him a closer. He comes into the fourth quarter and runs over people, but it's a little hard because Christian McCaffrey is just so good. In every blocks, who runs routes like him as a running back? And as far as his physical toughness running, I didn't realize it. There were so many runs in Jacksonville last week where I thought he's down, and then he spun out of it and he kept fighting. Yeah. In every way, if you're to scout Christian McCaffrey, where's his weakness? What is he not good at? What is he not? And baseball scouts go 20 to 80. You could ask John what the grade is on football players. I think he goes to.
There are no. The only thing I can point to with McCaffrey where that didn't go well this year was the one fumble he had in the near the goal line. Yeah,
too.
But outside of that, Greg,
Dallas, but he's not a fumbler.
No. And then to your question, what doesn't he do well? That's the only thing I could point to are the two fumbles. That's it.
Right, and he likes the workload. I mean, he's a 1,000 guy, and Carolina ran him hard. I mean, I guess the one weakness is that he doesn't want to come off the field, and he's just so damn tough that you almost have to pull him off the field. A lot like Bosa. But now that the Niners are so deep on the D-line, they can give him some rest. But I hear you. But it's not a question as though you have to get Elijah up and running, because Elijah's good. When he's called on, that's just the nature. I mean, Ty Davis-Price can't even get a uniform on game day. So you're loaded at running back right now. It's just, what scenario? Because you take one play off, one snap off, and you're like, damn, why didn't we have McCaffrey on the field there? So it's hard, but I think that's something that's in their mindset, just to give them a little rest here and there if they can.
Yeah, it's just fun to muse on this guy. 153 carries for him. The next closest is Elijah Mitchell with 30. Hey, fun just barroom discussion, Greg. I'm thinking, to me, it's just like patently obvious that we're watching two no-brain Hall of Famers, Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. I think these guys are Hall of Fame. I don't think that's an outrageous statement.
Christian's already made it? You think he's in?
Well, I mean, maybe that's an overstatement.
He's building his Hall of Fame career, though.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, so's George Kittle.
And I was going to say Kittle. And maybe
Bosa.
I might throw Fred Warner.
I was actually, it was sort of just musing out loud about the amount of.
Trent's in right now. If Trent retired right now, he's going.
The amount of potential Hall of Famers on this team is pretty shocking.
So Bosa's potential, Trent Williams going, McCaffrey potential.
I'm thinking back to the last heyday.
I'm going Fred Warner potential, George Kittle potential.
And
that's
I'm thinking
5.
Mitch Wishnowsky, I think, is heading that way.
Look at Greg,
Jake Moody. Every kick is right down the middle as far as I see it.
Brock Purdy.
Well, I think, come on, look at his 7. Has anybody had a first 17 starts?
No, Greg. No.
I was just seriously. When I watched Trent and Christian, that's what I think. And I was trying to think of back to the last heyday, which was Harbaugh 2011, 12, 13. How many they had?
I would say Patrick Willis.
Bowman, maybe. Justin
Aldon Smith was heading that way.
Do you think Justin Smith gets in?
That's
one
a great
day?
question.
He's more of a consistent guy. I mean, Justin's numbers in Cincinnati.
Frank Gore's
a shoe-in.
He's
going
third all time.
Yeah, he's going.
Doubt.
So anyway, it was just such a fun little thing that was hit because I look at Williams and McCaffrey. I'm like, these guys are. And then Kittle, because I saw the stat. What spurred this in me, Greg, is I saw the stat that Kittle just reached 500 yards receiving for the 7th consecutive season.
Right.
And that there's only a handful of tight ends that have ever done that.
Nice.
And they were like the Tony Gonzalez's of the
guys
world.
that are
Because
going
typically a tight end, they get hurt one year and they don't have the consistency to do it every. And George has been hurt a lot.
He has.
But 500 yards now, playing 16, 17 games, a little bit deceiving. Well, take it back even to the glory days of the Niners. How many Hall of Famers you give after Joe,
Jerry, Steve,
Jerry,
and then Ronnie,
Charles
and
Haley?
Yep,
that's
Did
it.
they have enough on those teams?
They were kind of
all those Super Bowls?
Roger Craig is always on the brink, but he's not in. He hasn't gotten in yet.
Put BJ in. Give me Brent Jones.
Brent Jones is a great tight end.
None of the tackles, Barton,
Russ
Wallace,
Francis,
Russ.
Actually, that's a good. You know what, Greg? That's a great thing Murph just brought up.
Well, I mean, compared to the Steelers in the 70s,
no.
But their whole defense.
I used to get into arguments with a Steeler fan in the 80s and 90s, and that was his argument. Look at all the Hall of Famers we have compared to you.
I would love to hear Greg's view. What do you think, Greg, as far as the old linemen in the McKittrick era? You see any Hall of Famers in there? They were all great players.
Well, I think Joe Staley will make it one day.
Funny you say that because
McKittrick, by the way, I love Bob. He sent me a letter when I was just starting to do the Warrior games, and I didn't even know him.
I love this.
He sent me a long. Bob McKittrick sent me a long letter.
Yeah.
Just how much he listens to me and appreciate. And I was like, wow, he
awesome.
even
Hey,
listens?
Greg, I got 2 pieces of news for you. That's the second Bob McKittrick story of the morning.
We love McKittrick.
What's the other one?
I told him because in my years on the beat, that was my guy. That was my favorite guy.
He's one of the greatest offensive line coaches.
No question.
I mean, Bill Callahan, Joe Bugle, Chris Furster with the Niners get a lot of love, but McKittrick was. What a great man.
I was telling Paul this story about Ray Brown, the guard. Remember Ray Brown?
Big Ray Brown.
Right,
and how, who was it? Who said he wanted to go into an alley with somebody? Was this
that was McKittrick said he wanted to go.
No. I mean, what spurred the McKittrick
I said I'm not
story?
walking down the dangerous streets without Marcus in my side for my own protection.
All right.
Yeah, that was me.
I was doing a story on Ray Brown.
I got T-Rock.
Perfect. No, Greg, you're covered.
He's my Draymond.
I got Triple E because he's just crazy enough.
Yeah, Marcus is my Draymond. Yeah.
Anyway,
Marcus would be my second, I got to say.
No, he can scrap this kid.
Yeah, he trained as a boxer as a young man.
He's dirty.
But McKittrick said, he told me about Ray Allen. He said, Ray Allen's the kind of man, if I had to enter a dark alley late at night and I knew there was danger, he's the man I'd want with me. And he said,
sound like Harbaugh.
He said, conversely, if I was to have a fine meal and I was going to have a long, lingering meal filled with conversation, Ray Brown is the first man I want with me.
It's the perfect guy. It's the perfect guy.
I always remember that story. Anyway, It was kind of fun. So anyway, there was that. I wanted to hit you on the Hall of Fame tip.
Yeah.
And then just finally, too.
And we all forgot Bryant Young, by the way. Shame on all of us. Bryant Young's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So go ahead, Murph. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm going back. Yeah, you're right.
That is a big shame on us.
Yeah, especially me. I'm like his biggest fan. I should have said that.
He just made it like an hour ago.
I know. No, I know.
Hey, well, G-Pop, other than that, because you were once the voice of this club, what was your take on the A's official move?
Oh, man.
We knew it was coming.
I know, but
the 30-0. I wish the Giants would have voted against it just for symbolism. I was somewhat surprised the Dodgers voted for it just to give the market to the Giants. But it's sad. I mean, I did the A's games for 14 years.
Yeah.
I grew up there, and I mean, as far as Oakland, I lived there. I spent more time at 66th and Hegenberger than my home.
Yeah.
I mean, there were literally days where I did an A's game in the day and a Warrior game at night and a Raider game the next day or whatever. I mean, it was so it's just to see it all go. And the Warriors aren't far away, but I do blame the A's for the Raiders leaving. I think Mark wanted to stay here, and they just squatted on that property and couldn't come to an agreement to raise it for a period of time and then build it back up. And so it's sad, and it's just I know what the A's are now. I choose to ignore that in large part, but I know what they are and what they were. I mean, really, when I was a kid at 10 years of age, they were the most colorful team in all of American sport, literally. I mean, their uniforms, their players, they were the biggest stars, and then when I started doing their games, we led the league in attendance in 1990, almost drew 3 million people.
That's crazy.
Highest payroll in baseball, and Jose and McGuire and Ricky and Eck and Stu. I mean, go on and on and on. So it's just sad. People don't realize that they're going to no longer exist. I mean, the Oakland A's will be like the Kansas City A's. They won't be like that, but the Philadelphia A's. So it's sad. I got emotional. I mean, we know it's coming, and I went back there in July and just roamed around the ballpark, and it's in such disrepair. I wish they would you just have some respect for going out the door. People are coming in there to watch you. Can you fasten your seats behind home plate so you don't fall over? I mean, little things like that are just, be a good citizen as you're here. But anyway, it's terribly sad. It's sad. I got emotional when I opened the show yesterday and thought about them no longer existing and just all the great eras of Ace baseball. And about a month ago during the bye week, I stumbled on a Friday night to Moneyball when I started watching Moneyball, which I hadn't seen in so long. So anyway, it's just beyond sad.
I just flashed right now to a moment in 2006 when they were playing the Twins in the playoffs, and Paulie and I went out to the game, which was unusual, and Marco Scudero had that hot playoff.
That place was going.
He hit like
nuts.
Marco.
Yes, Marco. He had a bases clearing double.
That place went
and the entire place was going, Marco Scudero.
Yeah. They loved him.
They're great fans.
Yeah, so
remember the home run he hit against Mariano Rivera?
Yeah.
People went crazy. They actually won that playoff series.
Yeah,
right?
they did. They did. Well, Zito beat Santana.
Zito beat
that was a big game.
And earned his contract from Brian Sabian. All right. We got the Hall of Famers coming in, so you get your prep ready for the show. Have a great rest of the morning.
Thank you, Greg.
Be good, Greg.
I'm going to listen to John and take notes.
Okay, cool.
Speak clearly.
Speaking of Hall of Famers, John Lynch. Well, there you go. Greg Papa on a Friday morning. Come to Papa on a Friday. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 49ers GM John Lynch next.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Coase for his weekly hit to break down the 49ers Week 11 matchup against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now. This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
Well, there it is.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
I would never want to step on that. You want to do it again? Okay.
One's good. No, we got it.
All right, John Lynn's going to call in right around 8 o'clock here.
Hey, good G Papa hit today, man.
Well, I did want to ask him about the A's thing. I mean, unless you listen 10 to 2, you can get Papa, of course, on that. But for the crew that has him at this particular window of time, that guy 14 years on the A's. 14 years.
Yeah, it's a long run, dude. And also just to think back when he mentioned the attendance when they drew over 3 million. I mean, don't tell me the fans aren't over there. They're over there. They'll come.
Also got to tell you guys that Joe Staley, who we just talked about as a potential Hall of Famer, is going to join Papa and Lund today at 10:50. So that's good, but he's always fun radio.
He's great.
Always fun radio. And as prompt as John and
it's on the
Lynch
screws once again.
All right. You do the intro? We good? Oh, we did the intro? Okay. All right. Let's welcome him. On the Yuma guest line, John, it was a week ago. You're going down to Jacksonville, and there was a lot of sort of uncertainty in the air. And I'm going to tell you, from the moment the locker room door swung open and I saw that boombox, it seemed like the uncertainty vanished. And so congratulations on a 34-3 win that seemed to answer a lot of questions. But we'll ask you a few. Good morning, John. How are you?
Hey, John.
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. Pre-Thanksgiving. And yeah, how would you change it? What's the John Lynch mindset from 1 week ago to today? I guess the question is, did you get a lot of questions answered in Jacksonville?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think we played the way we're capable of playing. I was really proud of our team. We got in a rut that was hard to explain why we got into it. But I really credit the leadership. I credit Kyle, our players, for not allowing the funk to continue to get going and coming out with great energy. We talked a lot about, let's not focus on the outcome. Let's focus on what we're putting on that silent tape. And I think we had a lot to be proud of with that silent tape, with the energy we played with the execution. And, it's cool when I think it should be noted, I still have a lot of respect for Jacksonville. I think they're a very well put together team, very talented team, and we went to their place. And so I think to do that in the fashion we did and to still feel like we left a lot out there, that's a good thing. And now we got to go replicate that. That's the big deal. Do it again this week.
No question. Let's back that up. And, John, obviously, things looked a little bit different on Sunday in Jacksonville. The five-man front comes to mind, and then, of course, Chase Young. And I'd love to hear your thoughts, your impressions after watching Chase Young compete in a Niner uniform for the first time. What'd you see out there?
He made a difference. He really did. And I think he earned the opportunities by coming in to practice. And much like Christian last year, you just don't know how quickly a player is going to assimilate. I think those two positions, running back, defensive end, probably a little easier. Now, I would say, running back, the amount of different things we do with Christian make it very tough. But Chase, we had a good feel right away that he was going to be able to come in and really pick up on what we do. He picked up things very quickly, and I think he, testament to him, he went out there, he made his presence felt right away. And I think there were a lot of things that energized that guys. I think the distaste for having lost a few games in a row. I think having Trent and Debo back, that was a huge lift. I think Chase gave us a big lift as well. Steve Wilks being on the sidelines. I mean, there were a lot of things that just kind of went our way, and but it's not just those things. I think collectively as a unit, we got back to who we were and the way we prepared and the way we went out and took care of business, and that's a good thing.
John Lynch talking to us before his old team, Tampa Bay, comes back for the second straight year. Last year they came back, so we got to see the Bucs then. We get to see it again. Then it was Tom Brady. Brock Purdy beat him 35-7, but we'll get to that in just a little bit. John, circling back to what you said in everything that was good, I mean, we were kind of joking like, well, let's see. They added Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and Chase Young. So I think they got better, right? That's kind of a simple way to look at it. But you mentioned Steve Wilks on the sideline. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I mean, listen, Wilks spoke yesterday, and he's like, that's not the reason why we played better. But just telling the visual on the TV, it looked kind of nice to see him hugging up Ambry Thomas or something like that. What was, for you, the observation of what Steve Wilks on the sideline meant to the defense?
It just felt right. I mean, I think that's a process you have to go through. Unfortunately, when you have success, or fortunately, because you're thrilled for the D'Amico Ryans, for the Rand Carthons, all these people that we've lost, that people want a little piece of us, you got to replace it. And when you bring someone like Steve Wilks in, there's going to be a little indoctrination period. It went smooth right away. We hit a little speed bump, and I think it's courageous of Kyle to be able to make a call like that and say, you know what, we're going to flip the script, and my instinct says he should be down there. And I think, like I said last week, it's what our players are accustomed to. Steve has tremendous energy. He has tremendous presence. For him to be down there amongst the players, I really and always have believed for everything you gain going upstairs, there is the connectivity to your players. And we've got players that can give great feedback. And it's a lot easier to do it in person and communicate between the groups. So I just thought it was awesome. It looked like he's having fun down there. And, part of this thing, sometimes we forget it should be fun. It's high stakes. There's a lot of pressure involved, but you got to have fun. And I think it was cool just to see him having fun down there with our players.
Yeah, I agree. The body language was good. Of course, when you're up 34-3, body language is always good, right? So it's kind of fun, man. We're talking to John Lynch. And then, of course, we can't review the game or move on from reviewing the game without talking about your quarterback. I mean, there were actually, there's some people in the chatterverse and the pumpkin turning into a carriage is turning into a pumpkin. That's the old cliche. Next thing you know, he's slicing and dicing, making that throw that Kyle likened to a grenade out of a bunker to Kittle. Also drawing a rebuke from his coach for that first touchdown. But everything was on display. The escapability and the winning football from Brock Purdy. I asked you about him last Friday. You said there's no crisis of confidence at all, and I guess he put the weight behind your words there.
Yeah, that's just the way we feel. So this isn't lip service. This isn't trying to pump confidence into someone. It's the way we feel, but he's earned that. He's made us feel that way. And, I think as we get towards this, this week of Thanksgiving, I'm very grateful for him. The last pick in the draft to turn into what he's turned into. And look, quarterback Tom Brady is the greatest illustration. We talked about him, going to Tampa, but you have to go do it each and every week, and that's why those guys get paid the big bucks. It's a tough position. You're scrutinized every week with when you have success or when you have failure, and Brock just handles it all really well. He can make the simple execution plays, the processing, but then you see that he's a real playmaker as well. I think that play to Kittle, that's one of the finest plays I've seen him make. I got a book up here where Bill Walsh talks about the art of quarterbacking. With chaos all around you, can you function? And that was a great illustration. I mean, the pocket was caving in. Our guys were fighting. He held on to try to get to his second read, and Kyle had a great description, like a grenade out of a bunker.
Yeah.
But that takes a lot of arm talent. That takes a lot of talent to do that, and I thought it was just a tremendous play. And but he does the simple things. He can also make some plays, and he's aggressive in doing so. And he's a fighter. So we're very grateful for him, and he knows we got to go do it again against another good team, and we're looking forward to that opportunity.
Yeah, he spoke to that a little bit yesterday in his media about looking back at the film of the Tampa Bay game last year when he made his first regular start and thumped Tom Brady. He said, wow, I was really playing with a chip on my shoulder. And you kind of just spoke to that when you said you got to do it every week like Tom Brady. This would be kind of a game, I would think, this Tampa Bay game, because Seattle's on the other side in Thanksgiving, and then Philadelphia is somewhere in our minds after that. So this is the kind where you have to earn your professional stripes, right? Because it's not a rivalry game. It's not a division game. You're coming off a huge win. Do you feel that? Is that kind of the theme that Brock has to – this is where Brock has to become a total pro and play that great in a game that doesn't have the same, buzz?
Well, I think the thing is, to us, it's not just Brock, it's everybody. We've all got to do that, and we have 3 reminders, with those 3 losses as to why. You have to go earn every win in this league. Tampa's a very good football team. Baker Mayfield, I think, found an offense that really highlights what he does well. He's playing as good a football as he has in a long, long time, if not in his career. We played him last year. I think Vita Vea went out early in the game. Winfield didn't play. Those are 2 difference makers. I'm sure they don't feel real good about what happened last year. So you got to go earn it. And, we understand that. We've got a lot of respect for this team coming in here. And Brock can certainly lead the way, but we all have to understand that we're going to have to play at a high level and execute at a high level to have the success that we want to have.
And Brock Purdy gets his chance to play against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs this Sunday when the Niners take on Tampa Bay. 1 o'clock Sunday at Levi's Stadium. Okay, so some practical stuff going into this game. Trent Williams appears to be healthy? They talked 75% last time. Are we still not all the way back? What's your prognostication for Trent Williams?
Well, I think, having gone through it myself, sometimes when you go play in a game, he had a significant, ankle injury that took some time to get back. And, playing that position, just watching what those guys do. I don't care if you're, as talented as Trent. You have to put your feet and cleats in the ground against big people, and that's tough. But sometimes if you can just get out there, play the game, you actually come out a little better. And that seems to have be the case with Trent. He practiced both days this week, Wednesday, Thursday. Looked good in doing so. So we feel really good about where Trent's at. And, it was tough playing without him. Jalen Moore did a really nice job, but Trent Williams is Trent Williams, and he even just provides confidence when he's out there. It's, every now and then when you need some of that, you just look at those dudes, and there's certain guys that, man, that guy's on our side. It gives you some confidence, and Trent's certainly one of those guys.
He talked about that. He said, little number 31 ran away from me. I've never seen that before.
Hey, that was, what can you say?
I think there's a lot of people that would have that same reaction. A couple of years ago in a player safety, they took away the right for the DBs in those situations to go low and cut the knees, because a lot of guys, that was the one way you could slow offensive linemen down, is they knew you had the right to go low. Now they can't go below the waist. And so, the league now has asked people like 31, God bless him, to take on people like Trent Williams. And that math doesn't work out. That physics doesn't work out. And when you get someone as athletic as Trent, it's on film. It's well documented what can happen. And so not a good look for 31, but I can't say I blame him.
No, right. On the other side, the tackle, Colton McKivitz, he came out and Kyle said after the game he got rolled up on, and I see he's been limited in practice. Can he play Sunday?
Yeah, he looks good. He's practiced. I'm sure he's hurt, and Colton's a tough dude, and it's going to take a lot to get him out of there. And so I think we were fortunate. He got rolled up in those piles that happen in there. And so I think we were fortunate that he came out like he did. And Colton is very tough, so he's practiced, and I think he should be good to go.
And then the other is you guys are playing without Aaron Banks. Guy who offensive guard is about almost as anonymous position as you can get on the field, but it's a big deal to you guys. John Feliciano, we know, is a veteran. He started in the NFL. So Banks still out, and what does that do to your guys' offense with Feliciano?
Banks has become a anchor kind of on that offensive line for us, and a player who I'm really proud of the way he's developed. He continually gets better. He's still out. I will say Feliciano, and he's a guy, when we lost Dan Brunskill last offseason, who was really just a steady in force. We needed to find something to kind of replicate that. And Danny was pretty unique in that he could play all 5 spots. John was unique in that he had started at both guard and center. had played at a high level. We went out and got him, and there's a little bit of with Feliciano. You've always heard he's one of these glue guys that in an offensive line room, that's a tight group, is always one of the leaders, and he's quickly worked his way towards that. But then there's just some gamer to John. He plays. He practices well, but, man, he's a different player when the game starts, and he played very well the other day. And, we're very fortunate to have a guy like that has been battle-tested in our league, and I don't think you can say enough about the way he stepped up to that task. He's going to have a big task this week. I mentioned Vita Vea earlier. Cansey is a rookie who's playing well for them. So they got some guys inside. He's going to have his work cut out for him, as we all will. But very grateful that we have John Feliciano, and he played tremendously and deserves a lot of credit for that.
There it is, the breakdown with John Lynch here. Last few minutes here before we get ready for the Tampa Bay Bucs. Is it still, after all these years, does Tampa Bay coming to town still move a small part of your soul?
That's a good question. Yeah.
I know a lot of people there. The Glazer family, their ownership, they're great people. They were great to me. Got to catch up with everybody from the Bucs this summer back in Canton when Rondé Barber, my former teammate, went in. So there's a lot of connections, but really it's the grind of the season, and it's about how do we, find a way to get another win. I would tell you it was a lot more difficult and like when I was playing in Denver, and I think my first year we went back to Tampa, and that was really emotional. Doing this job, it's great to see people, but I don't try to make too much of it.
Okay, so we'll shove the emotions aside and just try to beat the Tampa Bay Bucs. Then, speaking of emotion, come on, there's got to be a small part of you that even though they're not having dream seasons, the Stanford Cardinal and the California Golden Bears.
Yeah.
Let's
get into it, John. Man.
Axe. Come on, man. The big game.
Where's John Lynch with the big game? Yeah.
What's the John Lynch hype for the big game?
Yeah, I'm fired up. I'm fired up for it. I was thinking a lot about that. A lot of great memories. A lot of pride. I ran into Christian this morning. I said, "Hey, what was your record in the big game?" And he looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, he went 4-0.
I never lost the big game.
Yeah. He's like, "What do you mean?"
And I went 4-0. So So take a lot of pride in that. I really do. I like it. I was just telling Corey Rush. Comes in and sits with me during these things, and right before I was telling him that, like, in college, I did not like cow people. I mean, I really didn't. And now you come to know, like, a lot of my friends up here are cow people, and you realize these people are actually all right.
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah.
But in college, I did not really care for cow people, and that wasn't a bad thing. I think that's and that rivalry is. I hope it still has the luster it once had. The pranks that would go on. Remember the old bonfire in Lake Lagunita at Stanford? I mean, those were fun times, and a lot of my memories, from Stanford football, other than turning a program around from 3-8 to our last year under Bill Walsh going 10-3. But a lot of the memories I have are back to those big games because it feels like always something crazy happens in them, and it's a lot of fun. And I think just tell all the players that are playing in it, soak that up, and this is where legends are made. They'll play well in the big game, and people will remember you for a long time.
Nice. I'm looking here: 89, 90, 91, 92. You did go 4-0 twice. You guys were ranked. You guys got ranked your junior and senior year. I'm wondering, did Bill Walsh? You won your senior year in Berkeley, and you guys were 14th in the country. Did Bill Walsh have any hype for you guys about it? I mean, he's such a clinician and a clinical guy and a professor. But did he dive into any hate?
He had the fire, right, John? Come on.
No, I think if I'm not mistaken, did Bill coach at Cal at one point?
He did.
I think he did.
Yeah,
I think he did. Uh-huh. Yeah, which is interesting because Troy Taylor obviously quarterbacked at Cal. But Bill at that point, man, what I remember then, and I think I've shared with you guys, when Bill came in to Stanford, I really think he talked about it in his press conference, back to my bliss. I never had more fun than coaching. And so it was almost like he was just having fun. And I remember Keena Turner was on that staff, and Keena's such a great guy. And I was like, KT, Bill Walsh is such a nice man. And he looked at me like I was nice.
What are you, crazy?
You know, like that's not how I describe Bill, you know.
Yeah.
And then he realized we had a pretty darn good team, and we started winning games, and he got more and more intense. And so I think about that Cal time.
Yeah.
We were laser focused, Bill, who knew we were a good team. And we were playing as well as anyone in the country. So I think it was more about, this rivalry is a great thing, but I want to go dissect somebody. You know, like I want to go be surgical and, you know, the quest for perfection. He was talking like that, and it was so fun to get to just be around someone like that. You know, Denny Green deserves so much credit for turning the program around, but Bill kind of took it, and we were a good and talented team, and you know, that's where you saw the intensity of a Bill Walsh coach team. And so, it was. He understood that it was a big game, but he wasn't into bonfire. He wanted to go. He wanted to go eviscerate somebody.
Yeah, man,
that's really funny. And by the way, so you mentioned Denny Green. Rest in peace, right?
Yeah.
We lost him, but he was your coach for the first 3 years, right?
He was. He recruited me. He recruited me there. Chris First, our O-line coach here. You know, he and I had so many memories because Chris was part of the Jack Elway staff that was fired, and they told those guys they could stay on and recruit or go look for other jobs. And you know, kudos to Chris. Chris hung on and recruited guys like myself and Bob Whitfield. Bob Whitfield was the top recruit in the country.
Yeah, sure.
And,
remember him.
You know, Chris kind of kept recruiting him, and then when Denny Green came in, they closed him, and he was the number one recruit. Once he went, I was a quarterback at the time, and I said, well, shoot, if he's going, that's where I want to go to school. Let's go. And we ended up having a really good recruiting class. So Denny did a tremendous job turning. We were 3-8. I think we went 5-6, 8-4, and then 10-3 my last year. So it was fun to be a part of kind of the resurgence of
awesome.
Stanford.
It's funny you said this. While we're down this rabbit hole for one more minute here, I have this memory, and I just looked it up to verify it. You guys, so it was October of 1990. You guys went to Notre Dame.
Oh,
and Notre Dame was coming off their number one, like their national championship level, right? Lou Holtz and all that. And you guys beat them 36-31. And for some reason, this anecdote sticks in my head that Denny Green said, like, it was like a spiritual experience, that game. And he said something like you guys were taking the bus up to the campus, and he was like, we're Stanford, man. He was like, I just remember this speech he gave her to the media, at least. Do you remember this at all? Something about
Denny could give some incredible, and Denny was really big into the tradition of Stanford, and that's where he did a great job. You know, he would tell us about the Thunder Chickens and the Rose Bowl teams of you know, Plunkett and those guys, and you know, sometimes maybe you're not making stuff up, but like selling it more than it was. That hey, we're Stanford, we're proud, you know, like, and there had been a proud history of Stanford, but that had kind of got lost in a lot of years of mediocrity and futility, and Denny kind of brought back that pride in Stanford football. I give him a ton of credit for helping turn around Stanford football.
That must have been one of your favorite games of all time, beating Notre Dame.
And we beat him my senior year as well.
Yeah,
you know, with Bill. And Bill took a lot of. I don't think Bill was a huge fan of Lou Holtz, and I think it had something to do when Bill was broadcasting for NBC. He did Notre Dame games, and the story goes that Lou would make him wait outside his office for like an hour before he'd come in and do the production meeting. And I don't think Bill was used to waiting for people. And
so I gotcha.
Let's just say he wanted to get after Lou Holtz.
I gotcha.
We got down 16-0, and then 33 unanswered points, and I'd never seen Bill so happy as that.
I'm glad you told us that.
You beat him in South Bend twice,
awesome.
Your sophomore and senior year. That's pretty awesome, man. All right, well, anyway, big game on Saturday. Will you have a chance to sneak over there at all? 3:30 kick?
I'm going to be watching Leah Lynch, my 16-year-old daughter, play some soccer. I think up in Davis or something. So I'll be on the road.
Dad,
so I'll be there in spirit. But,
Dad first, Cardinal second.
Awesome, John.
Right.
Great stuff, man.
All right. Well, anyway, fun reminiscing on that, and we'll hope you enjoy the weekend anyway. All right, Tampa Bay comes to town. The stakes are out there.
Let's go.
You guys have to be that consistent team that you talked about. So we'll see if they do it. So we appreciate the chat as always, John. I think next week we do it before Thursday, before the Thanksgiving. So we'll probably talk to you before the Seattle game next week. But either way, have a great weekend and have fun Sunday. Thank you,
John.
Thanks a lot, guys. Bye-bye.
There he is, John Lynch, man.
Great hit today. I really enjoyed all that Stanford stuff. That was awesome. I'm glad you brought him over there. And it does bring back memories. Those were really good Stanford teams, Marcus. He was playing on.
That's Stanford. So Stanford and Notre Dame
they're kicking ass or two.
Didn't play each other from 1964 to 1988. It's considered a quote rivalry now because they play each other every year.
Yes.
It's not really a. I mean, it is, and
but
it
kind of is. Yeah.
I mean, they do play them next week after this Cal game, I think. But I just have a vivid. So in October of '90, when they beat Notre Dame there, it was a big surprise. It was a big surprise, and for some reason, this stuck in my head that Denny Green,
that was awesome.
He said, he goes, the bus was approaching the Notre Dame campus and I saw the touchdown Jesus and everything. He said, but I stood up and I said, men, we're Stanford. We are Stanford. We apologize to Noah or something like big this speech like we go off and we beat Notre Dame today.
I freaking love it, man.
I guess he was a speech giver famously. We are who they thought they were.
Denny Green,
let them off the hook.
Well, think about how many. I mean, Denny Green was one of, like, you want to talk about a prestigious list of coaches that came under the Bill Walsh arm, or the Bill Walsh tree, as they call it. Denny Green, Ray Rhodes, Mike Holmgren, Mike Shanahan. All those guys went on to glory in the NFL, and I'm leaving a bunch out. I mean,
which is interesting because right now, you know who's getting knocked is the Belichick coaching tree is getting knocked.
Well, the Belichick, that's like rotten fruit dropping off the tree. I
just ruined Waterboy's morning.
It's like a rotten apple. Yeah, no, you can't compare the two. You really can't.
Oh, man, we lost Denny Green in 2016.
I know, that sucks, man.
Did you know, Waterboy, are you old enough to remember the we are who they thought they were and we let them off the hook rant?
Yeah, I know that rant.
It's a classic. They are who we thought they were.
No, go ahead and crown their ass.
Yeah. You want to crown them? Then crown their ass. Yeah. Denny Green, R.I.P., man.
All right, let's do this. Let's do the cooler of content. Then we'll continue. We'll give you a little big game hit with Platz. John Platz, our favorite Stanford broadcaster.
This is a Platzy.
I know. And then it's just a hang loose, fun Friday coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's a big game, man. You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes for his weekly hit to break down this weekend's matchup against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. By the way, it's nice out, but they say the rain's coming this afternoon, Paul Mac. You ready for it?
Did you hear the big boom last night? Did you hear the thunderclap last night? That was a big, loud one.
12-year-old. That'll fascinate a 12-year-old.
Well, a la East Coast. That's a very East Coast kind of storm pattern. But you hear the thunder last night, Marcus? Did you get it down there? Boom! Like a shotgun going off.
Lightning, very, very frightening.
Galileo. Anyway.
Do you remember when Mayor London Breed, who's had a big week hosting the World Leaders?
That's a big week, man.
I guess they're all. I see Grandpa Joe was up at the Legion of Honor last night.
That's a big game, man.
Up near the 11th green the 10th green at Lincoln Park.
Ooh, talk about the views at Lincoln Park, man. I used to walk the grounds. I don't even play golf, but I would walk around over there just to see the views.
But he
seriously.
Yeah, no,
great trails. Yeah.
But Mayor Breed, when
Yeah.
we made the mistake one time of asking what high school, I thought I said she went to Washington High School.
Oh, she flipped out. She got very defensive.
And they actually sent us Galileo High hoodies, which are actually kind of cushy and comfy. They're really nice.
How did I lose that thing? Somebody got their hands on my Galileo hoodie.
And you and I took a picture.
Yeah, that was a cool sweatshirt.
We sent it out, and people were like, are you guys going Freddie Mercury on us? Because Paulie and I standing next to her, it said
Galileo.
It said Galileo
Figaro.
right next to each other.
Now I want to hear that.
Dude, imagine the very first time I heard that song, I was like, what the hell's going on?
Well, you got Freddie Mercury involved. He's going to get,
and then Wayne's World made it funny.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so first cooler of content is from Good Morning Football, which is on NFL Network. And this guy, Kyle Brandt, I still remember this guy from Real World Chicago. You guys remember that? Real World?
I never did Chicago.
Can we go Real World?
Oh, yeah, I'm down with some Real World.
Dude, I've been sleeping on this for years with you. That used to be me and Pat were the only guys.
Oh, yeah, I'll drop some knowledge about Puck in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Buddy, let's go. So Real World Chicago, do you remember Kyle? He was the pretty boy.
So I know of him now. Those aired really when I was really young.
Yeah,
so
that would have been,
I've seen clips. I didn't watch the full seasons when they aired live, but I definitely knew that Kyle was on the show.
When did you come online Real World style?
Oh, maybe the year they went to Paris with my guy
with the guy, the driver, the Formula One driver, or whatever.
And then CT is still out here, still doing the Challenge, which is a TV show based off of Real World.
Right. Absolutely incredible. I remember Dennis Miller had a rant on when the Real World debuted.
Paris.
He's like, how crazy? He's like, how blanked up is our world right now? He goes, there's a new show called The Real World. He goes, they're holding auditions for the Real World.
I understand.
And he said, auditions for the blanking Real World.
Yeah,
All right?
auditions. Yeah.
So, anyway, Kyle Brandt is now a Good Morning Football guy, but he went on Wheel of Fortune.
Okay.
And the reason why we're doing this is because I guess he makes a move on Vanna White.
Oh.
Who's, listen,
Hey, Vanna White.
She's got there's a couple of years there.
Turning those letters.
Talk about what a career. What a career.
Yeah. There was back in when I was in college around those years, she was a big star. And they used to have there was an official Vanna White poster. I remember seeing in dudes.
Were you
I watch her turn letters every now and again. Sure.
Okay. Well,
how could you not back in the day?
I haven't heard this story.
You didn't have all the options you kids have. Believe me, you have to get creative.
Triple E. Well,
you know what I'm talking about, Murph. Murph knows. Believe me. If you're in our demo, you know what I'm talking about. You have to get kind of inventive.
I understand.
With your scenarios, yeah.
Well, I have three words for you, buddy. Price is right. All right?
Oh, big time with the.
Okay,
hey, there's a reason microphone. That's a reason Bob Barker's microphone was so long. Because he had you know what I'm talking about. He had the pencil head eraser. Come on, man.
I'm still dying at the fact that Paulie said, I used to watch her turn numbers.
Yeah, turn letters.
Well, turn the letters. Yeah, excuse me. Give me an R, man. Give me a couple of R's.
Well, Kyle Brandt has the same feeling. Here it is.
I know you're a big fan of that lady over there.
Pat, I'm thrilled to meet you, but Vanna, let's just put the cards on the table. I say this respectfully. You're a TV legend. My wife is here. You were my boyhood crush. I love you. For many years of my life, you were the puzzle I wanted to solve, and I am so thrilled to be here. Wow. Do you have any advice for me today, Vanna? Because I believe you control the board. I love you, Pat. To me, this is a Vanna show.
Well, thank you for those kind words. 5 vowels.
Okay.
Pretend like you're in your own living room, not here. Just concentrate on the puzzle board.
Yes.
Not me. Okay? Keep me out of it. Think of the puzzle.
Wonderful. I love it.
That's it.
You were the puzzle I wanted to solve? This is your line, Kyle?
It just came out. I didn't know that moment was going to happen. It just came out. Did I hit bankrupt on that, Pat?
We have another celebrity available.
Thanks, everybody.
That guy's a little too excited. If he played it a little smarter, maybe something could have happened.
Pretty good line, and you can take that line a number of ways.
Puzzle you wanted to solve,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Putting some,
women are complex puzzles, Murph. You know that.
You were the puzzle I wanted to solve.
She's 66.
God bless her. I haven't seen her in ages. I assume she still looks good.
We actually had it on briefly the other day, and I said, look at her. She's still going.
That's what Triple E goes, thumbs up. She looks great. Good for her.
Think about the dough she's banked through the years, man.
Yeah. God bless. Well, hey, I don't want to.
I think he's finally retiring, isn't he?
Pat Sajak? Old Pat?
Yeah.
Pat Sajak. How can you have that show without Pat Sajak, though? Who's going to replace him? You know?
Well, he wasn't the original. I think it was actually.
I didn't know that.
No. Yeah,
Wow.
he wasn't the original.
Okay.
I'll give it to you, Ben.
You were the puzzle I wanted to solve?
By the way, show was it aired since January of 75, invented by Merv Griffin.
Yeah.
Merv Griffin.
Merv
and
Griffin.
The original host was Chuck Woolery.
Dude, great. Murph's okay. Well, I learned something new again.
All right. Dave Pasch, who's a great ESPN broadcaster who usually gets paired with Bill Walton. He has a lot of fun. This time he's paired with Doc Rivers.
Okay.
And Doc Rivers tells him that he was looking for a babysitter one time, and he hired an unusual babysitter. Here.
Who did you hire to be your babysitter? Not your babysitter, your kid's babysitter?
Well, it was a one-time thing, but when I was in San Antonio, I wanted to go out, and we used Dennis Rodman for one night babysitting Austin, which explains Austin and some of our kids. I don't know if I'm parent of the year or the worst parent.
What made you go to Dennis Rodman of all the choices?
He was over the house, and he actually said, hey, I can do that. I love babysitting. And he did it. He did a great job. The house was a mess.
You're probably fortunate it was just the house that was a mess and the kids were okay.
I mean, the riffs, I mean, what do you want? Do you like, is Carmen Electra coming over?
Seriously,
you know what I
right.
mean?
What's up with the Pearl Jam guys stopping by? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, is he doing shots with the kids?
Yeah,
you know
like
what I mean?
painting their nails and stuff, yeah.
Putting them on the back of the motorcycle with no helmet.
I remember Dennis Rodman showed up to one of his book signings wearing a wedding dress, and he was fully made up and stuff, so he could make the kids up, put them in dresses. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. He, Mike Silver's big breakthrough at SI was a cover story on Dennis Rodman where he partied with him for a week.
I probably read it back in
Rodman
the day.
posed for the cover wearing a very Pat Burrell machine-like leather contraption.
Oh, yeah, dude. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was very Folsom Street Fair, that whole look he was rocking.
So do you think you have your kid, you have your 6-year-old kid with his, his bowl of cereal, and in walks Rodman in the leather.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, Daddy, what's my babysitter wearing?
Yeah. Daddy, why is my babysitter wearing a leather harness?
Daddy, why is my babysitter taking me to the Folsom Street Fair?
I mean, it depends on how far you want to go. I'll say my final comment would be like, Daddy, why is our babysitter wearing a saddle on his back? Right. I'll just leave that one. Yeah.
Next up is our buddy Chris Furster, the 49er O-line coach. He spoke yesterday and talked about Mike McDaniel, his old buddy, the run game coordinator.
Yeah.
And he talked about when they tried to score 70. Here it is.
I text him, and Mike doesn't respond to text during the season. So I got to a couple other people in the organization. I said, dude, I would have gone for it. They're like, we didn't think so. No way. I said, it's 70 to whatever it was. I was like, dude, come on. I mean, another 7 points, it's over. So go for it. But I get it. I get both sides of that story.
He big time?
Excuse me?
He big time?
It did not big time me. If Mike does not respond to people during the season, he's very hard. It's been that way forever. It's kind of a bone of contention with everybody. He doesn't. Then in the bye week, he did send one text, which is nice.
I mean, I'd like to be able to tell people, no, I don't text while I'm on the I mean, like, I'm just telling people that freeing yourself of the reply, I'm not texting during the season. How free would that be?
I do that sometimes, though. I'll go cold on people. Like, I don't like to text people during Niner games. I don't like to be, like, read people. I don't want to hear anybody's thoughts. I just want to watch the game. So if you text me during the Niner game, good chance you're not going to hear back till after.
Let me tell you who's not a great texter. MB over here.
This guy.
MB. No, that's true. Surprisingly, you are
two thumbs
quiet.
and is a bad texter.
Although
this guy.
No, what's behind that? Because you're of this age where you should be texting all the time. Like,
I just don't like to be bothered.
Yeah,
for the most part.
I understand.
And like, there's a lot of times where like I'll go to the gym or I'll go do something. I'll put my phone into airplane mode so that people don't text me.
Yeah.
But isn't your whole generation
That's
about
what I'm
being
saying.
bothered because you guys are all social media and all that? Triple E says we need a trivia check. How many unread texts do you have right now?
Oh, let's look it up. On my phone, 237.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Well, you're never reading all those. That means he's just don't bother. Don't bother.
Exactly.
How far back do they go? Like on the calendar?
I don't know. Years, months, decades. I don't know.
What if your new program director is texting you with something urgent?
We'll see where he falls in line in my inbox.
Okay. It depends on where he lands.
Yeah,
Did you just drop a Tom Brady?
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see if he puts me in another chokehold, Murph.
Multiple people checking in saying Seacrest is taking over Wheel of Fortune.
Well, Seacrest runs everything now. He'll be our boss soon, too, I bet.
Tua Tagovailoa on the bye week came back with a new haircut.
Did he?
Kind of like me, Paulie, with my new...
It's coming, dude. I'm telling you. What do you think, you guys? I like what I'm seeing over here.
Showing up on the stream yet?
I can't tell. I'm too far away. Marcus, how do you grade Murph's beard first week? I like it.
I was telling him it makes him look a little tougher.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah.
You look a little tougher.
That's hilarious.
No, it does.
Now
It makes you look a little tougher.
Triple E told him that it makes him look tired.
Well, Triple E's always got he says the wrong thing all the
He
time.
said he wants to get me a leather jacket now, and because he thinks my toughness quotient's going up.
Oh.
So I should start wearing leather.
What? Hey, listen, nothing wrong with wearing leather.
Anyway, Tua, like me, is... you just tweeted, by the way. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You just tweeted.
I did. Yeah, we're trickling them out. Oh, it's a Friday. It's a treat.
Tony to figure out when to drop those, dude. Come on. Man.
What? Why?
Anyway, because you're on the air right now.
Yeah.
Dummy.
Anyway. No, see, we got conflict now. Wow.
It's your
attack.
It's your Brock Purdy.
Yeah, no, I know. I told him to put it out there.
But he tagged he tagged D. Snyder. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Well, explain to me. I mean, I'm still a beginner.
Like,
so you got
where's the,
Where's my check, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully D appreciates the fact that I'm plugging his band. They're kind of on life support. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? JJ French.
Anyway, those of us who are adopting new looks, those of us with beards, or Tua with his cornrow hair, and the reporters in Miami were baffled, and they said, you look like the rapper Drake.
Okay.
Here it is, yeah.
My hair was just wild, and, I wanted to see what I could do with it. If I couldn't do anything, I was going to chop it off. But Drake, I don't know if I look like Drake. Drake?
Can you rap?
Kiki.
That was it. That's the impression. What do you guys think?
I mean,
Kiki.
Hey, if you're going to do a Drake impression and keep it tight, that's the one to do, right?
Kiki.
There it is. You don't have to do any other impression.
I mean, at least finish the line.
All right.
Do you love me, Murph?
Yes, I know.
Kiki.
No, I don't love Drake, Murph.
Come on. Oh, you don't?
I'm strongly anti-Drake.
I'm glad to hear that, actually.
That's why I don't fit in with the rest of my generation, Murph.
Yeah.
Medium Impact Brian is getting on his scooter right now.
How can you not like Drake?
His rented scooter, and
Everything he
he's
does.
blazing down here at about 5 miles an hour to come kick your A. Oh, he truly believes Drake is maybe the greatest artist in the history of Beethoven.
Oh, come on.
Sinatra.
Miles Davis, right.
The dude doesn't even write his own lyrics.
John
Murph. Come on,
Coltrane,
get outta
Drake,
here.
guys like that.
He says simply one line sums it up. I got more slaps than the Beatles.
Right. Well, there it is. It's all right there.
I disagree.
mean, it's all right there.
All right. So
I like you, Marcus.
You know who I like better than Drake?
Tell me.
Andre 3000.
way to go to our last one.
I'm with you
Andre
on that.
3000 has been our story of the morning because he dropped a flute-only album after being one of the greatest rappers of all time. We're baffled by it. We played one of the cuts. It was very bizarre. It sounded like a new age massage parlor. This is it. But he's doing media to promote it, and he's like, what do you want me to do? He's like, this is why I did the flute album. Check it out.
Sometimes it feels inauthentic for me to rap because I don't have anything to talk about in that way. Like, I'm 48 years old, and not to say that age is a thing that dictates what you rap about, but in a way it does. And like, the things that happen in my life, like, what do you talk, like, I gotta go get a colonoscopy? Like, what do you... what do you rap about? You know what I mean? Like my eyesight is going bad.
There it is, man. They're a pretty good riff.
Well,
my eyesight. I'm going to rap about my eyesight going bad.
Colonoscopy.
Well, here's the thing, Murph.
Welcome to the reader's world, Andre 3000.
Well,
Yes.
here's the thing. I think Andre 3000 actually can relate to the youth since our boy Triple E got a colonoscopy.
Wow.
He's awfully young to be going through that kind of
Poor guy's
procedure.
got stomach issues.
Well, I know, I feel
GI
bad.
issues.
Oh, man.
I know.
Call him G.I. Joe. There's your cooler of content,
All right,
y'all.
man. We're having a good time today.
This is why I told Platzy 8:40-ish or thereabouts.
Platzy knows, believe me.
Because the cooler's always a
Yeah.
mess. So
we ramble.
why don't we do Platzy? Why don't we tell Platzy in the 8:50 segment?
Platzy.
In the 8:50 segment. All right, he's listening right now, and he's actually texted me a story about the Denny Green anecdote. He had the details on it. He said, Denny's quote said, coming off the bus at Notre Dame, it smelled like football. And before the game, he said, we're the Stanford Blanken Cardinal. Let's go. So there it is.
I love it.
Denny Green.
Yep.
So we'll get into that. We'll get into the big game hype. And, of course, more Niner hype coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
That's a big game, man.
All right, everybody. Paul and Max saying good morning and happy Friday to everybody out there. I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I know I'm excited for it. So let's talk about Prize Picks. You can spice up your weekend, actually. If you're looking to get some daily fantasy sports happening, get over to prizepicks.com. It's called the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. And I like their methods. You select 2 or more players, and then you predict on their stats for that given game. Maybe you like a quarterback to go off. Maybe you like a linebacker with total number of tackles, stuff like that, touchdowns, sacks. Really, it's entirely up to you. You can lay out the roadmap to how you want to predict these games at Prize Picks. And if you have some football IQ, you can turn $10 into $250 rather easily. You got your very easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options are all waiting for you at Prize Picks. Again, that's why they are the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So if you feel like you're ready to join and test your skills out, they got 7 million fans fans already competing at PrizePicks, and they're waiting for you to join them. In fact, join today, and PrizePicks will match your first deposit up to $100. So when you throw that money down, they're going to match it up to $100. So it's prizepicks.com/leader. Leader is the code word that will get you that deposit match. And then it's up to you. It's PrizePicks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it's a mindset, I'd say, just playing without fear. The fear of failure is something that, I feel like I've learned over the years, especially in college. If you go out there and have that mentality of, I don't want to mess up, then you start playing timid, and then you're, obviously not playing like yourself, like you have growing up your whole life with that competitive edge. So that's one thing that I've learned for sure is to, try to take out fear, throw it out the window, and play clear-minded, play like a surgeon, do what Kyle's asking of me, but being smart with the ball at the same time, but also having the mentality of, playing fearless. And that doesn't mean play reckless, but be smart with the ball, play within the offense and scheme. If something happens where it's off schedule, play ball. So I'm still learning that, honestly, but I feel like that's how I look at it right now.
Damn, Brock Purdy. Opening a vein there. Pretty good quote. We found that out when we were down in Santa Clara this summer, that he's a very engaging interview. Like, he doesn't mail it in. It's not cliches. Like, he gives you thoughtful. He's like kind of like John Lynch that way. And they're talking about, it's funny, we talked this morning about playing with a chip on your shoulder, and you said, David Lee Roth said, I go at fear motivates him?
Two greatest motivating factors for DLR. Back in the day when he was a big rock star, he said the two things I take on stage with me every night are fear and revenge. And he goes, I'm fearful that I will lose my place, like on the totem pole. I'm up at the top right now, and that's where I want to stay. And then he said revenge, because of all the people that told him he sucked and he was never, accomplish anything and he shouldn't be out there in the first place. So he's getting revenge on them by performing well.
What's interesting, though, is that Brock Purdy says you got to play with no fear. Got to let it rip.
Yeah.
I read that Al Arbor story.
When you start talking Al Arbor, bro, you blow my door. Do you want to tell people who Al Arbor is?
He was the 4-time Stanley Cup winning coach of the New York Islanders.
Yes, dude.
I don't know how I came across this.
He's not even a hockey guy. He's dropping Al Arbor.
Well, don't forget the show started today with Phil Esposito and Dennis Leary.
Oh, shout out to Canada Cup.
I know, but anyway, point is that
Al Arbor.
Al Arbor said that the Islanders played free and easy because he said don't be afraid to lose.
Well, there are different.
Don't be afraid to lose. Let it rip. If you lose, you lose. Don't speak about it. Don't it's this hidden thing, losing. No, throw it out there. Hey, we might lose, but we're going down swinging,
like
baby.
you said, let it fly. That's why Wayne Gretzky, another great hockey quote, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah,
another great line.
No fear is a hell of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Brock Purdy talking about his psychology of quarterbacking there, of having to remind himself to let it rip. And he saw it by going back a year ago and looking at the Tampa Bay film when he kind of played like his life was on the line or his job was on the line. He got that chance to start in the NFL, and he beat Tom Brady 35-7, and he played great. And as Eric Branch wrote in the Chronicle in his story, he went back and watched the video of it. And Greg Olson said on the Fox broadcast, because I feel like I'm watching Rudy, is what he said. Because remember we had the dad. Remember the dad was wiping away a tear and all that. And then Brock, along the way, you kind of lose yourself. This is the Rocky trilogy, where Rocky 3 has to get back to the grind. Right?
Yeah,
He's
moves back.
He's got to go sprint with Apollo on the beach. You know what I mean?
And they're Daisy Dukes.
Yeah.
Could have been some other meaning there, too.
So
but
that's
anyway.
pretty cool. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. We had one other cut from Purdy queued up.
All right.
From Tripoli. No, he'll just give you that one? Okay, we'll call it that one then. We'll call it later. We have more later in the show from Brock Purdy, who was really interesting as we get kind of to the 1-year anniversary of his sort of debut, as it were, not by calendar date, but by opponent. And it was December. It was the first week of December when he debuted. But anyway, we do want to hit the big game. I did touch it in the forecast, Paulie. And our buddy John Platz, who, of course, does Stanford football on the radio. You hear him on 1050. Just wrote a book. He's wrote a book about Stanford football. So
awesome.
Plug that and just get a few minutes in on the big game.
I got to say, also, if you missed John Lynch today, Murph got John Lynch to really, I thought, say a lot of really cool, some great stories and memories from John Lynch about the big game. He was talking Stanford football, how well he did. John Lynch said he goes, I won it all 4 times. And what else do you need from me?
And he said he asked McCaffrey, how'd you do in the big game? He said he looked at me like,
what? Yeah, like, what do you?
Well, that was when Stanford was at it. That was the Andrew Luck, Christian McCaffrey.
They were like thugs. They were like thugs with high IQs.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Just kicking your ass and getting straight A's.
They were sensational. But
Yeah.
I want to get back to what John Lynch said about. He goes, in college, I didn't like Cal people. He goes, I really had a thing. Like you could tell he was sort of tempering his language, but he
no question
hated
no
them.
question. And I don't want to be on.
And then he's like, now I know them and they're nice people. But so I want to go back to that. Like, it's more fun to have that hate. Like, and I go back to that old line of individually, I like them, but collectively, I loathe them. That's the way to have a rivalry. That's
That's like you with USC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
100%.
Tim Ryan
and Ronnie, yeah.
Spider.
You throw Spider on the pile, he's a good Trojan, right? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, individually, we like John Platz on the big game next on the Sports Leader.
That's a big game, man.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Get to tell you about these half-baked pizzas from Amici's. They're really good. We finally did it a couple months ago, or I should say last month, and loved it. You bring the pizza home, it's half-baked. So here's the deal. Amici's bakes them halfway through, then you take them home. And then when your family's ready, you slide it in, you take it out, and now you got the sizzle and the juices, you know what I mean? It's hot, it's crunchy. It's like, that's the way to do it. Your money for nothing, your pizza for nothing, and your chicks for free. Can I say that on the... I can, can't I? Here's the deal. You order this month in November, 20% off. How about that? 20% off pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at amicis.com. Once again, it's the half-baked pizza we're featuring, any size, between now and the end of November. 20% off when you order for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at amicis.com. So do the half-baked pizza, y'all. You will love it. Restaurant-quality pizza from your own kitchen, time to fit your family's busy lifestyle. Amici's delivers.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
Yeah, I'm fired up. I'm fired up for it. I was thinking a lot about that. A lot of great memories. A lot of pride. I ran into Christian this morning. I said, "Hey, what was your record in the big game?" And he looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, he went 4-0.
I never lost the big game.
Yeah. He's like, "What do you mean?"
And I went 4-0. So take a lot of pride in that. I really do.
Well, there it is, man. The big game is tomorrow. It is fun. Listen, the teams are down and out, man. I mean, Cal's 4-6, 2-5 in conference. Stanford's 3-7, 2-6 in conference. But it's a big game, so why not? And by the way, last one in the Pac-12. Maybe ACC game next year. It's just weird. But listen, one of our best listeners ever is longtime Stanford broadcaster John Platz. Paulie nicknamed him Platzy years ago.
Well, Platzy's a Hall of Famer.
And among the many things he's done is he's written books, too. He wrote a book about Stanford basketball. He's got a new one about Stanford football called Farm Foundation.
Nice.
Paulie.
Nice.
Farm Foundation. You can get it at the Stanford bookstore. We thought it'd be an excuse to check in with Platz before the big game. John Platz on the UMA guest line. Good morning, dude. How are you?
Good morning.
Murph and Mac, I'm loving the show as usual. And Murph, I got to tell you, you and John Lynch basically did chapter 8 of the book.
Nice.
Well, I'm trying to remember what the table of contents title is. I think it's something like early 90s pro set, the Denny Green led resurgence and the Walsh 2 tenure. And you and John Lynch just nailed it.
Well, I mean, that was an exciting time. And we were talking about the Stanford Notre Dame wins that were so big for Walsh and Green. But, yeah, they're cool, man. That was fun. But we got to focus on the Cal game. And so, listen, what was your first year being affiliated with the school? Was it as a student or were you, yeah?
It would have been 1980. So I came up from Southern California to go to school. I made the basketball team as a walk-on, didn't play very much. But, the whole Stanford sports thing, I got the bug early and, went to football games, and that's kind of where the football thing started. But, no, I've been a Stanford honk since the Reagan administration.
Awesome. So does the big game in 2023 still mean what it meant to the big game in 1983?
It feels the same to me. I mean, Stanford Stadium is a sellout tomorrow, and that's news. It's tougher. It's tougher to fill stadiums now all across college football. So that's a cool thing. But I go to practice during the week, and you take the temperature of the team. There's more enthusiasm. There's more yelling. There was a practice in the rain, and the kids were digging it. So it feels the same to me. And maybe you have to be Stanford connected to have that, but you got two fairly equal teams, different, but fairly equal. And I expect a competitive game like most of them have been.
I like that. It's sold out. I didn't know that. We got a sellout Saturday?
Yeah, we got a sellout.
Well, that is awesome. That is fantastic, and that creates the energy that we need for a true big game. Cal Stanford is the big game, of course, Saturday at 3:30, and it's going to be at Stanford. You can hear it on 1050 with John Platz, the voice you hear. So a little bit about Farm Foundation. You wrote a book about Stanford football. I mean, this is, it's funny. John Lynch said that Denny Green kind of tried to teach them the history. I'm a sports historian. I love it. I mean, people got to realize, Pop Warner, Ernie Nevers. I mean, this thing goes back a while.
Well, and Brian, the book writes itself. They just needed somebody to do it. I mean, it starts with Walter Camp in the 1890s, right? The Walter Camp Award, that we all talk about in early December, right next to the Heisman Award. Stanford brought him from Yale, where he was a decorated coach, to be a head coach. But they brought Pop Warner out in the 1920s. You got these teams, called the Bow Boys and the Wow Boys that won Rose Bowl games in the 30s and 40s. And actually, an aside here, this is for Paulie, and I Murph, having written, I know you wrote The Last Putt, the Stanford golf book, and when you write books, there's always something you wish you tossed in after it goes to press or whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
I did not know that. So Clark Shaughnessy was the coach of the 10-0 Rose Bowl winning Frankie Albert Stanford team in 1940. They won the 1941 Rose Bowl game against Nebraska. Clark Shaughnessy's grandson is Bill Kreutzmann.
Oh, whoa, really?
Wait a minute.
Bill Kreutzmann, for those who don't know, is one of the drummers, the original members of the Grateful Dead.
He's the grandson of Clark Shaughnessy, the Stanford football coach who won a Rose Bowl?
Phenomenal.
He's the grandson.
Thank you for telling me that, Platzy, because now I'm going to use that piece of information in the right situation. Go ahead.
It's my Bower Bank nugget of the morning.
Hey, Platzy, man, you do not disappoint. That's an incredible. Murph, what do you think of that? There's lineage
I'm
between
blown away. I wonder if that's why they have access to Frost Amphitheater.
They played some great shows at the Frost, Platzy, the Grateful Dead.
So anyway. So, but you guys know this. I mean, it's Bobby Garrett, number one NFL draft pick in the 1950s, one of four that Stanford's had, and then of course Jim Plunkett was the apex. I'd say about 3/4 of the book is Jim Plunkett and later, because that's when most living Stanford-connected folks would be interested in. But Jim Plunkett was awesome, obviously Heisman Trophy winner and beat Woody Hayes in the 1971 Rose Bowl game. But John Elway, and you mentioned Denny Green and John Lynch, and then Todd Husak and the 99 Rose Bowl team, and then a big lull. Part of the storyline here and why the book is interesting is there's peaks and troughs, right? Going back to the 1890s, there's peaks and troughs. And there's these resurgences, and of course David Shaw and Andrew Luck and Toby Gerhart and Christian McCaffrey engineered one of the all-time golden decades of Stanford football, 09 through 18. So, it's a bit of a down period now, but I think Troy Taylor is the right man. And again, I expect a competitive game tomorrow, and I think Stanford's on the upswing.
Nice. All right, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So we want to end it on this: two things. One, Go down to the Stanford bookstore and get Farm Foundation. The Christmas holidays are coming up.
No question.
So for the Stanford fan in your life, probably for Lee Hammer. You can get it for Lee Hammer.
Perfect.
Number one. Number two, can we get it wider distribution other than the bookstore?
Well, I'm working on it, Murph. I don't have HarperCollins like you did for the last Platz. So you can. The bookstore, Stanford Bookstore, has an online option. I think if you do your search, do Google search, you do you do type in Farm Foundation Stanford Bookstore. I think there's an online way of getting the book. So we're working on the weaker area of my work, which is distribution, but writing of the book was great.
Well, it's outstanding. Congratulations. It's a huge achievement, and for a Stanford guy like you. And then finally, just going into tomorrow, you're 6.5-point underdogs.
Break it down,
Cal's won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Stanford's 3-20 in their last 23 conference games. Stanford has not won a home game this year. The only other team this year that hasn't is University of Connecticut, which, am I correct, is Jim Morris still there? I'm not even sure. Is he still there? UConn?
I think you're right. Not 100% sure, but I think you're right about that.
So, I mean, there's some momentum going against you into this game. Make the case for Stanford to win this game tomorrow.
2 things, and I'll go Troy Taylor, who's not only the head coach, but he's the offensive coordinator, and then Bobby April Jr., who's a defensive coordinator. He comes from Wisconsin. He is a scheming wizard. Stanford's going to have some creative things on defense, some pressure packages from all 3 levels, going against Fernando Mendoza, who's the promising but very young Cal quarterback. So I think defensive schematic creativity to try and stop Jay Knott. I think he's a huge issue in the game. Stanford has had challenges defending opposing teams' run game. So dealing with Ott and kind of mixing things up, I think, is a key for Stanford. Offensively, Stanford needs to throw it. They got a wideout named Alec Iomana, Richard freshman. He has like 700 yards receiving the last 5 games. He's the guy that won the Colorado game. He had 13 catches for 294 after halftime. And he's fast, he's big, so some deep shots to him. But I just think it's dealing with Jay Knott. It's going to be formidable because, again, Stanford, dealing with the run game is going to be job one. Troy Taylor offensively, though, Murph, he's been great. He's great for the culture, and he's got a little bit of Walsh as far as the scheming creativity. So offensively, I think you'll see some wrinkles as well.
Great stuff, man. I'm ready for it. 3:30 tomorrow,
Love it.
And John Platz will be on the call on 10:50 with Troy Clarity. His spotter, Triple E, by the way. How's that going?
Yeah, how is Triple E doing, John?
How's he doing?
Well, first of all, he's the best spotter we've ever had.
Okay.
But
is he the only spotter you've ever had?
No, we've had a few.
Yeah.
But he's an edge rusher in the Golden Gate Park Flag Football League, and he snowboards all the time.
He does.
He podcasts. He podcasts.
He
right?
does. He does.
Oh, he does it all.
We keep that on the down low.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Platzy, it's always great to connect with you.
Yeah,
thanks
thanks,
for always
Platzy.
supporting the show. We love you.
We do.
Have fun tomorrow, man. Big game.
All right, thanks, boys. Love the show.
There he is.
Thanks, Platzy.
Platzy.
Boy, I got some Bill Kreutzmann info that I've never known, and I consider myself a rather well-versed deadhead. Did you know about that?
That blew my doors off.
Yeah.
And Platzy and I have been texting. We text every day. He texts stuff into the show every day.
He's got information that nobody else has, like that Billy Kay stuff.
I know he just got off the phone, so I'm not trying to talk behind his back.
Go ahead.
But he was really talking up the Bobby April, the D coordinator from Wisconsin. Stanford has allowed 40 points in 5 of their last 6 games.
Wow.
So
You know what I mean?
that.
It's tough. It's tough.
So anyway, we got that. And also, Cal has scored at least 40 points in 4 different games this year.
I saw Stanford look really good. The night they played Colorado, they looked really good that night. They would look good defensively. They look good. And that game, I believe, was in Colorado.
He talked about that receiver, Elic Ayumana. I can't speak.
You're good.
That guy is a star. That guy, Elic Ayumana, is a star. Check him out. But if Cal leads the Pac-12 in takeaways, believe it or not. So I liked what John Lynch said to us earlier. He goes, I didn't like Cal people, So
I love that. And I don't want to
hate. I'll tell you that story that UCLA plays SC on Saturday. Io Manor, thank you very much, Triple E. Thank you. Io Manor is his name. UCLA USC is tomorrow too.
Yeah,
which is obviously
12:30 kick.
Usually has been some of the most emotional days of my life.
Yeah, Murph is very detached right now.
Well, I've told you all week, buddy.
No, you're simmering. I can see the bubbles. I do. You're like the water when it's just about to start boiling.
Week, my poor kid. He was the one I snapped on finally.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Because he said to me,
it wasn't him. It was just the wrong place at the wrong time.
As I said to him, I indicated I wouldn't mind UCLA losing the game. He's like, man, what happened to you? He's like, you're rooting, and I just snapped.
You had to let him know. Yeah, the whole thing.
Well, I said I want 6 years of my life back. Dude, and then
I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting.
See, I don't want to do it.
It's a Friday, too. Let's let Murph enjoy the weekend.
I want to do it.
I don't want his blood pressure to go.
I'm going to like snap
Murph's looking
this
good.
microphone stand
No,
off.
dude, they'll charge you for that. Murph has got his new beard going. He's got a good vibe going. We don't want to mess with his, like...
I also don't want to swear on the air. I will drop multiple F-bombs about Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
And here's the worst part.
I actually get that because I'm sick of looking at Chip Kelly, too.
There's national guys who carry, as my buddy Sully likes to say, carrying water for Chip Kelly. Like, Chip has these national guys feeding from his palm.
Why?
Like, when you go to if you ever go to a petting zoo and the llama... like the llama feeds from your palm. You know what I mean?
They're sniffing.
We go to the Oakland Zoo. They have like the petting zoo and the llama.
Yeah.
So that's the national media and Chip. I do not understand the hold he has on these people.
He's a seductive. I mean, he's seductive.
I have now seen multiple takes from national talking heads going, oh, well, there's talk of UCLA firing Chip Kelly. What a mistake that would be. I'm like, oh, really? Oh boy.
You see?
Oh boy. What a mistake it was for me to ever come across your conversation.
See?
What a mistake it was for you to have a microphone. All right, buddy? Oh, my God. So anyway, put everybody out of our misery. Listen, I'm not issuing ill will on the man. He's unbelievably handsomely compensated. He's the highest paid man in the University of California system.
So don't feel bad for him.
Millions and millions of dollars.
You don't
There's
care.
0.0 to feel sorry for this guy.
He'll be fine. He's going to be fine.
He has run our program into the ground.
Yeah.
He has been lazy. He has been smug.
You would think he could drop a couple pounds, too.
Everything
along the way.
Now you got personal.
Along the way. I did. Well, he's been, a little. Yeah.
Well, now you worry about him, right?
Yeah, no, it's his blood pressure.
So
I'm
anyway,
concerned.
so just put everybody out of our misery.
Yeah.
Put everybody out of our misery.
I'm sorry Murph's in that place.
By the way, I want to ask if this is just Murph's feeling about Chip Kelly, or is it all UCLA fans?
That's a good question.
Like
Almost
even super fans.
1,000%.
You're coming at us, or fearless leader,
It
dude.
would be very interesting to hear what super
I'm a coach's guy, dude.
Stop
That's one of the
talking about
quotes.
Chip, dude.
I'm a coach's guy, dude.
Famously, one of his famous lines was,
"It's a big one."
When we were criticizing something, Johnny, he got
Dude,
very
I don't think
upset.
so, dude. Yes.
He stifled his rage, and we were like, "Oh, what's going on?" He goes, I'm a coach's guy, dude. I'm
a coach's guy.
I would bet that he rides with Chip.
It's been a while.
I would bet that he rides with Chip.
Of course, I see lots of good things here, dude. Yes.
Just put everybody out of our misery.
Yeah,
All right. Does that mean I'm rooting for SC in the game?
No, of course not. You're not rooting for SC.
No comment.
Yeah,
no comments.
I
All right. Okay, let's get back to Brock Purdy. He said some interesting things on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number 2. We're open if you guys have thoughts about this game going into Tampa Bay. Let's get into that Carissa Thompson stuff that was pretty bunk. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Coast for his weekly hit to break down the 49ers Week 11 matchup against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To hear that podcast or more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot. You know, last year going into that game, it's like everyone's eyes were on me. Like, I feel like the guys in the locker room and stuff, like, how's this rookie going to handle it? You know, the preparation. Like, it's one thing to get thrown into a game and you know, not all the pressure and stuff's on you. It's like you sort of have that outlet of, I just got thrown into the game. Give me a week to prepare. But now you got a week to prepare, and it's like, all right, let's see what you can do with it. So I feel like there definitely was some, you know, expectations and pressures and stuff that I felt just naturally. But, you know, compared to now, it's like, yeah, I put that pressure and expectation on myself in terms of I have to play at this standard now, you know, trying to get better every single week. But last year going into this game was definitely on another level.
Okay, there it is. Brock Purdy. What a performance he had in Jacksonville. And we'll see if he can do it again. Now it's about like, you know, hey, dude, you've gone through the rough time, the losses in Minnesota, Cleveland, the picks against the Bengals. You bounce back with that huge game. You do throw the daring pass to Brandon Ayuk that was a little nutty.
I mean, it worked out. It was a touchdown, but still, it was a very risky.
Is all's well that ends well?
In that case, yeah, but he will get burned. I mean, if he continues to throw like cross the field like that, I mean, it will blow up in his face at some point, but he got away with it last week.
Phil is in Fairfield at 808 KNBR.
We want Phil.
Phil, good morning. Yeah. You're on KNBR.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Good morning.
Hey,
Happy
Phil.
Friday.
Yeah, man. Phil, feeling good.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, feeling good, feeling all right.
Feeling groovy.
I just wanted to, hey, baby, I love it. I just wanted to chime in on all the Brock and all the Niners stuff going into this weekend. You know, of course, last year, big game. It was awesome. Brock came out stunting, made, you know, going up against the GOAT. I thought it was great. But I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts? I don't want to say this one's in the bag because every week is crucial. But what are your guys' thoughts? I mean, I think going into this one, you get a win. We got Seattle on a quick turnaround. And then I forgot the in-between game. And then we go right back to playing Seattle again.
Wait a minute. You forgot the NBA.
That's the biggest one.
Oh, yeah. You're riffing. I got you.
Now,
You got me, Phil. You got me, buddy.
Phil's got a sly thing going. I like that. Yeah.
Phil, I appreciate you calling in for a well check on the Niners. My answer to you is, you know, to me, every game has to have like a story, a headline, or a narrative, whatever the word you want to use going in. And so to me, this is the one. Can you be consistent when there's really no obvious motivation other than consistency? Because not a division game, not a rivalry game, not on a losing streak. Seattle's on the other side. Like, there's a lot of reasons to look past this game.
I would say
so. Here's my challenge: is can you be those? Because I compared them back when they were on that winning streak to the 80s, 90s Niners who were brilliant every week. Yeah. And when they lost, it was a big blanking deal, and they looked inside and they pointed fingers and they had come to Jesus meetings. So can you be that team that plays at that consistent level where you handle Tampa Bay the way you're supposed to?
Well, you know what I'm going to say to that, Phil and Murph? I would say there is motivation, because I think one of the primary motivating factors for this 49er team right now should be getting as many wins as you can so you can compete for potential home field. Now, the Niners could issue the Eagles a loss in a couple of weeks, help their own cause, and that would only be one game of separation between the losses, with the Niners having 3, and that would be Philly's second. I'm assuming the Niners get that game. So for me, you're still trying to get home field. You got to go win all these games, man. That's how I view it.
I agree. I think it's a must win. It's an absolute. Of course, we hate Seattle, right?
Yep.
So we got to go in there and dominate. Got to come back home, dominate. Just keep the momentum going. I think I don't want to say this year is our year, but definitely like you guys always talk about on the radio when talking about Niners, the margin to win a Super Bowl is getting smaller and smaller and smaller with all the talent that we just keep bringing in.
Yeah.
Of course, the guys are getting older, and you just want to win, man. I don't want to say I feel like this is our year, but if we can stay healthy, right? This 3-game losing streak really taught us a lot about our team. And that's this. If we can stay healthy, we're a different team. It's a different dynamic, and we come out guns a-blazing. I mean, hey, the self-proclaimed, silverback, man, in Trent Williams, that dude is a beast, man. I mean, holy crap. He's the one guy that changes the definition and the tone of the line, in my opinion, right? Of course, everybody does a great job, but, I mean, there's something to be said about Trent. And, of course, getting Debo back adds a different dynamic at that, wide back, as we all like to joke about, and I don't know, man. Of course, Christian CMC doing his thing, and, Ayuk. I mean, I don't know. I'm here. I'm just so excited. I can't even contain.
I love it, Phil. I love it. I love the vibe.
Hey, good call, buddy.
Have a good weekend,
Have a great
bro.
weekend. Go Niners.
Thanks,
good luck
guys.
to you, man.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, you guys.
There it is.
Same to you, man.
Look at Fairfield.
Look at the goodwill of a Phil. You know what I mean? And plus, out there in Fairfield, that's where I like to go when every time your buddy Brian Nareg comes to town. All the Naregs, the Filipinos, are out there. His whole Filipino family, they all live in Fairfield. There's literally dozens of them. You go eat your pig's ears, you grab some adobo, and you call it a day.
Can I get some lumpia, Paulie?
100%.
All right,
yeah.
there you go. All right, well, more Purdy yesterday about this. Still learning, because I looked back. So it was December 11 was his first start. December 4, he came in for the injured Jimmy G. Garoppolo.
Yeah.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys.
There he is.
See ya.
Is he healthy, by the way? Is he a healthy scratch?
Oh, he's just
He's
sitting
a
there.
healthy scratch,
Now he's
Murph.
just chilling.
He's just sitting there looking pretty on the sideline.
I wonder how long this your Aiden O'Connell thing, though. Boy, you've seen, I mean, not a lot there.
What if Jimmy gets so depressed he starts shame eating and gets fat?
Well, I was going to say he might just kill all his time and money at the Spearmint Rhino or any of the given adult-themed
What if the
clubs.
sphere was Jimmy G's face? All right.
A handsome-looking sphere.
Hey, by the way, quick digression. Do you guys see the sphere? Did the
yeah, come on.
Did the baseball for the A's put the A's logo on it?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, how about the A's Twitter account take Oakland out of their handle?
Did they?
Yeah, they still have. Well, they still have it Oakland A's, but they're bragging about going to Las Vegas.
Well, they got one more year here, man.
They might have 4. They were talking about maybe playing here at Oracle Park for the next 4 years.
I don't want that. I'm not.
We don't know what their lease expires after next year. We don't know where they're playing.
You don't want them chewing up the field.
And also, Murph, maybe you can explain this, but the Giants blocked the A's from playing in San Jose, and now they want to play in San Francisco in the Giants ballpark?
That's a great
Get some
point.
dough, baby. Get some dough.
I
Pay some
guess
rent.
so.
Pay some rent.
Pay some rent for Shohei?
By the way, I have to laugh at the texter who said, I was away in Maui, and I came back to learn that Murph grew a beard and Draymond choked somebody. He said, what would you give me for that? I'm more surprised that Murph grew a beard than Draymond choked somebody. That's pretty good. Pretty good line.
Not bad at all. And by the way, throw Paulie Mack on Twitter on top of that whole thing
That's
for
right.
shocking revelations.
That's right.
Yeah, and you can, I'd like to say this now. Why don't you guys hit me up at Paulie's Pod? Not even a joke. That's legit.
Yeah, and by the way, go look. There's an Easter egg there today.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
like to put stuff up there.
Purdy on learning to play with a chip on your shoulder every week. That's what he, like, the losing streak, he said maybe he lost the chip.
I mean, honestly, I'm still learning with all this, my mindset and stuff throughout the season. It's a long season, but even like the 3 games where we lost, it's like sort of reminding myself of, dude, you got to play with that chip on your shoulder again and be hungry and prove to yourself that, every single game, you got to prove to yourself that you're, supposed to be there. And so looking back on the film and watching that Bucs game, it's like, man, I was playing like that. So it's always good to go back and sort of just remind myself of that mentality.
Paulie, what if you went back and saw an old video of you when you were younger and you had piss and vinegar?
Much rather not. I'm embarrassed. I don't like looking at anything I've done. Do you feel that way too? Like I look at something like, ooh, I don't want to. I just focus on today.
Definitely feel that way.
Just focus on today, man.
Definitely feel
you
that
hear
way.
tapes of your old shows, you're like, ooh, yeah. I don't know about that.
But I mean, he goes back and says he saw himself like as a young buck, spry running around. Now he's an old KG veteran, a year later, and he's got to remind himself of that. Again, I'm going back to, it's any movie plot where somebody has to go back and find themselves again. There's any number of movies that have had that storyline where they get lost in the wilderness and they got to go back and rediscover their inspiration story. You know what I mean? It's funny that Brock Purdy's saying that just 1 year into his career. Usually that's like when you're 35 or whatever. More Brock Purdy from yesterday about that first start against Tampa Bay. Let me give you the numbers on that game. He went 16. Actually, his numbers were not gigantic in that game. 16 of 21 for 185, but 2 touchdowns, no picks. His rating was 134, no picks. So here's Purdy on that start.
Yeah, it's huge. Just like the confidence, that came from that, knowing that, all right, I can play in this league. We were on a roll too. We had our sights set on, finishing out the season strong. So I was more excited just to show my teammates and the guys in this building that, I can be the guy to help do that. And so it was a huge game for myself, my confidence, and looking back on it, it's always, sort of fun just to see, where I was, as a backup, trying to make my way in the NFL, and then, sort of making a name for myself. So, it's always good. It's a good memory for sure.
This story just is incredible. He did look bad in the some of those throws in the losing streak, but we got to remember. I mean, everybody look at
that's going to happen. You've seen Joe Burrow.
Look at Josh Allen.
Look at Trevor Lawrence last week. He didn't look good at all in any way. Yeah, it happens.
I mean, Mahomes in that game against Denver,
bro.
Right? But he had the flu, but
I'm telling you.
Anyway, don't forget, Purdy broke his ribs last year. He actually finally told the story here.
Okay.
About going into Seattle with the broken ribs here.
Yeah, it was the third down where I scrambled and dove. I dove for the first down. There was a holding on the play, so it didn't even count. But I remember when I extended, my body just sort of twisted against itself on the ground, and I felt a pop. And but I had so much adrenaline and stuff. I was like, all right, I'm fine. I'll keep playing. And then every drive, it just got more painful and more painful. And then in the second half, I was like, yeah, this is killing. So, yeah.
You cannot underrate, you cannot tell that story enough, that he first start, breaks a rib, kind of doesn't tell anybody, guts it out, eventually tells the coaches, says, I can go in Seattle, goes and beats the Seahawks in Seattle.
Yeah.
You just can't overestimate that enough. Talk about season, you got your moment, money. You got your moment. Carpe diem. And, I can't go, coach, my rib hurts. He's like, no, I'm going and I'm going to win.
I mean, we're talking about a kid that was battling for the QB3 job with Nate Sudfeld last training camp.
Yeah.
Think about it. People were talking about keeping Sudfeld over this kid.
Yeah.
If somebody told you the story, you might not believe it. Like if you were, I don't know, if you were overseas for 5 years, you came back, you didn't have any, access to like mainstream news, you would have a hard time believing this story. It's that far-fetched.
But if somebody told you Draymond put Gobert in a chokehold for 9 seconds, you'd believe that.
Oh, it'd have been like, well, what's Tuesday? Of course that happened, yeah.
Just a couple John Lynches on Purdy, and then we'll get out and get you guys ready here. We asked him about, listen, the guy had a 3-game losing streak, and he was sort of feeling a little bit of heat going into that Jacksonville game, but Lynch said, yeah, no, I love the kid.
That's just the way we feel. So this isn't lip service. This isn't trying to pump confidence into someone. It's the way we feel, but he's earned that. He's made us feel that way. I think as we get towards this, this week of Thanksgiving, I'm very grateful for him. The last pick in the draft to turn into what he's turned into. And look, quarterback Tom Brady is the greatest illustration. We talked about him, going to Tampa, but you have to go do it each and every week, and that's why those guys get paid the big bucks. It's a tough position. You're scrutinized every week with when you have success or when you have failure, and Brock just handles it all really well. He can make the simple execution plays, the processing, but then you see that he's a real playmaker as well. I think that play to Kittle, that's one of the finest plays I've seen him make.
This kid.
No, it really was a beautiful throw. I mean, Kittle was in stride. That was a beautifully thrown ball.
I just pictured Lynch at the Thanksgiving table. Well, actually, he won't be because they have a game. But let's imagine he is at the Thanksgiving table. I picture him dressing in like a very sensible, like a sort of a handsome plaid long sleeve shirt, maybe a V-neck sweater, like a very John Lynch outfit, looking handsome. And they're all around the long table, and the potatoes are out, the gravy's out, the turkey's out.
What about the bird? Where's the bird?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
And then they're kind of maybe
right
some
there.
people do some praying.
Yeah, join hands for a second while you say
then,
grace.
Yeah, joining hands.
Yeah, we're going to say grace now.
And then they say, like, most people say, but thankful for my mother and father.
Yeah,
or for
that we're all together.
The Lord above, or peace on earth. Or
the
whatever.
Niners are winning ball
He
games.
literally says, I'm thankful for Brock Purdy.
He should. He really should be saying that. Yeah.
And people are like, there's the bird and everything, and there's a big decoration on the wall, and he's talking Purdy.
Yeah.
At his Thanksgiving
Yeah,
table.
he probably would be too. He's that kind of guy.
Meanwhile, he's more skill set on Purdy. The improv quality of a Purdy, and he said Walsh told him about it.
I got a book up here where Bill Walsh talks about the art of quarterbacking. With chaos all around you, can you function? And that was a great illustration. I mean, the pocket was caving in. Our guys were fighting. He held on to try to get to his second read, and Kyle had a great description, like a grenade out of a bunker.
Yeah.
But that takes a lot of arm talent. That takes a lot of talent to do that, and I thought it was just a tremendous play. And but he does the simple things. He can also make some plays, and he's aggressive in doing so. And he's a fighter. So we're very grateful for him, and he knows we got to go do it again against another good team, and we're looking forward to that opportunity.
Yeah, man. The art of the quarterback, the improv, his escapability is...
It's really one of his greatest assets, and it's not really talked about a lot outside of, I would say, the immediate Bay Area. I don't think that the country really knows that part of his game as well as we do. We get to watch all his snaps, but he showcases it every week. Very slippery in the pocket. Hard to get a hold of.
Dino from the 925 says, it's not that Purdy looked bad. It was that he finally just looked human.
And again, the NFL will do that to any quarterback. Even Hall of Fame guys look like that sometimes. So that's why when people start flipping out about Brock Purdy, it's like, bro, this is another day at the office. This is not an easy gig. There are good defenses out there that throw disguises and different looks, and there are going to be some growing pains for Brock. It's part of it.
And 650 says, I imagine John Lynch is a dark meat kind of guy.
Maybe my favorite text of the day.
I mean, I don't know what that...
Do you go with the dark meat?
I'll go both.
Do you really? Okay,
Yeah.
I try to go with the white. I like the white, the lighter
the dark
stuff.
is obviously much more moist, right?
Well, see, I don't know.
But I like to mix. I like to mix and match.
To be totally honest, I'll eat whatever you put in front of me on Thanksgiving. However you want to carve that bird up, just go ahead. And Marcus, if I asked you to say grace for the entire room and the whole family, would you be able to deliver?
Yeah, I can say the word grace, Paulie Mac. Grace.
Everybody hold hands.
Paulie,
Grace.
do you
Let's
ride
eat.
with the U2 song Grace? Because I know some people don't.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's a really beautiful song.
Okay.
I like that song
All right.
a lot.
I kind of like it too, but...
Great lyric, too. He goes, Grace, she carries the world on her hip.
Yeah.
Great line.
Like Barry Sanders carrying a football.
Don't say that in front of Copes, though. Although I'll tell you this much. You know who does like U2 and would defend Grace? Mr. John Lynch himself. We saw him at the U2 show, for God's sakes. We hung out with him.
And 843 made me laugh. He says, my Thanksgiving John Lynch is wearing a turtleneck and blazer when he gives thanks for Purdy.
That's a good look for John, too. John could look good in anything,
That's a great call.
Yeah.
The turtleneck. You know what? I might wear the
Bring that
turtleneck and
back.
the blazer.
Bring it back.
Yeah, to work one day. Don't forget, Paulie has the blazer, the corduroy blazer with
I
the
do.
elbow
It's
sleeve.
just sitting in my closet.
You still have it?
I do.
That was old Pat's favorite item.
Yeah.
He loved
Yeah.
it. He loved it. All right. All right. Well, there's your just a little Purdy chat for you guys. Yes.
Yes, real quick, since we're talking about whether we're light meat or dark meat kind of guys, I wanted to get this riff in before we take a break, and I wanted to ask Kapler how he likes his turkey.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Listen,
I couldn't help
with the
myself,
Prince
boys. I'm
playing,
sorry.
I mean, he's got.
I couldn't
Did
help
Triple
myself.
E ever do the bit he was working on? You did. Well, let's hear it on the other side then.
Okay.
Because it's a fun Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For Brock Purdy,
cool as a cucumber.
Do you
Look at him on
realize-
the TV screen as we're looking at him. The guy's like unflappable.
First NFL starts. Quarterbacks to start their first game ever against the GOAT. The previous 6, Luke McCown, Matt Flynn, Tyler Pelko, Jake Locker, E.J. Manuel, Luke Falk, all lost. First start of Brock Purdy's career, 7th one to go up against Tom Brady, his first ever start. Tim, he's the first one to beat him.
There it is. Greg Papa and Tim Ryan calling the Tampa Bay Bucs. The win by Brock Purdy, set to what's been a theme of the morning.
This is wacky.
Andre 3000, the legendary founder of Outkast, arguably the greatest rap duo of all time, has released a new album this morning. And Marcus knows I'm actually low-key a big Outkast fan. And he goes, Murphy, you got to know your guy Andre 3000. And I said, what do you mean? He said, he's dropped an album today, flute only. And now this is the second one we've heard.
I still feel like I should be wearing a bathrobe waiting for my massage. This is what you hear like when you're in those.
This is Hawaiian spa music.
100%.
Well, I'm glad you boys mentioned Hawaii.
By cucumbers. Yep.
Because the name of this new Andre 3000 track is The Night in Hawaii When I Turned Into a Panther and Started Making These.
Well, he's been talking about this. So basically, he had like an Aaron Rodgers, one of those like Vision Quest things where he went out and he ate ayahuasca. True story. And he said on his trip or his journey, whatever you want to call it, Andre 3000 turned into either a panther or a cheetah, some kind of jungle cat. Yeah, I think it was a panther. He said I turned into a panther.
If you could be a jungle cat, what would you be, Paul?
I think I'd want to be. That's a great question.
When I was a kid, I was like, excuse me, I romanticized the tiger. I thought the tiger was
a beautiful animal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at those things.
I preferred the tiger to the lion.
Well, the lion's just kind of chill. They get their thing, they get their pride going there, and they just kind of lay under the tree and. It's a great question. Boy, you really stumped me on that one. I think just for appearance's sake, I'll go tiger.
See, Paulie Mac, myself personally, I always wanted to be a San Jose Sabercat.
Well, the brawl inside the wall.
If you need a pregame, Paulie's got you covered.
Me and Fitz. True story. I've done it. Yeah.
Speaking of Fitz, by the way, I want to shout out whoever sent this in on the text line. Yep. And ESPN apparently put this out on their Twitter. From our joke on Monday night or Tuesday night to reality, somebody painted the Draymond chokehold of Draymond with everybody scattered, all the bodies around it, where it looks like the Last Supper, sort of
That's
a Renaissance
a real quick
painting.
turnaround for such a great painting.
Somebody painted it. And so you
looks
can
spectacular.
It's actually on ESPN's Twitter account.
Love it. Love it.
So there you guys go.
Great piece of work.
All right. All right. So listen, we went to break. We said we have the Gabe thing, but we also have the one thing we want to say, listen, we try to have fun on Fridays and try not to get too serious, but
there's enough of that in the world. We're trying to get a laugh in.
But we did want to mention this Carissa Thompson story because it had so much traction yesterday. She went on Pardon My Take, and those guys they riff so much that they get people to kind of let their hair down a little bit. And so she was on with Big Cat and PFT commenter. And I don't know, she got caught up and she riffs. Do you have it here? This is her yesterday. She drops this.
I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime, or it was too late. And I was like, I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up because first of all, no coach is going to get mad if I say, hey, we need to stop hurting ourselves. We need to be better on third down. We need to stop turning the ball
Pressure
over.
the quarterback.
Exactly. and do a better job of getting off the field. Like, they're not going to correct me on that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's fine. I'll just make up the report.
This is pissing me off more and more the more I hear this. I mean, it is a big deal. You can't. She's like kind of laughing about it. I don't think it's funny. I think it's
literally. I have a kid. Declan's taking nonfiction writing right now. He wants to write for the Tam.
Especially you as a journalist, like you want your integrity and you want.
Well, Marcus, I mean, Triple E asked me. He goes, "Have you ever made anything?"
No, Murph ain't gonna do that.
I'm Bob Murphy's son. I wouldn't be let back in the house.
100%.
My dad was the last ethical guy on earth.
Yeah.
And so I mean,
I wouldn't be let back in the house. You're sleeping in the yard tonight.
Well, how could you? I mean, and that doesn't make me special. It just makes me normal. Like, who would not take their job seriously? Who would? But the scary part is there is in history. Remember, there's a movie called Shattered Glass about a guy who made up a whole series of stories for like that New Republic or whatever. Do you remember that?
Shout out to George Santos. sorry. I couldn't resist it. It was sitting right there.
Yeah. This guy, Stephen Glass at the New Republic, true story that he wrote a bunch of stories that were fabricated.
Yeah.
He's like made them up and he passed them off as real.
Not a good idea.
And so, listen, Carissa Thompson's doing. Now, listen to the fallout is swift on her, man.
Okay, well, good.
From Lisa Salters to Molly McGrath, who's a St. Ignatius girl, to Tracy Wolfson.
There's a lot of good ones. There are a lot of great reporters.
And they write really serious stuff,
I'm glad, actually. I don't think that should be taken lightly. I mean, don't come out... Don't fabricate information and then spew it out there like it's fact.
I hate to get kind of all like real political up in this piece, but are we not living in an era where this is a problem? I mean, people don't know. This is yet another reason for people to say, "Oh, the media are idiots. Who cares?" It's just yet another dent in the media culture here. So it's really sad.
Yeah.
So Tracy Wilson wrote, "This is absolutely not okay, not the norm, and upsetting on so many levels. I take my job very seriously. I hold myself accountable for all I say. I build trust with coaches and never make something up. I know my fellow reporters do the same." Molly McGrath, the SI girl, said, "Young reporters, this is not normal or ethical. Coaches and players trust us with sensitive information. They know that if you're dishonest and don't take your role seriously, you've lost all trust and credibility." Laura Oakman, "The privilege of a sideline role is being the one person in the entire world has the opportunity to ask coaches what's happening in the moment. I can't express the amount of time it takes to build up that trust. Devastated with the text I'm getting, asking if this is okay." Lisa Salters, "Shocked, disappointed, disgusted. What we heard today called all sideline reporters into question. My job is an honor, a privilege, and a craft at which I work so hard." She's now put a statement out this morning. She says, "Okay, let's address the elephant in the room." Elephant in the room. She says, "I have a responsibility to myself and my employers to clarify what is being reported. When on a podcast this week, I said I would make up reports early in my career." Boy, plural, reports. "Early in my career when I worked as a sideline reporter before I transitioned to my current host role." She was hosting last night. She's on that Thursday night desk.
Yeah.
"Working in media, I understand how important words are, and I chose the wrong words to describe the situation. I'm sorry. I have never lied about anything or been unethical during my time as a sports broadcaster. In the absence of a coach providing any information that could further my report, I would use information that I learned and saw during the first half to create my report. For example, if a team was 0 for 7 on third down, that would clearly be an area they need to improve in the second half. In these instances, I never attribute anything I said to a player or coach. I have nothing but respect for sideline reporters and for the tireless work they put in behind the scenes and on the field. I'm only appreciative and humble to work alongside some of the best in the business and call some of them my best friends." So, damage control.
There's that, buddy.
It's fine. I'll just make up the report.
Just make that S up, yeah. Can I make up some information about my bank account? Let me just inflate that bad boy a little bit.
Anyway, tough deal, and it's an easy, this one's a no-brainer, and for kids out there, not okay. Not okay. Now we go from the heavy stuff.
Okay.
We go to the heavy stuff.
It's not okay.
Actually, it's funny. One more before we get off this this topic. Marcus, for you, some guy said definitely not okay. Said lots of times second half lines will change based on something a sideline reporter says.
There you go.
So
now they're coming at your pocketbook.
That's what somebody
Marcus.
says.
I mean, I guess that's the big question of how valuable are these actual reports? If they're actually meaningful, obviously not if people are making up these reports, but sometimes you can get some injury kind of clarification. But like even last night during the Thursday night football game, the broadcasting booth said, yeah, Joe Burrow's in the locker room. His return is questionable. And then they threw it down to the sideline. And the sideline report is, yeah, Joe Burrow's in the locker room and he's questionable to return.
Yeah.
So sometimes you don't get the most information.
Yeah. Well, I know it's true. I mean,
it's a hard gig.
The low-hanging fruit is to say, well, you never get anything anyway. But if you listen, sometimes you'll hear one or two things. Yes, coaches are going to be protective of their information, but good sideline reporters get it. And she damaged a lot of people with that. She damaged a lot of people, and she deserves to get some sort of punishment. I don't even care about her explanation.
Yep.
I believe her once they say when somebody shows you, believe them the first time. So that was her talking casually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I feel like that's too heavy on a Friday.
I know, we're having such a good time. All of a sudden,
We'll go back to two things. One, 907 with a tremendous text from Alaska, no less. Shout out East High Thunderbirds in Anchorage, Alaska. It says John Lynch probably has a Thanksgiving blazer that he breaks out one day a year.
Yeah.
With a turkey patch over the right breast.
You know what? Only on Thanksgiving, John. Yeah.
And then the other thing is, during this week, we had Gabe Kapler's top 5 burgers, and I ain't gonna lie though, he made me Jones for a burger. I told you I'm meeting the legendary Jack McCaffrey I'm meeting one of the greatest Dublin footballers of all time after the show today.
Yeah.
Guy won 6 All-Ireland titles. And he's the most humble dude. Most humble dude you've ever met.
You would almost say he's like the Phil Esposito of his occupation.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So when I met him back when I was doing second captains in Dublin, and they were in the middle. Dublin was in the middle of this run, this Yankee-like run where they won like 6 straight All-Irelands, and he was the star player on every one of them. He's a doctor because these athletes are amateurs. But anyway, the point is, I'm going to meet him after the show, and I'm thinking about getting
Whack a burger down. Yeah, sure.
Based on Gabe.
Yeah.
Based on
Sometimes
Gabe.
when you need that burger, you can't rest until you've had that burger.
Okay, so here's the deal. That burger got us listening to Gabe.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Boy, again, the
And that
double
led to
entendre.
Triple E's
It's
Thanksgiving gifts to us. Triple E's Thanksgiving gift to us.
Baby got back.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, thick and juicy.
Baby got back.
There's the bit.
okay. Yeah. What do you think, Murph? Yeah. It was a rather abrupt ending, but what do you think? What do you?
I want to hear it
Because he
again.
could have done more. I was waiting for thick and juicy. Actually,
Let's hear it
I really
again.
was.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, thick and juicy.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good. All right, listen. What is he looking at me for? He's looking at me. He's like, no, I like you, Triple E. Good job, man.
Okay.
Keep them coming. Keep spitting those out.
As we say,
Do.
it's something, right? It's
Baby
something.
got back.
I like them in all shapes and sizes.
Best lyric in that song, and he goes, well, Cosmo says you're fat, but I ain't down with that.
Baby got back.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like them.
Yeah, I ain't down with that.
Anyway, Flora says, please tell me Roz Gold A New Day is honest. Of course she is.
I
And
love
by the way, here
Roz.
it comes. It just puts it out. There's a lot of people coming there and poo-pooing and mocking the story. Saying the only people that care are journalists. Real people don't care.
We got to ask Greg Popovic. He just popped up on the screen right there, so we got to ask Greg when we connect with him what he thinks.
Well, he's listening right now.
I think he'd take it pretty seriously.
So-
Rod Brooks used to be a sideline reporter. Rod Brooks was, when we started on the ticket, he was a sideline reporter for the Oakland Raiders.
Yeah.
And I know he took it very seriously.
But there are people on here just saying, who cares?
Yeah.
All right, so 801 says, oh, really? She said you need to be better on third downs. Everybody calm down.
Yeah.
It's a bigger deal. There's a bigger point here of somebody very publicly talking about another reason to just blow off the media, another reason to blow off a report. And that's been a huge issue in this society of late.
We're trying to have a society.
We are trying to have a society
Yeah, it's
here,
not
so
easy.
That's why we wind up defaulting to Baby Got Back remixes, okay?
I don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
Baby got back.
Thank you.
I like them in all shapes and sizes.
Well done, Marcus.
very good. Last thing we didn't hit today is that you guys see Harbaugh accepted his suspension?
Yeah.
What does that say?
He's got to take his medicine.
Does that say,
Guilty?
I mean,
Yeah.
or just wants to get it over with, or
Well, another question for
I mean,
Greg Papa.
he's willingly going to miss the Ohio State game.
These are all things they had to put on Greg's lap because I'm not qualified to answer those.
All right, buddy. Well,
Yeah.
listen, we got the weekend. We got the Niners and the Bucs. We got the Warriors play the Thunder on Saturday. We got the big game on Saturday.
I wouldn't mind mixing a Warrior win in at some point, Murph. I'm going to be honest with you.
It was kind of nice not talking about them today.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Well, 5 straight L's. I'd like to maybe turn that thing around a little bit.
By the way, I noticed the forecast didn't go to the Niner game.
Not this week. What? Too many. I didn't like the spread. A lot of points. Too many points for me.
I'm going to go ahead and take it in my pool. I'm going to go ahead and take it and lay the point. I'm going to lay
Okay.
the points.
Cool, man. Marcus, what do you think about that spread? Are you good with that?
Well, last year, Paulie Mac, I saw Brock Purdy beat Tom Brady 35-7. The 49ers ran for 200 yards on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Their defense is better this year. Vita Vea is back and healthy, but I think it's 49ers. I think they win by 2
All right.
touchdowns.
Well, you got it then.
There it is, baby.
Yeah.
There it is. All right, guys. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund Friday style. Try to get that out of your head. Next,
Baby got back.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
It's fine. I'll just make up the report.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Paulie. Fun Friday. 49ers Bucs on Sunday, 1 o'clock, and then it'll be the quick turnaround to Seattle on Thursday. Brock Purdy going to go play with that chip on his shoulder.
That's what we're saying. I want consistency. I want another inspired performance. This time, Chase Young playing at home for the first time. Let's get this done.
Yeah. Will you catch the big game at all?
Yeah, sure I will. I'll be tuned in. I'll check it out. Yeah.
Look at that, Paulie.
Yeah, great Bay Area tradition. I'll get a piece of
Marcus,
that.
you catch a snap or two of the big game?
Well, I'd catch a snap or two. I'll be down there on the farm tomorrow.
Hey.
It's the last big game in the Pac-12, Murph.
Lead Barry on it. You didn't tell us till now you're going,
And
huh?
finally, Murph.
Triple E sideline pass?
Oh, yeah. See, Murph, you're not alone with your
sideline pass?
Yeah.
There it is.
I got to share this little anecdote with you. My buddy Jeff Faust from the Freestone Peaches, great bass player. By the way, see us at Sweetwater on Friday, December 1st. We'll be up there rocking and rolling. He's a UCLA guy like Murph, and he texted me and he goes, tell Murph not to feel bad. He goes, I can't even watch the games anymore with Chip. Okay. So you're not alone.
Good. Well,
you're not alone.
Guys, I don't even want to comment on what I want to happen on Saturday.
You know what I mean?
Actually, I can't go there. Anyway.
No, you're about to have a good time with your friends. Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah. Hey, last one, too, for you is about the big game. We had a big dispute with Marcus yesterday. Guy grew up in Santa Clara / San Jose / Sunnyvale, went to Homestead High, and has never been or heard of the legendary burger, beer, deviled egg joint, the Dutch Goose.
It's worth your time.
So if I know you're going to the game tomorrow, there it is.
Oh, perfect, Murph.
It's worth your while.
You're planning my whole weekend.
It's a great spot.
I'm excited for you. All right. So, at Papa and Lund ready to go.
All right, kids.
No flight for Greg to hop on.
He loves that.
Little drive down in the Tesla to Santa Clara.
Okay.
Hey, I want to compliment you, Johnny, about and Papa about Brian Price yesterday. I loved it. And everything he said was fantastic. And I heard Johnny say, I love Brian Price already. So, good job, guys. Getting that evangelistic takes on starting pitching.
That's what we're saying.
From BP. So well done, boys.
We didn't do anything. He did all the talking. He's a talker, isn't
he? It is.
We did the whole thing. What are you talking about? We drove it out of him.
The anecdote
I wasn't
about
going to say anything.
Hi, Brian. How are you? Funny you should ask.
The anecdote
I
about
don't like
Russ Hodges' funeral was fantastic.
He did. Wasn't that great?
That was great. So we'll end it on that positive note.
All right, kids.
Time for you boys to go
Cheers,
to work.
y'all.
Marcus, have fun tomorrow. Paulie, good luck on your picks. And hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Baker, you good?
I got to go get a colonoscopy. Like, what do you rap about? You know what I mean?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
And Peyton will get to the line. GP2 got one. He went down wincing, though. Make sure he's good. Yeah, this is GP2 going back. You saw him wincing. Anytime he's not smiling, you're concerned.
Down 19, he nearly cut it in half. Just do that. Isaiah Joe from deep.
There's that pick and pop. Wow, he can shoot it. They're trying to figure out, do we rotate to that? Because you need to do something. He's one of their best three-point shooters. Warriors trying to go into the zone here to take him out of rhythm, but I don't know if that's a good idea.
Isaiah Joe is 7 of 7.
He is scorching hot.
Not a lot went right. I mean, they took it to us from the beginning. Our transition defense was bad. We lost Isaiah Joe in transition for his first shot of the game. It's a wide open corner three. We didn't locate him. And a shooter like that, if you give him a wide open look, the floodgates can open up, and that's what happened.
2.5 to play first half. Jackson from the shotgun throws to the middle of the field. It's deflected, and it's picked out of the air by Aguilar.
He's running to his left, breaks the tackle to the 15, near side to the 5, and he does a somersault into the end zone. 37-yard tip and catch. Jermaine Pratt tipped it for the Bengals, but Aguilar was in the right place at the right time. Touchdown, Baltimore.
I mean, it was a little bit on the sideline. I saw when he threw that he grabbed it, so started warming up a little bit then. But that's kind of what I have to run through every week. Is everybody's hoping everybody stays healthy, but it's kind of my job is to say, like, all right, well, what if Joe gets hurt? And I got to prepare like he's going to get hurt.
There you go. That was Thursday Night Football. What looked like on paper was a good game. We had some injuries in that game, and that's where we are at the time of the year in the NFL. So we got that, a full preview of Bucs 49ers, and a quick turnaround on Thanksgiving against Seattle. The Warriors lose again. Clay had an opportunity to step up. He did not, and another injury to GP2. We'll get into that conversation as well. A ton to go over on a Friday. I've got a nice poll for you. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
You have a poll erected,
yes, we have a poll today.
What is the poll on? What's the topic?
I guess we got to discuss. There was a few different things that I was thinking of, so I think it's something that we got to discuss as we often do on Friday, and then
have an open
we'll
meeting. Our only meetings on we have on the show or on the air.
We have it on the first.
We would never
break
do
on
this
Friday.
at 9 o'clock. We do it at 10 o'clock.
No, you're on a treadmill.
Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Brock Purdy related? Oakland A's related?
I think it's, well, again, I have a few different ones. There's one that's Warriors related that I think is interesting.
Related?
Unless we're burned down on Draymond Green, and then maybe we don't do that. So, yeah, there's a few things that we can discuss because there, as always, are many things going on today.
Yeah, I thought Steve's words were strong about Draymond Green and trying to get him help and seeking guidance and saying he stepped the line. And, he did on the full Draymond, the full Nelson headlock on Rudy Gobert. He did kind of pull him a little bit there, and he went a little longer. And Steve, when I saw it, I was trying to figure out who started it and why did Gobert touch Clay. And Draymond did hold him a long time. Was that worthy of a game, a second? Steve said he held it for like 6 or 7 seconds. Was it that long? He got kicked out of that game, and now he's going to miss 5 more. On top of the Steph injury, and you're non-competitive last night. I mean, it really in Oklahoma City, John, they are good now, and obviously Chet Holmgren's a tremendous player. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's a great player. I don't know if I like Josh Giddey's game or his hair more, but he is a good player. Lou Dortz is a good player. All the Jalen Williams are good players. I mean, they're just good, and they've got so many draft picks, and you look around the West, and you're like, damn, Minnesota's good. I know Phoenix laid it on them after the Warriors lost to them, but they're good. Oklahoma City's good. Sack's starting to figure it out, and all of a sudden the Warriors looked old and slow and tired, kind of like the Niners did during their 3-game losing streak, and now they've lost 5 in a row, and they're a sub-500 team after the third, and Draymond ain't coming back for a while, all the way through Thanksgiving, maybe on Monday, Marcus told us, but they got issues right now, and they got to get Wiggins going. He can't make a 3. Clay can't make a shot. It's just not looking good. Podziemski gave him some energy, and Chris Paul, but overall, now you got to worry about another injury. You lose Gary Payton II. You're already minus your best defensive player and your best offensive player. You're going to lose your best perimeter defender as well, John. When are they going to win again?
It's a great question, and we're thinking along the same lines here because after the game yesterday, I went to the computer and started looking at teams, and I know we're only, depending on where a team is, 10, 11, 12, whatever games into the season, and you start looking at the Western Conference, and I think there are 2 teams, maybe 3 teams, I should say, for sure. The Spurs, the Blazers, the Jazz are not going to make the playoffs. The Grizzlies could dig out of the hole when John Morant comes back, who knows, but outside of those teams, there's the Suns, the Clippers, the Lakers, they haven't even hit stride. Then you got a bunch of young teams, you got Denver, who's obviously the elite team. But then you have all these young teams, like you said. Oklahoma City, I think, is legit. Minnesota is legit. I'm waiting on the Mavs because I think Kyrie is always weird. But you know what? He's off to a really good start with Luka. So they're probably a legit playoff team. I mean, the West, well, they maybe don't have the dominant teams, although the Clippers and the Suns could probably get there, as could the Warriors if a lot of things go right. But my point in saying all this is a roundabout way to answer your question is you can't tank these games. You can't get 5 or 6 games under 500. It's going to be really hard in the West, and you're going to play good teams a lot of these nights. And then you go over to the Eastern Conference is really top heavy, and it's tough traveling to the East, even though they're off to the start. So what are they, 1-5 at home now? They were 33-8 the entire year, so they can win on the road, but now they can't win at home. You can't tank all these games at the beginning of the year because the West is just too deep, and you're going to be finding yourself playing in a play-in tournament to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the circumstances on the whole splits are just Draymond Green. He gets kicked out. Home openers against Phoenix, and that's a tough game. And then you run into, you were able to beat Sacramento, and then, Draymond shoves Donovan Mitchell. He gets kicked out of the game, and Steph gets hurt, and then they all are out. You get Clay back, but you don't really have Clay back yet. And you're minus, Steph and Dre. So there's factors here. They're just in a lull. I think it's just because you're missing bodies. So it's season. I hear you, though. There are a lot of young and athletic and on-the-rise Western Conference teams. There's only a handful that you think can't. And I think year ago, last and if you want to get into the play-in, but it's an issue. So the Warriors just didn't look good last night, and then you go over to football and Thursday night football, and I know Baltimore won the game, but I feel like both teams lost the game. I mean, the injuries on both sides, and whatever Joe Burrow had coming into the game, he's got a major injury now with his wrist. He throws a touchdown pass, and he goes right down in pain. And even that pass, he missed it. Mixon was wide open, and he threw it down too low on him. But he did hit him enough for the touchdown. But then, that one warm-up throw on the sideline was alarming. What's wrong with him? So and he was not to start the year with. Now, how many games is Joe Burrow going to miss? But then on the other side of it, and we got to play Baltimore still coming up. You wish Joe Burrow was hurt for the Niner game a couple of weeks ago. He was hurt early in the year. He's hurt now, but he wasn't hurt then, and he played so great. Is the injury to Mark Andrews in Baltimore. I mean, what a player he is. And they got weapons around Lamar, and their defense is just suffocating. Their pass rush, they look like the old Ray Baltimore Ravens. They're just all over you. Great coverage, and their speed on the front are unrelenting defensively. They lose Mark Andrews, John. I think we could say, and they got a stable of running backs that are good. And their wide receivers are good. Zay Flowers, a young guy, is a really good player. Had a long touchdown run called back last night, which was unfortunate when OBJ was called for a hold. But would you say outside of the quarterback, Lamar Jackson, is Mark Andrews their second most important offensive player?
Yeah, and they've greatly, like you said, with Zay Flowers and OBJ, they've greatly improved the receivers. But Mark Andrews is his go-to guy. He's comfortable with Mark Andrews. There's no question. So it's what you and I talk about all the time. There's excuses and explanations in sports, and when you have injuries to Joe Burrow and the Ravens have an injury to Mark Andrews, and I don't care who fills in for him, Lamar's just not as comfortable with those other guys yet, even though they're more talented than they've been on the outside in a long time. But that's a major blow last night. Obviously, we know what happens if Joe Burrow or any quarterback in the league can't play, but he drives that whole engine. And then to me, it makes a difference in the AFC as far as how you look at these teams and who Super Bowl contenders are. If they don't have Mark Andrews, he's their top receiver. He's the guy that Lamar has the most confidence in, and that is a major blow to the Ravens. So as you and I talk about all the time, injuries in football more than any other sport affect how far a team can go, bottom line.
You know who has had the best week in the AFC North? The Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, Deshaun Watson, surgery on the shoulder or season-ending injury with the shoulder, done for the year. Baltimore loses their all-pro tight end. And Mark Andrews is that good. He is a great player. Just an extraordinary player. I saw him play with Kyler Murray at Oklahoma, and he walked into the NFL virtually overnight, and he can block. I mean, he does it all, along with Kelsey's different the way he runs routes, but I'd put George Kittle, Dallas Goedert, Mark Andrews are probably the most complete tight ends in football. And Lamar's got options, but that guy is his go-to guy. I don't know if they can win the AFC, Mark Andrews, but then Cincinnati loses their quarterback. I mean, they're not winning without Joe Burrow. And then Cleveland loses their quarterback. I mean, they could win a little bit without their quarterback, but are they really going to win without their quarterback? Are the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Baltimore's now 8-3, John, but they're not going to win the AFC North, are they? It's 6-3, Cleveland 6-3, and
The Bengals last night, they have the same record as the Raiders now. They're 5-5.
The Bills and Bengals
Pittsburgh's
may not get
win
the
the
playoffs.
division.
Yeah,
And the Bills.
AFC.
Yeah,
I mean,
to drag
man,
into that. Yeah.
there's going to be some teams that are really good teams or thought to be really good teams who may not get into the AFC. And like you said, some of it's injury related because not to drag you down into all this with the Bills, but those defensive injuries that they had with Tre'Davious White and Matt Milano, those are major injuries for those guys, man. And I know
Pretty
Josh
much
Allen's
wrecked
not
their
playing
year.
well, but yeah, it's been terrible.
Wrecked their year. You can't overcome that.
Let's get back. We'll give you the guest list, which is tremendous as always. Walter doing a great job. Bottom of the hour, we'll give you this one just because it's coming up soon. Our good friend, reuniting with our good friend Brody Brazil, who we haven't talked to in a long time on the air, and it's awesome to talk to him. The reaction. We had your guy Dave Feldman on in the 1 o'clock hour yesterday. And here's another true fan, even though he's a great broadcaster as well. That's Brody Brazil, and he's going to give us the perspective of losing the A's as well at the bottom of the hour. But in the meantime, if you didn't hear, you teased towards this, if you didn't hear Steve Kerr talk about Draymond Green and what they're going to try to do to curtail some of this behavior, we'll get into that conversation coming up next. Is it too late? We'll ask you that, and you can hear from Steve Kerr next, only here on The Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch, of course, the general manager of the 49ers and a former Buc. He joined Murphy Mack to discuss the huge bounce-back performance with Steve Wilks and the 49ers defense and says why he's thankful for Brock Purdy. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
action wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It's a great question, and it's something we are working hard on behind the scenes. Draymond has to find a way to not cross the line. And I'm not talking about getting an ejection and getting a technical. I'm talking about physical act of violence. I mean, that's inexcusable. And so we have to do everything we can to give him the help and the assistance that he needs to be able to draw that distinction between being, an incredible competitor, which he's always been. That's why he's in the position he is. That's why he's the player he is. But he can't cross that line, and he crossed it the other night for sure.
That is Steve Kerr talking about the great Draymond Green situation. He missed last night. He's got 4 more to go. The Warriors on a 5-game losing streak. By the way, before we get into this conversation, remember Brody Brazil, our good friend from NBC Sports Bay Area, pre- and post-game for the A's, Sharks as well. But we're going to talk about the impact of the A's leaving the Bay Area. That's what looks like is going to happen as the owners unanimously voted to move them to Vegas. So we'll get into that. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open. Anytime you want to hit up on the show, 808 KNBR, 808-526-227. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. I guess when I heard Steve Kerr say that, Pop, I just thought, well, isn't it too late? Is he going to be able to change any kind of behavior like that? And he's never shown the inclination to want to.
It's never too late to change, and you could hear it in Steve's voice, John. He just sounded troubled. The words were powerful. We have to do everything we can to give him the help and the assistance he needs to be able to draw that distinction between being an incredible competitor and crossing the line. And he agreed with the league's suspension of 5 games, where I had heard the team was not happy with 5 games, but he said it was a terrible visual for the league, for Draymond, for everybody. Draymond was wrong. He knows that. The 5 games is deserved. And watching other games around the league, and they're advertising the in-season tournament, and they got Draymond Green talking about it and saying he loves it and he can't wait.
Right.
I mean, basically, he's taken the Warriors out of any chance to go to Vegas. You lost that game. And I in this particular instance, this is why it's interesting to me to hear Steve's words, because I think he was just backing his teammate. There have been several times where he's stopped to cross that line, and he's been a bad teammate, whether it's yelling at somebody, berating someone, a great player, or his head coach or an assistant coach, or punching a teammate in practice. This was in the closed doors of a sanctity of a closed locker room, but it got out and the whole world was there to watch it. This time I thought his acts were understandable. But Steve said it was a terrible visual. It went on too long. So no, it's never too late to change someone. Let's change him before it does become too late and he does something that gets himself into real trouble. I mean, there have been situations in mainly hockey where something happened on the ice where the authorities step in. And whether you use they got sticks, and Brody can speak to that. We won't ask him about it. But there have been times when guys have butt-ended someone with a stick, and there's been criminal charges. They've been arrested off the ice. You don't want that to happen during a game with Draymond Green and have it turn into a hideous situation, a Malice in the Palace kind of deal. But you also don't want him, the act of violence and the words that he used there. And I've never heard of Draymond being anything but a great citizen. I think he's just a white-hot competitor. But you do worry that when he goes home and becomes a citizen, if he's able to back away. And can you imagine being Draymond Green, just being out and about? How many times people challenge him verbally, or having a couple of beers, the tough guy in the bar wants to go at him? You're a tough guy, Draymond. Let's see how tough you are. And luckily, we don't have any of those stories like the old Raiders would get into, and it turned into a barroom brawl. And
like Barkley throwing a guy through a window.
Major Goolsby's in Milwaukee. He did that. And so it does happen. I mean, and now everybody's got, a high definition camera they can just roll on. And so this is something that I don't know if they've never tried this before, but we have to do everything we can to help him and give him the assistance he needs to be able to draw that distinction between being an incredible player and crossing the line. That was strong words. And my thing was, what have you done before? It's not too late. If you do it right now and you try to stop him, 5 games is 5 games. We'll all move on. We don't want anything that is, you can't back away from. It's a more severe crime, and it's a more severe assault on not just sports but society. And I don't mean to over-dramatize it, but you worry about his anger management at all levels. And again, these are the things we see publicly. You can only imagine what happens privately with him and his teammates and his coaches and people around him. He's got the quickest of fuses. He just goes. So I applaud this by Steve. Mike Dunleavy's had a different take on it, and can it sabotage the year? He didn't cold cock a teammate in practice. He tried to defend him and went at Rudy Gobert. So it's not going to tear away the fabric of the team, John. But I just think not just the words. When you read Steve's words, they're one thing. When you hear them, and he just has a way. Steve Kerr, he's such a human being. He's so civil. And he's a competitor as well. He's snapped and broken whiteboards and got at officials, and he don't back down as a competitor. But when you step away from it, this gnawed at his senses. We can't behave this way. And I just wonder if they've tried this before. I assume they have, when he's berated people in the organization, no matter if they're I don't know if he ever gone at the owner, but he's gone at the best players, and he's done it publicly, and Steve Kerr and others. But now the question is, how receptive is Draymond to changing? I think because of the respect he has for Steve, not only as a coach but as a person. But there's been times when he went at Durant in L.A. that night at Staples Center. And I remembered them all, and I asked, let's get video of him, yelling at Durant, and when Durant had the switch onto Zach Randolph's Zebo, and Draymond wanted them to pass the ball to Steph and move the ball. Anyway, they blew a big lead. They were up 19. They lost at home. So I said, let's just go back and grab it. And then Dave Tedla from our staff at NBC Sports Bay Area put together, and I'm not even sure we aired it all, but it was for me. And it was 4 minutes. Oh, my God. What is he doing? He's not just yelling at Kevin Durant. He's constantly yelling at his teammates. You can't do that. Maybe you can. Remember the night when, was it Wiseman who got kicked out? And it was Draymond got kicked out against the New York Knicks. And their defense was, he wasn't yelling at the officials. He was yelling at James Wiseman. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what? Now, come on. Do you want him yelling at James Wiseman? I understand sometimes you got to yell at your teammates and get him in line. Is that going to make James Wiseman be a better player? And it was a bad look. It was a bad visual, what he did that night. So I applaud them. I wish I would have thought they would have done it years ago, a decade ago, and maybe he wouldn't be behaving like this consistently. Maybe they can't stop him. But no, it's not too late. It's a question of is it going to work, and is Draymond going to be receptive?
Let's get more into it. Wide open. The text line's wide open. Give us your thoughts as well. YouTube and Twitch, start the conversation there. Too late for Draymond. What would be your suggestions as a fan? What could you possibly do at this point? And Draymond has come out and as recently as the last time, not this one, but after Cleveland, where he basically said he's going to remain himself. So what can the Warriors do at this point to keep him under control in these circumstances? We'll get more into that, but Brody Brazil, our good friend, it's going to be great to catch up with him. The A's look like they're on their way out of town. At least the owners voted that way yesterday. So what does it feel like to Brody, who's a lifelong A's fan? We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you have always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass their wealth on to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call, 866-496-2300. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost or obligation. Call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Yeah, look, I read the Chronicle every morning, have my whole life. So even when I was in other places, so I've read the articles and saw the the timelines and the history of all Oakland sports. The Warriors went over across the bay. The Raiders are in Vegas right now, and it looks like there's momentum and movement going in that direction. So it's sad for me. I mean, I grew up watching all those teams. If you grew up in the Bay Area and you had the resources to be able to watch, all these different teams, it's like unlike any other place in the country. So in that respect, it's sad. I was the A's for a long period of time, loved every minute I was there. So we'll see where it goes from here. I think there's still some roadblocks out there that could potentially make it a little bit tougher. If that's the case, that'd be great to keep them there, but it looks like there's a little traction going in the other direction. So that would be a sad moment if Oakland lost all their sports teams.
That, of course, was Bob Melvin, manager of the Giants, yesterday with Murph and Mack, commenting on the A's. The owners unanimously vote the A's out of Oakland and to Las Vegas. As Bob said, there's a few more things that could be done, but it looks like they're on their way to Vegas and following the Raiders. One guy that we haven't talked to in a long time and one of our favorites at Brody NBCS, our good friend Brody Brazil, who, by the way, not only is he great on TV with the A's and the Sharks, but he's got a great YouTube channel that is awesome that you got to check out as well. And our friend Brody joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening, man? It's been too long.
John, you owe me round 1. Papa, you owe me rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 12 after the last 24 hours, 6. After the last 7 months.
I'm ready, man.
Yeah, we'll skip a few. Who's count? Well, we won't even be able to count by that point.
Ugh.
Yeah, we need to go out and drown our sorrows, don't we? When we opened the show with it yesterday, and I got pretty emotional towards the end. I started to choke up a little bit. I mean, it was tough. Obviously you grew up an A's fan, so just give me the history of you with this team. And how old were you when you first started working on A's broadcast? I remember you being a part of our pregame show years ago. I was a young man then. You must have been in diapers. How old were you then?
Yeah, well, 2005 was, I think, my first full season around the team.
18 years ago? 18 years ago?
I was 24 back then? No. Yeah, 24. Born in 81, went to my first game in 82. It's just
Ricky.
The realization of this has not sunk in fully yet. I mean, I think until we go back to the Coliseum in any capacity, for me, in a working capacity, I guess, at some point next year, and to see it as almost like and I hate to use this metaphor, but to see it as almost like a dead body, I don't think it has fully sunk in yet where this process is at. I mean, they haven't started construction in Las Vegas, but yesterday kind of felt like it's inevitable at this point.
So we had Dave Feldman on yesterday, and he just kind of spoke from the heart from a fan standpoint. You talk to fans all the time. You're at the game, social media. You've been very vocal throughout this entire process. But just what does it feel like just as a fan, purely as a fan? Take the media side out of it, just as a fan.
Well, I think to try and bring up points as I have and reservations as I have, if this plan to Las Vegas was ironclad, if it was just business, and if it was all laid out and spelled out and the projections made sense, and you looked at it and said, well, that's just business. I mean, we've all had a favorite restaurant that has closed. We've all had a landlord that has raised the rent. We've all had, we've all been the product of bad business decisions that we didn't like. But the hard part to really digest is this doesn't feel all about business. This feels a bit personal. This feels like business that was never completed. This does not feel procedural at all. And again, if you could understand why this was happening, where this was happening, and the process that's been going on, but it's been so convoluted, it's been so secretive, so many things, behind the curtains that have been going on. I think that's the hard part to digest, is that you do the math, you say it out loud, and still none of it makes sense. And then nobody gives you the answers. Even yesterday in Rob Manfred's press conference, he says that his 3-man relocation committee, they left no stone unturned. Okay, well, then what about the part of where the A's play for a couple years? What about renderings and blueprints and designs and how this is going to get paid for, and what bank is going to provide a loan, and what's the interest rate on this going to be? And maybe there are some of those answers, but I guarantee you there's not all the answers they needed to actually go through a proper relocation process. So that's probably the frustrating part, is that you feel like you're right about this stuff, and you know that in 10 years you'll be able to say, I told you so, but it won't matter.
It's been awkward for a long, long time, but the awkwardness is going to be heightened this year.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you going to do your job this year? I almost cried on the air yesterday. I mean, you did break down and cry last year when it looked like for sure. And then how do we handle 24? And then what's the reality of 25, 26, and 27? Are you bracing for the possibility of the green and gold playing at the home of the San Francisco Giants, Brody Brazil?
I'm totally okay with it if the Giants are, but I think that's kind of the rub, right? I mean, who would really want to take in that type of roommate under certain conditions, and having your field played on 81 more times, having to build an extra clubhouse, having to work on concessions? I don't think it's great business for the Giants to take on 3 full seasons of the Oakland A's. Now, here and there.
What if it's part of a year? What if it's not 81 and they play part of them at Oracle Park, part at Sacramento, part in Vegas? I mean, is that what we're looking at? 33 games each or whatever it would be? 25 or whatever?
If you're a player on that team, if you're part of the Players Association, how the heck do you think that's going to be allowed? Wait, so I need 3 homes? I need a home in San Francisco for my family, one in Sacramento for my family, and one in Summerlin? Like, and Rob Manfred said yesterday, the preference is to obviously pick one site, stay at it, don't try and break up, the 81 home game schedule per season. So I don't, as much as that has been discussed, play a portion of games there, I don't even know the logistical possibility of that. Furthermore, I don't know the logistical possibility of moving into Summerlin and playing at a AAA ballpark. I know Sacramento's been mentioned. Quite honestly, I think that's a way better option for them. But, and I'll say this because Dave Cavil said it yesterday, it's something I've known about for a while. If the A's move to the Sacramento market, even for 3 years, they're off the TV deal with NBC Sports, and that is a big subtraction of revenue that they will not have. So there are so many
$60 million, right? 60 mil?
Or more. Or more. Keep
or
going.
More?
Or more.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
And it's just the point is just that there's so many unanswered questions. And to what you're saying, the other part about it, I don't know what 2024 looks like for this team at that Coliseum. They are definitely going to play there. I know they'd love to stay there beyond that, but I don't know if Oakland would even try and put up an offer to or even negotiate in good faith. They want something back. The mayor has said that. I totally understand that. The A's already kind of schemed Alameda County back in the day, buying half the land of the Coliseum site. So they'll use that as their leverage. Like, hey, we own half this. Of course, we're going to get a lease here, but I'm not sure that guarantees them anything with the Joint Powers Authority.
Brody Brazil joining us. The owners yesterday unanimously vote to approve the move from Oakland to Las Vegas for the A's. And then I guess this is a totally different topic in and of itself, and we may not have enough time for it, but just the John Fisher element, I wasn't upset, and I don't live in Oakland. I live in the East Bay like you do, Brody, but I understood the Warriors moving to San Francisco. They were originally in San Francisco. I understood Mark Davis. I thought that he wanted to be in Oakland. But John Fisher, to me, through this whole process, has just he never wanted to be here. And I feel really bad for the fans and everything. And I know there's a lot of people to blame. There's Oakland to blame. There's a lot because we've been having this conversation for years and years and years. But I just think that the way that this was processed through him, I can't even begin to look at my disdain for what John Fisher has done to the organization, to the Coliseum, to this whole process. It didn't have to get this ugly.
It couldn't have been, honestly, botched any worse. Time and time again. And even the fact that they say they've spent all these years on Oakland. Okay, well, let's talk about 2017 through basically 2019. You tried to move to the Peralta site, which was a piece of land owned by the Oakland Unified School District that you basically assumed that they were going to hand over to you until they voted and said, wait, what? No, you can't have this land. You can't build a stadium here. And then they turn around and say, well, we're planting our flag at Howard Terminal. I mean, so many times this has gone down a road that you think, well, they've got it settled. There's no way that this is going to fall apart. And then things fall apart. And I think the statement that obviously stands out to so many people is when he said to one of the 3 A's fans that was down there at the owners' meetings in Arlington, it's been far worse for me than you.
Yeah.
I mean, to process that, and number one, as anybody who is going to lose their job over this, their livelihood, their fandom, I mean, to any level, everybody's going to lose something over this. My only follow-up question would be, please elaborate on that. What do you mean? How is it possibly worse for you than everybody else? And I just think the A's just don't really have a good grasp on the fan base they're leaving, what they're doing, the magnitude of what's happening, to keep apologizing and say, I'm sorry, you can blame me for this. It was my decision. That's almost as if I approached either one of you at a bar, spat in your beer, and said, you know what, John, Greg, I'm sorry. I mean, that right there is how a physical altercation starts. Like, one of you is going to throw a haymaker at me, even though I said sorry. Like, that is the dumbest possible thing to do. Sorry just doesn't cut it. So I don't know if this will ever be forgiven. Even if tomorrow an expansion team is granted to the city of Oakland. And again, I'm just saying that's not going to happen tomorrow. But to the point, I think the wound and the trauma that's happening here, and that's already happened in Oakland, but specifically the way this has unfolded, I don't know how Oakland is ever going to get over this as a sports community.
Yeah, that's a harsh reality. So I'm buying drinks 2 through 12 with the exception of 6, and then you're spatting in my beer.
Why were there so many bar and alcohol references?
So I don't, because it's what we do.
It's Friday.
10:45 in the morning.
It's the morning
yeah,
whistle.
we're all right.
Yeah,
that's what Bloody Marys are.
It's Friday. It's Friday. We're already drinking. We're drowning our sours. We heard Bob Melvin coming in, and Bob, along with Alvin Dark, the only 2 in history to manage the A's and Giants. So he's the perfect guy to get us through this. But just a word as we switch gears here and try to smile, because Bob does make us smile. You know Bob Melvin so well on so many levels, Brody. What are the Giants getting in Bob Melvin as a manager and as a person?
I thought about this for quite some time as his name was mentioned, and he was so fortunate, guys, to just get out of San Diego. All that was going on there and that was expected of him wrongly and rightfully so in so many different ways, and just a very messy situation. I'm so glad for him to come to San Francisco. And what he brings to the Giants is just a good facilitator. I understand the front office is still very set on analytics, and maybe they'll back off the platooning and the openers, and maybe they'll change ways. But even still, Bob's done this before. He knows how to manage with instinct. He knows how to work with the front office that wants that. He also, I was walking my son to school this morning and thinking about the father-son relationship of Bob Melvin and Matt Chapman. And Chappie's out there, and I don't even have to talk to Matt to know that if the right deal was out there, and yeah, he's a Boris guy, so clearly it's going to get negotiated that way, but oh my goodness. It literally was like a father-son relationship with Bob and Matt. And when Bo Mel would hit him infield, there was a game they would play every day. Bob would try and hit him past Chappie, almost never could. And I think that's the point I'm making, is that Bob is an absolute magnet for really good players across the league that now look at the manager and the coaching staff that's been brought in and say, that's a guy that I've heard great things about, or I've already played for, and I know I want to run through a wall for him. So I think as the Giants seek free agents and seek that, part of their growth and their existence, that he is the perfect person to be in that dugout in charge. I'm so thrilled for him.
You're awesome, man. It's been far too long. Love watching you. Your YouTube channel is awesome. As someone who has a home studio, I'm extremely jealous. You know exactly what you're doing. You look wonderful. The lighting is great. Awesome stuff, man. Always appreciate it. It's
Johnny,
good.
Fun fact, you didn't know this, but I've been recording this whole interview in the home studio.
Oh, very nice.
I've even been switching cameras with my foot pedal the whole time, and I will have this interview on YouTube later.
Very nice. You're a
and
true
you did it
professional.
pre-pandemic, didn't you? You were doing this pre-pandemic.
Yeah,
I've been on the home studio. They say having a home studio is like the new suit and tie. It's like it's the way to show up. You don't want to. And Johnny, I've seen yours too. Greg, we got to work on yours. I'll come over.
Yeah, we do.
Wow.
We do.
Let me come over the house. And then we'll take care of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good stuff. You're the best, man. Like I said,
You know
it's
what
been
I
far
need
too
behind
long.
me is
Appreciate
the bridge trophy. What do we
Where
do?
is that thing?
What are we going to do?
We retire
what
that?
are we going to call A's Giants when they're in the desert?
How about
What are we
this? We're gonna take a boat to the middle of the bay, and we're going to throw that thing somewhere east of Alcatraz. And
that'll be like the
the
Titanic. We'll never be able to dig that up, too. How much does that weigh, the bridge?
It's about
it weighs
45
more than
pounds.
the bridge.
Yeah. It's going to sink really fast. And I think there's some people's ankles we should tie it to on the way down. Just
Ooh, that's a good call. I know a couple.
Oh, wow.
That's very good.
Wow.
What? I wasn't specific.
No, not at all. Not at all.
The Italian in me has no idea what you're talking about.
Brody, we owe you those drinks. We'll talk to you soon, and continued success, man. It's always great to catch up.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, man. That is the great Brody Brazil. Make sure you're following him. You got to be on the YouTube channel. He's got actually a few YouTube channels, but his main one is tremendous, and he is awesome. So that is great to catch up with Brody. Speaking of old friends, we go from Brody Brazil to, get this, Joe Staley. Joe Staley's
karaoke.
So we got to get our voices warmed up. La, 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 la. Joe Staley's
What are we
going to
sing
next.
What are we going to sing?
And we got to think about it. reunited and it feels so good. Little peaches and
that'd
herb.
be good.
I don't know. We got to figure something out.
Chase Young and Nick Bosa.
Yeah, there we go.
Us and Joe. Yeah.
All right, let's talk to Joe. Yeah, what about the move? What about what he's seeing? We'll get caught up with Joe Staley coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. Are you considering remodeling your home or designing a new one? Most likely you'll want to consider new ways to help your family feel healthier and happier in the spaces they live. So many architects and builders who team up with Golden State Window and Door Design are experienced in working with many of their vendors, including Marvin. They offer a variety of window and door options that help you achieve long-time performance and energy cost savings, particularly with the diverse weather we have here in the Bay Area. Marvin windows are also designed for seamless, eye-catching aesthetics. Take a look at the window and door page at goldenstate.com. Scroll through the image gallery and select a virtual tour of their showrooms for inspiration. When you get some ideas, contact your architect or designer and schedule an appointment on Golden State's window and door page. Striving to help your builder design with ease. Golden State, family owned for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Football season is here, and you know I love Italian food, and I especially love great pizza. Tony's Pizza in North Beach is the best I've ever had. Tony has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma Papa style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas and their spicy bucatini. Have you tried it yet? One of my all-time favorites. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Ginormous, but really delish. Save room for dessert. You want their super delicious cannoli or tiramisu. And early in the morning, if you're not ready for pasta and pizza, take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And again, when you come to Levi's for Niners football, Chase Center for Warriors basketball, or Oracle Park when the Giants come back, visit Tony G's more fast and casual restaurants, the Slice House. No matter where you go around the Bay, you want to get Tony's Pizza, ranked number 1 in the entire world.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Baby.
Oh, man. We have missed that. We have missed that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, our good friend Joe Staley joins us, courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
What is going on? I'm in my kitchen.
I missed you.
It is 10:55
Give me a hug, Joe.
a.m.
Give us
on
a hug.
Friday. 10:55 a.m. on a Friday. I just got a 70-minute Peloton session in. The blood is pumping, talking balls, hugging my old friends.
Nice.
What a great day.
What are you?
Peloton, very
you
nice.
are lean and mean right now.
Yeah.
What are you right now? I don't want to know about the LBSs. Really?
I'm trying to get back down. Oh, I let myself go a little bit this summer. Had a little bit too much fun in the fall.
Yeah.
No, I mean, probably like 270. That's my walking around weight. That's pretty good.
That ain't bad.
Good. Yeah. No, that's great. When you're 6'6" of twisted steel and muscle.
That's right, baby. Let's go. What have you been? Have you been traveling or what? What have you been doing?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of traveling actually.
Nice.
So working full time now with Excel Sports Management, doing a lot of that stuff, and working with the offensive lineman and tight end. So I was actually just out in Buffalo. I went to the Buffalo Broncos game. Seeing my guys Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
Out there in Buffalo, and then saw Garrett Bowles for the Broncos. Got to see McGlinchey, who's looking the same as ever, just a weathered face. So it was awesome. It was awesome to see those guys and chop it up a little bit and be at that game.
How's Mike doing? Because
Denver
they got off to a slow start this year. Had 70 points laid on them, but they beat him weeks, Joe. They beat Kansas City and they beat Buffalo, the game you're at. How is Big McGlinchey doing?
Yeah, he said it was a rough start kind of to the season, obviously, I think personally, and then also just as a team. I think they had some some bad games to start the season, but he seemed very optimistic. He was before the game. He was talking a little bit of noise. Like our defense is rolling right now. We feel very confident offensively, and they feel good with where they're at as a team. And so it was just good to see him, though. I mean, we didn't talk too much about football. It was just kind of spent about an hour and a half, and good to catch up with big old Mike.
Dude, knowing you just a little bit, so his quarterback is Russell Wilson. How weird is that? Because you're not a Russ. You're not a Russ guy.
Yeah, and I kept on being like, so it sucks, right? And he's like, no, Russ is awesome. He's like, you would love him. I'm like, no, I know I would not like him at all. And he just kept on giving me the company line, and I was like, all right, yeah, you're lying. You're lying.
He's giving him the cheese, just the cheesy stuff in the huddle. Like, all right, boys, we got
Mike,
this.
He's like, the most political guy I've ever been around in my life. The guy's just going to give every single right answer. Going to be up in front of the cameras, spewing the line, getting the fans all fired up for a little Bronco country.
Oh yeah, let's ride.
Let's ride.
Oh my God.
So I did see you. I think it was the Cincinnati game on the field. I saw you from afar for alumni weekend. So what are you seeing from the Niners? Obviously, that was a lull when they had lost 3 in a row, but they look good in Jacksonville. How much you watching Niner football, Joe?
Oh, I'm still watching every week. Still a huge fan, obviously. I think it's been really fun for me now where it was like that weird transition period the first 2 years where it was kind of like missing football, missing being out there, kind of a weird situation watching it. Obviously was watching a ton of it in my second year being gone doing the television stuff. And now it's just like I get to be a fan, and it's fun. I mean, I thought beginning, obviously, the first 5 weeks of the season, I was drinking the Kool-Aid and was like, this team's going undefeated. This is the greatest team ever assembled in the history of the game, and there's no one that could ever, stop them at all. And then, the Cleveland game, obviously, stopped them in their tracks. And I think that actually is going to be beneficial for them as the season goes on. Kind of, humble them a little bit, and that's always good. I've been a part of those locker rooms where, we go through a little cold stretch, and it really does, if you use it the right way and you have the leadership and the coaching staff use it the right way, it does kind of make you take a real look at what you guys are doing, wrong, what you guys are doing right, and make some adjustments. And I thought, obviously, the last game against Jacksonville, coming off of that bye, I thought spoke volumes for how they were able to utilize that bye week. Made some adjustment, getting Steve Wilks down on the sideline. And obviously the addition of Chase Young to an already unbelievably talented defensive line is going to catapult them on the rest of the way. But they have, this game against Tampa Bay, they're kind of sneaky. I don't think they're going to be overlooking that game at all. I think they'll come out really ready to play. But, that short week in Seattle and then the big one against Philadelphia, those are the next 3 games. And I'm looking forward to seeing what this full team can do in that stretch. I think this next stretch is going to be big for them.
It is great to be joined by Joe Staley. It's Pop and London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Reunited, and it feels so good. I don't have your voice.
Don't ever sing again. My ear is bleeding now.
Wait a minute, I can do better.
Ever sing.
I can do better. You mentioned the defensive line, and you mentioned Chase Young. Did that, when you watch that Jacksonville game, did that kind of remind you of 2019? And can they be that kind of a crew that really you guys, other than the offensive line, of course, you were really led by what that D-line did to opponents?
Yeah, and I think it's even better from what we had in 2019. Obviously, Defoe being at the prime of what he was doing in the middle, him and Armstead, and then D Ford on the edge, paired with Bosa in his rookie year. But look at Bosa coming off the Defensive Player of the Year. I know he was going through a little bit of a slump, feeling like he was just getting pressures, not really finishing at the quarterback. But Hargrave, his dynamic ability on third down to win one-on-one battles, Eric Armstead's ability to push the pocket, and then you add Chase, who's another guy that can win one-on-one, and he's a guy that's proven it when he's healthy on the field. So I think pairing him with Nick, obviously their history at Ohio State, this is going to be awesome. It's going to be a rising tide, raising all ships. And I think, the pressure up the middle, pushing the pocket, collapsing the pocket around the quarterback, it's going to be kind of a race to see who gets there first. And I think that's obviously going to help out everything on the back end. I think secondary obviously is going to benefit from that pressure. Linebackers understanding when they're going to have to really drive on those underneath routes and those concepts over the middle. And, I think it's just going to be, we saw what it can be against a good Jacksonville offense when they were firing on all cylinders. And, I expect more of the same this week against Tampa Bay.
And then over on the offensive side, we're looking back because Brock's first ever start was against Tampa Bay, though that wasn't until December the 12th. So we chatted with you last year, but, the Brock Purdy story has taken on new levels this year. So just what do you see from Brock Purdy, Joe, his first 17 games as a starter?
I've always been incredibly impressed with his poise and his maturity and his leadership that he shows. He's pretty unflappable. I think he does a great job of taking ownership of when things are not going right. And we saw that in the 3-game skid they had this year. And I think the way that he approaches, everything, not only as a professional on the field, but off the field as well, is great. One thing that I wasn't really expecting to see, I don't think, and I think he's shown tremendous ability is deep ball throwing, and I think especially not only deep ball throwing, but when he has pressure in his face or he's getting blitzed, his numbers, I believe at the top of the league in all those categories. And, you can say all the stuff you want about the talent that he has around him and the system that he's playing in, and that it's easy for him, and, all the stuff that people that they want to naysay him about. When you're getting pressure in your face, it's about preparation, knowing where to go with the ball, understanding where your reads are, identifying the defenses, and then when the ability comes and being able to take advantage of coverages and being able to throw the ball downfield, do you deliver, and do you deliver it in stride? And I think we've seen that time and again this year, and that's one thing that I've been really impressed with his game this year. And couple that with the way that he handles himself off the field and with the media and the way that he leads that locker room, I think we're looking at a quarterback that's going to be here for a long, long time.
Joe Staley joining us. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. In regards to when you watch them and you look at the NFC and you look at Philadelphia and you look at Detroit and you look at Dallas, maybe even you look at Seattle, is there something that is a fatal flaw with the 49ers? Something you look at and go, whoa, that they really need to fix this. What would that be?
Yeah, I would say, and it hurts me to say this, I think offensive line. It really, I think they got injuries with Aaron Banks over there at the left guard position. Trent Williams has been in and out of the lineup this year, and then the right side is still trying to find their footing. They're young. Their first-year starter up the right tackle. I think Burford has been struggling a little bit in the run game this season and the pass pro as well. And I think the great thing about this system is that Kyle understands that he can hide deficiencies and get the ball out fast and get creative with the run game. And it all is a sum of all parts. And so that's one of the things that's great. But you get in a game where you're really having to go to possession for possession, in the playoffs, or if you're, really going to be, the defense is going to take away, be like, hey, we're taking away this good thing that the Niners do well and make them do something else well. That comes down to more of one-on-one matchups on the offensive line. And that's one thing that I want to see in the second half is them elevating their play a little bit individually and not just playing within the system, but creating holes that probably aren't going to be there because of what the defense is doing and making plays happen. A lot of times it's when the big play does happen, it's like, all right, well, it just was a perfect play call and everybody just had to do their job. But there's certain situations, and we've seen that from people, across the offensive line and with the blocking of the tight ends and the receivers and stuff. You've seen them make plays, but just want to be more consistent with that going forward.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. Go back to the Cleveland loss and Dalvin Tomlinson. It wasn't so much Myles Garrett, Joe, as Dalvin Tomlinson just caving in the middle of the defensive line, and then DJ Reader against Cincinnati, and it's been a concern. The one thing with the Banks injury at left guard, he's going to miss again his second straight with a turf toe. John Feliciano, who is a nasty sucker, and that guy can play anywhere. Right now he's playing left guard, but he started every game last year with the Giants, and they made the playoffs, and he's played right guard. When Banks gets healthy, what do you do with the middle of the line? Do you move Feliciano to right guard to maybe share snaps with Burford like Brunskill did last year, or maybe even take that job? Does Feliciano have to play somewhere on the line when Banks comes back?
I think the way that he played last game was really impressive. I don't know too much about him. I didn't watch anything of him when he was with the Giants last year, but last game I was very impressed with the way he played. I think, but that's one game, in this system also, and details and how you fit in an offensive line and communication between people that are to your right and left. I think that's really important. But if he continues to show the way that he did this last game, as long as he has an opportunity on the field, it's definitely a conversation. And I think it really worked well last year with Burford and Brunskill rotating like they did throughout the season. And I think that's definitely a conversation that they can have, moving forward. Because if you're always looking to put your best 5 guys out there, and he's definitely, with his performance last game, I think earned his name to be up there as the best 5 that are out there.
So Joe, is this your niche? Is this what you're going to do? Like you're coaching offensive line, you're going around, because I mean you do a bunch of pre-draft stuff and you mentioned the guys. Is this what you want to do moving forward, or are you still kind of figuring it out?
No, I'm really enjoying this. I've kind of just got into it just before as like the training side of it, and just wanted to kind of impart some knowledge and not be too tied down. But I am, more and more I'm getting into it and learning the sports business side of it as well. Not just the training, but also, the recruiting and the marketing and, everything that goes into, representation and servicing for, athletes. I think it's incredibly interesting. So, I've just got to put my time and attention to that right now and seeing where it takes me. And there's no real long-term kind of like, all right, this is where I got to be in 10 years. It's just, I'm taking it day by day and enjoying and pouring my heart into what I'm doing right now, and I'm getting a lot out of it. So it's been a lot of fun.
Cool. With your personality and your knowledge and your background, you could do a lot of things. I mean, television, you were great at it right away, and radio, and I know Kyle has a strong affinity for you. Do you ever see yourself, I mean, what you're doing now probably long-term is more lucrative financially, but do you ever see yourself working for a team in a coaching capacity, Joe?
That has never been off the table for me. That's something that I definitely have an interest in doing. I think as I age, one thing is like as a player, you have a certain shelf life of what you can do on the field. And it's hard truth that a lot of guys come to at the end when they're retired or they're out of the league. It's like, all right, what do I do with all this knowledge? And I think for me, it's really kind of getting wrapped up in the service and the coaching and using all that knowledge to help guys cultivate and, achieve their own dreams. And this is an avenue right now that I'm doing that I've found to be very fulfilling. But as far as the coaching aspect, that's never been off the table for me. But I want to weigh that with what I'm doing at home and my personal life and my wife and my 2 daughters. Spending time with them is incredibly important. And I know that's a huge sacrifice to get into the coaching world. And I know that's something that all the coaches that I've been around have talked about. That's something that they definitely miss out on. And so I'm enjoying the stuff right now, but that's, who's to say down the road, kind of maybe a Tom Rathman situation where kids get a little bit older and, they're more self-sufficient and that's not going to be off the table for me at all.
That's really cool. I've seen you online too. You do stuff with cards and things like that. Are you into that at all?
Yeah, that's been something I've always been into since I was a kid. But that's more of just kind of like fun stuff and
hobby stuff.
I got connected when I was out there with a company called Mojo Break that's out there in the Santa Clara area when I was playing, and then after I was done, I just started doing some stuff with them, go to the big shows, and that's more of just a hobby and I love sports, man. I love collectibles, love everything about it. So just anything I can do with sports, I'm all game for.
Yeah, I do a lot of that
you
stuff.
You love life, awesome, brother. You love it cool. all.
I do.
You love karaoke.
I love life.
Where are you getting your karaoke fix on?
You know what? I haven't been to karaoke in a while, and I think that needs to change. Maybe
sound
tonight.
rusty.
Maybe I'll just do it. I do.
Yeah. You got your.
Actually, okay.
Yeah, I think you should get some reps in. You should get some reps in right now, Joe.
I'll say this. So there was a post-Halloween neighborhood party that we went to with kids and family.
Yeah.
We got dressed up. My family all got dressed up as like 90s, early 2000 emo kids. So we had like the spike hair, the big, huge baggy jeans. We had eye makeup. We had all that stuff. Had lip rings and everything. And I did get up there. They had a karaoke machine for the whole party, and I got up there and I sang, what was it? Welcome to the Black Parade by My Chemical Romance. So I crushed it.
Do you know the
I mean, it
words
was
now?
awesome.
Are you do you know the words now? Can you nail it, or do you need to?
Yeah.
You need help with that.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the stringer of the broken, the beaten down the damned?
There you go.
He nailed it.
In the
That's your
moment,
best
man.
word.
Acapella
That
in
showed
the moment.
range, a little quiver in the voice.
Outstanding.
That was really
That's how they
good.
sing it. That's the style. That's the style.
I know.
Good, bro.
You nailed it.
Then the music comes in and it starts getting a little bit more like rock and kinda
techno.
emo style, and then they go.
Sometimes I get the feeling she's watching over me, and other times I feel like I should die.
And then that's what you do.
You know what's
all over the place. And so
that was
it's good.
outstanding,
Good,
by the way.
That was
It's a
so
karaoke
good.
song. Good karaoke.
How'd you do on Halloween? Did you nail it like you just did now?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, better.
I mean,
You know what?
I'll send you guys. I'll send you guys a video after.
I need it.
And,
Here's the
yeah,
other thing too. Thanksgiving is a great karaoke time because there's a few drinks, families around. We've got a big karaoke machine. We always bust it out on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's a great
Thanksgiving?
karaoke day. Oh yeah,
That'd
always.
be a good idea. Oh, maybe
dude.
I should do that.
Families
I'm gonna be in
around.
Michigan.
Your family's around. It's man, that's a good time for it. And everybody's drinking.
Don't we have a football game that night, Chad?
Yeah,
How are we
but
going to
lots
do
of
that
stuff
this
going
year?
on.
We're busy.
Oh, you got plenty of
We're
time.
busy.
Plenty of time. Thanksgiving.
Commercial break.
Karaoke day. Absolutely. No question. Well, hey, man, it's always good to hear your voice. Continued success. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and I'm glad everything's going well, and let's catch up again soon.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And hey, also one thing. Someone check on Baby Huey. I don't know if he's doing okay.
107.7 The Bone with their annual drunken day. And, every year Huey I'm not in studio right now, but when I am in studio, and he's a giant man, and you'll, walk by the Bone studios, and he'll engulf you like, you're my best friend. And I'm like, oh, my God. It's that day again.
We talked a little bit on the phone before I got on just now, and he was a riot. He was great. But I just want to make sure someone has eyes on him as we go forward in the day.
That's a good point. Somebody check on Baby Hewitt
We'll
and the whole crew over there.
Get him home.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe.
All right, see you guys.
Here comes the music. Here we go, Joe.
Let's see how he did. I think Joe was better.
He was better.
Right?
Joe was better.
Jump in, Joe. Jump in live.
No, I'm going to stand on my performance.
Yeah, I think that was pretty good. I do the same thing. It was awesome. All right, that was great, man. Always great to catch up with. See you, Joe. It's always great to catch up with Joe Staley. Awesome stuff from Joe. We'll talk a few of the things that he had to say there. We'll hit up on some Niners because we started with Draymond Green, so we'll hit up on some stuff that Joe talked about there. And our good friend Matt Mayoko is going to join us. What's Joe going to or Matt going to join us? 11:50? Is that what I got? 11:50 for Matt. So he'll join us certainly.
Why is Baby Huey drinking today? Doesn't he go like the day before Thanksgiving on Wednesday? Why is he starting today? Is he off next week?
No, I think they're doing I think this is the annual one, right? That they do over there. So
they do it the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. They don't do it the Friday before.
Oh, I think that's what they're doing. I think they're doing it today, aren't they? Aren't they doing it today?
Yeah, but Wednesday's the greatest drinking day ever before Thanksgiving.
They have a great time. It's every year.
It must be off next week.
Yeah. All right. We'll give you some 49ers news, the latest, as we get you ready for Tampa. And then Matty Mayoko will join us later in the hour for the latest, especially on injuries and his top 5 to watch on Sunday. We'll do it all coming up. Pop in London on a Friday on the Sports Center.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young, as he always does each week, he joined Tolbert and Copes to react to the 49ers win over the Jags and even gives his thoughts on the Draymond Green situation. That podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Seeing the tape back, seeing everything, do you think that Draymond took it a little bit too far?
Yes, he definitely took it too far. I didn't have a problem with him getting Rudy off of Clay because, the rule of thumb is you don't put your hands on another player on the other team. You get your own guy, and so I thought Rudy was wrong for putting his arms on Clay, regardless of his intentions. So I had no problem with Draymond getting him off of him, but he's got to let go, and he hung on for 6-7 seconds, and it was a terrible visual for the league, for Draymond, for everybody. So Draymond was wrong. He knows that. It's a bad look. The 5 games is deserved, and, we move forward.
That, of course, is Steve Kerr. Also, we played for you at the top of the show. Steve saying that they've got to find a way so that, and he's not talking about technical fouls with Draymond Green. He's talking about the physical things that have happened, things that have got him suspended in the past. He said they've got to try to find a way to eliminate those things. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. Give us your thoughts, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, or on YouTube and Twitch as well. Bottom of the hour, we'll start getting you back to the 49ers, what to look for on Sunday, and then Matty Mayoko will join us at 10:50. But to finish up a conversation in regards to Draymond Green, you and I talked about this before, and this was my main takeaway from this, was that after Cleveland, he essentially sent out on social media that, look, I'm Draymond Green. This is how I play. We've had numerous players on since then. I've asked those players, can you curtail that? I look at it in other sports, and I know this isn't an exact type of comparison, but in the NFL, when they said, look, we're going to take the head out of the game, you got to change your tackling. That happens in a split second. Guys are able to do that. Now, that's a physical thing, maybe more than a mental thing. But, if you can change the way you tackle in football, if you can change certain things due to rules in baseball, can Draymond Green not curtail these kind of things on his own, knowing maybe he doesn't like the NBA or is upset with certain things in the NBA, but within his organization, he certainly respects Steve Kerr, and he respects Stephen Curry, and he respects a lot of people within that organization. And if they simply say to him, man, we can't have this anymore, is it that simple for him to change?
So when Don Nelson was a young coach, he was tough, and he would berate just about everybody, officials. He would yell at his own players all the time. I remember Alton Lister missed a couple of free throws going into a timeout, and he sits down, and Nelly's just, Alton, will you make a damn free throw? He's just snapping on him. How's that going to make him make a free throw? The very first game Ralph Sampson played as a Warrior, preseason game in Stockton, he just traded for him, and Ralph couldn't move. And Nelly he gets first game, preseason game, he gets into Ralph Sampson's face, and is that all you got? That's all you got?
just yelling at him. And, I mean, that's what Nelly, he played for Red Auerbach. It was a different time, and Tommy Heinsohn. But Nelly, there was one point, the reason I'm telling the story is then when he coached Sharunas Marshallonis. And Sharunas is the nicest person on earth. He tried so hard. He had a language barrier. He had to learn the league. And Nelly would just yell at him. He never yelled at Mully. He never yelled at Mitch. He yelled at Timmy sometimes, but with Sharunas, Rooney, he just berated the hell out of the guy. And then he stopped. And years after Marshallonis was out of the league, I asked him about it, and he said, I saw a video of me coaching Sharunas, and I thought, who is this madman? What is he doing? How is he making him better? It's all the opposite. And he said, when I saw that video, I got sick to my stomach, the way I treated him. I wonder if they could show Draymond Green a video. We've got one at NBC Sports Bay Area. David Tedler could send it over. Because I saw that same video years ago after the Durant incident in L.A. against the Clippers when he yelled at him. And they put together just him yelling at his teammates, not even yelling at the other side. Remember when he got into it with Blake Griffin on Christmas Day when he was a younger player? And some of that's just competing. You don't want to take all of it out. But if he just showed him a video, and they got great video people there, of just all of his acts, I don't want to say, verbal assaults, and I think it does include technicals. I think that's just him. He needs to know you can take one technical in a game, you can't take a second. The league rules show it's like playing with 5 fouls or 16 technicals. 6 foul, you're disqualified. If you get a 17 technical, you get suspended. If you get a second technical in that game, you're kicked out. They're rules. The first one's okay. The second one's not. And he just he doesn't adhere to it. And he does it so many times. He did it the other night in a different manner when he shoved Donovan Mitchell. It resulted in the second technical. We need you on the floor, Draymond. You can't get kicked out. But what Steve is talking about and using the words an act of violence, that's where it's whoa. Is this the Jordan Poole reaction from last year? That was an act of violence on a teammate. This is Rudy Gobert. It's a hot situation. He's trying to pull him away. What's the proper way for Draymond to handle that? To grab Gobert after Gobert grabbed Clay? If Gobert never touches Clay, he's not grabbing Gobert. But he did. And then he grabbed him. And then what should he have done? Grab and release? Let him go? It was the time that Steve had a problem with, but those are strong words, an act of violence. So it's a violent act that's punishable in a different set of rules now. So I mean, I would start with, and Steve could sit him down, but I'd just roll a video. You could show him probably 20 minutes of that behavior. Other coaches trying to grab him. When Alvin Gentry was here and early with Mike Brown, they tried to grab him and pull him back, get back coaches. They couldn't. They just stopped. They let him go. He's a bull. He's going to charge. So, I mean, maybe just looking at video, but it's a video world we live in now. He hasn't seen video of himself before and thought, who is that guy? Or has he thought, that's acceptable? I mean, when he saw the video of himself punching Jordan Poole in practice, he probably first thought, how the hell did they get that? The 30-mile zone, TMC. How'd they get that? But beyond that, what am I doing here? And I wonder what he did right after he punched him and he's laying against the wall. The video cuts off. Did he just walk away then? Or where did they go from there? So, but you could hear the troubled tone in Steve's voice. Not just the words, the way he said it and the act of violence. And we have to do everything we can to help him and assist him and on and on. So I don't know, John, but I think that it's capable. He's capable of changing. Can he really seriously do it? He'd have to go into serious counseling to do it. And then when he watches the video of himself, like Nelly coaching Rooney years ago, what is he thinking of himself in these situations?
I honestly think the key to this whole thing, and I don't know if Steph has ever talked to him about it. I'm sure he has, but I think the number one guy he respects in this organization is Steph Curry. And if Steph Curry went to him and said, man, we can't have this anymore. Can you please, as a personal favor to me, not do this. We can't have you miss games. I mean, maybe that's overly simplistic, but he's the number one guy he respects, I think, within the entire organization. If Steph said to him, "Look, we need you, man. Please don't do this," what would that do? Would that do anything?
Nothing. I know.
I don't
you
think
have
he
to change.
I don't think he respects the league. I don't think he cares what the league thinks of him. I don't care. I don't think he cares about fines. I don't know that he cares about missing games other than playoff games. I think you have to find what the trigger is that will make him change, because at the age of 34, he's been kicked out of a finals game which cost him a championship. That didn't change him. I mean, he's been kicked out of a playoff game in a playoff series against the Kings last year. That didn't change him. Like he very rarely will show remorse, not for maybe for his actions, but maybe for what it cost the team. But he's very rarely, if ever, remorseful. Like, what will it take? The most extreme thing has happened from a basketball standpoint, which is he cost them a championship. What else is there to motivate him to stop?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about lumping all of these into one category. He did not do anything wrong to get suspended for Game 5. The league just did that. He made a mistake on an inbounds play with Michael Beasley. He inadvertently kicked the king-size Kiwi. He did not try to do that intentionally. If he wanted to kick him, he could kick him. He didn't. He was driving the lane. He reached up his leg to create. Karl Malone did that every time and drove his knee right into guys, and he did it intentionally. And then he got into it with LeBron when LeBron teabagged him. That's different. The act the other night, I really don't have an issue with him defending his teammate, but did it carry on too long? But those are in a different hopper. I don't even know the Sabonis thing. He stomped on him. Sabonis grabbed his ankle. But there have been so many other instances where he just loses his mind. And he, yelling at Durant for a switch on his Zebo, yelling at his head coach at halftime, "I'll never shoot again." And then many situations we know nothing about that has happened privately. How do you think he is in practices and meetings? And he's difficult to deal with. I mean, you can almost hear the pain in Steve's voice. So, yeah, Steph Curry is a positive influence. Steph reacts too. Steph's thrown his mouth guard at owners of the Cavaliers, and he competes, but he knows when to stop and make it physical. But it's like, I don't know what Draymond is at all. But people, if they have these tendencies in their life of flashes of temper, they lose marriages. They lose jobs. They lose their freedom. And they're imprisoned. I mean, these things, you could say, don't do it anymore, and it could come from someone you love, even much more than a teammate. It could be from a mother or a wife or a girlfriend or children. His children are old enough now to see him behave. Yeah, that's the greatest example. Do you want them to see his son's there playing tic-tac-toe with Pajemski? Does he want to see him behave that way? I don't know. Maybe that's all up to Draymond. But,
the Blazers tried that with Rasheed Wallace when I covered him. They put his mom, his wife, and his kids on the front row. The year he got 41 technical fouls. Didn't work.
Did it change him?
No, it didn't. You can hear his mom courtside yelling at him, Rasheed, like she was yelling in the arena at him to stop, and he still didn't. It's crazy.
I mean, that's what you have to do. I mean, what else are you going to do? Yeah. But I know why we're doing this, because he got suspended. I don't think. Well, I've seen him do worse acts as being a bad teammate.
Well, I think it's Steve, right? It's the reaction to what Steve said. I mean,
he's calling it an act of violence. Yeah. John, we don't know what he does. We saw one video, one moment in practice, and that was bad. But I don't know what Jordan Poole possibly could have said to prompt him, but to sucker punch a teammate like that and then have it basically result in the guy getting traded, blowing up a year. They've been talking about it a year later. And
that didn't change things. I mean, they blew up a whole year. He admitted it. Steve admitted it. They had to trade the guy, and it still didn't change.
That video got out. That video got out. How many other situations has he been in? Maybe not punching anybody, but verbally assaulting people. And I think, but they just gave him a contract. They gave him a huge contract. The owner loves him. Steve loves him. They can't win without him. So, but it's part of me is uncomfortable criticizing him so much right now. I've criticized him in the past for many, many things he's done that I thought were acts of being a bad teammate. This one, I don't agree with everybody on this one. He may have held on a little bit too long, but I think his heart was in it. I think Clay thinks he's got my back,
And the moment it ended, he turned and he walked off the court directly. It wasn't like what he did with Donovan Mitchell. It wasn't like what he did with Sabonis. It wasn't like what he did with Durant repeatedly. So I understand why we're talking about it, because the bottom line's the bottom line. The guy didn't, he cost you the game Saturday, the game Tuesday, and now maybe 5 more. So, when you're trying to win in this competition, you don't want to kick games because you don't compete and you're being suspended for your own behavior. But this one, I'm not as troubled by this one at all. But the head coach, he termed it an act of violence. So they obviously like the Jordan Poole, and this is nothing like Jordan Poole, but I think they're kind of tired, and they want to curb the behavior. They're tired of quickly saying, we've spoken to Jordan. They suspended him. Bob Myers went to his house and suspended him for a game. You think they wanted to do that after the Durant situation? They're tired of having to do this, but I don't know. I mean, they can try video and talking to him and counseling and all that. But, is he really going to change? Are we waiting for the next, grenade to go off and him to go off again? What's going to happen.
Right. And just so everybody knows, we're not dredging this back up to talk about it again. There's plenty to talk about today. It's just Steve Kerr's comments to me are really, really interesting and telling that, like you said, he didn't say the technical fouls. He said the physicalness of some of these incidents, and they've got to try to curb that. So that's what Steve said yesterday.
Well, start with the technical fouls, Coach. Rein him in. When he gets one technical foul, do everything you can so he does not get the second one. You got to start there. He can't keep getting kicked out of games, and then suspension is multiple games. But it's all the same, whether, verbally is different than physical, and he's talking about an act of violence.
Right.
Matter as well. It does start with technical fouls. Don't get kicked out of any more games, period. Can you do that?
I think that's a big ask at this point. We'll see.
Well, then
I don't see it changing.
So the thing is, when he's not getting paid. I mean, the hard thing is, the Warriors don't have to pay him during a suspension, but he doesn't. They don't have their services. They want to pay him. They want him to play. It's cost him games. So, I mean, to me, it does involve. It starts with the technicals. It's all acts where he takes himself off the floor for whatever reason. He's not allowed to play. That needs to stop.
All right, we'll get back into the 49ers, what to look for on Sunday against the Bucs. Remember, Brock Purdy, this was his first start a year ago, the 35-7 win over Tampa and Tom. Things are a little bit different. We'll give you a little insight into it, and then we'll talk to Matt Maiocco, get the latest on injuries, plus his 5 to watch Sunday in Santa Clara against the Bucs. We'll do that all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, girlfriend, John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Now, this is crazy. I found this out. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California? Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25, almost 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, you see them, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured over more than $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. I said $1 billion with a B. But here's the great part. You pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates. No upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second and goal from the 4. Burrow 6 of 7 on this drive, 70 yards. Mixon in the backfield, trips to the near side. Burrow looking to throw, has Mixon. He throws it short. He grabs it, gets to the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
We got some Joe Burrow news for you, and it is when you play a team, so I'll tell you about that in 1 second. But do remember, it is your chance to win a $100 Pacific Catch gift card. In fact, let's just do it right now. We do it usually late in the show, so people are like, oh, they're going to wait. 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10, and you'll win a $100 gift card to Pacific Catch, 415-896-KNBR. If you're caller 10, you'll win. Furnished by our good friends at Pacific Catch. Looking for somewhere special to celebrate this holiday season, offering fun cocktail parties, family-style dinners, amazing catering options, and a festive, I tell you, cocktail menu. Check out Pacific Catch. Get more at pacificcatch.com. Caller 10 right now, 415-896-KNBR. That's the only number to call, furnished by Pacific Catch. Joe Burrow is out with that hand injury for the season. How about that?
He has a torn ligament.
Yeesh.
And it's in his wrist, right? So, I mean, the question is, what was the injury that he had coming into the game? And Al Michaels was all over it last night. There was something bracing his throwing hand, his right hand. He didn't look right the whole game. And then that touchdown pass to Tom McCarthy, the voice of the Philadelphia Phillies on TV, called on Westwood One Radio. He hit Joe Mixon, and it was a tough angle, but he threw it a little low to Joe. And then right after he threw it, he went to the ground. It was in immense pain, and then tried to warm up on the sideline. And how far away is the visitors' locker room at M&T Bank Stadium? It took him like an hour to get into the locker room. Get him a cart. But in any event, he is out the year with a torn ligament. I assume it's in his right wrist. This is a guy who had his rookie season curtailed with a knee injury. And then he, right when they got rolling, they went to the Super Bowl the next year and the AFC Championship game last year. And I thought they were beginning to play like a team that could run the table in the AFC when we saw him. He was just here a couple of weeks ago, and he was getting off the calf injury, and we thought that was going to be an injury that may result in an Achilles tear at some point. But he played through it magically. I don't know what he did to get healed up on the calf, but he did. But this one's not going to be healed up on. So what happens to the Bengals now, John? Do they even make the playoffs without Joe Burrow this year in a pretty competitive AFC?
No, I'm not a Jake Browning guy. He didn't have a very good arm strength. I'm sure a lot of people watch him at the University of Washington. I know they have a lot of talent around him, but I don't see it. And you start looking at, the AFC is very top heavy, but you start looking at those type of teams. The Bengals 5-5, the Bills 5-5, the Chargers 4-5. There's 3 playoff teams from a year ago, and I'm not sure they're going to make it. I don't think the Bengals are with that injury. The Browns are in a tough position now. They're 6-3, and they have a tremendous defense. We saw it. They beat the Niners with P.J. Walker. But they're in trouble. The AFC is, it's just wild. And then you look at a team like the Raiders, you thought were out of it. Houston, I didn't think they'd have a chance this year. All of a sudden there's some teams in the AFC that look at those teams struggling. The Jets think they're going to get Rodgers back, or Rodgers thinks he's going to come back. They're 4-5. So the playoff positioning for the AFC in those spots, it's going to be wild. Eesh.
Yeah, obviously you look at, who's even going to make the playoffs in the AFC, but I look at it from a Niner global NFL perspective. On who might you have to play in Las Vegas February the 11th in Super Bowl 58. And I thought the Bengals were a team that were going to be a problem. And what they did to the Niners a couple of weeks ago, coming into Levi's with their wide receivers, that running back, and an underrated defense, but mainly because of Joe Burrow. And it is a torn ligament in his wrist.
Jadeveon Clowney.
I thought this is a team. No, he did it on his own. He came into the game with the injury, and you saw him on the.
It says I heard a pop in his. Yeah, it says that there was a pop when Clowney hit him on the last drive. He was on the field, so that's what they're saying. That it was sore, but now
when he threw the touchdown pass to Mixon, yeah, and you saw him when he went down. When he threw the touchdown pass to Mixon, the last throw he would make, he went right down. It's possible that I don't know what he had, if it was a wrist or some other injury. He had an injury coming into the game that they didn't want it to close, and nor should they.
So they should.
I don't know.
They're going to get in a lot of trouble, and they're in bed with betting.
Yeah,
you can't do that. Guys who bet that game,
teams do it all.
There's going to be trouble. There's going to be trouble.
They're not going to tell Baltimore and John Harbaugh their quarterbacks are going into a game. They'll pay the fine. Even Mike Brown is so cheap, but they're not going to tell. It happens all the time in the NFL. But just going back to who can win this, who can play in the Super Bowl in the AFC, and I thought Cincinnati could play in it and win it. And they're a team that you're looking at it are a problem from the Niner perspective of getting in the way. Kansas City's a team that can play in the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. Mark Andrews' injury last night. Is Baltimore still a team that can get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl? I don't think Jacksonville's ready for it. Miami, I'm not sure they're ready for it. Can Pittsburgh, Cleveland, without the quarterback, can they get there?
No.
I mean, Buffalo's got the ability, but they got to get it together. How many teams in the AFC do the Niners fear in the Super Bowl? The Chiefs and Ravens? I would put the Bengals there before 5 minutes ago, and now their quarterback's out the year. So, and then Cleveland lost their quarterback for the year. So who really can steal a Super Bowl from the Niners now that Joe Burrow and Deshaun Watson are out the year?
Kansas City, Baltimore, and Miami. I think those are the only three teams. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure Miami can, but we'll see if they can get there.
This is the best tweet I've seen. Zach Taylor says Joe Burrow's right thumb is an amputation candidate per Carissa Thompson. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like that.
Ha! That's good. Is it a thumb injury?
She's in trouble. No, it's not a thumb injury. It's a wrist injury.
She's not going to lose her job. She's a tremendous talent.
Yeah, but
she just got to talking
like
a little bit too much there.
Yeah, that was dumb.
She was just speaking honest, and I understand what she's saying. I wonder about the coaches that she said she spoke to when they never spoke to her. Did anybody in their PR department say, "What's this report?" She never spoke to us.
All right, Matt Miyoko is going to join us coming up next, the latest on injuries for the 49ers. We always discuss that with him on Friday. And then, of course, he's got the 5 to watch versus the Bucs. And then it's a short week against Seattle, so they got to turn this quick thing around. Then the Eagles in Seattle again. So it's going to start getting good for the 49ers. We'll do that with Matt coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Yes and no. There's plays that I made and stuff in that game where everyone was like, wow, this guy can play. So it just felt good. But, after you play for a while, it's like, in a sense, you're sort of expected to play at that standard. So that's where I'm at with that. I watched the film. There's some stuff on the film, honestly, where I was like, dude, that's a little sloppy. I can clean it up. Just the operation, how I run the offense. Those are all areas I feel like I've grown and can continue to be better at. But, the spark, the energy, the chip on the shoulder that I played with in that game, I feel like in the sense is sort of the same. Like, still trying to prove to myself that, I belong in this league and on this team and stuff like that.
That, of course, is Brock Purdy referencing back to his first start of his NFL career. He beat Tom Brady and the Buccaneers 35-7. And just like after that one, got the short week taking on Seattle. So we'll get into all those conversations with our good friend Matt Mayoko at Mayoko NBCS. Make sure you follow him. Make sure you read all his great stuff. And listen to the 49ers Talk podcast. We'll keep you updated on everything 49ers. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I am doing exceptionally well.
Wow. Any reason why?
Yeah. I mean, we're getting close to the holidays. You know what? Okay. The two little ones who aren't so little anymore back with the family this weekend. So getting ready to go pick one of them up at the airport, and the other one comes in tonight. So things are going well.
Good to hear.
So how does the family feel?
How's that?
Yeah.
It has been, and it's going to get funner as we go. But how does the family feel about a game on Thanksgiving night, a game on Christmas night, a game on New Year's Eve? I mean, for the Niners, just cancel the holidays this year, Matty.
Yeah, I don't know if I've told them all that stuff yet. Yeah, so we'll.
I haven't told my family yet either. I can't wait.
We were. Well, the fam won't be around for. Oh, here's a good little Mayoko trivia tidbit for you. The fam will not all be together, obviously, on Thanksgiving. My one daughter will be going back up to the University of Oregon, and she'll be with a friend up there. But the Mayoko ladies have never been to a 49ers game. And I did purchose them tickets for the Christmas game. So they will be making
that a surprise?
No, but for better radio, let's pretend it is.
Stocking stuffer? Nice.
That's a good game, too. So, that's a good game.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So,
purchase, is that the right word? Do you actually have to buy? Do you have to buy tickets, man?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No conflict of interest here.
You don't get the pop-up discount? Okay. That's good.
I could have. I think they add money if you say,
exactly.
Can I get the Greg Papa discount?
Heck yeah, we're going to charge you more.
Yeah, you're right. Dustin knows that.
Before we get into the 49ers, the big breaking news is that Joe Burrow is going to be out to the season. But my question is this, because I was thinking about this. We're talking about it and then went to a break, and I was thinking about this. Does the NFL need to push the deadline back? And the reason I say that is okay, Burrow's out for Cincinnati. I think that dashes Super Bowl hopes. Deshaun Watson's out in Cleveland. Kirk Cousins is out in Minnesota. I mean, these are three teams that could have Super Bowl aspirations. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback out there that could put them back on the track that they were on before these injuries. But we just finished the midway point of the season. Most sports, midway point of the season about. And it just seems to me that maybe a couple of weeks earlier, and there's injuries all the time in the league, that especially with these three teams, I mean, unless like a Ryan Tannehill is released or something like that, they really have no recourse, and they've got to go the rest of the way with what they've got.
No, I agree. I think, well, what is it is it baseball and basketball? Is it more towards like the three-quarter point of the season? Something like that, right?
I mean, baseball is July 31st, so they're way past the midway point of the season. In baseball.
I'm saying, like maybe the the three-quarters way of the season would probably be a good thing, because the trading deadline has remained the same, even though they've added one game to the schedule, and then they've taken away one bye from the postseason. So it's just there's more games to be played, more chances for injury, and fewer opportunities for teams to cover for the loss of a player, the unexpected loss for a player. So, I mean, I would think that it would benefit everybody except for the teams that don't get the player or would love to see a certain player kept away from another team. But I agree. I think that they should move it to probably this week. Move it back 2 weeks, and then see how that works. But I mean, like for the Titans, I mean, they really have no use for Ryan Tannehill. The Raiders right now have no use for Jimmy Garoppolo. They don't want those guys to play because of injury situations and guarantees for the future. So instead of having a veteran player, last year was Derek Carr, right? I mean, they weren't going to play a top whatever. Well, Derek Carr would be a top 20 quarterback in the league, something like that. Garoppolo and Tannehill I don't know if they're both starting, top 32 quarterbacks. Oh, I'm sure they are. Yeah, absolutely. They're top 32 quarterbacks, but those guys are not playing for reasons other than, not giving the team the best chance of winning. They're not playing for salary reasons. So in order to enable one of those players to go, or at least have the opportunity to go to a situation where he could play meaningful football, it seems to me that would be a good move for the league. Not that they need to generate any more interest and intrigue and eyeballs, but that's certainly what it would do because, who's going to be watching the Bengals the rest of the year?
Well, leagues have changed their deadline, and to answer your question, baseballs, they used to have two deadlines. And the one now is August the 1st. There used to be a non-waiver August 31st. They did away with that. Basketball changed their deadline and moved it up because DeMarcus Cousins got traded during the All-Star game one year, and they didn't want that to happen. And football has changed their deadline. It used to be much earlier in October, and they just moved it back a couple of weeks recently to Halloween, which leads to the Niners did make a trade on Halloween to get Chase Young, but they were in the market to get a corner, and they just couldn't pull it off, which leads to Jason Verrett and him kind of hanging around Santa Clara, and he is available. What is the very latest? Do you know what's going on with Jason Verrett and the 49ers maybe signing him to the practice squad, Matt? What have you heard on Verrett?
No, I haven't heard anything is imminent, but they did have him in for a workout. And then I believe from Santa Clara, he went straight to Houston. He worked out for them and got signed to the practice squad. So D'Amico Ryans had a look at him for 2 or 3 weeks. And then actually, it was probably longer than that. I think it was that weekend. Gosh, was it the weekend after the New York Giants Thursday night game where they worked him out? And then, so he's been with Houston, and then they released him. I would think that for the 49ers to bring him back a second time would show that, yes, there's more than just a courtesy. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if they do bring him to the practice squad and just kind of give him a chance, kind of a low-risk move. They're not going to put him on the 53-man, at least no time soon. So there's a couple different things at play there. I mean, one is if D'Amico Ryans thought that this is a guy that can help them eventually for a team that's in the playoff hunt, I would have thought that they would keep him around. So it very well might be that the Houston Texans decided, no, he just doesn't have it. All the injuries have taken its toll. He can't play at this level anymore. Maybe the 49ers just give him a look-see like that, just to see him on the practice field, covering guys that, covering, being on the scout team and covering Debo and covering Brandon Ayuk and those guys, just to see if he has what it takes. So if they were to do that, it'd be a very low-risk move because, I mean, they know him. It's got to be a team that knows him and is willing to kind of take that chance, knowing all the injury history and everything else. But it seemed to me like the 49ers found the recipe last week that they should probably go with going forward as far as the defensive backfield. Ambry Thomas coming out there in nickel situations, playing outside, Deommodore Lenoir sliding inside. And then at some point, I think fairly soon, Samuel Womack will be added back to the 53-man roster as well.
Interesting. Matt Mayoko is joining us talking about the Jason Verrett. He's hanging around, and then you're talking about the nickel and the outside position, which was much better. Isaiah Oliver only had 3 snaps last week in the win over Jacksonville. They got Tampa Bay coming in this week. A lot of the focus is obviously, as we came into the segment, has been with Brock Purdy. In first start, beats Tom Brady, beats Tampa Bay 35-7, 185 yards and 2 touchdowns. As good as he was last year, what he's doing this year, and I know that Kyle, obviously, and you asked him the follow-up question that everyone was waiting for. Hey, you looked at the film. Does that first touchdown look any better? And Kyle's like, no. but I mean, he's going to do those things. But I think what we're seeing from Brock is that he's playing that fine line. And I'm not going to call him Favre because he doesn't have that kind of an arm, but he does have a little bit of a gunslinger mentality for him. But then Kyle followed up yesterday when he was on with Tolbert and Cope, said, well, yeah, I want him to make plays. It's just kind of finding that fine line. But at times he's going to cross it. And Kyle said he didn't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, once in a while you got to see exactly what your limitations are. And we've been talking about that with Brock all the way back to camp.
And I mean, in the bad decisions, I mean, the gunslinger type of thing, he hasn't made very many bad decisions. Very few. And now he's played a full football season. And, I mean, we could probably list on, like, 3 fingers the amount of times where he made kind of questionable decisions. But, I mean, that's kind of the strange thing about him is that he stepped in from week 1 and looked like he belonged, never deer in the headlights, showed the toughness right away playing on that game against Tampa Bay last year, and then going into the Thursday night game and playing with broken ribs. The way he's able to just hang in the pocket and make that throw, made a lot of throws, but the one last week to Kittle on the 66-yard touchdown. I mean, I don't think there's anything he can do. Now I'll go ahead and say that, and Greg and I talked about this on the 49ers Talk podcast. I think when people talk about his arm, they're still using the draft, the draft evaluation. And that was such the thing to say, and it continues to be. People don't talk about Brock Purdy without saying, oh, he doesn't have the strongest arm. You know what? I would like to see now how his arm compares to other NFL quarterbacks. I don't know if there's a way to say, put analytics on it or to have a objective evaluation. But now I'm at the point where I think his arm is really underrated. I mean, he makes all the throws, and I don't recall any plays where it's been like, gosh, if his arm was stronger, he could have made that play. I don't see it. I mean, I don't watch him play and watch other quarterbacks. I mean, there's the exceptions, of course. I mean, the way Josh Allen throws the football, that's one thing. But, man, I mean, Brock Purdy might play the position better without that strong arm. But I just don't see any throws that he's, like, leaving out there because of this weenie arm that everybody talks that he has. I don't think he has it. I think it's either he was either misevaluated or his arm strength has gotten better since he's been in the league.
I think it's better than it was last year, and they have all these next-gen stats you see during games, and they're always tracking how fast a guy can run and 21 miles per hour. Why can't they tell us the velocity of a throw like they do in baseball on every single pitch? They do it in practice. They have the technology to know where his velo is, and I think his arm strength is easily the same as last year, if not more, off the surgery. And there was one throw he made in the Jacksonville game to Ayuk over the middle on a dig route where he just ripped it. So I know you're listening to our conversation with Sean King the other day when he brought that up. I want to backpedal a little bit and go back to Ambry Thomas in particular.
Because
in this
quarterback.
game,
I like it.
I'm going to backpedal. I'm going to go bail technique and open up my hips and get on top because I got to deal with Mike Evans on Sunday. So your third, you have the top 5 players to watch. You don't even list Brock Purdy, which is amazing, a quarterback, but you got Ambry Thomas number 3. And I honestly think he should be 1, or top 3's fine though. But Mike Evans lines up at X wide receiver for Tampa, and on specifically on the offensive left over the right cornerback 71% of the time. That is Ambry Thomas. And then he also moves in the slot the rest of the time, and that's Demo Lenore. They did it for one game. I thought Jacksonville was slow to react to it. Then they went at Ambry a little bit with a comeback to Calvin Ridley, the fade route in the end zone that he guarded well, and obviously he had the big takeaway against Christian Kirk. But do you think Ambry Thomas is the answer? Demo's got to play somewhere, corner or nickel. He's arrived. Is Ambry Thomas the guy? And are we going to find out more in this game because he's going to get Mike Evans all day on Sunday, Matty?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to find out. Is he the answer? I mean, it's just when you look at it, and Steve Wilks said yesterday that he considers the NFL a matchup league. I mean, that's not breaking news. A lot of people said that. But the 49ers, it's been a long time. I don't know if they've ever had a situation like this where they really don't have a starting nickelback. They have two guys who are just different in Diamador Lenore and Isaiah Oliver. And then you have to weigh, if you're the 49ers, if Ambry Thomas or if Lenore is better than Isaiah Oliver in the slot for that particular matchup, does having Ambry Thomas out there make the 49ers weaker because he's not as good as Lenore? And so it's this kind of three-pronged approach that they have to weigh, where what are going to be the matchups on the outside with Ambry Thomas and Charvarius Ward as opposed to Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore, and then what are the matchups in the slot with either Oliver or Lenore. I mean, that's a mouthful. I know I just spit out there, but they can. I mean, for different guys, like a bigger, slower possession slot guy, you probably would take your chances with Isaiah Oliver. But for the quicker guys, quick twitch, able to run routes, breaking in or breaking out, you probably want Lenore on that guy. And then it's a matter of, can Ambry Thomas hold up his end of the bargain on the outside? And, Ambry has had a very up and down 2.5 seasons with the 49ers. I thought he played well in the postseason as a rookie and showed a lot of promise. And then he just wasn't ready to compete and play last year. He lost weight when he should have been getting stronger. And he admitted to me in the offseason that he just didn't do the things he should have done, that he thought he had it. He thought he had it figured out. He didn't. And he lost a complete year because of that. He came back with a better mindset this year. Now it's just a matter of putting it together and playing good football. So I don't know what their answer is, but I would think that the 49ers will just stick with what they did last week because it worked until they get to the point where they feel like they have to make a change back. But if I were them, I like the idea of keeping Ambry Thomas out there and giving him an extended run to see what he can do, and seeing Lenore kind of double dip and do both jobs, which aren't easy, by the way. But he's shown that he's got the makings of a guy who can pull that off. He's still a young guy. He's still learning and growing. So I think it's not ideal what the 49ers have at the cornerback position, but with Chase Young in and with a pass rush that looked a heck of a lot better last week than it had in previous weeks, and with the defense playing tighter coverage on the back end, I think they can make that work.
Yeah, and plus, I think that while Jacksonville was slow to react to Ambry being out there, I don't think they targeted him enough. Tampa doesn't have that problem. The thing that's interesting is when you watch him is Mike Evans has been targeted 71 times, but he only has 43 catches. Baker Mayfield will just chuck it up to see what he can get out of it. And if he makes a play, he makes a play. But they have a tendency, or he has a tendency, to just throw it up to Mike Evans because he's bigger than everybody else to see if he can catch the ball. So they don't have a typical high percentage in completions versus targets to him. So they're just going to throw it up and see if Mike Evans can out-duel Ambry for the ball, I think, on Sunday.
Yeah, and that's, Tashawn Gibson will be fully aware of that, and he might have an opportunity to range over and make some plays on the football as well. So,
that's a good point.
I mean, there will be opportunities for them to make plays. The thing that's kind of was surprising last week was that the 49ers were able to get to Trevor Lawrence as much as they did, because Lawrence usually gets rid of the ball very quickly. but because they did a really good job on the back end of taking those quick hitters away, taking the hots away, it made Trevor Lawrence hold the ball a little bit longer, and that gave Bosa and Young and Hargrave and Armstead and Furl and other guys an opportunity to get to the quarterback. So if they can continue to kind of mesh that up with the pass rush and the defensive backs playing at the levels they played at last week, then it should be a good day to be a 49er.
Great stuff. Thank you, Matty. We appreciate it. We'll see you down there on Sunday.
Sounds good, John. I will talk to you 2.5 hours before kickoff.
Which is not too early. That's absolutely 4-hour pregame. We have a great time. So look forward to talking to you.
So what time is that? 10:30 a.m. on Sunday.
That will be 10:30 a.m.
Bye.
I appreciate the Sunday games, like Jacksonville, the road games, where I'm on at 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, you like that?
A lot of fun.
Yeah, those are a lot of fun. Yeah, those are great. Oh, man. Thanks, Matt. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
See you. Yeah, we're on at 9 a.m.
Bye, Matty.
Yeah. I get down there at 8 a.m. I walk the field, look around. No one's in the stands. It's very nice. It's very serene and peaceful. And then things go.
You get there that early? You get there at 8 a.m.?
8 o'clock. Yeah, don't want to have any problems. You never know what could occur. So I like to be down there at 8. I have a routine where I go all the way up to the top. I get cards for everybody. I get myself some coffee. I go back down. I walk the field. I do a dumb video, say the same old corny stuff. Where is everybody? Then I walk over and I sit in the studio. Get there about 8:30. Dennis is sitting there. We talk a little bit about it, and then that's it. I got a little routine going. So yeah, it works out well. I like when no one's there.
You're a creature of habit, John.
Yeah. I walk into the studio. I see into the radio booth. I see Mike setting up. I say hi to Mike. He's hanging out. So yeah, it's a good time.
Mike Baird.
Yeah. And he's setting you guys up to get going, and he basically gives me a look like, get away from me. I'm busy, and then I walk on downstairs. It's a good time. Good time had by all. All right, a couple of things that we need to get into that Matty said there. Plus, one thing, we had Brody Brazil on about an hour ago, and it's not age-related. It's something he said about the Giants. There is one guy, as we talk about Shohei and all these different guys who could come to the Giants, I think there's one guy that is absolutely coming to the Giants. We'll get into that, too. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday. Thanks for joining us on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Major League Baseball owners approve unanimously the Athletics relocation to Las Vegas. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here and doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game, and that means I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I can possibly get. My Sleep Number Smart Bed helps me get proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically responds and adjusts to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. My Sleep Number with the 2 herniated discs, L4, L5, L5, S1. I crank it to 100. It's a firm mattress, but I sleep great every single night, and you should as well. And now, right now, take advantage of Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed for a limited time. It is only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Walking my son to school this morning and thinking about the father-son relationship of Bob Melvin and Matt Chapman. And Chappie's out there, And I don't even have to talk to Matt to know that if the right deal was out there, and yeah, he's a Boris guy, so, clearly it's going to get negotiated that way. But, oh, my goodness. I mean, it literally was like a father-son relationship with Bob and Matt. And when Bo Mel would hit him infield, there was a game they would play every day. Bob would try and hit him past Chappie, almost never could. And I think that's the point I'm making, is that Bob is an absolute magnet for really good players across the league that now look at the manager and the coaching staff that's been brought in and say, that's a guy that I've heard great things about, or I've already played for, and I know I want to run through a wall for him. So I think as the Giants seek free agents and seek that, part of their growth and their existence, that he is the perfect person to be in that dugout in charge. I'm so thrilled for him.
That was a good friend, Brady Brazil, who joined us a little bit earlier. If you miss any interviews on any of the shows on KNBR, just go to KNBR.com and you can hear that whole one. He had great insight into the A's situation, but that one caught my ear only because the Giants have already met with Matt Chapman. He talked about the relationship father-son that Bob Melvin has with Matt Chapman. They are a pitch-to-contact pitching staff, so obviously Matt Chapman would make a ton of sense at third base, and you can expand it out. Sonny Gray pitched for him. He's a free agent. Blake Snell pitched for Bob Melvin. He's a free agent. So I don't know how deep this thing goes, as Brody points out there, but to me, isn't it more obvious by the day that Matt Chapman's going to be a Giant? It sure sounds like it, everything you hear.
I think it depends on if Shohei Ohtani signs with the Giants. If Shohei Ohtani signs with the Giants, you're going to have to make adjustments as far as payroll for position players, and in Shohei's case, a DH. If he does not sign, then I do expect them to be in on Chapman. I didn't realize, I knew Bob obviously managed Matt Chapman's entire career, just about until the last couple of years when they both left. Bob went on to San Diego and Chapman went to Toronto. But I didn't realize it was a Ron Washington, Eric Chavez kind of relationship, and hitting the fungos to him, and that kind of them having a competition on the field. So it's deep. So would Matt want to come here, and what are they going to pay him? Defensively, he's as good as there is. Matt Chapman is one of the greatest defensive third basemen the Bay Area has ever seen, and Eric Chavez, thanks to Wash, won 6 Gold Gloves. And Matt Williams is on this staff, and Matt knows him well, obviously, from when he was together with Bo Mel and coaching third in Oakland. So they got a lot of people who know him. And the question I would have defensively, he's a force. He's a difference maker. There's no doubt. That guy is a perennial Gold Glove caliber player, and his defense is so good in all regards, range and where he sets up and his arm, and he is all that. He's a platinum Gold Glove candidate every year. Not just the best at his position, but he's the best at any position. Offensively, where is he? His numbers overall last year, he had 240, 17 bombs at Rogers Center, which is a hitter-friendly yard. He drove the ball. He had 39 doubles, but his run production was low. His ops was not there, 755. He got off to a great start. And then after May the 9th, he just fell apart. May the 9th, he was hitting 349. His ops was over 1,000. And then May 10th on, he hit 203. And his on-base plus slug was our call letters here, John. It was 660, not 680. So what the hell happened to him is one thing. And maybe, going back home into the Bay Area, Oakland was his home for a while, would help him. The other part of it is, and I don't know where Casey Schmidt is in his development, but what does that do if you sign Matt Chapman? Where does Casey Schmidt, what's his role on the team? He could be your starting shortstop if Marco can't play short. Could you imagine the left side of the infield defensively with Casey Schmidt at short and Matt Chapman at third? Wow. Farhan did say that the projection for Casey Schmidt is to play more third than short, but if you sign Matt Chapman, Matt Chapman could play short. He's that good defensively, but as you make this move, you got to be cognizant of your young players, and you don't want to block him at the major league level. And I'm not sure Casey's ready offensively. He certainly is defensively. If you sign Matt Chapman, John, what's the role for Casey Schmidt on the 2024 Giants?
Trade bait. I mean, you're clearly sending a message, like you said, because now look, it doesn't mean they can't change their mind, but they've said at every turn that Luciano's going to be their shortstop this year, and they think that's going to work. Now, I don't know if it is or not, but the one thing that hopefully they learned from having all these young guys up last year was who they think can play in the future and who cannot. And I think this is my viewpoint to the Giants moving forward, and I've said this for a long time. There's a lot of great pitchers out there, and I think that they can sign a couple of these key pitchers. You got Logan Webb finishing second to Cy Young, and then you go out and you sign hitters. To be honest with you, I love Matt Chapman defensively, but I wouldn't sign him as a free agent because, like you said, that's a lot of money for a guy who, to me, although he's shown power in the past, Toronto's, like you said, a great place to hit, and he only hit 17 home runs. I don't think there's a massive difference between him and J.D. Davis. I mean, defensively, he's better. I'm not saying that. But I think that there are other positions to address. This outfield has been an issue forever. You can take some of that excess young pitching, and I'm putting Kyle Harrison in as well, and I know Carson Wisenhunt's really nice, and they got a kid named Birdsong that's really good. But if you sign the pitching now that's ready to pitch, and you take some of this young pitching and a guy like Casey Schmidt or whomever you don't think is part of your future, the young guys we saw last year, and you trade that for hitting, that's got to be the philosophy moving forward. Guys will sign here. And maybe, I don't know what the relationship with Sonny Gray and Blake Snell was like with Bob Melvin, but I'm assuming because everybody loves Bob Melvin that it was probably pretty good. So if you can sign those guys and then trade the excess of these young guys for hitting, I think that's the way the Giants have to do it. Chapman may sign here, and I like Chapman, but is that the biggest need that the Giants have, third base?
Well,
I
mean, I know he had a down year this year, but in 2019 when Bo Mel was his skipper, he hit 36 home runs and had 36 doubles, and he finished sixth in the MVP, and he's a Gold Glove defender at third base. I mean, he's Manny Machado or better. So why did he get off to a hot start this year and then fizzle after May the 10th? He had 27 the year before and 27 the year before, and in Oakland, that's not the jagged edge is short there in the alleys, but at night it's not a great park to leave. So he had 36 home runs for the A's in 2019. So you get that guy, and there's something to the relationship. The question would be, how many former Oakland A's can Bob Melvin sign? Can you bring in Sonny Gray? Can you bring in Matt Chapman? We'll see where it goes from here. The only thing I would say is, could Casey Schmidt be Matt Chapman? Is he that guy? And maybe not right away, but what's the projection on Matt Chapman or on Casey Schmidt before we just trade the guy away and give, and how much will it cost to sign Matt Chapman? What is Casey Schmidt's comp? And it's hard because he's so young. But don't you see a lot of Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt that you may be able to tap into? In 2017, when Chapman came up that first year, and he played about half a year, he had 14 home runs and had 23 doubles. And then the next year, he jumped up to 24 home runs and 42 doubles. So who is Casey Schmidt? Could he be a much cheaper alternative to Matt Chapman?
Well, especially because if I look at the diamond right now, you have J.D. Davis and Casey Schmidt at third. I don't hate that, and I don't know what Casey Schmidt's going to be. But if I'm prioritizing, pitching is number one on my list, but first base is an issue for me. Center field is the number one issue on the entire team to me. They need a competent center fielder, both offensively but more so defensively. That's where Lee comes in. That's where maybe Bellinger comes in, whatever. I don't see third base as a screaming need. However, you keep getting these signals that they've already met with them. And look, Bob, we're seeing these signals. Bob got Matt Williams, and Bob got Ryan Christensen, and Bob got his pitching coach. Like, it seems to me that the organization is saying, hey, Bob, what do you need? And Brody came out with us just over an hour ago and said they have a father-son relationship. Now, that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to sign him, but just the signs are pointing towards that's a guy they want. And from a fit standpoint, even though I don't think it's the biggest need, if you're a pitch-to-contact team, and Farhan has already come out and said we've got to get better defensively, he said the same thing last year, but Matt Chapman's as good as they get at the hot corner, right? So you just got a lot better defensively, which is something he says they're trying to do.
He's good. Casey Schmidt could be as good. I don't know. And you could trade him, you could put a bunch of young guys together, I don't know. And then, how many former Oakland A's is Bob going to bring? What do you do with Sonny Gray? Could they sign Sonny Gray? And then we had Brian Price on yesterday, and he went into full detail about Blake Snell and how he's working the bottom of the strike zone, not just the top of the strike zone. And what did he say, John, about, his last 20 starts last year, he called him elite of the elite and basically said he's the best pitcher in baseball after his rough start. This is a guy that was not hands-on with the Padres when I asked him about that, but he watched every single start and in great detail and did relay notes to the organization on Blake Snell. And once he figured out what they wanted them to do about, changing the sight line of the hitter and not just go high fastball, but work the bottom of the zone, he basically called Blake Snell the best pitcher in the league.
Yeah, and look,
he won the Cy.
And they couldn't sign Shohei. I don't think they're going to, but it's okay. I mean, we can talk about everybody in general, but to me, this is what the Giants need to get back to, is what you just mentioned there is, this sounds crazy, but I don't think it would be overly I think it would be, I'm not going to say cost efficient, it would be expensive, but it wouldn't be crazy expensive. You have Logan Webb, who finished second in Cy Young. I think you can get Blake Snell, who finished number one, and I think you can get a Bob Melvin guy in Sonny Gray. I don't think that's out of the question, and that's your 1, 2, 3, and then Alex Cobb comes back at some point. And now the Giants are cooking with gas and are back to what they used to be. And if Harrison is still on this staff, or if he doesn't get traded, then Harrison becomes your 5, and there's not so much pressure on that guy, and you're better defensively. Now, look, you're probably back to scrapping to 3-2 wins, and you'd like to get more offense. But at what the Giants do and the ballpark that they play in, go out and get that pitching, because it will sign here. And you've got to deal with bats. I get that. But if I had a priority that wasn't Ohtani, realistically, going out and get Snell and Gray as your 1B to Logan Webb, and maybe Gray's your 3, and you go right, left, right. I mean, now
Cobb's coming back eventually. Right. You still have DeSclafani. You're still paying Ross Stripling.
Right.
And you've got the young guys, Kyle Harrison, Keaton Webb, and Tristan Beck, and they need to load up all of it. How much more money is Blake Snell going to make in the offseason now that he just won the Cy Young Award?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. The one thing I would say, because he's a Boris guy, and so Boris is going to come in with this Gone with the Wind book of what he did. The one concern I would have, and you and I have talked about it, Logan Webb pitches a ton of innings. Blake Snell pitches 5 or 6. Now, they're really, really good, but he has high pitch counts. He gets into 3-2 counts. He gets deep. He doesn't get as deep into games as you would like, so if there's one flaw that you'd like to try to fix a little bit, it's, hey, and Brian Price told us this yesterday, he likes for pitchers to get at jams. He'd like to see them throw more pitches. He's not going to just pull a guy after 5 or the third time through the order because the analytics do so. So can Blake Snell be a guy that can give you more 7-inning starts than 5-inning starts? I mean, to me, that would be huge.
He did. I mean, that's what Brian Price said, right. Was later in the year, he started, instead of just 5 and fly, he started to get into the 6th, and he started to get into the 7th. And if Brian is his day-to-day pitching coach, if he does sign here, then can he get into the 8th? With his stuff, he should go CG. He's just got to get in the strike zone more. He walked 99 guys last year and led the league in ERA. How good is your stuff to lead the league in walks and also lead the league in ERA? It's unheard of.
Because those walks are damaging.
But his innings did go. Now, he threw more games last year, but the year before in San Diego, Johnny threw 128 innings. The year before, 128 innings. In Tampa, when he won the Cy, he did throw 180, which is what he threw last year. So I think, but he is in the strike zone more. We got to look at the breakdown, talking to Brian Price on Snell from his last 20 starts out, because he thought he was decent to start the year, but where he put up these Cy Young numbers when the last 20, which is, 2/3 of the year. Last year he made 32 starts. And then he said he began to lock in the bottom of the strike zone and the top, and he said he was the elite pitcher in the National League, and obviously he won the Cy Young Award, so he was.
A couple of weeks till the winter meetings, 4th through the 7th. So, again, we just wanted to give you a quick update there, but it certainly sounds like they are doing some heavy petting with Matt Chapman. We shall see. Let's get us back to the 49ers. What you need to be watching this weekend, not only from the Niners' perspective, but a couple other teams, where the Niners sit now, but where they could sit with a little bit of help. We'll get into that conversation next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Heater.
49ers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Sunday, 105. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. You know it. Football and painting season well into the third quarter now, so now is the time to have your family room decked out in team colors. No pewter, please, to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint, perfect for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games in the NFL. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Really, with 3-game losing streak, losing twice on the road to teams that they know that's going to be painful when they're chasing the Eagles. We know home field's going to be big. That championship game. Yep. Look, you and I can do this. Players can't do this. Coaches can't do this. They can. Oh yeah, when we play the Eagles for the championship game, but home field advantage for that game is going to be big. And so we know we're a little bit behind the 8 ball. So we can't go. 12-5? Because you got to figure that the Eagles are a little bit better than that.
That's Steve Young yesterday. Steve, of course, joins the guys weekly. I did go through all the schedules on all this dorky stuff. I just will say this, and I want to ask a question before we get to all of it, but you gotta have Kansas City beat the Eagles this weekend, and then they've got to lose at Dallas. It's going to be tough. The Lions have a really easy schedule. Now, could they get upset by the Bears, and they've got Justin Fields returning this week. They could. But their next few were Bears and Packers at home, at the Saints, at the Bears. Broncos are coming. They could lose the Vikes. So anyway, Lions have an easy road. But before we get to any of that kind of stuff and what Steve was talking about, the Jacksonville game, to you, are they back on track here? How do you feel about the team before we get into who they're playing?
I mean, they're not going to play the exact same way every single week. That's life. I mean, some nights Steph Curry shoots the nets off. Some nights he can't make a shot. It's up and down. They're going to give the same effort, and they're going to be prepared to play. The opponent's coming to play. But that's who they're capable of. I think there was some sloppiness in that game. There was a offensive PI to Brandon Ayuk. Trent Williams got called for a hold when he got beat inside. Charvarius Ward has got to stop grabbing when he gets beyond 5 yards down the line of scrimmage. He's taken too many penalties. They had a hard time with the running back screen over and over and over again. And Rachaad White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, one of their signature plays, is the screen to him. He's caught almost every one of his targets this year. Their most explosive play all year was the 43-yard touchdown pass that Baker threw to White on a screen. So they've got to clean up the screen game. But they played, certainly, and we talked about, can they beat Jacksonville with their B game? They beat them with, A- maybe? The Dallas game was an A-plus game. They played so well in every regard, offense, defense, and special teams. And Wisnowski's punting and what he's doing there down to the 1 yard line, but then they were able to drive. But everybody wants the answer to the season. You know, are they going to play? Is that who they are? They're going to play up and down. If series to series, play to play, you put a season together. And what they were on Sunday in Jacksonville and what they were the first 5 games of the year, with the exception of some moments, is who they're capable of being. They're also capable of not playing well. And what Steve was talking about going to Philly, a lot of it was the dog pound in Cleveland, that incessant, I still hear that in Minnesota. When you go on the road in the NFL, it's hard. It's hard to play. And that's why Jacksonville, having 57% Niner fans there, they're into the team there, but they're not into it like Cleveland and Minnesota. And it's an expansion franchise. They have a new history, but it's not the same. So it was just daunting. That was part of why you came right down to the end and you couldn't win. And that's why what we've been talking about, and Steve brought it up, because when he played, the whole thing boiled down to beating the Cowboys in January, maybe beating them in November, December to set up where January is going to be. But ultimately, the way I look at it, you're going to have to go into Philadelphia one time and beat them. You may have to go in there twice. You don't want to do that, but if you trip up the first time or other factors, you may have to go in there, and the championship game is in late January 28th this year. So you know you have to go in there December the 3rd. What you'd like to do is beat them December the 3rd and not have to go back there January 28th. Maybe you go somewhere else. Maybe you don't go anywhere at all. Maybe they come here or somebody else like Detroit, or the Cowboys come here or somebody else. But right now we've hit the juicy part of the schedule, and it's here right now. This game Sunday against Tampa Bay, and then boom. There's no time to get ready for Seattle. But right after the 49ers play Tampa on Sunday, and hopefully they win that game, then we're going to watch Monday Night Football. And that's Philadelphia off their bye week going to Kansas City. And if they lose that game, they will have 2 losses. And then if the Niners beat Tampa and beat Seattle, regardless of whether Philadelphia beats Buffalo or not, the Niners go into the Link on December the 3rd, week 13. They win that game. They will give Philadelphia their 3rd loss. The Niners have 3 losses, and you win the season series. The tiebreaker's yours. So if you can do this, and we thought it would come down to these 3 games. John, when we pulled out gold marker and red marker way back in May when the schedule came out, it's coming down to these 3 games. And not just for the NFC, but the NFC West. Seattle has the same record as the Niners.
They won't.
They're sitting right there at 6-3. We'll just see. You have to play. So I know what you think, and let's just see what happens. But if you got to beat them on Thanksgiving night, or they go into first place. So, and then it goes to Philadelphia, then back to Seattle. So the recipe is there, And if they beat, let me ask you a question. If they beat Philadelphia on December the 3rd in Philly, can the Niners run the table this year? And then if that happens and they lose to Kansas City, then we'll see what Detroit does. But we know one thing, the Niners will finish ahead of Philadelphia if all those things happen.
Right, and what you just mentioned with with the Lions is the real wild card in this whole thing because, again, they can lose to anybody. We just saw Joe Burrow, the Bengals, go from a team that's going to be a threat in the AFC to probably out of this whole thing. He's out for the year if you just tuned in. But where it sits with the Lions and where it also sits with Philadelphia, because if these three things tied, and I think that Steve hit it right on the head, you're not going to be 12-5 and win in the NFC. I think the 49ers and Eagles and Lions could come down to 13-4, and if it's a three-way, then you start looking at AFC versus NFC because then you go to the conference record, and that's where, again, not to get too complicated here, but the 49ers only have one more game against an AFC team, and that's being the Ravens. They've got to win these NFC games. The same with the Lions, same with the Eagles. It could come down to conference record, and this is where I think it's going to be really interesting because you need the Eagles to lose this game against the Chiefs, but then you're probably going to need the Eagles to lose a game at the Cowboys as well because this could come down to 13-4, and then you got the Lions, the 49ers, and the Eagles, and then it gets really interesting at that point. As far as Seattle, they've got a really tough game that doesn't look like it on the schedule to most people. They're going to the Rams this weekend where they don't play well, and Matthew Stafford is coming back. That line has gone from Seahawks favored by 3 to now Stafford playing to Rams favored by 1 because they know that Seattle doesn't go down there and play well. And the Seahawks all of a sudden go at Rams, short week at home against the 49ers, at the Cowboys, Eagles, and 49ers. That's their next 5 games. So these gauntlets that we talk about with the Eagles and the gauntlet we talk about with the Niners, Seahawks next 5 at Rams, short week, home 49ers, at Cowboys, Eagles, at 49ers. That's going to be tough for Seattle because I just don't think Geno Smith is having that kind of year. But that's why they play the games.
And then look at what they got after the Niners the second time. They got to play Philadelphia still to go right after that. So Seattle is right into their gauntlet.
Right. They're going to struggle.
Dallas is before the Niners.
Right.
Yeah. The problem with the Dallas game, that's on a Thursday. So when they come here on December the 10th, Seattle's they're going to have 10 days to get ready for that game because Dallas goes Thanksgiving Day, and then it seems like every year they give them a Thursday after Thanksgiving.
Right.
So they could play Thursday to Thursday. So the Niners do get an advantage going to Philadelphia, and they're going to have 10 days to get ready for that game. Seattle, when they come here the second time, are going to have a 10-day break for the second matchup. So the bottom line is it's coming down to these 3 games. At Seattle, at Philadelphia, home to Seattle. And then you just can't trip up on any of the other games. But it's going to come down to, I know you think Seattle's not all that, but you got to go in there and beat them. And it's a tough place to play. You know, what's the weather going to be like on Thanksgiving night? It's a night game. So then obviously the game we've been looking to is December the 3rd in Philly and then back to Seattle. There are other games around there. The Baltimore game is going to be tough on Christmas night. It's got a little easier with Mark Andrews going down, but Baltimore plays a different style of football. And, if you had to pick one game to lose, you would pick the AFC game, but still, you may not have that luxury if Philadelphia loses to Kansas City and then they don't lose again, which is a possibility. So, to me, it's coming down to what we thought it was at Seattle, at Philadelphia, home to Seattle.
All right, 1 o'clock hour is on the way. We'll give you the foreplay, the 4 things you need to know on this Friday. We'll get into that conversation next. It's Pop in London on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
It is the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and I tell you this, Pop was coming into the studio all the time, and I don't need readers. Look at me. And I was like, man, I've had enough of this. How'd you do this? Well, we went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and therefore I did as well because I wanted to see better too. Now, we had a procedure called CLR. It's custom lens replacement. And so I went down there because they do all sorts of different procedures depending on what's going to work best for you. But Pop and I had the same procedure, CLR, custom lens replacement. Now, maybe that's the best one for you, but they've got all sorts of different things. So I had my eye exam. Of course, it was a free consultation, and you go over a bunch of different things that could work for you. LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL. So they are experts in all these different things, and they'll explain which one could possibly work for you. And again, I had CLR, custom lens replacement, but all three types of LASIK, specialists in Evo ICL, and insertable contact lens. So any of those type of things. And that's the great thing about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They just want something that's going to work for you. And what's great is, because I'm sure you're thinking this because I was thinking the same thing, Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling, who did my procedure, they are awesome. They go through everything with you. The procedure just takes moments. It's really simple. I really got it down to a perfect thing for me. So whatever's going to work best for you, that's what they want to do. And like I said, the consultation is free. So contact them today. I had CLR. Maybe something works better for you or best for you. Check them out right now at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7 1/2 minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
I wonder how long I would last if that were the case.
Long time on a Friday.
An hour, maybe?
You'd be fine. You'd be
7.5 minutes until one of us passes the out. Probably an hour.
Matthew McConaughey is taking over the show.
Yes,
we got him on Thursdays. We got him on Fridays. He's a long.
He's talking about drinking. His characters like drinking a lot. All right, we got a foreplay for you. We'll hear from Steve Kerr on Draymond Green. Got a little John Lynch this morning on what he is thankful for. Steve Wilks on that move down to the sidelines. And did you happen to hear Matt Williams with Tolbert and Copes yesterday? Very fine.
I did not. What time was he on, John? What time was he on?
He's in like the 2 o'clock hour. Go to KNBR.com if you want to hear that conversation. We'll play a cut for you. But this was my main takeaway of not only what he said, but how he said it. He is stoked to be back. He sounded excited, which was cool.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I was digging it.
I would imagine.
In fact, it is time. It is Tolbert, and it is Pop and London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Foreplay time.
You almost said Tolbert.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I was jumping ahead an hour, because in an hour we can do what McConaughey just said, start drinking martinis. But, of course, being the disciplined person that I am, I wouldn't ever jump the gun on that. Wait till 2 o'clock. Definitely.
3 olives, stuffed blue cheese.
Boom. That's the key. And
boom, baby.
Boom, baby. Yeah, a little bit dirty. And then,
no,
blue
a lot
cheese olives
dirty.
are key for sure. All right, let's start with Steve Kerr. This is what we started the show with today. Is it too late for Draymond to change? Here's what Steve Kerr says needs to change with Draymond.
It's a great question, and it's something we are working hard on behind the scenes. Draymond has to find a way to not cross the line. And I'm not talking about, getting an ejection and getting a technical. I'm talking about, a physical act of violence. I mean, that's inexcusable. And so we have to do everything we can to give him the help and the assistance that he needs to be able to draw that distinction between being, an incredible competitor, which he's always been. That's why he's in the position he is. That's why he's the player he is. But he can't cross that line, and he crossed it the other night for sure.
Isn't that it kind of the one and the same? I mean, I understand there's a difference between the physicalness that he's talking about and getting kicked out of those games, but it kind of starts with technical fouls and getting out of control and all those kind of things. Why just – I don't know that you can fix one without the other. I think you got to fix it all, don't you?
This is the first time that I can recall. Correct me if I'm wrong or play me audio that I just have just missed or don't remember. But I've never heard Steve Kerr publicly admonish Draymond like this. Physical act of violence. Even when he punched Jordan Poole, I don't remember Steve being this clear with his words. And they were upset initially about how the video got out. Not that there was video to get out. And I don't, they did suspend him for the Durant deal, but Bob kind of took the lead on that. It's different now. Bob's not there. Dunleavy's, saying it's not going to sabotage our year like last year in Jordan Poole. But do you recall, John, that publicly Steve Kerr has admonished Draymond Green, not for his play, but his behavior like this? Say the Sabonis thing last year. I mean, there's so many to mention that have either been, Draymond unjustly perceived or Draymond's behavior being excessive and resulting in his own behavior. But do you ever remember Steve Kerr publicly challenging Draymond Green like this?
He didn't. I don't think he did in the Kings series at all because I think they were trying to keep things together. I certainly remember him.
Is he ever?
He was pretty harsh after the Poole incident, if I remember right.
I don't remember him going at Draymond. I mean, a physical act of violence, and it's pretty strong.
Yeah.
So I think they're shining this. They got to help him. The old saying, and it's one of the oldest, more hackneyed line in sports: the greatest ability is availability. He's taking himself off the floor, or he can't play. and it's not becoming of the organization. So I don't know. I never heard Steve quite use these words and challenge him like this publicly. It's pretty strong. They want change.
We'll talk more about this at 1:15 because there's another cut from Steve Kerr we want to play. But, I do wonder, in hearing him talk like that, I'm sure that the league communicated with him because, again, in the press release, just like it was with the Kings last year, they talked about priors. And I just wonder if the league talked to Steve or talked to the organization and said, look, we're sick of this. You guys got to do something about this because I don't know that Draymond necessarily has a lot of respect for the league. He kind of fights back against him, but I know their best chance to control Draymond in these situations is within the team. His respect for Steve Kerr's respect for Stephen Curry, ownership, all that kind of stuff. That's their best plan of action to try to get him to change behaviors because he's not going to change it because the league says it. He's not going to change it because they fine him, take away games, all those kind of things. Those things haven't worked. So I would imagine that the league would probably go to the Warriors and say, you guys got to control this because we can't. He won't respond to us.
Maybe. Or maybe the Warriors are just tired of it, and they don't want their players off the floor. So it's a lot. But I've never heard Steve be that open about it. Physical act of violence, and we need to assist him. I mean, they're challenging him right now.
All right, we'll talk more about it and play another cut at 1:15 from Steve Kerr. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the spectrum here is John Lynch on what he is thankful for. He was on with Murphy Mac this morning, as he is every Friday, what he's thankful for this Thanksgiving.
That's just the way we feel. So this isn't lip service. This isn't trying to pump confidence into someone. It's the way we feel, but he's earned that. He's made us feel that way. I think as we get towards this, this week of Thanksgiving, I'm very grateful for him. The last pick in the draft to turn into what he's turned into. And look, quarterback Tom Brady is the greatest illustration. We talked about him, going to Tampa, but you have to go do it each and every week, and that's why those guys get paid the big bucks. It's a tough position. You're scrutinized every week with when you have success or when you have failure, and Brock just handles it all really well. He can make the simple execution plays, the processing, but then you see that he's a real playmaker as well. I think that play to Kittle, that's one of the finest plays I've seen him make.
So he is thankful for Brock Purdy. I wonder if at his Thanksgiving table, whenever that may be, because, of course, there's a game, if he will actually say what he's thankful for and put Brock Purdy's name in there as he's eating
in
turkey.
the pregame meal on Thursday before they get ready to play Seattle when they're watching the other games, Detroit and Green Bay and Dallas and Washington. And the thing is, and I was talking to Kyle yesterday, because it's 17 games and it seems like a year since he played, but they're including the playoff games as well.
Right.
Brock Purdy's first start last year was December the 12th against Tampa Bay. So last year at Thanksgiving, they weren't thankful for Brock Purdy yet because he hadn't played yet. So they are now. I mean, every Thanksgiving we ask from a Bay Area sporting perspective, who are we thankful for? And it's Steph Curry every year. This year, it's Brock Purdy.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And you're right, because he jumped into the Dolphins game, but that was December 4th. So they didn't have an inkling of, I mean, they kind of did, but they didn't really know what they had by Thanksgiving a year ago. How weird is that, by the way, to think? Is that it's Brock Purdy. We talk about it, and we've talked about it so much, and you had the injury, and all these different things have happened. But a year ago, you guys had an inkling in the building. You guys knew, and you guys told us about it and everything like that. But we certainly didn't know to this level he would change things the way he's changed. But a year ago, this Thanksgiving, we didn't know. He didn't even get in the Dolphin game until December 4th.
I mean, Kyle, but he hadn't played yet. So,
Right.
I mean, he played that cameo against Kansas City. It didn't go well, and so he hadn't played. You had no idea. You saw it on the practice squad as the scout team quarterback, but who thought he'd be this good? He's one of the best rookie quarterbacks ever, and he's carried it over in his second year. And the game was actually December the 11th against Tampa, but Kyle was looking at the video, and it kept showing 12-12, I think, because they were looking at Monday the next day. But he was blown away. He's like, he hadn't even been the quarterback for a full year? It seems like Brock Purdy's been quarterbacking this team longer than just, it's now, what is it, like 51 weeks or whatever it is now?
Yeah, like I said, he jumped in against Miami on December
11
4th.
months. 11 months.
Yeah, December
11
4th.
months, yeah.
And then his start was December 11th against Tampa. So crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's flip to the defensive side of the ball. And here's Steve Wilks, of course, going down to the sidelines. But he says one of the big changes was Chase Young, and he's a little surprised how well he played so fast.
I thought he went out there and played well. It was a Buckeye meeting at the quarterback first, per se. So I thought he did some great things. Kasarik is, in my opinion, the best D-line coach in the league, and he's getting the best teaching. And, he's continuing to progress in the things that we want him to do in regards to stopping the run and how we play it. But I think right now he's playing well. I'm excited to see what he does this week.
There you go, Chase Young. By the way, they can make him one-dimensional. I was looking at Tampa this morning, 3.1 yards per carry, 79 yards on the ground. They have one 20-yard run this year, and it's by Baker Mayfield for 31. So make him one-dimensional and get after that quarterback, man. Seems pretty simple.
Yeah, what they do a lot with the Niners in the day with Roger Craig is their screen game is an extension of their running game, and Rachaad White is a tremendous screen running back. He's caught all but one target all year, and he's explosive in the screen game, and that's the one area the Niners have got to clean up. The one thing they have not fixed since the 3-game losing streak was screens, and they got screened to death last week. And as far as Chase Young, I think you're going to see him play more in this game, John. I think he's going to get out there more frequently in this game.
Hope so. He was really good in week 1, and like you said, now the longer he's here, the more comfortable he's going to get, more relaxed, and hopefully the better he plays. And finally, as we said, Matt Williams joined Tolbert and Coach yesterday. It was a great conversation as I was driving home from Santa Clara yesterday, and you could just hear it in his voice, not only what he said but how he said it. Matt Williams is excited to come home.
Well, there was a lot of speculation that everybody's well aware of with regard to the previous employment with Bob, and when he had an idea that he was coming here, I was at the end of a contract. He asked me to come along, and silently and secretly, I was very excited because it's like coming home for me. It's like, this is where I started. It's like coming home again. And all of us that are coming aboard, staff-wise, are really excited about this opportunity and really excited about this club and anxious to get to work. As a matter of fact, this morning we had a Zoom call with all the training staff and medical staff on all the players and getting a sense of where they're at and how they're progressing in their winter workouts so far. So it starts already, but we're excited.
It's really cool. We had Brian Price on yesterday, and we've had Bob Melvin on, and Murph and Mack had Bob Melvin on yesterday. And I think one thing, now they got to win games or they're going to turn on you, but one thing I know that the fans appreciate, because I've heard back from them, is just that they want to be here and they love being here, and that will in turn, I think, make it easier for them to sell San Francisco on or for free agents, because you can hear it in Matt Williams' voice, and we heard it from Brian Price yesterday. He's home, and we've heard it in Bob Melvin numerous times. Like, these guys are excited to be in San Francisco, and they're excited to be home.
And why are they back home? Because of Bob Melvin.
Yep.
He brought them all back home. And has there been anybody that has had any previous relationship with Bob Melvin, has anything ever gone south and sour and ended badly with the guy? Even Billy Beane loves him. David Forrest, they love him. Farhan, that's why he's here. Every relationship that he's had,
except for
and
AJ.
with, Matt Williams is going back to when he was teammates with him. And then they were together in Oakland. And then they were together in San Diego. And likewise with Brian Price. They were together in Seattle. They were together in Arizona. I mean, every time he's had a relationship with anybody, it's always went well. It brought out the best in them. And the greatest example of it, they all go back to work for him or work with him in some role. And now you're seeing it from the coaching staff. You're seeing it, hopefully, in the players he brings in. I mean, he's just such a good quality person. He's not only a great communicator and guy who can run the game, but people like Bob Melvin. They like working with Bob Melvin.
Yeah, other than A.J. Preller, I haven't heard of anybody who had a sour relationship with a guy. I mean, I don't know how you can.
Yeah,
that's about the only guy, right? He is. It's amazing. And when you talk to him, you can tell. And then everybody you talk to that's ever interacted with him, they like him, except for that guy. All right.
I don't know if A.J. had a hard time with Bob or if Bob had a hard time with A.J. Is the way it may be.
Sounds like the both. If you read all the stuff. Coming up next, we'll play more Steve Kerr for you. We played you the one that was the hottest, but the other one that he talked about as well in regards to Draymond. We'll get into that conversation. Bottom of the hour, your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol. A lot to come in your 1 o'clock hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch, of course, the general manager of the 49ers and a former Buc. He joined Murphy Mack to discuss the huge bounce-back performance with Steve Wilks and the 49ers defense and says why he's thankful for Brock Purdy. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yes, he definitely took it too far. I didn't have a problem with him getting Rudy off of Clay because, the rule of thumb is you don't put your hands on another player on the other team. You get your own guy. And so I thought Rudy was wrong for putting his arms on Clay, regardless of his intentions. So I had no problem with Draymond getting him off of him, but he's got to let go. And he hung on for 6-7 seconds. And it was a terrible visual for the league, for Draymond, for everybody. So Draymond was wrong. He knows that. It's a bad look. The 5 games is deserved. And, we move forward.
All right, that's Steve Curry. Also had said before, we played it for you in the foreplay, that physical altercation, that he's got to change his ways. Now, how are they going to do that? That's the big question. By the way, I said we were having a caboose at the bottom. We have Jenna Lane, who's great, from ESPN, and she covers the Bucs. She's been on the show before, and she's very, very good. So we may or may not get to the story of raucous Taco Bell Christmas party included 3-way sex roms, vomiting in guacamole bowl. So we may not get to that today.
Damn.
But we'll get to it Monday,
what?
I guess. So
this was a Taco Bell?
Some other Christmas
they
party
made a
at
dash
the
for the border.
Taco Bell Cantina.
Wow. Where's
which
the Taco Bell? Where?
Which both of us are
one in Danville.
familiar with.
That's never happened there. Where? What city is this in?
I don't know. I came across it. I was like, oh, excited to talk about this. And then Danny told me to remember we have Jenna Lane on, which she's great. LA area Taco Bell. So they say it descended into alcohol-fueled debauchery that included staffers at the restaurant having 3-way sex romps in full view of others as intoxicated revelers vomited into a bowl of guacamole, according to a lawsuit. Now that's a company party.
Well,
that is a company
party.
The
cantina is a full bar. It's everything.
They have one right by my house, walking distance from my house. It's very nice now. I do enjoy it. I'm trying to see where it was. It's in L.A., but I guess it doesn't say exactly where. Anyway, yeah, you got to be careful, man, in those places. I mean, Taco Bell's one thing, but usually you go after you drink. And now with the cantina, it's like you go after you drink, then you eat, then you drink more there.
It's while you're drinking. No one's eating at the Taco Bell cantina. You're drinking.
Exactly.
It's the best bar in the East Bay. So the more I think about it, and I have reached out to the Warriors, and I've never heard Steve Kerr use these words publicly to admonish Draymond. Physical act of violence, and Draymond knows he's stat. I don't even think he admonished him like this when he punched Jordan Poole. They were more upset about the video getting out and how TMZ, the 30-mile zone, got the video. So this is a change in the organization, and it's ironic because they just signed him to a contract in the offseason for 4 years and $100 million, and they've acknowledged none of these 4 championships would have occurred, and they can't win another without him. But they've had it. And then Steve, as you could hear it in the tone of his voice and his word choice, and more his tone. He's like a father sitting someone down and admonishing his child. You just can't behave like this anymore. We're not going to tolerate it. So I don't know how they curb it or how they rein him in. But they're going to try to assist him in every way, which I applaud, and I do applaud them for publicly shining a light on this and not sweeping it under a rug. And it's ironic because I think he just defended Clay in this one. There are other things he's done to Steve and teammates and other people publicly and not publicly. that were more heinous and repulsive. But this one, I think he just had his teammates back. But Steve didn't like it. The fact that he held on for, did he grab Rudy Gobert and held on to his neck for 6 or 7 seconds? Was it that long? Wow.
Yeah, that's the way that they're looking at it. I don't know if he's going to change, because the key in that last cut that we just played is he said Draymond knows this. Does he? I don't know that he does.
Well, how do you not when you show him the video?
Yeah, I guess.
He may not. He may have an answer for why it happened. Has Draymond gone completely radio silence? He's not gone to a podcast at all?
Mm-mm. This really sounds like, just by the way he's reacting, I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. It just sounds to me like the league has said, do something, enough. Because Steve keeps talking about the visual of it. That just sounds like a league thing. It sounds like that's what the league said, is like, look, this is a bad visual for us. It's happened over and over again. We're giving him 5 games here. Do something about it, because he's not reacting to us. He respects Steve. He respects Steph. He respects the organization. He respects Joe. It just sounds to me like the league has said, Warriors, we've had enough. Do something about it. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Steve doesn't need to be told to do something. He's a high quality individual. You can just hear it in his voice. I think he's personally had enough. And maybe in light of what happened last year and the Jordan Poole thing, and this is different. This is nothing like that to me. He had his teammates back in a little bit of a skirmish, and he kind of stated everything we did right after. Gobert was wrong to touch Clay, although, he was closer to him than his own guy, McDaniels, but he shouldn't have touched Clay. But he did, to protect Jaden McDaniels, and then Draymond jumped in, and Draymond took it a step too far. So, I don't know, but you heard it in Steve's voice. Can he get through to him? Can they offer him a platform to really meaningfully change, either through video or counseling or words, or I don't know how they're going to do it or what Draymond's open to. I'll be anxious to hear Draymond when he does come back and talk to the media. While he's suspended, he doesn't have to talk to anyone. But the Warriors Steve has never publicly challenged him like this. Physical act of violence and just the words that he used, whatever the motivating factor is, they've never used this tool to publicly admonish him like this. So this is the organization challenging him to be better now.
All right, let's get into the Bucs and the 49ers. Jenna Lane does a great job for ESPN covering the Buccaneers. We'll get that side of things coming up next. Of course, a year ago, 35-7, the 49ers get the win, but that was Tom Brady at the controls. Baker Mayfield, this defense is still pretty good. Can the 49ers keep rolling after the Jacksonville win? We'll go behind enemy lines next, only here on the Sports Leader. What's happening? My friends at Modesto Toyota, that's what's happening. We need to go grab the keys and get off to Modesto Toyota, because there's a bunch of great things going on at Modesto Toyota. First, you're going to beat high gas prices like I do, because I've got the hybrid RAV4, and it saves me money every day on gas, so you want to do that as well. Tons of hybrids that you can get at Modesto Toyota, and great prices are going on right now, and tremendous lease deals as well, plus the VZ4X. That is completely electric, so you got that going on right now. Great deals, great lease deals there at Modesto Toyota. The bottom line is Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965, so they're going to be there. You got great deals on cars, and every time I go out there, I was out there about 6 weeks ago to pick up my brand-new RAV4 hybrid. It is awesome. The experience is great. You're never going to get pressured. And the thing to do right now, just like I did, you go online, you check out the cars, the incoming vehicles, trucks, SUVs that are coming every single day. You check those out at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you need, like I did. And there you go. And then you are on your way. And again, family owned since 1965, so they're going to be there for the sale. What are you waiting for? Get out to Modesto Toyota right now. Great deals going on right now on both the hybrids, the electrics, and that's where I get my Toyotas. My son's Toyota, of course, and we are contractually obligated to be there forever, pretty much. But it's because Kevin and the entire crew will take care of you at Modesto Toyota. So check them out online right now at ModestoToyota.com.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
They have 3 left, and George Kittle right. Purdy back. Time. Pumps. Now going to throw for the end zone. Wide open. Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Nice call there, Pop. 35-7 last year on December 11th. Brock Purdy's first NFL start after relieving Jimmy Garoppolo in the Miami game a week prior. Tom Brady, of course, was in town for that one. I remember him taking pictures of all the flags for the 49ers and banners and that kind of stuff, and we kind of had an inkling he was going to be out. Brock threw for 185 and 2 touchdowns in that game. So what has changed? What kind of a different team are we going to be looking at? Jenna Lane does a great job covering the Buccaneers for ESPN at Jenna Lane ESPN, and she joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Jenna. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that.
Of course. So tell us from a year ago when we saw you last, and I remember because I went down to that press conference because the 49ers had won 35-7, and I was much more interested to hear how Tom Brady was going to react. And it was kind of it was like PG-13, that press conference. But that dominant game in Brock's first start versus where the Buccaneers now, obviously you got Baker Mayfield and so forth, but Todd Bowles is still there, possibly still blitzing. Tell us about the different team that we'll see this Sunday.
No, man, I didn't know what to expect in that press conference after that game. I did not expect Tom Brady to be autographing intercepted footballs. I have to say that
That's a great point.
That was something I did not have on my bingo card, and I think that was one of those instances where you did see kind of a softer side of Tom. We saw that a few times this past year, but you're right, it's such a different team. I've joked with players that it feels like that was like 4 years ago, because this team has gone very quickly from one of the oldest, if not the oldest in the NFL, to one of the youngest. They still have a lot of the leaders on the team, of course, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Levante David and Devin White, Tristan Wirfs, Antoine Winfield Jr., who's playing out of his mind this year, having a terrific season. Shaq Barrett, they have a lot of those pieces, but they also have a lot of younger guys, too, that are having to step up and assume big roles. So it's been interesting to watch. And unlike past teams where, Tom Brady has been really the undisputed leader, you have a lot of other guys having to kind of step up and take on that role. I thought this team was perfect for Baker Mayfield in terms of needing a big personality on offense. And Baker is very different from Tom, and he'll be the first to tell you that. He'll be the first to tell you, I am not Tom Brady. But he has a certain magnetism, charisma, swagger to him, his sense of humor, his competitive spirit, all those things guys just really have responded to. The fact that he is able to very quickly snap back from a bad play, that was something Mike Evans told me he noticed right away from Baker, and something he really liked. Because Mike will tell you he sometimes lets a bad play snowball into other plays. It was more so something he dealt with earlier in his career. But he said Baker's ability to snap back from that right away, it helps the rest of the team do that. So those are just some things that I've noticed. But it's just crazy to me because sometimes I ask myself, did that all just really happen? Did Tom Brady play with this team for 3 years? Because it just seems so far in the distance. It's crazy.
Well, go back to 2020. He won a Super Bowl there, and they started rough, and then they ran the table and all that, and then last year, it seems like every time, and we watched a lot of Buccaneers games, Jenna, seems like every game was 6-6 in the fourth quarter, and somehow he drove them at the end to win a game like he did against the Rams, and they just got enough. They weren't even a winning team, but they got into the playoffs. But the big change is going from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield and giving him the one-year deal for $4 million. And you spoke a little bit about him, but overall, how has he played? I mean, the numbers are decent, 14 touches versus 5 INTs. And then the other thing is people aren't talking about his health. He did hit his right thumb on a Titans defender helmet on a deep pass attempt on Sunday to Mike Evans. How has he played overall, and how's his thumb going into this game? Is he going to be okay?
Well, and Baker said his thumb was fine. Todd Bowles echoed that, so I don't expect that to be an issue this week. He's got a lot of toughness. But, 2 changes have really taken place with this team. You got, of course, a new quarterback in Tom Brady leaving and Baker Mayfield coming in, but also the style of offense they're playing. They grabbed a longtime Pete Carroll assistant in Dave Canales, who's he's from Los Angeles, actually. So he's from more of your neck of the woods than our neck of the woods. He's from the state of California. Although I know that Northern California and Southern California, there's considerable distance there, but you know what I mean. He is a West Coast guy. But yeah, he was actually a strength and conditioning coach under Pete Carroll at USC, and then followed him up to the Seattle Seahawks. Young, innovative guy, was passed up a few times for the offensive coordinator position under Carroll, but he was able to glean a lot from Shane Waldron, who came over from Sean McVay's system with the Rams, and he feels like that was kind of the missing piece that he needed in his toolbox, and he's brought that system over to Tampa Bay. And the big thing that he told us when he came in was, we got to take the quarterback off the high dive. And he said, if you go back and look at the systems that we ran at USC, and you look at even what we did this past year with Geno Smith, who he was largely credited for helping revive Geno Smith's career. He said it wasn't so much on the quarterback. He was more of a point guard and more of a distributor. And so that's kind of how this offense is. You're not seeing those risky throws like you were with Tom Brady. You aren't seeing a ton of stuff being pushed downfield. It's a lot more dink and dunk. And I think that can work well you go up against a good defense, a good pass rush like the one that you see in the 49ers. I think it can work well in those situations. Their receivers are getting a little more yards after the catch, which really wasn't a thing for them before. Rashad White has really become a presence in the screen game. He's had two outstanding catch and runs that really jump out. One went for a touchdown this past week. Before that, against the Texans, he had a 33-yarder. That was the same type of thing. They're not doing much in terms of straight handoffs and having a lot of success, but in terms of getting the running backs going in the screen game like White is doing, that's been impressive to watch. And Baker, really, the number one thing that he needed to do, and that has impressed me the most, is he's not turning the ball over and he's making smart decisions. It's not always going to be that big, gutsy throw, but he's making smart decisions with the ball, which includes, at times, tucking it and running it. You'll see him do that a lot on third down, and you couldn't necessarily do that with Tom Brady, but between that, you'll also see a lot more pocket movement this year. They do a lot of bootlegs and rollouts. That really wasn't stuff that you were going to see with 45-year-old Tom Brady. Whenever he would leave the pocket, I think we all held our breath collectively and just prayed nobody went for the knees or else there'd be hell to pay, right? So it's just been a different type of offense. And, I got to say, Baker's been a joy to cover. Tom was a joy to cover because you knew you were witnessing history. But I think with Baker, it's been a joy to watch him because there's a lot of humility there. You know where he's been. You know what he entered the league with, all that expectation. And this past year, it definitely humbled him. Not that I think he needed it. I think he does have a lot of humility. He has a lot of confidence as well. But at the same time, I think, look, anytime he has an interception or makes a mistake, I ask him about it. And I'm always blown away at the detail in his responses and the fact that he doesn't take offense to anybody asking about it. Some coaches, some players do that. And he goes, no, man, that's just, you got to be able to handle that. You got to be able to take that. And so I think it's really been a joy watching him, watching him go out there and trying to resurrect his career and trying to inspire this team. And, we haven't really gotten to the defense, but, they've had some big moments this year. They were in quite a bit of a lull for 4 games there, but they started to turn things around this past week against Tennessee.
That's great stuff. Jenna Lane giving us insight into the Buccaneers as we're getting ready for the Bucs and the 49ers. Of course, you'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader. Let's flip to the defense since you brought us there. If you look at this team, even back to the Super Bowl year, at every level there are guys who played on that team, so this is still a quality defense. And as we look at the league right now, there's 10 teams that are keeping teams under 20 points per game, and the Buccaneers are one of those teams. So what do you see defensively with this team?
It's interesting because this defense has been a conundrum this year because they give up a lot of yardage. In fact, third down has been a nemesis for them on defense, but red zone, they tighten up so much. And they got away from that a little bit in their 4-game losing streak, which again, they snapped that against the formidable Tennessee Titans team this past week. But the biggest difference I noticed from that lull to what we saw this past week was they got back to doing what they do best, which was really attacking more on first and second down, Todd Bowles was blitzing more on first and second down. They got away from playing the soft zone that they've been playing to playing more press man, which to me, that's why you have Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis and why you're paying them well for cornerbacks in the league, is because they can get their hands on guys and they can be really disruptive and they can be physical. And I know that Carlton wasn't able to play this past week because of an injury. They had Zion McCollum step in, but all those guys are long, they're physical, and that's what they do best. So they're disruptive, and they're disruptive, right from the jump. They're not sitting back. And so that when they do that, they play well. When they're in attack mode, they play well. And then the offense kind of feeds on that, because the offense has had issues scoring this year. They haven't been very successful at times in the red zone. And so it's really been the defense forcing some takeaways. The offense will have a few 3-and-outs or maybe have an early field goal, and then they'll start to find their rhythm. But the defense, they've been the tone setters on this team. So I'm curious, though, to see how they're able to rebound after that loss this past year, because that was one of those rock bottom moments from this past season. That game was tough. That game was certainly tough for this locker room. They certainly knew how important the game was for Tom Brady. And, I mean, right from the get-go, between Vita Vea getting injured, missing that field goal, that 55-yard field goal to open the game, that touchdown being called back, would have been a 66-yard touchdown from Mike Evans, got called back because of a hold on Donovan Smith. Everything that went wrong just seemed to just go wrong, and it all just snowballed. So I'm really curious how mentally they approach it this week.
Yeah, Mike Evans, I know he didn't get the contract extension that he wanted to get, Jen, in the offseason, and there was even some rumors about trading him, and ultimately Jason Light did not do that. But just tell me where he's at. The guy's remarkably consistent. He gets 1,000 yards every year. I think he's built up a strong case with his consistency and longevity to maybe one day be cantonized. But I used to always remember him lining up at X wide receiver, and 71% of the time he's over on the left side against the right corner, which will be Ambry Thomas. But they've been moving him in the slot a little bit more this year. Chris Godwin used to live in the slot. He's not there as much. Trey Palmer's been there more. Just how do they align their wide receiving core right now?
Great observations. Yeah, Chris Godwin, they're no longer having him as that big slot receiver that they had in Bruce Arians' system. Dave Canales is moving guys around a lot more because he's trying to get these defenses that are, of course, keying in on Mike Evans. He's trying to get him some opportunities there, and you'll also see them go up tempo as well. That seems to be when they have the most success, is when they can push the tempo, and that way they're not having to kind of shadow Mike and roll coverage his way all the time. But as far as handling that contract, Mike hasn't spoken a ton. But, look, I talked to Chris Godwin about it, and he said he is the same guy every single day, whether he got that contract or not. And from what I've observed, and I have had some conversations with him, just hasn't talked as much, he's still coming to work and performing, practicing the same way he always has, being the teammate that he always has. I know it was really disappointing to him. He didn't even necessarily want a long-term deal. He just wanted some type of a commitment from the team. And I can understand the team maybe having a little bit of trepidation because of age. They've been this way with contracts for a lot of these players over the age of 30. Levante David jumps out. I mean, he's been just like Mike, the perennial Buck. But once Bobby Wagner, once he got released by the Rams and he was no longer making $10 million a year, I think that really dropped the market for a lot of these inside linebackers. And Levante went from making $12.5 million a year to, I mean, that deal was like cut in half. So the one thing I would say with Mike, like you mentioned, is the remarkable durability. The guys that were in his draft class, Odell Beckham Jr., Sammy Watkins, Kelvin Benjamin, Brandon Cooks, like there were some really talented guys in that draft class. And that was one of those first draft classes at wide receiver that just made me go, wow, this is a group of potential superstars. And we've had several of those since then. But it's crazy to me that Mike is the guy of all of them, because I think the others were talked about because maybe they were flashy, or Jarvis Landry, I can't forget him. He was part of that group too. But Mike has had the durability. He may not have had the benefit of playing in New York. Some people would also call that a detriment to Odell. He didn't have that per se. He may not have had that one-handed grab that Odell had, but he certainly had a number of highlights. may not have had as much flash, but he's just so steady and so consistent. And his availability, that's the thing. This guy, knock on wood substitute. I never want to jinx a player. I mean, when he hyperextended his knee going into that playoff game, that wild card playoff game in 2020, I thought there's no way. And our hearts just sank because this guy's been with the Bucs through all kinds of losses. So they're finally good. They're finally going to the playoffs. And you think, well, he's not going to be able to be there. And I'm texting with members of his family while he's going to the hospital and getting an MRI. And I'm just thinking, oh man, because even though you're supposed to be objective, you're thinking about these guys. You get to know them and your heart just goes out to them anytime someone has an injury. I have no idea to this day how he was able to get back out that next week. I mean, I know my mom went to church and prayed for 4 hours. Maybe she can take some credit for that. I don't know. God bless her. She's a good Catholic woman with some good prayer karma. But his durability is just something to behold. He gets about a hamstring injury every year, usually in camp or something, and then he's good. And it's just amazing to me how many games I want to say it's like 7 games maybe he's missed. I don't have the numbers in front of me. And a couple of those aren't even because of injury or illness. It's because of suspensions, when he plays the Saints.
Great stuff. Jenna, thank you so much for the insight. We really appreciate it. It's great to catch up and talk to you again, and we'll see you on Sunday at Levi Stadium.
Sounds good. Looking forward to this one.
Take care. There you go. Great stuff.
Going to speak even nicer about her now. She was terrific.
She is terrific. Yeah, she's really good. And remember, when Brady was there, you couldn't get through a sports center without a Bucs update. So she did a ton of work. Man, she's good. She's really good.
She was a national presence. And Mike Evans, John, he's played 15, 16 games every single year except 19. He played 13 games.
Yeah.
How many guys have started their career at wide receiver with 1,000-yard season every single year of his career? And this year he's got already 737. So unless he gets hurt, he's going to get 1,000. Is anybody? This guy is. Not even Jerry did that. This guy's been remarkably consistent. Wow.
Yeah, big physical dude, and they throw it up to him. They see if he can go get it. That's one of the things, like I said, 71 targets, 43 catches. Baker will throw it up and see if he can outduel his man for the ball, so expect to see that. All right, we'll give you a few more thoughts before Sunday's game as well. Remember, we got the pregame starting at 9 o'clock right here on the Sports Eater, and you guys will take over after that. You and Tim's will have everything for you. Then the postgame show, so we'll have everything Bucs for you. Bucs and 49ers from Levi's on Sunday. A few remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, then Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Eater. Hey, girlfriend, John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Now, this is crazy. I found this out. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California? Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25, almost 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, you see them, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured over more than a billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. I said $1 billion with a B. But here's the great part. You pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city.
I like Joe's version better because he enunciates everything. When I was like, he was on point today.
He nailed it.
He did, man. It's good to hear from Joe. Say it again if you missed that interview or any others today. Jenna Lane was just great. Oh, we had a good guest list today. Just go to KNBR.com for that. I'm excited to hear Steve Kerr today with Tolbert and Copes. Be interesting to hear him expand on what we've discussed with him, trying to see if Draymond can chill on some of the physicalness of these issues that are getting him off the court. So that'll be interesting to hear that as well. By the way, I just ran across a video on this day in 2019, Jeff Wilson scoring that winning touchdown against the Cardinals. Remember that one? That was a good one. So
the one-snap Willie.
Yeah, he played one snap that game. Hopefully it won't come down to that on Sunday. Hopefully we'll have it well in hand.
That was against Chandler Jones on a Texas route.
It was.
And wasn't that like the day before his birthday? I think it was the day before his birthday. We had him on the air.
We did the very next week.
Day.
Yeah, day. Yeah, you're right. It was very next day.
The next day. We had him on the next day. He's mixing in Miami a little bit.
Yeah, boy, they got a deep backfield there. Oh, my gosh. Achane is coming back, and Mostert scoring touchdowns left and right. Jeff Wilson, they got a deep backfield. Jenna Lane was just on with us from ESPN, and I had forgotten some of those plays. I mean, it was 35-7, so you automatically think, well, they blew them out. But she's right. They missed an early field goal. Mike Evans had a 66-yarder. All that stuff called back. Vita Vea got hurt in that game. So, yeah, that was a little different. Vita Vea, he gets hurt. Boy. All
right. I loved our visit with Jenna, and she gave me a wealth of information, and I took notes that I'll use in the game broadcast on Sunday. But she took our caboose pistol away. The Taco Bell story, John, you just kind of, you just threw it out there.
I was just like,
oh, yeah. In the universe. Well, what is going on there at the cantina in L.A.?
let me pull that thing back.
I'm getting hungry. I'm going to make a run for the border.
Yeah, I honestly,
I was thinking of going to Taco Hell. What the hell happened there?
Some days, as hard as this is to believe, I got to get out of the house, maybe go for a run or a bike ride, and I always find myself, boy, I'm so healthy. And then there's that Taco Bell cantina by my house, and then I ruin all of it by eating like 3 burritos and having some margaritas there. So here's what it says. It says, raucous Taco Bell Christmas party included 3-way romps vomiting into guacamole bowl. So, first of all...
3-way romps?
Yeah. So it says, a Christmas party at a L.A. area Taco Bell descended into alcohol-fueled... This is a great word, by the way.
Christmas party.
Yeah.
Who's going to have their annual Christmas party at Taco Hell?
I want to now. I love this word. It says it descended into alcohol-fueled debauchery that included staffers having 3-way sex romps in full view of others as intoxicated revelers vomited into a guacamole bowl. Yeah.
Was this after hours?
Let's see.
Was it a Taco Bell Christmas party? They must have shut down the doors.
Must have been. San Pedro, California. Wow. San Pedro was when this was. Let's see. Oh, this is someone who actually worked there filing the complaint. So staffers were encouraged to bring food in a potluck-style buffet because they, of course, didn't want to eat the food that was actually there. This woman prepared a bowl of guacamole for the occasion, arriving at the party and discovered that let's see. They put wrapping paper on the windows because they didn't want to see what people. They also covered the cameras because of everything that was going to be happening.
These are pros.
Yeah, and then they provided booze. This was not apparently a cantina. They brought their own food, their own booze. So what? It was just the atmosphere of Taco Bell that they wanted for this party? Is that what it is? Anyway.
They wanted the cantina. They wanted the booze.
Yeah, and I guess everybody drank too much and started having sex, and then she brought the guacamole, and she was offended because people puked into it, and then she filed a lawsuit. So that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, have a great weekend, and I'll see you at the cantina.
Oh, geez, it's already 2 o'clock? All right, we got to get out of here. Thanks, as always, to Danny Oh, I love your hat. People have got to see the Brockadoodle-Doo hat that you've got on right now quickly to YouTube or Twitch. All right. Thanks, as always, to Danny and Walter. Great guest list today. Tolbert and Copes are coming up next, including in the fun is Steve Kerr. It's Papa and Lund, and it's Tolbert and Cope next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports City, our Cumulus media station.
When I was a young boy.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mic on, dummy. What is shaking? I'm going, what is shaking? Look, I don't hear myself. You know why? Because I'm an idiot. That's why. But I'm smart enough to be able to read, I think. Extensive guest list today with Copes and Tolbert. I was going to say lengthy, but I don't want to wake Harmony up so soon. She'll be up at 4:50. I love that Derek sends us a rundown of all the guests, and she actually gets like a slot. Like
Harmony's name is on the guest.
She's like a guest now. She's like Dennis Ranahan at 2:50, Dr. Bob right before him, Marcus Thompson 3:50, Tim Ryan 4:30, Harmony 4:50.
Harmony's double banger at 4:50,
and Steve Kerr at 5:30, who will also make a pick against Harmony. So
if you guys stay tuned for that.
I'll be making picks, and then I'll be making more picks. We'll do that. We'll do the picks, and then Steve and I will go against Harmony, and we'll see how that goes. We'll see if maybe
Kerr and Harmony doing games.
Would that be amazing?
Doing picks.
Yeah,
doing picks.
We're gonna make him pick a game against Harmony.
I'm gonna make him pick a game.
Oh, so you'll tune in now, Steve. You'll tune in for Harmony tomorrow.
Yeah.
I will listen in if Kerr and Harmony get together. You let me know.
He went from telling us yesterday, Steve Young, by the way, stopped us dead in our tracks. And Tim, who was off yesterday, was listening to the show, and he was listening to Steve Young. And I said, did you hear that? He goes, dude, I heard like the 3-second gap of silence after he said, you guys going to bring Harmony to Thanksgiving? Because we were like, I can't believe Steve knew who Harmony was. I was like, oh, my God. It was
going to invite Harmony over.
Oh
wow!
You stopped me dead in my tracks, Steve. See, there you go. And then he goes, you guys got to get rid of that. And we go, no. We went to it with Steve Kerr tomorrow. And then he said, what you just said. Then he got really excited. He goes, oh, I'm going to hear that. I want to hear that. Yeah, I will listen.
Well, like he doesn't hear it anyway. He obviously listens to it.
The fact of the matter is, if he knows we do it regularly, he's listening every time anyway, so who cares?
Don't worry, Steve. Church will understand.
Steve, you'll be all
right.
right.
That big a deal.
You'll be okay.
It's AI. We're good.
Steve Kerr might not be as okay. Like, we'll see what Harmony has worked out. Like you said, Harmony's not up yet. I was like, Derek is, though, because she's here today. She will be a little bit later. Bring your extra towels. Steve Kerr and Harmony. It's like a team up in an Avengers movie or something coming your way at 5:30 this evening. That'll be more exciting to talk about than 5 straight.
Yeah, look, I mean, what are you going to do? Last night was an uphill climb without Draymond, without Steph, and it's almost like you lose 2.5 players.
Totally.
Because Clay depends a lot on those guys. Draymond is the facilitator. He gets a lot of the assists, gets the offense kind of running smoothly, and he's the orchestrator a lot of times. And then Steph's the guy that draws the people. And so Clay has a little extra room to get those shots off. They were not leaving him last night at all. And I'll give Clay some credit because I thought Clay was patient. There were a couple shots that he forced, but he tried to be patient. There was just nothing available. He caught it, And if the guy that was on him was hung up on the screen, somebody'd be right in his lap. Like, they were not going to let him get going. They were not going to let him catch, shoot, and it's kind of because you know how Clay gets. Once he makes 2 or 3 in a row, it doesn't matter how many guys are around.
And he's not going to create for himself. So to your point, you've got to you need the other guys out there. Steph's spacing is such a big part of why Clay is open to come off screens and hit shots. I mean, it's what they're doing.
Yeah. So like I said, it's almost like you're missing 2.5 guys.
Totally.
And they don't. It's going to be hard Saturday if Steph isn't back. You know, if Steph's back, it feels like all things are possible. But Steph's carrying such a massive load right now that it's so weird how things change in like a week and a half. You know, a week and a half ago, 6-2, looking good. Yeah, feeling good, Lewis. And now it's like, damn.
Yeah, 5-6. And by the way, they used to lose on the road. Now they just lose at home.
Yeah, win on the road, lose at home. They
have one win at home.
Yeah, sports can be dumb sometimes.
It's weird.
And it's understandable with the injuries, certainly. And there was something that with Minnesota and Cleveland, you're like, okay, they're going to have problems with those type of teams, the really big front lines. And it's not like they're bad teams. It's not like they're losing to bad teams at home. I mean, OKC is a top 10 team in defensive efficiency and offensive efficiency. And net rating, Houston comes to town next week. They're in the top 5. I was like, what? Wait, when did Houston become like really good? And you know, they beat Denver, good win without Jamal Murray. They beat Sacramento twice in a row, and one of those like kind of
they didn't have Fox one of them, right?
Series, yeah, he didn't play in either of them, so they beat them. They whacked the Lakers, but I still want to see him because I was like, the last loss they had was the one the Warriors beat him at home. It was the last time they've lost a game. So Dylan Brooks, we must be living in an alternate universe. I think he's shooting. I didn't look it up. I should have, but somebody told me he's shooting 56% from 3. I was like, what? What? Dylan Brooks 56% from 3? Like, wait, where are we right now?
He's shooting 50 from 3. Dylan Brooks is shooting. First of all, from the field, 55.
Okay.
Overall, from 3, he is shooting. Just a moment here. He's at 53. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 50. That's off 3. But still, that's like, where are we?
It's taking 3.5 a game too. Yeah.
Not in this universe. And what universe is Dylan Brooks shoot 55 from the field, 53? But my old line, I'm not going to be able to use it. My old line was when Dylan Brooks shoots, you win. Like it just you want him to.
Now when Dylan Brooks shoots, you lose.
No, you lose now.
You lose, right?
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. So it's not going to get much easier for him coming up. I mean, OKC's their problem. They're good defensively. The one thing OKC does not do, they're terrible at, is rebounding. They're like 29th in the league in rebounding percentage. Like that, it's amazing that they're as good as they are, as terrible as they are at rebounding. But they are really efficient offensively and really good defensively. So it's going to be another tough one Saturday, especially if Steph doesn't play. So here's where I think you have to take a step back, deep breath, and say, you know what? They're not as bad as they've been. You're not as bad as you are at your worst, and you're not as good as you were at your best. So it's somewhere in the middle there. Like, I still think of them as a top 4 or 5 team in the West. Give me another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, could be proven wrong on that. But I want to see them when they're healthy. I want to see when Draymond's back and Steph's back, and I don't want to hold too much against them for losing to 2 really good teams when they were healthy, Cleveland and Minnesota. Those are good teams. I mean, you look at the standings; they're good teams. You watch them play. You watch enough NBA basketball. You know what good teams look like. Those are good teams. So, and look, they're not the team they used to be, the dominant team. They're a good team too. Sometimes good teams beat good teams, and you just kind of expected, right? I think we all kind of expected with how they played on the road that they would maybe not dominate at home, but they'd keep winning games, and maybe 6-2, 6-3 after the loss to Denver, would lead to 3-2 homestand or 4-2 homestand. So you're like 10-5, something like that. So it's a little bit of a shock to the system to all of a sudden look up and go, damn, they're under 500. They're like not even 500 anymore. Again, it happens quick, man.
They're 6-7. Is that what they are now?
Yeah, 6-7. So it's like, what happened? What happened? Well, something happened to him, man.
What?
What happened to your winning streak? Something happened to him, man. So I don't know, but I won't. I don't want to get too crazy with it until everything is right.
They're not healthy, and they're not healthy, and they're not full. I mean, it's on Draymond that happened. And we'll talk more about Steve's comments and what happened
Steve said and all that,
last night. We'll get into that a little bit deeper as the show goes on. But it's a fun football Friday. I like that Warriors have heated up now. We've kind of got this hybrid going of Warriors and 49er talk. Tim Ryan is going to let me give you the full run of events today, okay? Dr. Bob Stoll, 2:30. 2:50, Dennis Ranahan will get you a lot of your gambling stuff on the front end, and then Harmony gets you on the back end. Dr. Bob Stoll, Dennis Ranahan, 3:50, Marcus Thompson joins us. Tim Ryan at 4:30. Harmony and her double banger at 4:50, and then Harmony's going to stick around. We paid extra for Steve Kerr to stop by, and Steve Kerr and Harmony going to make some picks with you at 5:30. You don't want to miss it. And by the way, it is your last opportunity today to win a pair of tickets to go see Sammy Hagar with Loverboy on August 17th, 2024 at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. We've been doing it all week. Listen, between now and 6 o'clock, we'll give you the cue to call and win your caller number 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. You'll be the winner of those tickets. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Everybody's working for the weekend. Yeah. Everybody wants a new romance. I know I could use some. Right, Johnny?
You have to listen closely to hear that. When you hear that again later in the show, careful. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss that.
You don't want to miss that.
If you miss it, you won't be the winner. But if you hear it and you call 415-896-KNBR and you're caller number 10, you'll win a pair of tickets to go see Sammy Hagar with Loverboy at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord, furnished by Live Nation. Tickets are on sale Friday, November 17th at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. Grab the official rules at knbr.com. All right. Great guest list today. A lot of good stuff to get to. Warriors lose. Niners playing the Bucs on Sunday. What is wrong with Klay Thompson? We'll get into that part next on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
No Steph, no Draymond. It might have helped in the Warriors' 128-109 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's now 5 consecutive losses. More on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
I mean, there have been times in the past when Clay's scoring, and we all know that, he is a deep shooting ace. That's what he does. There have been times in the past when his scoring was a luxury, but right now with Steph out, they need Clay to step up. And he is failing in every way. This is not Clay, not what he does. And you keep waiting for him to come out of this. The wait continues. You gotta hope that tonight, 1 of 10, you gotta hope tonight was rock bottom.
Well, look at every one of these shots. Every single shot is contested. I don't care how great a shooter you are. If you don't get high-quality shots, your percentage is going to drop. That's a combination of shot selection, ball movement, timing, screening, which is not there for the Warriors. This is about the third or fourth or fifth game in a row where the Warriors have been at about 40 or under 40%. They're not generating high-quality shots. The only person that can really create his own shot and make ridiculous shots all the time is Steph. He wasn't playing tonight.
As the voices of Monty Poole and Chris Mullin, the Hall of Famer, they're talking about Clay's tough night shooting. How about this? 1 for 10, 5 points. Is that the worst you've seen from Clay? I mean, I'm trying to remember the last time Clay had it, but I feel like he had a stretch maybe like this last year. I'll do some research here on the worst we've seen from Clay in his career, some of these games, but that's one of the worst. In a game where you needed him, Clay is a step-up guy. That's one of the worst I can remember. That's a regular season. You don't make too much of it, but what'd you think, Tom?
Yeah, it wasn't good. But Chris is right. He relies on other people. So he relies on passing, putting it on the money. He relies on screeners. When you're keyed upon and you're not a guy that breaks other teams down, your options are kind of limited because he's not the player he once was. He's still very good, but he relies on other people to get him open and get him some space, as most players do. It's not just Clay. And he just didn't have any space last night. Again, I thought he was pretty patient last night. Forced a few, and then took some contested ones. But Chris is right. He may have had 1 or 2 like really clean looks. And he needs that to get going. But he is the focal point right now. Like, absolutely 100% the focal point. Like, They're not going to let him beat him. They're not worried about Wiggins. They'll let Wiggins do his thing. They'll just man him up and let him go. He's not as aggressive, although he was aggressive last night. But he can't shoot right now either. Like, he's good when he gets to the paint. He's good when he has the ball in the block. He's good when he's attacking. But, three, I don't know what. I'll look it out what he's shooting from three. I'd be surprised.
Who are you asking, Clay?
Yeah, no. Wiggins. I'd be surprised if he was over 30%.
I've got his numbers in front of me. I'll get them.
Got to be, I would say, 27, 28, somewhere around there. I mean, it's been a real scuffle for him this year. So now you're losing your top two guys, and you're relying on everybody else. You're relying on the youngsters. You're relying on Kuminga. And it's a rough go right now. Like
That's what Derek texted us in our group chat last night after Clay. We're like, man, Clay's having a tough game. That's a rough day. That's a rough day.
It's a rough day.
1 for 10 for Clay. It's a rough day.
Yeah, and look what he's shooting at home has to be like, ooh, my gosh. Like, I'd be surprised. He's probably got to be shooting 30% from at home overall, and 25 from three. And those numbers are ghastly for anybody, let alone one of the best shooters of all time.
Oh, yeah. Do you know?
A rough week.
Do you know what Wiggins is shooting? What did you guess? What was your guess at Wiggins?
My guess, Wiggs was from three was probably 28, 27, right around there.
That's generous.
Are they? Is it 23, 22?
That's generous.
It's lower than 20?
He's at 13.5%.
Oh, my God.
He's averaging 2.8 3-point attempts a game, Andrew Wiggins. He's making 0.4. So for the season, his even his 2-point field goal percentage is down relative to the last few years with the Warriors because he's only played around the rim, really. Like, he hasn't had to shoot anytime he's been here. He hasn't had to stretch, but now they need a little bit more of that. He's shooting 50% from the free throw line.
That's bad.
Which is bad. So he's like a net negative offensively. Brutal! You know what I mean? Because he's not doing it. I mean, he's rebounding in place of other guys. He's taking fewer shots than he's ever taken. I mean, on the season, 10.9. Last year, 14.3 for the year, 14.14. Like, he's up near 14.15 the whole time he's been a Warrior. He's making 4.4. So on the year, he's shooting 40% from the field, which is terrible. This is not good for where the 13.5 is just god-awful. 10.5 points, 4.2 rebounds.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's a rough year so far. So
that's a rough start.
And that's where we are. I mean, that's why breaking down the game itself last night is in the grand scheme of who the Warriors are doesn't do much for us because it's not. No. Well, no, we know Draymond will be back. We know Steph could be back tomorrow for all we know, or in a couple of days. So a lot changes when he comes back. I mean, he comes back, then we evaluate yesterday differently. You go through stretches without superstar players. Nobody's playing 70 plus, it seems like, anymore. Though Dylan Brooks have his numbers up. He did play 73 last year. So a handful of guys do it, but nobody's playing 82 unless you're Kevon Looney, right? So evaluating the team is tough, though it's the opportunity for some of these other guys to fill these voids. And because Clay was not shooting well the last 5 games, Clay had 2 or 3 other performances where he was 5 of 16 from the field. He had one where he played 2 minutes and was ejected. Then he had 1 for 10. I mean, he's been not good at all through this stretch. So evaluating big picture doesn't make a lot of sense here, but at this point, if things don't improve for Clay, how do you justify a contract? Like, where do you go?
Well, I mean, we're so far away from
we're early because we could get to a February.
It's hard to think about, but I think he's thinking about it. I think it's probably on his mind how he wants to have a really good year and stay here and get paid what he thinks he's worth, and that might not happen. And I think. I don't know what to say because I've never seen him quite in this type of way, like where he's really just searching. Seems like he's just searching. You think he'll come out of it at some point. I mean, he's not going to keep doing this, but what's the top end right now for him? It's still in our minds what he can do, what he's capable of doing. So I still think that's possible. But he does, Draymond and Steph are certainly going to help in that regard. But yeah, I mean, look, it's Draymond got his contract last year because he played well. That's why he got the contract. Nobody knew what would happen at the end of the year, if anybody would try to get him. When the punch happened, it was, he's going to go. They're not going to keep him next year. And then it was clear early on they sided with him over Poole. And then he earned it. He went out there and earned it. The thing with Draymond is it's easier for him to control what he does because it's not contingent upon his shooting. It's defense.
It's contingent upon them, right?
Yeah, bravado. It's playmaking. It's intelligence. It's like he can control those things. You can control those things. Shots sometimes, they come and they go. And when you get in a shooting slump, it's not like you're, oh man, I'm in a defensive slump. No, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't. So it was easier for him, and he played his butt off, and he earned that contract. And I think Clay would like to do the same thing, play his butt off, play really well this year, and then earn that contract and set himself up for his last payday and to play here. So I don't know how much that's weighing on him. Again, a lot's being asked right now because those 2 guys are out. But even when they were here, he was scuffling at home. He had a pretty good road trip and then was scuffling at home. So I don't know. I don't know. But again, I don't read too much into it. We're still so early in the season. We saw how fast things change. Things have changed so dramatically in a little over a week. It could be 10 days from now. We could be going, wow, who was that? How did we see that team at home? Because they're beating teams that are good teams. Like maybe they go down to, Phoenix and win. Or maybe, they come home and Draymond comes back and they start ripping off some wins. We're like, oh, okay. That's that team that we remember. I don't know who those imposters were. So until you get to really Christmas, January, it's hard for me to really gauge who a team is, what their personality is, what I think of them. So, I have a pretty good idea who this team is, but, Wiggins, I think, has to play better. Wiggins is really scuffled. And offensively, like defensively, he still gets out there. He's moving his feet. He's taking on some tough challenges, and he does a good job with it. So it's not like he's disengaged. He can't get it going offensively. But when you have two guys that can't get it going offensively, even with Steph, it can be kind of rough. And it was at home. They got to get it going, though. They do. They can't be this bad. I don't know what top end is for them, but this is like when both of them are scuffling this significantly at the same time, you're going to struggle. Usually you get one guy that scuffles, and then maybe he'll get out of it, and then the other guys, it's hard. You don't see like multiple scuffles at in key players, and that's what's happening. And when you do that, you're going to look like you've looked the last week or so, and they've been playing some pretty good teams too. It's not like they're losing. It's not like Charlotte's coming in here and beating them. And
no, that was
Orlando.
Last year. They were going to Charlotte and Orlando.
That was last
losing.
year.
That was bad.
Those Detroit coming in here and beating them, stuff like that. That's not happening. But still, they're really good too. So you expect them to win some of these games, and they just haven't. Again, it's not time to go, oh my gosh, blow it up. What's happening here? Just, again, give it another week, 10 days, and kind of see where we're at. And you might be looking at, like I said, and saying, who are those dudes? I don't even know those dudes.
Yeah, maybe a totally different situation as soon as this weekend if Steph is back. So you're right. A lot of people see this, and I don't evaluate too. Everybody who's anybody knows the season starts Christmas Day. But the in-season tournament starts November 3rd. We're already in knee deep in that thing. Let's switch gears and get into some football here. Good slate this weekend. The 4 teams on bye in the NFL aren't like major impact teams. So we got some good games, some interesting matchups, and some fun spreads this weekend. The big game is this weekend. We'll get some picks from our guy, Dr. Bob Stoll, when we come on back. Dennis Ranahan then at 2:50, and we'll get back into some of the Warrior basketball stuff again. 5:30 tonight, Steve Kerr is going to join us in Harmony. We'll be there to make some picks with Steve. When we come on back, Dr. Bob Stoll, and keep listening for that cue to call if you want to win those Sammy Hagar and Loverboy tickets only here on the Sports Leader.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It is Friday, so you know how we like to do it. We like to talk a little football, add a little dash of handicapping, and we start off with Dr. Bob. Bob Stoll, drbob.com. Like I said, go to the site. Lots of free stuff. He's been doing very, very well recently. I don't even need to say recently. He does very well over the years, but sometimes you get off to a rough start, you rebound, and then you catch fire. And he's been doing really, really well. So let's hope that continues with some of the games that I offer him. Bob, what's going on? Hope you're having a good week.
Yeah, doing all right. It's harder and harder now that college basketball is on me. But
God,
who needs to sleep?
Yeah,
I go to bed at 4. You get emails in the middle of the night, I'm sure, from me. I go to bed at 4 or 3 or 4 in the morning. I wake up at 7. That's just the way it is.
Do you sleep during the day, like naps or anything?
If I need it, I might take like a 40-minute nap every once in a while.
So you must be really, really glad that they dumped the 24-hour college basketball tip-off. I love that when I was in college to try to get through that try to grind through that Hawaii game, you know?
Yeah, the thing doesn't matter because I do all the basketball is released at like 6:30 in the morning Pacific time. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, okay, here you go, and I'm done for the all that work's done the night before. God. So but it was around the clock, but I didn't really have to follow it around the clock. Right, I've already done the work, and
that's I have no idea how you do that. I wouldn't be able to survive on so little sleep. So let's see if we can pick some football winners. I thought we'd go the Pac-12 edition. Because there's a lot of games that interest me. USC UCLA is one that it piqued my interest at first I saw it, and unfortunately, because I'm a dummy, I took UCLA +6, and I think it might be back down there or 6.5. It did go to 7, and I was like, I'm like a single unit guy, like one unit, that's it. I play it and move on. It's just easier for me that way. But here's the reason I like them. I don't think USC has not covered a game as a favorite in the Pac-12 since they beat Stanford. Other than that, they've been favored. They've either lost or they haven't covered. And I know UCLA had Schlee last week against Arizona State. That was a weird final. And then I was like, well, they had a guy who can't throw as their quarterback. They got both their quarterbacks. I think Moore and Garbers are back or probable this week. I think Garbers is slated to start. And I just like their running game and their defense against a team that can't stop anybody. They can score, but I get the better defense, the better running game, and I get points in a rivalry game. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those that looks too good, but when it popped out at me, Bob, I go, give me UCLA +6.
Yeah, your thinking is surprisingly correct in this one, Tom.
Whoa.
Shot across the bow. I'm getting too comfortable, Tom.
I see that.
You're gonna have to
That's
shut
quite
me
all right.
off.
I love it.
I like sort of chapped and tired, Dr. Bob. I like this, dude. Don't talk to me like that during basketball.
In this case, you're right. USC, not a reliable favorite because their defense, it's not horrible. It's just relatively horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for a Pac-12 team, it's not good. On a national scale, it's not horrible. It's a little bit worse than average. But when every Pac-12 team, aside from Stanford, has a good offense, that's a problem. UCLA has a decent offense, and it's Garbers this week. And Garbers is an upgrade from Moore. We talked about this a few weeks ago. Moore was completing like 51% of his passes. Garbers came in, played really well for a couple weeks, then got injured. Schlee was terrible. And Garbers is back. He's practicing, taking first-team reps. So it's Garbers. That should help. They should be able to move the ball. And they have a better-than-average offense, and they're facing a slightly worse-than-average defense on a national scale. So UCLA should be able to move the ball. And here it is. It's the elite USC offense against a very good UCLA defense. UCLA's defense is like a top 15 defense in the nation. I think that had them 12th or 11th. And they've done okay against some really good offensive teams. They faced Oregon State, not so good there. I mean, they gave up 36 points and 7.8 yards per play. They are all right against Arizona, 27 points. Arizona has a really good offense. I think this is going to be in the range of 35, 34 points for USC, which is basically limiting USC because USC has an outstanding offense. They're elite. They're averaging 43 points a game. So holding them to 34 or 35 is fine. I do think UCLA can score enough points, and rivalry dogs are generally a good bet, and teams with good defenses are generally a good bet as underdogs. So those things that you mentioned are true. The math comes up USC by 5. They're favored by 5.5 is the consensus line. The trends favor UCLA a little bit, so I would rather have UCLA than USC, and you got a good number. So not a bad bet.
Arizona, Utah. Utah coming out, boy, it was just a murderer's row the last 4 games. I mean, ASU was kind of freebie, but they got USC, Oregon, and Washington. And, yeah, Oregon got them. They played well against Washington, played well, beat USC, but Arizona is just it's a little disorienting, Bob. I'm getting used to actually having a decent football team. I'm just not used to it. And they get better and better, and the defense is it's pretty damn good defense. And I'm like, they can really run the ball, too. They got a couple running backs that run the ball well. Yeah. Fafita's really good. How do you see this one? Because I took it at a pick. So great. I think, go ahead.
I've loved Arizona the whole year. I loved them last year. So it's 2 years in a row we've been on the season win total over. Widely, not only a good run, great out of the backfield, so explosive, great wide receivers, a pair of really good wide receivers. Both quarterbacks are good. So it doesn't really matter, who's throwing the ball. I mean, they just have a lot of weapons. They can run it. They can throw it. And here's the thing, and I mentioned this before, is last year when the season started to look like, okay, we're not going anywhere, let's play a lot of young guys. The last 4 or 5 games, they played a lot of freshmen on the defense. And the defense actually got better at the end of the season with these young guys. And those guys are experienced now. The defense is really good. I mean, they're 0.7 yards per play better than an average defense, which is a little bit better than an average, group, big conference defense. So they have a good defense even by Pac-12 standards. And then Utah's a weird team because they're not good offensively for Pac-12 standards. They're average offensively on a national scale, but their defense is 8th best in the country. Yeah. And here's the thing: it's can Arizona navigate a really, really good defense? Well, they gained 6.5 yards per play against UCLA and scored 27 points in that game. Oregon State's got a really good defense. They scored 27 points in that game. And that's probably, I don't think they're going to get 27 against Utah because I think Utah's a step better than both of those defenses. Yeah. It comes out something like 23-22. I have Arizona by half a point. The line's 1. It's just, I hope Arizona wins because I'm a huge fan. This would be such a big win for the program. They've had some big wins for the program already, but man, beating the 2-time defending Pac-12 champs that would make the season. I mean, and then they crush Arizona State, and boom, what a great year.
Yeah, it's already been, but now I said they're not only looking at a bowl game, they're looking at a really good bowl game, which is shocking to me. All right, let's do one more college, and we'll jump over to the pro. How about the battle for the axe, the big game, Cal, Stanford. I'm mad at myself because I like Cal at 4.5 and went up to 7. I'm like, I don't know. That's a little too rich for me. I mean, they're still Cal, and I don't know if they're going to get margin in a rivalry game. But Stanford's kind of had their moments this year, but they've also had some bad moments too. How do you see this one as a Cal alum?
Yeah, I don't really, that sort of sours me on Cal normally being a Cal alum. So even if my math model is like, oh, the math's on Cal. I'm like, no, it's Cal. We're going to lose. You know what I mean? Except for the Aaron Rodgers days, But, those good moments you spoke about with Stanford, all of them were with Ashton Daniels at quarterback. And he got banged. He got hurt last week. So he was splitting snaps with Lansum, who's more of a running quarterback early in the year. And he really established himself, especially with the big game against Colorado, a huge comeback against Colorado. They went only with Daniels, and he led them back. And then since then, he was the starter. And Lansum did not play until Daniels got hurt last week against Oregon State. That game was out of hand. So he's day-to-day, and he may not play. If Daniels plays, I have Cal by 7 because Cal is better since Francisco Mendoza took over at quarterback. Yeah. I mean, he's been really strong. In 5 games, they're averaging 33 points in his 5 starts. They've scored 40 or more 3 different times. And that,
Wilks hasn't done that in 7 years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just they got a good running game. Their passing game is looking pretty good. The defense is better than average. Suddenly they're playing better defense. I mean, they gave up 42 points to Washington State, but only 5.7 yards per play and 321 yards. So they actually played pretty good defense against Washington State last week. 4.9 yards per play against Washington State last week. So they played really good defense against them. I think Cal by 7 is right if Daniels plays. If Daniels doesn't play, open up your checkbooks because Lansom's terrible. And if all he can do is run because he cannot throw the ball. And if all they've got is a running quarterback and a terrible running game, then Cal can stop the run. That's the one thing they do really well. They've struggled against good passing teams. And then, Stanford's defense is not very good. So, I mean, Cal minus 7 if Daniels doesn't play is a really good play. So I think you have to check the injury report and see what happens on Saturday.
Got it.
Dr. Bob, the way you're talking about Justin Lamson, he may be starting games for the New York Giants next year.
Yeah, instead of DeVito, that might be an upgrade. Don't get me started.
No, I know. By the way, we went back. We should send it to you. I went back and dug it up. Your riff on him from last year, so we'll have to send it to you because it was pretty funny. In hindsight, it's funny relative to like what's happening now. You're like, this guy's in the pros. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, finally, here.
Dr. Bob, now you don't have to deal with him anymore. Dr. Bob Stoll, Dr. Bob Sports with us on the UMA guest line. Just to follow up on Cal and Stanford, both teams terrible defensively. Cal worse in the Pac-12 in defensive scoring and third worst in college football in points allowed per game. Where are you on the over-under? They haven't played. They're playing a lot of good offenses, yeah.
They played a lot of good the worst offense they've played, aside from Idaho, who actually has a really good offense by FCS standards. Auburn is the worst offense they've played. And Auburn's not a terrible team. They're an SEC team. They have played a gauntlet. Even North Texas has a very good offense. So they have played – so they're giving up 6.3 yards per play. Yeah. The teams they faced would average 6.6 yards per play against an average FBS defense. So Cal, despite getting about 37 points a game, is actually slightly better than average defensively on a national scale. The total, if Daniels plays, I come up with 52.5, and that's assuming the weather's decent.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a little bit under because there's a chance that Daniels may not play.
Maybe rainy too. I don't think the forecast is great.
Yeah. So I think the under. I think it's 55.5 somewhere around there right now. I would look at the under.
Cool. Let's jump into some NFL. How about the Niner game? We'll have it right here pregame at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. I saw right before we started the show. I saw it was at 12. I don't know if it's still sitting there. I kind of thought that was a lot. I know the Niners looked great last week coming home. Bucs won at home, coming cross country. Where do you come down on this one?
Well, it's not so bad coming from east to west.
Right.
It's much worse going from west to east. Statistically and all the measurements that we've done over the years, it's worth about 2 points difference from east to west and west to east. It's not a great match. Here, first of all, how important is Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel?
Pretty
Those
important.
guys are out. Niners can't score more than 17. They both come back. When both of those guys are healthy, the Niners are averaging 33.5 points a game, and they scored 34 against Jacksonville. Not a great matchup for the Niners offense. Tampa Bay blitzes a lot, and Purdy has struggled relatively against the blitz. The difference between his yards per pass play against the blitz and versus a standard rush ranks 30th in the league. So relatively, he's much worse versus blitz. He's not terrible against the blitz. So I'm talking just relative to his normal standard. Much worse against the blitz, and Tampa Bay blitzes at the third highest rate in the league. So when you blitz, you don't have as much time to get to your wide receivers, and what Tampa Bay is really good at is defending tight ends. They're 10th in the league defending tight ends, so may not be a slam dunk for Kelsey to have Kittle to have a great game. And they're also very good at defending running backs out of the backfield. They're 6th in the league defending running backs in the pass game. So it's either those guys are still going to get some yards, but relatively McCaffrey and Kittle are not going to be as good as normal. And normally when there's a blitz, those are the guys you go to. So it's sort of a weird situation here. I think they're going to do a lot of bubble screens to Samuels, which could work really, really well. And I don't think they're going to have a lot of time to throw the ball down the field, although with Williams back, they're going to have a little bit more time. So it's not a great matchup, but then it's not a great matchup for Baker Mayfield either.
Right.
Opposite of Purdy, he's he's relatively better against the blitz because he really is aggressive, and he's pretty good against blitzing teams that generally tend to play man behind the blitz, and he's good at that because that's what he saw a lot of in college. But against the standard pass rush, he's not so good. And the Niners are one of those teams that can have a standard pass rush because they have such a good defensive line. So they blitz at the third lowest rate in the league, so that's not a great matchup for Baker Mayfield either. So matchup-wise, both offenses might struggle a little bit. I have the Niners by 12.6, so 12 is not too high.
Right there. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
This is one I know you released, and I liked it too. Line going against us, although that worked out okay for us last time in the UNLV Wyoming game. Nice, easy hand ride. Arizona and Houston. That one did 5.5, went down to 4.5, and now back up to 6. I know you're on Arizona. I liked Arizona as well. Is there any reason? Is there something that I'm missing as to why this line is moving back the other way?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's just a bunch of hype about C.J. Stroud, and deservedly so. I mean, he's been fantastic, and every morning show, every sports show you talk about, C.J. Stroud is an MVP candidate, and blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you what, I took Arizona last week, as you know, and they won on the late game field goal. They would have covered the spread even without the field goal, but they only won by 2, but they dominated that game. From a statistical standpoint, they outgained Atlanta by more than 100 yards and more than almost a yard and a half per play. They should have won that game by 7 to 10 points, not just by field goal. So Arizona their offensive success rate, first of all, with Murray back, was second best among any team in the league last week. So their offense was played a lot better than the 25 points they scored. And I think the offense is going to do pretty well in this game against Houston. Now, Arizona's defense, the thing about Stroud is he's been really good against man coverage, not as good against the zone relatively. So the difference between his performance against zone and man is 25th in the league. The difference between the zone and man. Obviously, he's not the 25th worst quarterback against the zone. I'm just talking about relative to his normal standard. He's not as good against the zone, and Arizona plays 82% zone coverage. So it's a good matchup for Arizona relatively. So they should be able to keep the big plays. That's why Stroud is so good against man. He gets a lot of big plays. Arizona doesn't give up a lot of big plays. So I think that's going to help. And I just think Arizona's underrated with Murray back. And this guy is playing for his job, because if they suck and they get the number 1 pick, they might get a quarterback to replace him. I mean, who knows? Yep. So I had the Texans by just 3 points, and we were getting 5.5 earlier in the week, and the situation and the matchups favor Arizona here. So I thought Arizona at plus 4.5 or more was worth a bet, and it's still 5.5 or 6, 5, 5.5 is still
6.
So it's just like UNLV last week. Like, why is anyone betting Wyoming? Like in this case, I can at least understand why people might bet Houston. But the reverse line movement doesn't bother me so much. I think Arizona's still a pretty good bet for a second week in a row.
Got it.
Dr. Bob Sports is the website. The Steelers and Browns, I mean, that division is wild. Then after what happened last night, now Joe Burrow out for the year, and Mark Andrews got hurt. I mean, this thing is crazy. It looks like it's teeing up for another 9-8 year for Mike Tomlin. Is what it's looking like. Yeah. What do you make of the Steelers and Browns game? I'm intrigued by every divisional game in this division.
It's so funny. Well, first of all, now the Browns. I mean, what? So, obviously Watson's out. Now they go with Dorian Robinson, DTR, great at UCLA, a lot of experience, great at UCLA. He started a game earlier this year and averaged 2.0 yards per pass play. That's not very good. He should be better, because the first time was kind of a late scratch. Watson got scratched late, and he got forced into the game without getting a lot of reps with the first team. This time he's had the whole week of getting first team reps, so he should be better. But still, he's not going to be nearly as good as the starter as Watson would be. And the problem is he's not going to have much time. Cleveland's offensive line is without their top 3 tackles and a Pro Bowl guard in Wyatt Teller. So they are a mess on the offensive line. So the tackles is the problem, because you got T.J. Watt on one side going up against a 4th-string tackle, James Hudson. He's allowed the 3rd most pressures in the league in his first start last week. The other side of the line for Pittsburgh is Alex Highsmith. He's a top 20 in the league in pass rushing efficiency, and he's going to get against Cleveland's 5th tackle. So, DTR can run the ball, and he's going to be running for his life in this one. On the other side, also a problem, because Cleveland has Myles Garrett, And the Steelers have a left tackle named Dan Moore, who's 50th out of 52 tackles in pass blocking efficiency. So you got one of the worst tackles in the league going against the sack leader in Myles Garrett. And the Steelers' offense is terrible to begin with. So I just don't see how either offense is going to be able to really do anything here. I mean, what are the Steelers going to do? With against the pass rush, they like to throw screen passes, but Cleveland's Browns are third in the league defending running backs out of the backfield. Then, all right, well, maybe we try to run the ball because Pittsburgh can run the ball a little bit, but Cleveland's fourth in the league in defense against the run according to success rates allowed. So Pittsburgh has no options either. I get 29.9 predicted points, and I like the under. And Tomlin tends to go under on the road. All 3 times on the road this year, the Steelers have gone under 47, 15, and under on the road, going back a long way. So they have been an under team on the road for years, and you can't make the total low enough. And you think, wow, that's really low, 33 points. But when the total is 35 or less in the last, 15 years, it's 10 and 4 under. So it's not like it's almost like you can't make the total low enough. And the odds makers don't, and it still goes under. This is like Jets-Giants. A few weeks ago, I bet on the under in that game, and you can't make the total low enough. The odds makers don't want to drop it too much, and go ahead. I bet the under. So
very good. I might look that way. Bob, we always appreciate the participation in the show. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the week. Getting about 14 hours sleep. A lot of basketball that week, but enjoy a bite of turkey. Take a nap here and there, and have a good time with the family.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it.
Dr. Bob Sports, right there, drbobsports.com. Dr. Bob Stoll at drbobsports.com. He'll drop a good sucks on you. He's like, if this guy doesn't suck, then they'll be all right. It's so funny because he's so analytical about it, and is obviously a very intelligent guy and has his own systems and does well, but every once in a while, you're just like, man, that guy sucks.
Yeah,
so,
he gets loose.
All right.
Nukes me every once in a while. Just
that was
for the
good.
heck of it.
I'm
glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I get a lot out of that. It's fun.
I'm sure you did.
It's a good Friday. It's a fun Friday here. It's already dark out. Dennis Ranahan will get us more picks when we come on back, and then we get a lot of fun stuff coming your way. Rest of the show, Marcus Thompson, Tim Ryan, Harmony and her double banger, and then Steve Kerr makes his picks and meets Harmony for the first time tonight. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr was vocal before last night's game that Draymond Green went too far in Tuesday's incident against the Minnesota Timberwolves and Rudy Gobert. That story and more is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's Friday, so it's time to talk a little NFL football from a handicapping perspective, of course, with our good friend Dennis Ranahan of Quackseye Sports, picksfootball.com. We're getting there. You're getting there. I mean, it was just slowly but surely, kind of just. It seems like we
turning a tanker, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, it really is. It's not a speedboat. There's no doubt.
We got to look at last night's game first because this is highly controversial. Because we had the Bengals, and I had the Bengals because I have so much respect for Joe Burrow, and we had beaten him with the Texans the week, on the prior Sunday, and I went, I just love this Burrow. He almost came back in that game. He's just as good as it gets. And so, behind in the standings and needing the game more. And yet I couldn't understand why the line went up to 4. And I'm looking at it going, I don't see where, and I don't think Wise Guy, and somehow somebody knew somewhere that Burrow was carrying an injury with him. And that is a perfect example why the NFL initiated the injury report years ago to protect themselves from the gamblers having the inside edge, knowing where injuries were when the general public didn't. And the Bengals are in big trouble because you can't hide that injury and say, well, we didn't know, when they had video of him coming off the airplane with some sort of contraption on his hand, his wrist to protect it, and now he's out for the season.
Yeah.
And when he's in there, he threw a touchdown pass to put the Bengals ahead. I thought it was going to be an entertaining game, and as soon as he's out, it's the same as you lose the top quarterback. Purdy in the championship game last year. That changed everything.
It was over.
And in this situation, it was going to take a miracle at that point, and that's going to be investigated. And there you go again with the NFL getting in bed with gambling. There's going to be more scrutiny on this kind of stuff, and so I think it's a big issue.
No, there's no doubt about it. And the gambling people are going to be the one that are the first in line to wonder what the hell's going on because they're the ones that end up losing money on that deal.
And how would you like to have the insurance policy on the quarterbacks in the AFC North Division?
Nope. No thanks.
No, $55 million this year for Burrow. He's out for the year. $55 million this year for Deshaun Watson. He's out for the year. They both have, contracts equaling $250 and $275 million, lifetime, and Deshaun Watson's money's guaranteed. Guaranteed $230 million. Well, like you and I, Tom, kind of the same thing.
Totally the same thing. Although I couldn't be happier for the Browns. They totally deserve that. They stepped right in it. And I hope it's the gift that keeps on giving for the Cleveland Browns. All right, let's get to a couple games. There's only a few that I really kind of like, and I'm interested to get your thoughts on these. And we'll get to some of the big ones and the local teams and stuff. But Rams Seahawks is one that's interesting to me because the Rams seem to have the Seahawks number, and the Seahawks they're with 6-3 now. When I watch them play, they don't look like a 6-3 team to me. They scraped by the Commanders. They got routed by the Ravens. I mean, they scraped by the Browns. I guess that was a good win. It's with Stafford back. That's actually a pretty good offense. I mean, they got Cutback and Nakua. They can move the ball. Without him, they're toast. And their defense was better than I thought it was going to be this year. And getting one at home with Stafford back after 2 weeks of rest, they're probably about as healthy as they've been. I do like the Rams here. I'm curious to see what you think of that one.
Well, on opening day, I thought the best play of the week, and we delivered it as such, was the Rams over the Seahawks. But that's because the Seahawks did beat them twice last year, even though the Rams have had some success against them. And they took full advantage of that. It was the second half that they dominated Seattle on the opening day to win it. In this particular situation, I agree with you. I think the Seahawks are a little overrated right now. They went into last weekend, and came out of last weekend still tied in the standings with the 49ers. They're not going to be there all year. I think this is a real good spot for the Rams. I'm not sure it'll be a play for us, but we're certainly looking at the numbers going in, and I'm on your side in this contest for sure with the Rams, basically because Stafford comes back. You always got to worry about quarterbacks coming back. Justin Fields is coming back for the Bears too. He's 1-15 in his last 16 starts, and the guy that replaced him went 2-2.
Yeah.
So you just don't know. That the Cardinals, the Vikings are winning. Suddenly with Dobbs being their quarterback, it's just interesting what the quarterback position does. But certainly as bad as Brett Ripien was last week for the Rams in their loss, this is a real good spot for the Rams.
Yeah. Well, let's jump to the Bears, because I was going to ask you about that. I like the Bears, but I wish I would have got the best of the number. It was at 10. Even went up to 10.5 for a few minutes, and then went to 10. Sat at 10 for a while, now it's down to 7.5 with the news Fields will be back. This wouldn't be so much a bet on the Bears. Fields was actually playing pretty good, but I don't know what to expect of him coming back. It's more against the Lions, and I really like the Lions. I think the Lions are the third best team in the NFC. But, after that game, that shootout game last week against the Chargers, they come back home playing the Bears. They're probably thinking, got done with that. It's a nice win. We'll go beat up on the Bears. You got the Packers ahead on the Thanksgiving game coming up on Thursday. Again, 10 would have made me feel a heck of a lot better. 7.5, I'm kind of debating right now. I'm curious to see what you think of that one with the Bears getting 7.5 at Detroit.
I actually started the week looking at the Detroit side of the proposition.
Okay.
I think they're playing so well, and when I saw 10, though, I didn't think we were yet going to have Fields back. The reason the lines dropped so dramatically is because Justin is going to play for the Bears. I'm not going to take as I said, Justin Fields is 1-15 in his last 16 starts with the Bears, and his backup went 2-2. And so I'm not a Bears fan in any which way, and so and I wouldn't be on the Cowboys. I wouldn't be on the Lions here. I wouldn't be on the Lions in this spot simply because, you're right. They're coming off a 41-38 shootout. That's not the time to say, okay, now let's go get them again. But boy, this is a really good Detroit team. I'm having fun watching them. I hope they do as well as they're going to play a Thanksgiving game next week, where they're going to be favored. Well, that's crazy. Been a while. They were trying to take that game away from them. Now they're in serious contention, certainly for the postseason. We'll see what happens when they get there.
Interesting. Yeah. So, okay. So, see, that's why I love talking to you, because Chicago, I may back off a little bit.
Talking to me hasn't been the best thing all year.
Well, it's more about...
Imagine if this was my first year with you. You'd be saying, I don't know who that guy comes on.
But I like more the logic behind the picks.
Go back to, I love your, why do I draw a blank on her name? What's her name that picks your games on this?
Harmony.
Harmony, yeah.
Harmony. She's great.
Harmony this season.
You can't have Harmony. She's ours. You can't have her. She's too expensive. We're talking to Dennis Ranahan, Quackside Picks, picksfootball.com, Quackside Sports, I should say. All right, I'll give you another big favorite, the 49ers. That was, I've said on the show many times this week, when I close my eyes and envision the 49ers being the team they are, that was it. Dominant up front, get to the quarterback, force turnovers, Purdy's doing his thing, McCaffrey's doing that, just everybody's doing their thing. That was about as impressive as it gets. Now you come home, and you got Seattle on deck, but you got the Buccaneers. And Buccaneers are quietly a pretty good football team. There's nothing special about them. They're just very solid, and Baker Mayfield's actually having a nice year for them. So 12 seems like a lot to me. I was leaning that way. I know the 49ers have had a history in the second half where they just steamroll teams. They just get going, and they're really hard to stop. But this one seems a little too much, because I think the Buccaneers may be a little better than people give them credit for. How do you see this one?
Well, we were talking about the 49ers before, and when they started having their 3-game slide there, you mentioned that the concern was their defense isn't asserting itself like it was. You can't expect to keep scoring 30 points every week and win in the NFL, and they weren't anymore, and then they were giving up way too many points. But they have allowed the fewest points in the NFC this year. Maybe in the NFL. I'm trying to think. Maybe there's nobody giving up less to them in the NFL. I should have checked that. I just looked at the NFC and noticed that. So that defense is as good. And last week against Jacksonville, which was what I thought was an ideal spot, coming off of 3 straight losses and a bye week against a team that's riding a 5-game winning streak. That was about as good as it gets. This is the same team that Brock Purdy made his NFL starting debut. He came in last December against the Dolphins when Jimmy was injured, but his first start was the following week against Tampa Bay, and he beat them 35-7. And I think that's going to be the kind of score it's going to be again. This was actually the first one I just jumped on. As soon as I saw the 11, as you say, it's going to close at 12.5 probably. But this is the Niners aren't going to have one good game and that'll let down. And the Seahawks, even though they're tied with them in the NFC West right now, they're not the kind of team that you go, boy, I'm looking at them forward. They're just going to come along on the schedule. This isn't the Cowboys versus the Eagles kind of letdown before you play them. This is a 49ers big time.
Okay, got it. Well, let's see if we can have a good weekend, a nice, clean sheet, as they call it in
that's right
in soccer. That would be nice before we head into Thanksgiving. I will not talk to you next week because I will be off for Thanksgiving. So I want to wish you and the family a very happy Thanksgiving. Let's have some wins and let's have some food and some fun with the family. How about that? That sounds good to me.
Back at you, my friend. Have a great holiday.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it. All right, coming up, more Copes and Tolbert right here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning for his weekly conversation and was thankful for Brock Purdy and the addition of Chase Young for Thanksgiving. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
He definitely took it too far. I didn't have a problem with him getting Rudy off of Clay because, the rule of thumb is you don't put your hands on another player on the other team. You get your own guy. And so I thought Rudy was wrong for putting his arms on Clay, regardless of his intentions. So I had no problem with Draymond getting him off of him, but he's got to let go. And he hung on for 6-7 seconds. And it was a terrible visual for the league, for Draymond, for everybody. So Draymond was wrong. He knows that. It's a bad look. The 5 games is deserved, and we move forward.
As the voice of Steve Kerr is going to join us today at 5:30. Warriors have lost 5 in a row. He's talking there also about the Draymond suspension, and he was pretty clear on his stance on it. Said Draymond knows better and gave his thoughts on what happened with Rudy Gobert as well, and that's why Rudy Gobert was fined $25,000. You're not. You may be in spirit in that moment, and the referee may have deemed that he was the peacekeeper, the peacemaker, trying to be. But by putting hands on another player on another team, then the league is going to view it differently, and you can see why Draymond would think that there was something aggressive happening based on the physicality. Anyway, this is what Steve had said yesterday. You surprised at his thoughts? It's not surprising. I think that he was that he thought surprised. He crossed the line. I don't know behind the scenes, of course.
Well, I think night of, he's always going to back his guys. Period. That's what you do. You back your guys. Steve knows that, and Steve knows it was wrong. I didn't know that it was wrong to the tune of 5, but whatever. Everybody seems to think that was fine because of priors and all that, and I guess I get it. I totally get it. Draymond knows it's wrong, but Draymond knows it's wrong after the fact. When Draymond's in the heat of battle, Draymond knows getting some of those tees is wrong. Draymond knows he needs to leave the referees alone when they tell him to leave him alone. He knows that's wrong, but he does it anyway. That's just kind of who Draymond is. And I've been saying, for those people that expect was he in his 12th, 13th year, I guess, that he's going to change now? There's a saying that leopards don't change their spots for a reason, right? Old dog can't teach an old dog new trick. I don't know if they're all accurate, but they're there for a reason.
They're based in reality, though. Yeah.
You get set in your ways. They just kind of who you are and what you are at some point. That's who he is. So you live with it. You hope he's able to curtail it somewhat, but there are going to be times where, he just does him. That's him. And maybe Rudy Gobert had something to do with it, not his actions, because we know what he did, and that's why Draymond responded, and I will still stick up for him for that, for sticking up for his teammate, absolutely. But, the whole back and forth between him and Rudy, that may have had something to do with it, like, hey, this is my time to get a pound of flesh here, and I'm going to go ahead and let him have it.
He's been antagonistic.
Different player.
Draymond's the one who feels
well,
like
of course he is.
He started that whole thing,
Yeah, we're not breaking news here.
No,
it's Draymond. All you have to do is say it's Draymond to a Warrior fan, and they know what you're talking about. Like, what are you talking about? It's Draymond.
It's Manny being Manny.
You know
what I mean?
You know.
It's that. It's being Draymond. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Obviously, if Steve thinks about it, he knows. Like, he's not going to continue on with, no. He was fine. He was fun. So I just wanted to ask him what he thought, because I've asked a couple of people what they thought about, tech, and injection. Tech for Rudy, tech for Clay, tech for McDaniels, and then move on. That's how I think it should have been adjudicated. It wasn't, because of the look. There's some PR elements that are involved here with all leagues, and anything that even gets close. And that got, it got hairy there for a couple seconds. Like, whoa. This is different than just the usual shoving, because you had the jersey rip and then Rudy grabbing Clay, and then Draymond coming in. And anything that even remotely is in the same galaxy, could be on other ends of the galaxy, but in the same galaxy as Malice at the Palace.
Yep.
That's going to be dealt with harshly, because we all remember that, and that was like, That was during Thanksgiving. I remember watching that in Vegas with my dad, and we were just like, oh my gosh. And it was like it just kept going and going. He thought it was over. And then Artest goes up in the stands, and Steven Jackson goes up in the stands. It's like, oh my gosh. And then Jermaine O'Neal decks some dude on the court. Like, that was way out of control. And this was not even close to that. But you could see where the league's like, no, we're not even getting close to that. We're going to come down with the hammer. Like, we may even go a little overboard if we have to. And, therefore you get McDaniels and Clay get kicked out, and Draymond gets kicked out, and then Draymond gets 5-game suspension. And then I think the league probably thought better of it and thought, Gobert probably should have got kicked out or at least got a tech, because why would you fine him $25,000?
Exactly.
So retroactively. So they're saying, we probably could have given him something for that. Didn't give him anything. But I thought all in all, like it was in the parameters of kind of what I thought was possible. Like when people are talking 10 games, if it would have been 10, I'd be like, well, come on. Are you kidding me? Like that would have been absurd.
Yeah, well, that would have been almost half as many as Morant.
Yeah, 5 sounds right. I mean, 5, it's for me, it's the high end. But, it's in the scope of like what could happen in this situation. And, you live with it. So be it.
All right, let's get to one more piece of sound here. Steve Kerr he's talking about needing to help Draymond in those situations. He's got to be able to draw a line and know where he's got to stop. Here's Steve Kerr on what has to happen.
Draymond has to find a way to not cross the line. And I'm not talking about, getting an ejection and getting a technical. I'm talking about, a physical act of violence. I mean, that's inexcusable. And so we have to do everything we can to give him the help and the assistance that he needs to be able to draw that distinction between being, an incredible competitor, which he's always been. That's why he's in the position he is. That's why he's the player he is. But he can't cross that line. And he crossed it the other night for sure.
I don't know
I guess I would counter by saying, how many times has he really done that? Like, he crosses the line a little bit, but it's more like the petty stuff, right? Where he gets in someone's face, maybe they shove, but mostly it's with the officials, getting the technical.
What's the bonus crossing the line? Because his leg was being held. His leg was being held.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I would say that's probably
was Jordan Poole crossing the line?
Yeah. Was Jordan? Well, that wasn't even on the court. That was in practice. So
you mean in a game? Because that's
in the game. But maybe you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe
the fact that it happens off the court means that that's
I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't thinking about
that's close to on court to me. That's as close to on court as you're.
Well, it is on the court, technically speaking. Yeah. It just wasn't during a game, I guess. So yeah, maybe now that you mention it. Maybe those 3 things have happened.
Is there a case that's escalating? I was thinking about this. There's a case that's gotten worse.
That's a good question. I don't know.
He's already signed a contract. What's he have to lose? He's emboldened. He's got his titles. He's playing for rings. He
just lost $800,000.
Yeah, and sure.
There's that.
Suspensions, yes. Yeah, definitely because of the fine. But in terms of making an all-star team get you bonuses and stuff like that. Of course, you want to make that stuff, and I'm sure he would love to be dubbed the best defensive player. But his impact on the team is probably the most impactful next to Steph's. I think you need Steph, Draymond, and with the way Clay's going, I like Draymond. You need back soon if Steph's coming back. So, there's a case that he's emboldened and he's comfortable, and it's. Who knows? I don't know. But you're right. You're not going to change him. And maybe it's kind of like as you get older, you just become more of who you are.
Yeah, more set in your ways.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
maybe, you look at it from that standpoint, it's, 3 times in a little over a year if you want to count the punch, the stomp, and the choke. Sounds like a law firm. Come to punch, choke, and
the law firm
punch, choke, and stomp.
It's like punt, pass, and kick, dude.
Exactly.
You got Andy Reid and you got Draymond Green. Punch, pass,
he's
choke.
definitely getting gold medals in all of them so far.
And a kick to the beans of Steven Adams. There we go.
Well, that was a while ago.
That was a while back, but that's again. I'd say we've escalated.
That was still
from
wrong.
Faking a kick to the beans to actually headlocking and choking a dude out. We are going to talk to Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 5:30. We will do that at 3:50. In about 20 minutes, we'll talk to Marcus Thompson, our weekly conversation with him from The Athletic. How about a little bit on the NFL? Week 11 started last night, and a huge blow to the AFC North. Joe Burrow is out for the season. Who's going to win that division? Probably still the Ravens, but a little bit more leeway there, maybe more room.
Real quick, I just want to mention something real quick because I looked over at the YouTube page and I just want to let everybody know. My cat's on my lap, okay? You can't see her, but
sure,
she's
bro.
there.
When we come on back, we'll talk a little Week 11. Joe Burrow out for the season. What's the impact
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
on the AFC playoff picture? And more on Tom's cat on the Sports Leader.
I'll kick it off. Tough loss yesterday, and the biggest news will be with Joe Burrow. You know, he had an acute injury yesterday, likely on the play before his last one, where he tore a ligament in his wrist that will likely require surgery and require him to be out for the rest of the season. So we're still gathering more information on that, but that seems to be where it's headed right now.
As the voice of Zach Taylor, head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, who both you and I, Tom, were excited to see the Bengals, I think, last week. And then this week, that was supposed to be one of the better games on the docket and of the year, especially the Thursday night games. We'd run through some of those this year and thought that was one of the better ones, at least in the early part of the season. Then an injury to Mark Andrews, which is terrible. Then you got the injury to Joe Burrow there. I got to tell you, that was tough watching him try to grip the football on the sideline. When he came back, he threw that touchdown, then he went down into he was holding the hand, but when he was trying to grip it on the sideline and he just couldn't get his arm up, I was like, there's something in there. So he's going to have wrist surgery. I was thinking it was the hand, but it's the wrist. He was having trouble gripping. He's going to miss the remainder of the season. Given that news today, Bills are 5-5. Bengals are 5-5 now. Chargers 4-5. Are three of the best quarterbacks in football going to miss the playoffs now? No Joe Burrow, Bengals. Obviously, he's going to be out. Josh Allen's on the table. And then Justin Herbert. I mean, we talked about the depth. We didn't anticipate that they'd be beating each other up and losing games to teams shouldn't be there. There's always parity. But what do you think?
Well, let's see. Let's see what the Bills have left. They got the Jets at home this week. You'd think they would win that one. At Eagles.
You would think.
So let's say they lose and go, now they're 6-6. At Chiefs. Ouch. Home against the Cowboys. Got to win that one. Got to win that one. So now you're 7-7. At Chargers versus Patriots. At Dolphins. Whew. That's a rough road. That's a rough road right there. My goodness.
Yeah, tough deal.
That's a rough road. That's a rough road.
That's a rough road. That's a rough day.
That's a rough road. So yeah, I mean, I would probably make them underdogs to make the playoffs right now. What is it? 7 in each conference, right? We're looking at 7.
Yes.
So you got the 3 division winners. Let's say it's Miami, Ravens, Jaguars, Chiefs. So now you're open for business for three more teams. Who are we looking at? Maybe one team out of the North.
By the way, Chargers are 4-5. You know who else is 4-5?
Who?
The Broncos.
The Raiders are 5-5.
Like that. All these teams are in the mix right now because of what happened to Joe Burrow there. I mean, I don't have great confidence. Yeah,
they're 5-5. Texans 5-4. Steelers 6-3. I had no idea how. So yeah, I mean, all this talk about the AFC super deep. Well, yeah, if Cincinnati and Buffalo aren't in there, we're going to be looking at a kind of a crazy, especially first round of the playoffs. It's like, what? They're in the playoffs? I mean, Browns are 6-3, but I can't imagine they're going to make it now.
Well, so it's funny. Coming back, sorry, to what we're saying, though, is there's all these teams that are kind of in the middle bunched up. We were talking about this early in the week, that there's more depth and probably more playoff teams that you buy in the AFC, but there's fewer championship teams in the AFC. Like, of the teams that can win a Super Bowl right now, we went through this, I think it was Monday we did it. We're just sort of bouncing around, and we named, AFC and NFC teams. I think you said Chiefs because you got it. It's like saying Warriors, right? That's kind of what it's like. It's like going, you're not going to count that guy out. He's around. He's been there so many times. You got to give Mahomes and Andy Reid the credit. And their defense is good. And I don't think they've even played their best football. We know Eagles. We know Niners. Beyond that, it's like you're trying to make a case or build a case for somebody. And if you have to build,
it's easy to make a case for the Ravens.
It's easy to. Sorry, I've forgotten the Ravens. It's easy to make a case for the Ravens, but that's come on stronger in the last few weeks. I think.
Yeah.
I think in the last month that's become more of a. We know they're better and we know they're more for real. OBJ had a good game last night too. Zay Flowers has cooled off a bit, but he's opened up the offense a little bit for Lamar in terms of the passing game. So maybe 4 teams, maybe 2 in each conference, but beyond the top 3 teams in the NFC, which are the Niners, the Eagles, and I mean the Lions are number 3, right? Or they'd be the 3rd best, I think, talent-wise. Like the Niners and Seahawks have the same record, but I think the Niners are far better than Seattle. Wouldn't be shocked if they lost at the Rams this weekend. They should win, but it wouldn't surprise me. Rams off a bye and staying at home. So I go back to that. I'm going to stand by that more now. Probably more staunchly now because the Bengals were part of that for me too. And the Bengals were a legit, because of Joe Burrow, a contender in my mind. And now you've lost a legitimate, what could have been a Super Bowl contender because of the talent. I don't know that I'm there yet with Herbert. Certainly not with the makeup of the Chargers.
No, I'm not.
The Bills, maybe. You'd have to have Josh Allen play you back into it. But at 19 touchdowns, 11 picks right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could. But, yeah, there's no reason to believe it. There's just no reason. He hasn't been great this year. They don't rely on the running game maybe as much as they should. No, I agree. It's like the Bills have been disappointing this year, and the Bengals were disappointing and now are out. Browning ain't leading them anywhere. So, yeah, I just looked at some of the wild card teams. Like, God dang, Minnesota's in right now. Like, really?
Yeah,
Minnesota?
Dobbs and Jefferson's back this week.
Crazy.
How about that?
It's dwindling. It is. It's dwindling. And you could make a case it's growing in the NFC, because if you want to add Dallas in there, I wouldn't, but I could see why you would. You got to put Detroit in there. So really, you have 4 teams that are like, okay, they got 4 pretty good
playoff teams. If you put the top 4 playoff teams in the AFC against the top 4 in the NFC, who's the stronger?
I would probably lean NFC, but I
kind of would now too.
I still think Miami's in the same boat as Dallas for me. Like, beat somebody. But
they're offensive versus defensive, and I'll take the defense in the playoffs.
Yeah, I probably would.
I'll take
too.
Cowboys as a playoff team, because going on the road with defense travels, right? Miami, and McDaniels keeps saying that we haven't beat anybody yet. Has Dallas beat anybody? They're beating up. They're a bully too. You're right. They're a bully.
Beat San Diego.
Yeah.
Both beat San Diego at San Diego.
San Diego.
LA.
Wild.
They went to San Diego and played.
Crazy.
That's how impressive it was. They didn't even play in the same city.
At the Murph? Is that where they were?
But they both lost to Philly, at Philly. Dallas is going to get a crack at Buffalo. Miami got ran out of the building by Buffalo. Miami was close against the Chiefs, but at that, who cares? You win the game.
Chiefs lost to the Broncos.
I don't want to hear you're close. Win the game. So, let's put it this way: if Miami and Dallas played in Miami, I'll take Miami. Playing Dallas, I'll take Dallas.
Exactly.
Exactly.
They play later this year, Derek. Where do they play? In Miami. I'll take Miami. Can we get the futures line on that?
Yeah, give Miami.
But I'm with you on that. Where that's a great comp, I think, by you. In that are they number 4 then? I think in both leagues. I think we both got those number 4 teams are the most fringy.
Well, I will put Miami 3 because I'm going to put them ahead of Jacksonville. I'll put them ahead of Jacksonville. But if you wanted to flip them, it's not that big a deal. I think both of us have 1-2 in either order: Baltimore Chiefs and then Philly Niners in the NFC. Those are 1-2, and then I think there's a little gap between the rest of the league, but the 3 and 4, I think those are like right now. It's hard for me to envision. It could happen, but it's hard for me to envision any other teams but those 4 in their respective championship games. I could envision Baltimore and KC going at it in a championship game, and the same with the Niners and the Eagles. I don't know if Detroit's quite there. I'm not sold on Dallas. I'm not sold on Miami yet, and I don't think Jacksonville. Again, I put them kind of Miami and Dallas in the same boat. I also put Jacksonville and Miami in the same boat. Is that I don't think they're quite ready yet. Like, they're good, and they're making steps, making strides, but I don't think they're quite there yet.
Yeah, I think they're fringe. They're both bully teams, is what we were talking about. Miami beats up on bad teams, big, and they've lost to good teams. Same sort of deal for Dallas at this point. We talked about that the earlier in the week ranks. As far as this week, Eagles and Chiefs, it's probably the only must-see game, but I kind of intrigued by some of the other, because there's so much parity in the AFC now with the injuries. I'm intrigued by teams like Houston. I want to see Houston against Arizona. I'm kind of intrigued just to see what Kyler Murray does. Brought him back in one last week. Is anybody going to win the NFC South? But in terms of must-see TV, Eagles and Chiefs are the best of this week. Who's this game bigger for? Does it mean more for the Eagles because of the number 1 seed?
I would say so. I don't know that it's a huge game for either of them in terms of like where they're going to end up. I would probably say Philadelphia, but they got a better record than Kansas City, and so they could afford to lose one game. Kansas City, it loses a game, and I think at that point they're going to be same amount of losses as Baltimore, as Pittsburgh. It's almost hard. I feel like I need to go back and look at that again. It doesn't resonate.
Look at what again? What do you mean?
Pittsburgh 6-3. Like
numerous people have texted on the YouTube chat and said the same thing. They're like, "Can't believe Pittsburgh's 6-3." I'm like, I know
they are.
Kenny Pickett doesn't do anything.
6-3.
Every week I just stress out looking at my phone, going, "Do I play Jalen Warren or Najee Harris? Why do I have either? I should play both. Maybe play neither. Should I play Warren?" It's the worst, and they win. They're coming out and they're winning. Now we just talked to Dr. Bob Stoll about their matchup against the Browns, which that's going to be. I actually am intrigued by the matchup, but he's right in that neither offense may be able to move the ball against either defense too.
Yeah.
So the whoever comes out of that division behind Baltimore, if Baltimore does in fact win it, it could be an annoying playoff team. But I don't know that anybody there is really dangerous. Kenny Pickett hasn't evolved much into something that makes me afraid that makes me think he's capable of going on a run, right? Like he hasn't come on strong here at the back half of either season. Like he did, well, this year like he did last year, midway.
Well, here's why you do a double take. Because you look at the Texans' point differential, they're plus 25. Jacksonville's plus 6. Baltimore's plus 127. Dolphins are plus 60, which, sounds good. Not as good when you beat a team by 50. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Bills surprisingly are plus 78. The Steelers at 6-3, minus 26. They have scored 156 points and given up 182. They're minus 26. That's why you look at it and go, that just seems weird. Like Philly plus 57, Dallas plus 104, Detroit plus 38, the Niners plus 109. Like they're massive. I think that might be the biggest one, plus 109. There might be another one that I just skipped over that was bigger, but I mean they've scored 252 points, given up 143. That's if you're listening to Dennis and I talking, Kansas City and them have the same. They're the best defenses in the league by points allowed at 143. So that's kind of what you think of, like, right? 6-3, you're thinking up at least plus 30, plus 35. May played some close games. Like, damn, minus 26. Like they just they beat Baltimore at home. Good game. If anybody watched that game, you'd think Baltimore's better than these guys. Lamar Jackson had a bad pick in the end zone, and there was some goofy stuff that happened during that game. You're like, God, how did they?
He got hurt at one point, took a shot, came back in.
Yeah, they've got some wins where you're like, how did they win that game? Like, there's just no way they won that game, and then they won that game. So, yeah, the Steelers is the goofy one to be like, just Mike Tomlin, man. I don't know how they just win games there, just win games. But so I mean, they're probably going to be in. Because you look at the rest of the AFC, you're like, okay, who? If not them, who? Okay, Cleveland's 6-3, but what? DTR, Palmer. I mean, who's their quarterback? Walker, excuse me.
It's going to be Walker or DTR, but they're starting DTR this week.
Yeah, so I mean that's nothing. Okay, Houston, maybe. Maybe DeMeco
I think Houston can do it. I think they can do it. Their schedule is a last place schedule. They're playing with house money, and they're getting better. Like they're figuring out ways to win. He played a really good game, C.J. Stroud, last week. It wasn't his best, gaudy statistical game, but he's 16 touchdowns, 2 picks. He's
good.
He's not turning it over.
Really
the defense is and Singletary's running the ball better than we thought Dameon Pierce would. They don't no Noah Brown, who had 320 yards receiving in the last 2 weeks on 15 catches or something crazy. Nico Collins is there. They've got some tools there. They had 2 top 5 picks, and it looks like they may have hit on both. So I'm intrigued by them. That could be a lot of fun if that team gets in and has a taste of what that's like now, has to see a number 2 seed or something, or number 3 on the road. That'd be a lot of fun. I like Houston.
I get you. I'm not. I mean, look, Colts are 5-5.
They're involved too. Jonathan Taylor.
I'm not buying Minshew magic.
No.
You start thinking of these teams and you think, are they going to be in the playoffs? Well, a couple of them are going to have to be, just by numbers. I mean, they have to have 7. So there's going to be some teams in there you're going to look and squint and go, how in the world did that team get into the playoffs? Because there's 2 spots that we thought would be occupied already. Buffalo, Cincinnati. Those are going to be occupado. Boom, they're in. Now you're down to 1 team. Okay, if Houston makes it then, or if Indy makes it then you're like, oh, okay. Because 7 teams, somebody's going to probably make it hovering around 500.
Yeah.
But now, hell, that team could get the top wild, and you're looking around going, wow, this is wild. It is. It's wild to look at the playoffs. What I thought was going to be an incredible AFC playoffs. I was just envisioning all these matchups, even in the first round, but you were going to have Buffalo and Cincinnati and Baltimore and Jacksonville and Kansas City. Now it's like, oh, not quite as deep as I thought it was going to be. You could get and it'd be fun because C.J. Stroud's been fantastic to watch, but it's just not what we expected it to be. Whereas the NFC I think is going to be a little bit deeper. I think what I thought going in, okay, let's just wait till we get to Philly 49ers. The rest is going to kind of be snoozy.
It's not nearly as bad as we thought.
No, because going to Detroit, will be no picnic whatsoever. And look, I rip on Dallas, but I'm still not buying them. But still, they're a good team. They got a really good defense, and they could certainly beat you. So that one's going to be interesting. But they're also going to have a couple teams like you're going to be like, what? That team made the playoffs? All right. Moving on.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. Sometimes there's the 7-9 Seahawks get in as a division winner, right? And then the beast quake happens. Sometimes there's big things like that go down, and sometimes the team or the conference that we did not think was as deep ends up making the rise, like we've seen from the NFC. So Monday night will be a fun sort of test of those two conferences, maybe the best in each, with the Philadelphia Eagles going up against the Chiefs, and they're both coming off a bye at Arrowhead Stadium. Let's get back into some Warrior basketball talk. Marcus Thompson joins us every Friday afternoon from The Athletic. He was the one who a couple of days ago, right before the news came out about Draymond, I guess said on his podcast, I'm thinking 5 to 10 games, and he got 5 games. We thought that was a little high, but we'll talk to Marcus. What made him think that? What was the precedent for this? And the body of work that led to Draymond getting a 5-game suspension. Where do the Dubs go from here? And will Steph play this weekend? Marcus Thompson is next on the Sports Leader.
Basketball.
Joe Staley joined Pop on Lund today to discuss what he's seen from the 49ers this season and broke out the velvety pipes for some My Chemical Romance. How about that? That podcast is trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
All right, we're going to be hooking up with the Athletics' Marcus Thompson in just a couple minutes here. Talk about the Warriors and where they're at right now. Again, I want to reiterate that it's early. It felt a lot different a week ago. It could feel a lot different in a week. But I did have this feeling last night, like watching the game, thinking, man, are we kind of at an inflection point of this season for this team? It may be a little too deep to think, boy, this could be it. Like, this is really important for this team and this iteration of the Warriors that we've watched for the last 10 years. Is Clay aging in front of our eyes? It would seem to happen. It would seem like it's happened pretty quickly. Like, I don't buy that. But you start thinking about it when somebody goes through those type of struggles, and he doesn't look like himself. But again, in a week, Clay could look like Clay, and you're like, that's in the past. I'm not going to worry about it. But you start thinking about those things. It will end at some point. Like, this is not going to go on and on. Steph's not going to play like this 5 years from now. It's just at what point. It's actually pretty damn amazing that he's playing like this now. It's like the whole LeBron thing, except LeBron's doing it at 39, which is just insane. But Steph's still doing what he's doing, based in large part to his incredible work ethic and him staying in the great shape that he's in, because his stamina is just phenomenal. But you watch this team, and it's just all kind of happened so quickly. Again, which leads me to believe usually erosion takes years, and in basketball terms it'd be months, and you kind of see it coming. But it's stunning to see Clay and Wiggins just scuffle so mightily. And it happened so quickly. Clay was fine on the road. Go back and look at his numbers on the road. He was fine on the road. He had no problems on the road. We know his defense isn't what it once was. He's not the player he once was. That's fine. But he was still knocking down shots. He just hasn't hit anything since he's been home. Wiggins has scuffled all season long. His offense just has not found any rhythm whatsoever this season. But you start thinking, okay, now kind of where do you go from here? And let's not forget, too, not only was Steph and Draymond out last night, Gary Payton only played a couple minutes.
We got an update on that, by the way, too, on both of those guys. There's an update on Steph Curry and Gary Payton as it relates to their injuries and Gary's ankle. What a bad roll. I sprained my ankle so many times. I did volleyball and basketball players. It's the worst, dude.
My ankle bone is looks like it's continually. I got
the same right one. I sprained 7 times. It's like it's. I got a tendon.
Everybody's like, did you sprain your ankle? I'm like, no, it's just like that.
It's this old. Here's the update here. Steph Curry with that knee. He practiced today. He's questionable for tomorrow against OKC. So that's a positive development.
Okay.
He practiced. Gary Payton, ankle, he's out per Steve Kerr. So we kind of knew that was coming, I thought. I anticipated that based on what it looked like. That was going to be a tough one to come back from. And we've made the connection with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. He joins us every Friday. He joins us now courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, what's going on?
We were just going over these updates here on the injury report to Steph, who practiced today. And Gary Payton, who we were just saying, man, that ankle injury, that's a classic like volleyball player or basketball one, man. You come out on a foot, there's nothing you can do about it. But that hurt them last night, man. I mean, of course, not having Steph and Draymond, but Tom was just saying missing Gary Payton, that's a big piece too.
Yeah, they need his defense, especially when some of these guys are just driving at will and collapsing the defense and kicking it. And I think the lesson we're learning about this season with the Warriors is that people are just not going to miss against them. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, you give them open shots, they're making 50% of them. And if it's Isaiah Joe, they're making 100%. I mean, Josh Giddey is a 19% three-point shooter, and he doesn't miss against the Warriors. So they got to be able to stop penetration or at least slow it so they don't rotate so much and collapse so much and leave these open shooters. And that's where GP2 comes in. And Wiggins. They really need Wiggins. But I saw when it happened with GP2, I thought it was because he missed the layup. Then I saw the replay. I was like, oh, no, he's hurt because he stayed down for a while and he looked really frustrated. So I was like, hey, man, you got to make them layups. But then I saw his ankle. I was like, oh, that's why he was down.
By the way, I'd like to get Andrew Wiggins up to 19% from three.
Exactly. He's at 13.5. I wrote in The Athletic today that it's like he's got the mortgage rates looking over their shoulder.
Damn.
That's the Mendoza line for basketball is the mortgage rates, dude. That's
rough.
That's pretty good. I like that.
If your 3-point shot is approaching the mortgage rates, you got a problem.
And they're closing on him fast, too.
No, dude, they're closing.
I don't know if they're closing on him or he's backing up to them, one or the other. They're going to meet the middle.
They're going to meet at like 10%, right? Like,
Exactly. Hey, you come up a little, I'll go down a little bit, and we'll be. But you hit it. I've been talking about this for the past few games now. They don't stop penetration. They're collapsing their defense over and over and over. Guys are getting to the paint. And when you get to the paint, the weak side defense has to collapse. You kick it out. And if that guy's not open, you still got to run at him. He just pump fakes, puts it back on the ground. All of a sudden, you got to rotate again, kick it out again. And these dudes are just like, I mean, they're teeing balls up. Their feet square, shoulder square, feet set, like whap, whap. And it all starts.
Deep breath.
Yep. It all starts with not being able to keep the ball in front of you. Like that's the biggest issue, I think.
Yeah, and they're in this quandary where the players who can keep the ball in front of them, Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton, Jonathan Kuminga, they don't score enough to be on the court. They're not reliable enough offensively. But the players who you need offensively, so far they've been like, matadors. It's like very easy to get by. Dario Saric, Klay Thompson. I guess Klay Thompson hasn't been scoring that well lately, but they need to find players who are going to be able to kind of do both. It feels like they need that, or they've got to tweak these rotations so somehow or another they got to have enough offense and enough defense on the court at the same time. It's really weird because they got these 10 guys and they're deep, and that's one of the reasons Podziemski became this kind of automatic figure in the rotation, because he's gonna compete on defense and he's gonna give you some of the offense. It's also why I think Moses Moody needs to play more. He'll let a barn door open every now and again, right? But if you put him on bigger guys, the blow-by isn't so much. So he's really good with the bigger small forwards or the power forwards, but if you start putting them on twos, he's going to give the blow-by too. So, to me, that's the fundament of their defense. And when you're watching these guys, like you say, they're like snipers out there. They're taking a deep breath. They're setting their feet, lining up the laces, saying prayers to their grandmothers and all that, before they get the shot off. I say just give up the layup, because the threes kill you. They just destroy you. 19 for 32. That's what Oklahoma City is, 19 for 30. At some point, you just got to give up the layup and live with Kevon Looney, and Dario Saric's rim protection, because the threes killed them. The other twos hurt, but the threes put them to sleep.
Yeah. And let me ask you this. Talking to Clay, how much of what happened between him and McDaniels is a result of him scuffling and him being frustrated and the contract? I may be reaching here, but I just think it was I've never seen him do anything like that before, and I just think he is so frustrated because he's not able to shoot. And I feel like sometimes because he's not the defensive player he once was, he almost wraps his whole net worth. Yeah, he almost wraps his whole net worth into shooting. Nothing else. If he's shooting good, it almost doesn't. And I'm not going to say it doesn't matter what else he does, but he feels good about himself. He could do other things well, but if he's not shooting, he's going to be down on himself. And then I think the contract probably compounds that he wants so desperately to play well, not just for his team in this year, but he realizes what it can mean for him in staying here and getting paid what he wants to get paid. I just think he has a lot on his mind. Things aren't going well right now, and he's really frustrated.
And I would add to that, there's no Steph, so he's getting the best defender.
Yep.
Right, and he's getting, in that game, it was Jaden McDaniels, right, who would guard Steph in the previous matchups, where it was all right, I got the best defender on the. He was coming off the screens, and they had a second defender waiting for him. That's not Clay's life.
Yeah.
So on top of the fact that he's scuffling, on top of the fact that he really wants to play well. And I think you're right. Like, how he shoots dictates how he plays. And he can survive it for a couple of games. But if it gets to be too long, like, Clay's got to make shots, because you're 1,000% right. Like, he's like, listen, I'm a shooter. All this other stuff is like the cherry on top. Is bonus, but I make shots. That's what I do. So when he goes through these stretches where he doesn't make shots, it starts affecting everything. So I agree. And to me, I wonder if the contract is preventing him from being smarter about it. Like, he's not taking great shots. It feels like he's getting worse with the shot selection. And obviously not having Steph changes everything. But, like, there was a play where he's dribbling down and they're, like, making their little run, and Chris Paul's open on the left. And one of the things about Draymond is when they're struggling offensively, like, he pushes the pace. He's gone to create the lanes and create easy shots. But Clay's just, like, kind of dribbling up. He doesn't pass it to Chris Paul. And it's like, here comes this walk-in three. And he takes the walk-in three, not even close. They run it back down, get a layup. It's like those type of decisions, they just feel like the pressing play wants to be really good. Instead of getting the ball to Chris Paul, letting him run it, let's get into a set, come off a screen, get to a smart shot, and get yourself working that way. That part makes me think the contract is a pretty big deal to him.
Yeah.
Talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic here on the Uma guest line. With the comments from Rudy Gobert after the game about Draymond wanting to get kicked out of games or trying to when Steph doesn't play, we all kind of thought that was ridiculous. And then I said to Tom, what would you like? How would you believe that, or what would make you believe that? And Tom's like, I don't know. Is there numbers on that? I don't know how we find that. I said, there are numbers. The first 7 games of his career that he was ejected, Draymond, Steph was active. Since then, he's been ejected 11 times. 7 of the last 11, Steph was not active. Is it the first you've heard of something like this? We had Ramona Shelburne on, actually, when the news broke about the suspension. She said, it wouldn't surprise me if guys around the league had talked about this or heard this, but it's the first she had heard about it.
Nah, it's not the first we've heard it. I do think we need to – I think 4 of those last 7 came during –
Was it 2020 or one? Okay, so where he was out, then he's out. So that's just par for the course, getting ejected 4 times then for a season. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I do – here, like, there is a part of Draymond where he's so smart, he knows our chances of winning this game decrease dramatically when Steph is not on the court. And I do think that means sometimes when things don't go well, he's like almost reading the percentages fail. But I also feel like the answer for Draymond is to get worked up, right? The answer for any type of success he's having is to take it there. And when Steph's not there, he's got to take it there. Now, are there games where he's like, man, forget this? I'm sure there are. But generally speaking, I think in order for him to win, to be good, he's got to be at the highest level of intensity possible. And when Steph's not there, that means he's really got to be up. So I don't really give much credence to it, mostly because if there was ever time for him to not play, it was 2019-20. And I think he played 70-something games in the worst season in Warriors history with no Steph, no Clay. He's playing with, like,
Omri Caspi.
Kai Bowman, right?
Yeah.
No, Caspi wasn't there. It was Kai Bowman and Jacob Evans and Glenn Robinson III. That's the time where my knee's starting to hurt.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the time where my back's going out. 50 to 50? Yeah, I'm not playing, but he played 73. I think he played 73 games that year. He played a lot of games that year. Well, it actually wasn't 73 because the season got cut short, right? So
started late, yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, he played most of the season. I remember asking him, like, yo, hey, how's your back? How's your knee? Like, messing with him. He's like, yeah, nah, like, we got to get out there. Him and Looney, they played. I do think one of the reasons Looney has become the central figure is because that year, like, he played. He was the vet. And they were out there with, making it happen while Steph was out. And then the next season, Steph misses a bunch of games, and Draymond is out there with Brad Wanamaker.
That's where I was going next. Wanamaker was the name. That was what pissed me off. I was like, this guy's killing me.
Kelly Oubre, right? Yeah.
Oh man, D'Lo's there.
James
Come on,
Wiseman. Yeah. Like there's been a lot of times where he could have done it.
What a mess. Yeah.
I do feel like, to me, it's just like Draymond knows, like, it's all about winning for him. It's all about winning, and he's calculating his chances of winning. And I think he knows Like, he's got to be at a certain level to make those chances stick. And we all know from like 12 years of this now, when he's at that level, it can go another way, right? Once he gets up there, once it's the foam at the mouth, it can go another way. It might galvanize the team. It might lead to some incredible stuff, but it also could go another way.
Yeah. So we were talking about with Draymond, when what Steve said about him, Marcus, said like he's got to know better, and he's got to, all that whole thing. And I'm like, look, Draymond's at a stage now. Draymond's going to be who Draymond's going to be, and that's just the way it is. And then I said, it's not like he's choking guys. It's not like he's been physical with guys. And Copes goes, well, now that you mention it, he mentioned the stomp last year and the punch, which didn't happen in a game, but on a practice court. Is it getting worse? Like, are there signs that you look at it and go, maybe there's something here where he really needs to check himself. It's not going after the officials, or maybe you remember when he tripped or grabbed Michael Beasley way back when in the playoffs. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You're like 40 feet behind the play, and it's game's over. And he got himself, I think, suspended for that because it gave him too many points. But is it getting worse? Is he having a harder time controlling himself, or no?
I don't think so. I think this has kind of been part of his whole career. I feel like Steven Adams would say that was physical violence, right? Like, 2016 playoffs, we got him twice. I don't think it's getting worse, but I wonder if, because he's older, because he's not as spry as he once was, does he need to summon that fire more than the normal, where he's got to defend at a level that is hard to just summon every day, right? So he's got to get there. I don't think it's worse. I do think the attention changes everything, and I think the Jordan Poole thing puts a different picture on it all, because that was worse, right? That was actual, like, if you take the Jordan Poole thing out, like, all this is kind of.
Oh, then it's okay, yeah, but we can't, can we? But we can't take it out, can we?
No, you can't. So I don't think it's worse. I don't think it's worse. I think it's always been there. I mean, like, he slapped a guy at Michigan State, right? Like, this is not new stuff. Like, that's how Draymond, like, that Saginaw stuff is for real. Like, they're built a little different. So. You would think, though, like, when you get into your 30s and he's a doting father, right? He's a loving husband. You would think some of that stuff would go away, but I feel like he just has to play at a certain level. And if he's not there, I wonder how good he's going to be. And I wonder if he wonders how good he's going to be if he's playing at 85%. To me, like, I was talking to Kevon Looney about this last night, because I think you're right, Tom. I'm like, yeah, this is a grown man, right? Like, he's got a whole career. He's got businesses. Like, it's not like a matter of ration or inability. Like, he's a very smart dude. He knows what to do. So he's just probably not going to be much different. So to me, I was talking to Looney about maybe somebody needs to rush in and grab Gobert before Draymond does, or maybe somebody needs to turn and get Draymond, knowing that in this situation, like, it might go bad.
That's it. Somebody's got to grab Draymond.
All right, yeah, somebody's got to. And Looney was saying, like, if he was on the court, he's starting to get that little wiry sense, like, what is Draymond doing? Where is he at? All right, he's starting to get a little out of control of the refs. Let's go get him. And that's how they could be there for him, because the bottom line is he's a 6'5" center. Right?
Yeah, he's not stopping him.
Center.
He's not stopping himself. He's just not. I mean, it is who he is. I don't know if you remember this, and it's a little bit different because our test had some issues. But I don't know how many times our test would do something, and then after the game go, yeah, man, that was my bad. I completely.
Dude, he still talks about it like that. Like, every
I shouldn't have done that. That was, I don't know why I picked up that monitor and threw it. And they'd do it again. And then he'd say, yeah, I'm sorry, man. It'd be like, bro,
Did you see the Untold of Malice in the Palace?
I did.
One of the greatest moments in sports documentary history was Jermaine O'Neal's face when he was telling, and Ron Artest, they in the locker room after Malice in the Palace, and Ron looks at everybody like, yo, you think we're going to get in trouble?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. You think we're going to get
Think we're gonna get
suspended?
suspended? What? You may never play again, bro. You're done for the year. And they thought, I mean, remember, they were ready to go, too. That was a
And he
2
was
weeks
serious.
in. 10 games in or 12
serious.
games in or something.
He's like, yo, you think we get in trouble? Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, I think we are, bro. And he hit the guy, didn't even throw it. Hit the wrong guy.
I think
right
you're
under his
screwed.
face is like, what? I think they might have attacked him in the locker room after that. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, so I think in a way there's an analogy. Again, Artest is a different cat. He's wired differently. He
and
just
he's
couldn't
like
help.
mental health issues. He
Yes,
said it.
exactly.
He's
He
been
just
treated.
couldn't help himself. But I think Draymond does get himself to that point that he is so intense and has to be so intense to compete at the level he competes at that it's easy just to because he's smart enough. He's smart enough to know when the official says, "That's enough, Draymond. I've had it. That's enough." And what does Draymond do? He says something. It doesn't even matter what it is. He says it because he wants to see what the official will do, and he wants to get the last word in. Like, he wants to kind of maintain dominance of the situation, whatever. But he's smart enough to realize that if he says something, he's going to get teed, and then Draymond will go, "What did I say?" It's like, doesn't matter what you said. I told you to stop it. Don't say anything. And Draymond's not going to say, "Oh, you're telling me what to do? You ain't tell me what to do." That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling you what to do, and if you don't do it, I'm going to toss you. So, he can't control himself in those kind of situations a lot of times. So I just think he's at such a fever pitch when he competes that things can turn very quickly for him. And 10 minutes later, he's smart enough to say, "You know what? God, I shouldn't have done that. I know better." But you know better when you're calm. When you compete at the level he does, you can know better and still not stop yourself.
Absolutely. And he apologized to the team. He told them he went too far. Like he knows, and one of the reasons Draymond survives all this is because that side of him, they love him. He'll go make the amends. He'll do what he needs to do. He'll even Steve said, we're working hard behind the scenes. He's not saying, "I don't want to fix this."
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, let's do it." So he'll win them back over. I just feel like they need to help him do that. But here's the tricky part that he's going to have to deal with. And this is where I'm like, maybe he has to just play at 85% capacity of whatever that fervor is that gets him there, because there's going to be zero tolerance for him. The league is very clear about this. Like he can't do anything now. If he gets ejected, it might just be a 1-game suspension just for getting ejected. If he's yelling, if he does the thing where he's getting the crowd into it, they don't like any of that. They don't want Draymond to do the Draymond thing.
Yep.
So the question now becomes, knowing he has zero leash from Joe Dumars and Adam Silver, right? Knowing that anything that happens is going to be compounded. It's going to be whatever the incident is plus the Draymond tax. Can he figure out a way to just, I'm just not going to be in it at all, right? I'm walking away, hands up, and can they go get him? So you start seeing the skirmish on the court, somebody has to, how there's an assistant coach that is immediately telling the players, don't get off the court. Remember, don't run into the court, stay on the bench. Somebody's got to tell them, because if you step on the court, it's an automatic 1-game suspension. They need to assign somebody to go get Draymond. Whenever the skirmish breaks out, all right, who got Draymond? Go get Draymond.
It's like the sideline guy.
He's going to run.
With Sean McVay, remember that? The guy who pulls him back every time he runs to the field?
Get back guy.
Kyle needed that guy last week. We needed that dude.
Get back guy. You know what they need to hire? They need to hire it's somebody who knows how to do the lasso, and then they have a rope on the sideline, and they can just throw it and lasso him and drag him back to the sideline.
Yeah, that would be tough.
All right, I'll see myself
What
out.
do you think this is?
All right, Mark. Yeah, that was it for. That was good. Yeah,
Cowboys.
Yeah, right. Let's sit the rest of this one out, Tom.
Why don't you set the rest of this one out, Champ?
Yeah, all right.
That dude said, can we hire Wonder Woman? What?
It's a lot of the golden lasso of truth, invisible play, and all that. Mark is going to be with me next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tom going to be out for the holiday. And Marcus, are you going to be at the game? Well, what's going on Sunday? Niners are here, but I never know where you're going to be.
Niners are Niners.
Okay, you'll be Niners. All right, cool. I'll see you at the Niners
I'm
and
not
the
going
Bucs.
to the Warriors so they win again. They got to win.
I'm not going to Warriors till Steph's in a groove again. You know what I mean? Back and playing. And I'm not going till Draymond's back either.
I think Steph's going to play. I think
so too. I think so too. Draymond, he crunched those numbers. He was like, the odds aren't good that we win this one or the next 5 because I'm gonna sit out with the suspension. Marcus, we'll see how.
And listen, but before we go, can we just point out that the league knows exactly what they're doing? What is the first game Draymond comes back on?
I haven't even done
Sacramento Kings.
Oh man.
Are you kidding me? His first
Tuesday
game
night?
back is an in-season tournament in Sacramento where the stomp happened. This is theater. I don't know why they're acting like they don't like this stuff. They love it. This is theater.
You better see him that night because he's going to catch another case after the Sabonis meeting. So, all right, dude. We'll see you on Sunday, and then we'll see you in the studio on Monday, bro.
All right, have a good one.
All right, there's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. We do it with him each and every week. I hadn't even thought about that. The Kings game in Sac. Going to be a blast. We still got plenty more to come for you. Got to get into the 49ers when we come on back here. 49ers need to start stacking some wins here if they want to get that number 1 seed. And this is a big one considering where they go on Thursday of next week for Thanksgiving on a short week. Then Tim Ryan at 4:30. Harmony is going to join us at 4:50. And then Steve Kerr. We're going to introduce him to Harmony at 5:30. You don't want to miss the Kerr-Harmony connection at 5:30. But first, we'll talk a little Niners and how they stock some of these wins next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
No Steph, no Draymond. It might have helped in the Warriors' 128-109 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's now 5 consecutive losses. More on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Really, with 3-game losing streak, losing twice on the road to teams that they know that's going to be painful when they're chasing the Eagles. We know home field's going to be big. That championship game.
Yep.
Look, you and I can do this. Players can't do this. Coaches can't do this. They can. Oh yeah, when we play the Eagles for the championship game, but home field advantage for that game is going to be big. And so we know we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, so we can't go 12-5, because you got to figure that the Eagles are a little bit better than that.
That's a Hall of Famer, Steve Young. He joins us every Wednesday. He was actually on with us yesterday, though, but he does it throughout the football season. The best half hour in radio. You can check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the full podcast of that hit. He's hilarious, gives great insight, great breakdowns, and he's talking there about the Niners' second half here. We've talked a lot about this. Going in at 5-3 to your bye week midway point through, he said that's not good enough. You can't go 6-3 the rest of the way. 6 losses is not going to get you the number 1 seed, likely. I think you probably need to go at least 13-4 to get out of this with the number 1 seed. And it starts Sunday against the Bucs, which not a gimme game, but the bigger deal is that you turn right back around. You want to get out of that one healthy. That's a bit concerning because you turn right back around for a Thursday night tilt with the Seattle Seahawks. And if the Seahawks beat the Rams in LA Sunday, Niners win against the Buccaneers, you're going into that game with the same record. Seahawks win. They're the first place team in the division. They go on the road, then the Niners go on the road, then to Philly, and then come on back later for Seattle yet again. So it's going to be a tough stretch here, but a game the Niners need to get on Sunday against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who come in a game under 500 here. By the way, want to keep listening for the cue to call. We're giving away 2 tickets to see Sammy Hagar with Loverboy at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Tune in all week long. Well, that's the rest of today. And when you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. You can also buy tickets at livenation.com. They went on sale this morning. Also, last thing here, pregame for the Niners, Sunday morning, 9 a.m. We'll have it for you right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680. Dennis Brown, the Super Bowl champion, John Lund, and myself. And we'll also be streaming it on twitch.tv and the YouTube page, and, of course, on KNBR.com and the app. 5:30. You don't want to miss Steve Kerr, and he's going to be joined by Harmony, who's coming on at 4:50. But next, a deeper dive into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the 49ers with Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call Sunday, and he joins us next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, and I hope you are, means you're working hard towards something, means you have goals, you have plans. It'll be terrible to get to those goals and those plans, have them set up, and you're not prepared because you weren't ready, because you weren't doing things the right way. That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. He wants to make sure you're not taking too much risk, or he wants to make sure you're setting yourself up to live that lifestyle that you've been planning and you've been dreaming of all the time you've been working throughout your life. That's where he comes in. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell, he's been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in finding out how he's doing that, Greg O'Donnell and O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, and they can give them, you give them a call, and they'll set you up. 896-496-2300, 866-496-2300. You can go online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. The number again, 866-496-2300. No cost, no obligation. They're easy to talk to. Greg is fantastic. See him here at the station all the time. See him at the ballpark. Great guy, wants to help. 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC. All right, Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call on Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame. And then the 1 o'clock, 1:05 kickoff from Levi Stadium. Niners coming on home here for the first time since the bye week. Long time since we've seen them play live. And Tim will be on the call with Greg Papa. He joins us on the Yuma guest line. Tim, what's up, dude? How are you, man?
There's no place like home, Coach.
I like that.
There's
Click
no
your heels
place
together. Yeah.
Like home. Let's go.
I'd like to see some cleats like that, dude. Get some Dorsey
Click,
red
click,
cleats. Yeah,
click.
there you go, dude.
I want to go home.
I want to see a quarterback do it when Bosa puts him on his back, dude. Tell me about the D-line. My favorite thing you said last week, and I quoted you to Kyle yesterday, was you said, dude, Chase Young is bigger and faster, bro. And it cracked me up because it was insane to watch that D-line and his addition and what it did for them and the secondary simply by being on the field and being another aggressive pass rusher. What'd you see? What'd you like?
I'm waiting for the cereal to come out. We'll call it Buckeye Crunch. I like that with him and Bosa on that 3-man rush. You just add him to another monster movie and what they've got up front, and there's no question all the other guys played outstanding and played off of him. He's just, again, I mean, his size is one thing, his length is another. He's thick, but what he can really do is he can finish, and he can turn and burn when he gets his hips by you. And for a guy his size, that's atypical to be able to do that. So, he brings a lot to the table. There's going to be opportunities that we're going to see he and Bosa working together and working twist games. And good luck stopping that with 2 or even 3 blockers. So he's a great addition, was obviously a great trade for the 49ers. And suddenly the rush and the coverage was able to link up last week against Jacksonville. And when this defense can do that, and then stop the run at the same time, and he's a pretty good run defender too with his size and understands how to play traditional run defense and squeezing gaps and playing off blocks. The defense collectively, I thought, I mean, when you just look at the numbers, it's obvious that 218 yards and 5 sacks and 4 takeaways, and they can still play better. The screen game gave them some challenges, but dude, I've said it so many times in this league. If you're going to be a playoff team, you better have a great guy delivering the mail, someone who can play the position of quarterback. If you're gonna try to get to a Super Bowl and have a chance to win a Super Bowl, you better have a quarterback and you better have a great defensive line to lead the defense. And it looks like these 49ers, and let's hope it continues, are finding their stride at the right time after that 3-game bender they were on.
Well, it's interesting, Tim. Last week I kept saying, when you close your eyes, you envision the 49ers playing a certain way and doing certain things, and they didn't really do those consistently throughout the course of the 3-game losing streak, and didn't do them the way we know they can. Like, that was that team that you envision when you think 49ers, and they came out of the gate hot. Like, they were they're already revving. Like, they hit the ground, and that defense took off, and they set the tone right there, and that was the 49er team I think we all think of when we think of one of the best teams in the NFL.
You're absolutely right, and defense wins championships, as we all know. Fred Warner set the tempo from play one. He set it in warm-ups when he wore the white cleats. First time in his career he's worn white cleats and had the high white socks.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. It took me one play to diagnose that. I said, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. He's going to get it going today. Fleet, feet. And saw it from play one. I mean, lighten up that receiver on the little looky route to start the game. When you talk about the second level of the defense and the linebacker play, and so much of this defense, Tom, as you know, you've been watching them, both of you guys, long enough, is predicated on when you got a ferocious pass rush and guys that are winning, the ball's coming out and they're going to throw it underneath into the kill zone. And if those guys are in position and they've anticipated the right concepts, they get on the right tracks and they go kill it. And what we saw, obviously, Fred, was outstanding. It was good to see Greenlaw and Order back on the field. And when you look at the 3 losses that the 49ers endured, he was really unable to practice. And when you're unable to practice, you're unable to really, have something tangible you can touch and feel and really anticipate, because you've gone through all those reps in practice against the scout team. It's way different than watching it on tape. And I think it was clear that, they were trying to do too much. in particular Dre, because he had not been out there practicing what was going to be coming at him at game time. Was able to practice, obviously, in the off week, and went into Jacksonville, and Green Law and Order was back, writing citations all over the place, man, just getting after people. And he's a huge part of what the 49ers do at the second level with the linebackers. So, yeah, I'm with you. And again, I think the only challenge was the screen game. And when you go back and watch the tape, Demo Lenore is not – I mean, he's played slot corner, obviously, but it's different. And he's typically going to be the edge setter, and he's the guy that's got to force everything back in on those screens. And there was just a couple of times where guys got off their track. And you do that in this league, and the ball carrier or the receiver is going to sense it, and he's going to bounce right back to where you came from. And there's going to be a lane there. And give Jacksonville credit. They were able to do that a couple of times. But for the most part, the Ambry man can. And that was my line in the game when he had the forced fumble and tackle, forced fumble recovery, and what should have been a touchdown. He really played well. And we're going to find out a lot about him now in the next 3 weeks. And this is going to be a huge challenge with Mike Evans. This guy, and I'm sure you played against some big old studs on the block. This guy is always open 4 feet over his head. I don't care if you're on him like a glove. They're going to throw to him, and he's got great jump ball skills to go up and get the rebound, if you will. So we're going to find, and then you look at DK Metcalf, and then A.J. Brown, and then Metcalf again. We're going to find out a lot about number 20 here in the next 3 games.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. What'd you think of Trent Williams' play this weekend?
I thought it wasn't typical Trent. I mean, I love his leadership, his passion. I loved the play on I think it was one of the tosses over to their sideline.
Was it the Debo one? Or?
I don't think it was the Debo reverse. I think it was the CMC and then the business decision by Darius Williams, the corner. And as I said, game time, that wasn't just a business decision. That was, I'm closing down the business and running out the back door. So he looked great moving forward and running out there and leading the way with some of those lead blocks when they get the big cat out there rolling. But he didn't have his typical anchor when the tugboat's pushing you on a bull rush to be able to drop that anchor. And typically with Trent, it's over at that point because he is so freaking strong. And most guys are not going to be able to move him once he drops the anchor. I could see going back and watching that game that the anchor wasn't grabbing rocks. It wasn't doing what it typically does. And obviously that's the right ankle. Moving much better this week. And the thing I like most of all is he was out there leading the way. He's a huge part of this team in terms of his leadership and what he means to the offense, just being out there at 80%, I think he said of what he was. But he had no setbacks. That's what I was encouraged to hear in talking to him this week. And you can tell he's moving a lot better. Was able to practice this week, and he's a week better with that ankle injury. And I would anticipate a big time. I would anticipate the anchor being able to lock up on the bottom this week.
Before we let you go, what do you make of Baker Mayfield? I think he's played okay this year. He's kind of turned me around a little bit this season. He's full of piss and vinegar, and he's making it work. It seems like guys are playing for him. And what you said about Mike Evans, they've got a definite chemistry, like more than Godwin had with him. Like he's got a real connection with Evans. What do you make of him as?
There's no doubt.
Okay.
There's no doubt, and I'm a fan of Baker Mayfield from what I'm seeing on tape. And the offense is a little bit like him. It's explosive at times. At other times, it can be a little volatile. They have not had much of a run game to go to. They really want to be an under center play action team like the 49ers, and they'll try to run it. And I think bringing in Canales as the offensive coordinator and getting rid of Byron Leftwich, a big part of that was finding some balance on this offense. Their run game hasn't been great, but the running back is certainly a dynamic receiver out of the backfield. Reminds me a little bit of Aaron Jones, a little bit from the Packers, and maybe a little bit bigger, but just what he brings to the table as a route runner, as a receiver. He's got great hands, isn't going to drop a lot. But what I like and appreciate about Baker, and I think this is going to give the Gold Rush a chance to find some treasure again this Sunday, is he is playing traditional quarterback. It's not all fast pass. And when you got a guy like Mike Evans, obviously you don't want all fast pass. So he's going to look deep, and then he's going to throw to a check down on time. There's times in shorter, third down and distances where they're going to run stick routes and get it out quick. But for the most part, he is going to look deep to shallow, old school. And Mike Evans is certainly the guy. I know he had a couple drops last week, but Baker will throw it deep and put it in a spot where Mike Evans can go get it. And I think another thing I've seen this year more than before with Mike Evans is they're moving him all over the place. I mean, he's not always lined up out there at left, X receiver out to the offense's left, the defense's right. He'll get in the slot. And everybody's going to have to cover him. And they've got the ability, again, to go over the top. And they got a young guy and a rookie 6th-round pick. He can take the cap off of defense. His name's Trey Palmer. Really, really fast. And then they got Godwin for the stuff underneath and to get the yards after the catch. But Baker will hold the football when you're looking deep to shallow. And he really, he's 6 foot a half inch. So he wants to step up and fire that rock. And so, again, Chase Young, Bosa, those guys coming off the edge, maybe at times, one of them wrapping back inside on a game. But the gut pressure, again, pressure on the inside right up the belly of the offense is going to give Baker Mayfield the biggest problems.
All right, before we let you go, we already got Kyle's reaction to Purdy's first touchdown pass. I want to know what you thought when it was in the air, because when I was watching it on TV, I was like going, what in the, hey, nice throw. Very nice. What were you thinking live when you saw that thing in the air and then you realized there was 4 dudes just down there, and who knew who was going to get it?
When he first threw it, I'll tell you my instant feeling with the ball in the air, and I looked where he was throwing, I went, oh, no. Oh no! Here we go. And by the grace of God, Kittle didn't go for it, and it was a scramble play. It was a playground football play, and BA was able to come with it. They both kind of retreated. You want to get open for your quarterback when it becomes the scramble drill, and they both kind of scrambled to the same spot. And I think the defender that was covering BA, I think he thought maybe it was going to Kittle.
Yep.
And didn't really time his jump properly, and BA was standing behind him and was the recipient of that. So it was panic, but it's kind of like that guy you played with when you're like, don't shoot. No. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was kind of one of those.
Hey, man, have a great call. Always fun catching up with you. It should be a lively atmosphere down at Levi's, and looking forward to the game on Sunday. Have a good one, Tim.
See you, Tim.
All right, fellas. See you guys. Thank you.
Okay.
See you there.
Oh, no. That'll be a good soundbite.
I did that once in a high school basketball game. I remember I missed I was shooting a 3. I missed it so bad. I called off, and then it banked in.
Those are the best.
Then I looked at
you did smile, didn't you?
Yeah, I laughed. I went like that because my teammate looked at me and we laughed. I was like, I thought I missed it. I was trying to call off. But
the worst is when guys bank in threes. Like back, they don't do this as much anymore. But I hate guys when they bank in 3 and they don't laugh. I always hated guys that banked in a 3 and then they give you this. They give you the 3, or do the knuckles. Remember they used to bounce it off their head. I go, what? You just banked in a 3. Just shut up.
Unless you're Tim Duncan. I don't want it.
No.
I bank in a 3 and then gooseneck it down court.
Exactly. It's like, just go. No. Just smile and go.
Off. I meant off the backboard is what I was going to say.
The backboard.
You went in before I could finish what I was going to say.
You were Corey Joseph.
That's it. That's exactly
2 games in a row.
You know what time it is?
No.
You know what time it is, right? I haven't seen her yet. I'm going to go check in the hallway. It's 4:50.
NBA grab?
No, it's not time for NBA grab bag.
I think she's lurking.
Harmony and her double banger are here. So for those who don't know, Steve Young was on yesterday. Steve Young brought up out of nowhere to us at the end of the hit that Harmony. He's like, I know about Harmony. He goes, yeah, well, you guys got to get rid of that. Then we said, no, we're going to have her on tomorrow. We're going to see if Steve Kerr will go pick for pick, or if he'll make a pick against Harmony is what we were saying. And then Steve Young loved it. Loved the ideas at all. Dude, I'm in. Absolutely, I'm in. I'll be there. You should be here, too. Harmony's going to give us her double banger picks next. She's a sophisticated sex robot sent here every Friday evening to help you bang the book. She's here a little bit early today because she's going to stick around for Steve Kerr, who's coming up at 5:30. Harmony next, and then she'll meet the head coach of the Warriors at 5:30. Tolbert and Copes, Harmony's double banger on the Sports Leader. was vocal before last night's game that Draymond Green went too far in Tuesday's incident against the Minnesota Timberwolves and Rudy Gobert. That story and more is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.